where they addressed Eric, and he basically got kicked off the island to a large degree. And then today, during Jack's stream, he shot up a $20 donation, and I said in the chat, I was like, "Oh, look, he's buying PR."
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, I-Fi.
Oh, he got spanked on goblins too.
I think I've been beat down beyond recognition by Illumitami, so I won't be going back there anymore.
Did you?
Oh, what happened?
He had an open panel for haters, so I took that as my cue to take my beating, and so I jumped on panel, and he said like the worst thing he has against me is because one time on Jack Talcott, I said everyone who claims that they're a Christian is not a Christian, and that's what he's hated me ever since then, and that was the beatdown he was going to give me.
Ooh.
I bet. Yeah, you're probably in the camp with Cynthia of people he really hates.
But then he wouldn't like engage me directly, and then we watched a fun little Talcott video where he's like doing double speak or something. It was like Talcott clips or something.
It was good. That was good.
But then he like didn't want to talk, and then other people came on and talking about bear spray and stuff like that. And then I was like, "Are you going to a fight with bear spray?" And then he kicked me off. He's like, "You just don't get it, Iffy. Get the fuck out of here, you retard," or something. You know, I was like, "Okay, bye." But anyways, it was fun.
So Margo reminded me. Then after the $20, I told him I said that he was buying PR. Then he did a couple more $10 donations. So that he could send up hate messages at me and Cynthia.
Oh, did you see? I saw a comment. Yo, and Chuck.
Oh, and Chuck, yeah. And I told him, I said, "Look, I'm gonna pull all the wind out of your sails on my stream tonight, unless you give Jack $100 and you give me $100."
Did he do it?
Stream. Because if you're going to try to open your pockets to compensate for your character flaws, then you're gonna fucking pay for it. You're not gonna give us Taco Bell money.
You know, Tarek was blind and deaf today. He could type and he could open his bank account to send money. That's about it. Yeah, first it was the 20, and then a while later it was 10, and then another 10, and people were like, "Okay, dude, you know, stop, whatever." Flo gave his 2 cents, and he couldn't let it go. He could not let this go.
Margo, hi. Do you think he can't let it go because he doesn't want to lose, or he can't let it go because he truly sees he's in the right? He truly thinks that.
That's a great question.
You know, you're the teacher and we're the students.
Oh, young grasshopper.
Just can't let things go that offend their delicate sensibilities, and they will impoverish themselves to prove that sensitivity doesn't exist.
Yeah, he has dug in his heels, and to me, it's like, you know, yes, he's buying some PR.
Who's eating pretzels or something?
He wants to win this with numbers. Numbers being people.
Okay.
I heard that too. It sounded like carrots.
It's my colors.
It sounded more like carrots than pretzels.
Not me.
I find that when I color, I can hear y'all better. And so I'm coloring, so I was looking for a color.
Maybe it's sort of like that crazy piano kid who buried a cat alive and could hear a song.
Yep.
Or it's like the kid that bounces on the trampoline while he learns. That's what I'm going to go with.
Well, I'll also add to that, Cynthia, this is one reason why we use pencils in school rather than pens. The friction that you have when you're coloring, it's just one more sense that tells the brain that something's going on, and you can store more in your permanent memory.
And I'm also slowing down and paying attention to not getting out of the lines. And so I'm slowing down and listening more. Because sometimes the guys talk about boring things. And you know this.
Well, Well, and that's why we need to have an all girls panel one day and just, vagina the whole thing.
You know what? I would be totally down for that. Absolutely, that sounds like a good time. Although
Well,
You don't have a vagina.
hold on. I've thought it would be cool to like go out with a bunch of girls like a pimp, and then I got it, and I realized at some point the social dynamic breaks, and there's too many women, and you turn into the gay friend, not like the big boss daddy. So,
Oh God, being the gay friend is the fucking worst. It actually does exist, and oh my God, it's insufferable.
Really? I thought gays love being a gay friend.
I've got one. I got one.
No, oh my
I
God.
had a bunch of gay friends, and there was these chicks who would come over and try to hook up with the gay friends, and I'd get their three-way trail because they weren't interested. And these chicks would come over and they'd have their fifis all up in a knot, and then, after they've been through three guys trying to figure out what they're going to do for the night, and all three of these guys are interested in each other and not her.
Yep.
You go down on Attila the Hun at that point.
I wonder what
it sounds like you got really lucky that night.
That wasn't that night. That was most of my high school and what y'all would consider college when I was at work.
I wonder what the actual numbers of like gay dude with all the chicks, where it's actually just a front, where he's like trying to get more quality time with chicks, but he's just kind of like an incel.
Yeah.
Guys.
Well, most of
bet
what
it's
I
pretty
seen
low.
was the girls went with the gay dudes because they felt safe.
Right,
knew
they'll
that
like
the gay
change their
dude-
clothes in front of him and everything, because
See,
he's
I find
gay.
it's really
Here's-
funny. I
Go
thought that was me for like so long. But then it turns out I was actually gay, and then it turns out I was actually a gay woman. So like it was a whole thing. That was who I was all through like middle and high school.
Yeah.
I like all of my I was friends with the nerds and the girls. Those who like were the groups that I hung out with. And I thought it was super cool. Apparently a lot of them thought I was gay, and it turns out I was. But
I've heard that sometimes your friends know it before you do. I've heard some of my gay friends say that.
oh yeah, I some of my friends that I grew up with, we like rated each other, like which one of us is like the most likely to come out at some point. And
That sounds like a pretty gay activity.
yeah, and it was me. It was me.
Sasquatch, you ever done anything like that? You have?
No, the best association I have with that is when I was about 15, 14. My best friend comes in hammered to the gills on vodka and wakes me up from a dead sleep and goes, Sasquatch, I want to tell you a secret. I said, what's that, man? He said, I'm gay. I said, I fucking know, man. He's like, no, I'm serious. I said, me too, man. So I found out like 20 years later, I was the first person to get that too. And I had been like completely oppressing this guy the whole time because I thought surely I was the last person he'd tell, right?
And then what happened?
I'm kicking
he's
Joe
still my best
Cool.
friend.
I got a wrench. I'm going to kick him.
Why? Oh, have thicker skin. Joe Cool, the rest of us know it too. He's getting pretty old, but he'll figure it out sooner or later.
I think I agree with the Richard Jenny bit. I feel like a lesbian trapped in a man's body. I have that same problem.
I'm so confused
Oh boy.
by
Do
your
I have-
relationship, Lib, but to
I'm
each
confused
their
with
own.
that too.
Are
Are you attracted to males or females? Or both?
The short answer is both.
Okay.
I wouldn't phrase it that way, but yes.
I mean, I know that you wouldn't. I don't know how else to phrase it though.
I would just say I don't have like genital preferences or gender preferences. I just like people, and the kinds of people that I like are all kinds. I've liked men. I've liked
don't
women.
have a preference at all, one way or the other.
I mean, I do have preferences, but they're not like genital or gender preferences. They're like usually like I like them to be interested in usually the same things I'm interested in, and I usually like them to like be like specific kinds of people, but not
do you
gender.
consider yourself more sexual than others because you do find yourself attracted to both males and females?
Not particularly. I'm like demisexual, so I don't like that doesn't even factor in 90% of like my attraction anyways. So
What's demisexual?
Yeah, what's demisexual?
uh it means I have to have I have to have emotional connections to people to be sexually attracted to them.
So you never look at a stranger and like, God damn, I would smash that.
Well,
Yeah.
no. I definitely look at strangers and I think, wow, I can see that person like is attractive, but like I wouldn't.
Could you have a one night stand?
Not really. I have had them in the past, but I've had to like usually be very, very inebriated to do so. And
You know, I was just going to say that when I was drinking, I was a drunk whore and it was fantastic. I loved it. And then the 12 steps screwed that up. I can't just mess around anymore.
What do you mean was,
Yep.
Margot?
Hey, you leave
Do you
Margo
remember last
alone.
night?
Come through the Midwest sometime. I bet I'll change that.
She's not drunk anymore.
there you go.
Why does the 12 step, what's the step say, Margot, that you can't have intercourse or what?
I think, well, you know, well, here's the deal. I have sponsored several girls, and when you do your fifth step, when you talk about your resentments, your fears, there's a sexual inventory, and I don't do it with my girls because I think that's between you and whomever, not me. I don't want to hear it, and I don't want girls to be turned off by AA because they might have to, you know, talk about that anyway. But you do talk about like why you have sex. Is it just for sex, or are you trying to acquire status or money or popularity or whatever? It just kind of fucks with you. And then so like when you go back out in the real world and let's say you meet someone, you know, usually one or the other likes the other person maybe better, unless it's an outright hookup. But then you're not in the bars and you're not drinking, and I don't know, alcohol just is definitely, and it puts down your inhibitions and you want to fuck.
Yeah. No, I mean,
So isn't
absolutely.
everybody a whore if you get drunk enough?
Okay,
I mean, not
I have,
necessarily.
I have to make a comment here. I usually want to fuck before I get drunk, and then I continue wanting to fuck while I'm drunk. And when I wake up the next morning with a hangover, it wouldn't hurt my feelings if we were to fuck.
There you go.
But I thought the theory was
I
like
wanna
even the
fuck
most
too, but-
frigid person, you know, like once you get them drunk enough, they'll fuck you. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the magic juice.
Yeah.
Here comes somebody to fuck.
All right, Joe. Did you bring the liquor?
Oh yeah, and I'm on top. No, you got to switch us out because I'm tired.
Wow.
Power bottom. There we go.
Get her clothes
Getting
off.
hot up here with all that fire and gayness over there.
I feel like I'm being two-manned right now.
Eiffel Towered. There you go.
Margot should be in the middle. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah, I'm not complaining.
I like how weird my panels get in no time.
What's up with Lanza? Why he's so quiet?
Brown's
I'm
boy's been acting
I'm
different
honestly
today.
shocked. Like,
Lanza, what's going on with you?
He's been acting different.
Just reading the room, letting everyone get their zingers off. I thought I said one thing before.
You did.
I thought I said one thing. He said, I thought I said one thing. That was awfully
Yeah, I was
creepy.
letting you guys hit those zingers and shit, and I thought of some too, but like I thought you guys moved on and there's more to be had.
yeah,
Well,
I'm
if you just want to be a fly in the wall, Luma Tommy's having a moment with Paul and Jack Talcott, so you can go listen to all
Paul
his
went to his
arrangements.
live. Paul and
No,
Jack?
he's like that's all he talks
Oh.
about. I was like gonna engage with him, and he spent the whole time talking about Paul and Jack Talcott. And I was like,
That's what he
okay.
does.
I was like, well, why don't you bring them on panel since you love them so much? But okay, I guess we can.
It'll be
Right.
Crystal, I don't. Who's Randy? Who is Randy?
I'm
Terry?
kind of
Me
somebody's
too.
husband,
If you got some liquor, I'll be Randy.
Gigi's husband, I think, or something like that. I can't keep track.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was a little shocked. I saw iFi come in here and he hasn't like come at me a single time. Nothing. It's been surprisingly peaceful.
if you stroke him enough, he'll come.
You
Right
gotta
at
Yeah.
tempt fate.
My eyes have been open to trans communism. I'm more open to it now.
Oh, based.
I'm thinking about
I'm
trying it
surprised
out.
that Chuck held back when when you made
Yeah.
the I am a woman claim.
I
Is
think it's the solar eclipse. Everybody's switching. Even Brown's boy's been off today a little.
Is that already the eclipse? Is
It's like
Yeah,
a
eight.
couple weeks?
It's April 8th.
Yeah,
It's or 9th. Is it
Couple
8th?
almost.
Is it 8th?
The
Think it-
eight,
think
yeah,
it's
the
an
eight.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think
We
it
got
is
week and a half, 2 weeks.
I'm flying down to Texas to go to that.
it's next it's
Are you?
Yeah.
2 Mondays, not
It's
next
gonna
Monday,
be,
but the Monday after.
Arkansas saw too. Low Rock and some bluff, not Pine Bluff, Poplar Bluff.
Yeah.
Dead center if you Poplar Bluff.
So
Or
should
Dallas,
we regroup
Texas.
during a full moon or something? What's up, Cynthia?
Carbondale is dead center.
It's a solar
Carbondale,
eclipse.
Illinois.
No, it's
Okay,
on
guys,
that
I
going
gotta tell you
past
this story.
Illinois.
So my family, my best friend and my cousin lives in Manchester, England.
Mm-hmm.
And last night, which was this morning for me, she's in this pub in Manchester. And she and her girlfriends go in. There's no place to sit except with this one dude. She sits down. He's from Manchester as well. They start talking. And he goes, well, I don't live here anymore. I live in the States. And she's like, oh, I've got family, blah, blah. And he goes, I live in Arizona. And she's like, oh, my cousin lives, blah, 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 blah. The guy lives 2 blocks from me.
Oh God.
Wow.
Fucking.
So are you going to
What
steal
the
them?
odds, right?
That's
There you
interesting.
go.
Are you
You
going to
believe
steal
in
them?
signs and symbols, Marco? Because to me, now you got to meet the motherfucker because God set it up.
Oh, hell yeah.
You believe in that shit?
They put him on the phone. They called. And there's a British pub that I go to for fish and chips, usually on Thursdays or Fridays. And so I told him when he gets back, we'll meet up there. And who knows, maybe we'll hook
time to
up.
reverse that trend of not hoeing out at the pubs.
There's a British pub in America, but why?
Well,
There's quite a
there's-
few
Didn't we
British
have
pubs.
didn't we have a whole revolution about this? Like
The redcoats are coming.
I thought we
No,
already.
They
that was
don't have
tea.
tea.
That was tea, brother.
Right,
They're not
right.
serving tea. They're serving beer, and it's probably very watered down. So no British.
Probably
people-
really shit. Yeah. This is
Now,
like-
when's the last time you ever heard of anybody eating a cucumber sandwich?
British beer.
Who won that war?
I am pretty
sure my
mad at
mom had
Margot
one
for calling
lunch today.
French fries chips, though, because that's like heresy.
Well, they only changed name. They're only called that at the British pub.
Yeah, I know, but we're in America.
Kind of like sausage is only called bangers if it's eaten with mashed potatoes. And,
Yep, bangers and mash. Yep.
Next
so
thing,
I thought Keith Richards. I read his autobiography years ago, and in it he says his favorite food is bangers mash, and it includes his recipe, which I made. It was the most boring ass fucking bland food I've ever had in my life. You'd think that Keith fucking Richards would have better food in his life, but it was just
Yep, shepherd's
White
pie
British
is better.
motherfucker, I wouldn't expect a whole lot of seasoning.
English food is very, very bad. Honestly,
So-
like I'm really glad we left all that behind us. All right, we invited black folk to come in, and they showed us how to actually make good food.
I was just about to ask Joe Cool if he's sitting there going, "These motherfuckers still have plain ass food."
Well, and I'll tell you, when I was growing up, I didn't have pizza until I went to high school or tacos.
What?
We were
That's
British.
criminal.
You're
What?
British?
Yeah.
Where did you grow up?
Well, my mom came from England to marry
That's
my
the first time I've
dad.
ever heard you have an accent.
I don't
Yeah,
have
Mom.
an accent. I don't
Yeah.
have an accent.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
when I
Mom.
when I
Mom
go
is
to,
British.
I'm going back to England next summer for the summer, and I'll come back with an accent for a while. But my name is actually Margaret Ann, so yeah, I'm British.
I'm a descendant of the Longshanks.
Me too. What? Oh, something else.
You're a member of the Blackfoot tribe.
Well, then
bro.
you guys
who's
couldn't
got-
wear
well,
the
I've also-
skirts then. If
No,
you're
no.
a
I have
Longshank.
Native
Huh?
American heritage. My great 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 grandfather was named Chief Bowles.
Also related to everyone
Yeah.
on the panel.
Okay.
Anyone who
Everyone-
knows my last name can check that shit, but I'm not giving it out for free.
We've had it. So you're just gonna dangle it in front of us and then be like, "But
Yeah, y'all
no.
go ahead, see if y'all can figure it out. Argue amongst yourselves. I really don't give a shit. So
I know already." But
if your family lived in America for more than like 3 or 4 generations, you're some degree of Native American. Like
in Ireland, Scotland, France, Germany. I've got cousins on every continent, including Antarctica, and up until a couple of weeks ago, the space station as
You mean the
well.
ice wall?
Assuming that thing's real.
Yeah,
It
I
is.
heard you got cousins in different places. They're called Yeti, Swamp Man.
Wendigo.
I don't know how one of them can be a Mothman.
Pretty much, if you find a dude with a beard working on a broken down car, that's probably my family.
Nice.
I knew a lot of your family back in Tennessee. Woo.
Are you related to the Duck Dynasty people?
You can delete that, but damned if I know I am.
They all had hot wives, though.
That is
Want some of that.
What is that?
Well,
Is
they got
suspect.
hot money.
Yeah, I was about to say they got some money.
There's something
What are we
wrong
looking at here?
with the situation.
What's that, Lanza?
You sure you want to
What
know?
is that?
Is that an
It's a
arrowhead?
horse apple.
Yeah,
hold on,
Oh, it's an arrowhead.
Oh, I thought it was charcoal.
It's massive.
I thought it was a petrified turd.
No,
Looks
maybe
like
it
a
is.
shark tooth.
I used to work with a black guy, and
Did
he
you
used
say
to.
that's a fuck is
You.
a horse
Yeah,
apple? A
they
piece of
just-
shit.
Oh, was
What's a
I
horse
was I muted?
He
Yeah.
used to say,
Oh shit! It's a stone tool, dude. It's a carved stone tool.
That shit's
Used
so
for
There are 2 horse
Hecking?
apples.
yeah.
Who made it? Did you find it or did you make it or do you know someone who made it?
No, dude, I found it. I kind of like searched these old maps. The oldest the area that I'm from in the state that I'm from, there's 2 main areas that deal with a Native American stone archaeology, and they said the best way to find cool shit is to use aerial photographs, the earliest aerial photographs, and like they're finding ruins and shit everywhere that like.
yeah.
They'll even tell you, they're like, yeah, I don't know how it really isn't documented, but you know, we can't, even if we did know, we couldn't really say.
Yeah.
And yeah, and so like, dude, there's this one site you can get the oldest maps, and it actually overlays current Google Maps. And
What's the website called? Do you know or remember?
I believe it's like World Atlas Maps. And then you can actually look up by county, and then you can find a ton of anomalies that way as well.
That's dope.
So is this just like an ongoing hobby of yours or something you've done in the past?
Yeah, no, not an ongoing, not something I've done in the past. I just decided that before these places get too developed,
Yeah.
the area that I'm in, that there's too much like little bit of history that they don't really want to talk about for whatever reason.
Well, it's
And
not
I'm trying to find gold. That's where it
Well,
started. I was like, I'm gonna try to find a gold statue that these motherfuckers dropped in a lake.
Look
Like,
for fossils too.
Good luck
I ran
finding
into a
gold.
dude who had a similar hobby, but he would look for fossils.
Yeah.
I'm in Kansas.
Oh,
You know,
shit.
and I
You are-
thought, well, that's kind of silly. This motherfucker would sell them though. There's a market for that shit. You
Yeah.
just walk around in Kansas and find rocks.
Yeah. No. Fossils are actually like really. They can be pretty valuable if you can find like decent quality ones because like,
Meteorites.
archaeologists are always looking for fossils because like archaeologists, paleontologists, anthropologists, even like actually stone tools are super interesting for anthropology because You know, like we've been able to find, you know, worked stone tools that are, you know, 100, 200,000 years old. You know, like humans have been fashioning tools from rocks for basically as long as we have evidence that humans have existed. It's kind of fucking
Yeah. And in my area, they're claiming anywhere from 2,000 to 14,000 years old.
yeah.
That's what they'll admit to, and even there, they're like, yeah, I don't know.
Well, yeah, because like we don't really have a lot of like firm dates. It's one of like my hobbies is just like reading fucking anthropology.
Well, listen, man, with the stone tools, dude, you would be everybody here, because I was like, at first when I saw these archaeologist people or whatever, they were like showing these stone tools, and I'm like, that's a fucking rock, you know, like that doesn't look like that's a fucking rock. And they're like, but then like he works for like the museum and shit, and I'm like, all right, I guess I'll keep listening. Maybe I'm missing it, you know. And eventually, yeah, like if you do not watch this like 10 to 15-minute video, you're walking over stone tools like all day. If you're in like the park by any even like little streams, they're just in there, dude. Like they're everywhere.
Yeah,
they're building.
Everything that's been named so far generally shows up in clusters and bits. Your fossils show up in an area where fossils are likely.
Yeah.
Your stone tools show up in a place where humans. Meteorites fall equally all over the earth. So if you can figure out how to collect small meteorites, which is usually a magnet,
are they're magnetic?
Most of the significant meteorites are iron based because they survived the fall through the sky, right? So you go around with a metal detector and a magnet, and you start finding rocks that are testing out as metal. Get them tested. You might get $50-$100 from one of them things. They might be radioactive. Be careful.
I hate to tell you this, sir, but that's a big old hunk of poopy.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate you believe that, because you're wrong. Have a nice evening.
I was gonna say you can most of like the small meteorites that you'll be able to find do usually have iron or other kinds of metals in them, because like he's saying, those are the kinds of things that'll survive entering the atmosphere. I don't know how expensive they are, but I do know that it's cool to see them, you know, like I don't know,
probably want to get pretty expensive.
I like these reminders of like what's that Carl Sagan quote, we're made of star stuff, you know, like the things that we're made of. Every single human being at one point, all of our atoms and molecules were created in a star.
That means
there's
billions
of years ago.
That at all.
Right. Anything heavier than hydrogen was created in the heart of a star.
Yeah, like billions.
This is all
billions,
fan fiction
billions
backstory lore, though, of humanity. We actually have no fucking
I'm gonna head
idea.
out.
Bye, Margo.
Bye.
Bye, Flo.
No,
Bye, Margo.
She heard the space argument coming up.
Yeah, man.
I'm waiting for the hairless monkey part. When did we shave our hair and become people?
That's
Well,
logical, that transition.
I think the earliest humans were like the earliest things that we can call like Homo sapiens have been discovered to be like what is it, like is it like 90,000 years ago? I can't remember.
Well, they got the Macedonian site now. They're talking it's 300,000 years old, and those tools that you've been talking about were found there, and the bones of mastodons cut up and shit like that. So that would double it. It was 100,000 all my life, and that would double it.
Among the oldest known remains of Homo sapiens are those found at Omo Kabesh archaeological site in southwestern Ethiopia, dating to about 233,000 to 196,000 years ago. Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right. Has
Did humans
anybody
come
here?
from rocks?
Has anybody here considered the possibility that wherever we are right now, that we have possibly devolved from like a telepathic like skill set and shit?
Devolved? You say devolved?
Yeah, like we used to be
I think we're
telepathic
constantly devolving.
and shit like that. I'm not trying to come from the monkey. I'm trying to come from like the sky and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know about all the psychic stuff, but I can.
It's an obvious case of devolution.
There's no
Your
such thing
mic's
as
weak or something low. As
de-evolution.
soon as motherfuckers start talking, we can't hear you, Flo.
they should have never invented language.
See,
Look, the minute that, or if you start looking at like the biography of what Edison, he was running a whole newspaper staff by 13. Like some of these, like kids used to be doing all sorts of shit that none of us could do now, and I think we're obviously getting dumber.
Wait. Kids now are doing shit they didn't have the opportunity to do because they got the interweb. So
They're
kids
doing
now are
TikTok.
doing ingenious shit in their own
They can
way.
figure out your cell phone better than you can, but they're not really doing shit besides being good at the gadget.
None of the Zoomers I talk to know what they're doing.
I mean, also, okay, so like for what it's worth, the term de-evolution isn't really like a thing. Like when
All right.
when
the earliest photography available came out in like late 1700s, and there's some crazy ass fucking photos and shit from the 1700s, and it's we ain't building shit like that.
So like the earliest sea creatures that started like living on the land, they didn't de-evolve to lose the ability to breathe underwater. They evolved and lost the ability to breathe underwater.
No, I'm saying that entire story is complete bullshit.
I like it. I hear where you're going with that, Joe. I hear where you're going with that.
Is there more ocean or
what
land
evolution
on Earth?
looks like?
There is currently more water. The Earth is 75% ocean. I think.
Why would it be evolution to have less ability?
I keep waiting for a lighter or something to start walking around and looking for something to have sex with. That's what I keep waiting to see.
What?
Life came out. At some point, life just decided to start like giving a fuck about
Let's
itself.
go in for spontaneous generation on this one.
Life didn't like intentionally start. It is demonstrably true that living things can come from non-living things. There was
it's
an experiment.
not demonstrably true.
Okay, so
Yes,
I'm gonna.
Well, labs.
They did an experiment where they took non-organic material and they created conditions that we believe were similar.
They created a whole bunch. They injected artificially sourced biological materials into it.
Yes.
And not only that,
No.
It didn't grow up into a human being and then like tightrope walk across the Grand Canyon or anything. It's not doing anything special, right? Like it's like a thing.
No. It's special if it just spontaneously came from the right conditions. But I looked into that, and they say that it was mistaken that happened, and it definitely did not and could not happen. It was the last time I looked. I bet we're talking about the same experiment.
What's the point that we're making? Like my point was that
my
we're
point
on a much higher skill level, and he's saying that we came from like a amoeba
Hold on,
or
Brown
something.
Boy. We're about to put a fork in the claim that
my point is that non-living, that you can get organic materials from non-organic materials. That is,
we have not done that. You're making that claim. You're making that claim, but we've never done it. I'm familiar with the experiments you're referencing. They were done poorly. They put a whole bunch of organic materials in the mix, and we've never made, because we have never been able to make organic from non-organic materials.
Okay, well, first off,
organic materials light years from life.
Well,
just because
that's also correct.
Because you can artificially arrange organic materials, that's not even one step towards life.
Well,
yeah, Santa Claus.
Hang on. It is a step because it's demonstrating that it's possible to get organic materials from non-organic materials, which is
they didn't.
That
didn't happen.
What's an organic material? Because I'm the only dunce up thinking
like protein or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all you need to be able to demonstrate.
All right. Well, if you can get some proteins, you could probably get life.
This is a basic thing that anyone with water and electricity and some electrolyte can do. If you take aluminum or stainless steel and you create a cathode and an anode in electrolyte water, salt water, you can use a few other things, and you run this process for more than like 72 to, a week, you'll end up with these weird jelly blobs that pop up in the water that you have to clean out from making hydrogen, HHO, right? And these water blobs that you find in there are polymeric strands of organic material. Some organic are in water to start with, but it's a combination of the the breaking down of the hydrogen and oxygen and the materials that are left behind from it. Technically speaking,
No, not my ass. Technically, my nuts. No.
cut it off and I'll stop. Right? I will
So-
just finish my explanation and move on to playing Minecraft some more. All
Yeah,
I'm saying is
go
these are organic compounds derived from non-organic sources, which
There
regardless,
was organic sources in the water. I think that's not true, man.
I
And-
stated that there were organic
yes.
in the water, but not a massive amount of them, and they did
Yeah,
not
look like-
reproduce from electricity, bro.
Look like they're
Hydrogen,
pulling more. It look like
and
that
charge.
electricity
Saline.
is just pulling
All I'm
more,
saying.
man. I wouldn't
So
assume
cool.
they're
When you
being
talk to
created.
middle people on StreamYard, it's way more obnoxious than when you do it in real life.
But I'm
Because
talking to
your mic overtalks people when you do that.
what I
Yours
do,
is
I'm
louder than
sorry.
Sasquatch, so you're not conversing with him. You're just talking over
I
him.
apologize. Let me lower my shit.
By the way, Joe Cool, you just said if you have proteins, you can get life. That's completely false. But
Well, I know it would
later.
be absolutely difficult as possible. It would be. It's crazy, super
All this shit is
difficult. But
theory. It's all theory.
personally, I
That's the
believe
whole
if you
point.
can get the building blocks, and I know the scientists will absolutely disagree with me. They would be.
So,
They
Joe
would say
Cole,
it's like
Joe-
having. Go ahead. Yeah.
Joe Cool, we are able to create proteins and shit like that in the lab. And if any scientist on Earth was able to create the simplest form of life, even just like a single-celled
I
bacteria,
don't think
or
a
whatever,
scientist. Yeah, I don't
Did you
think
miss
so.
the
But I
If they
think
could-
a few
overflow?
100,000 years.
If they could do
somewhere
that,
would
Hey,
Joe
do it.
Joe,
Cool,
can I ask a
Wait,
question?
wait,
everybody
I got a
would know
question for
about it.
Joe.
I don't
Hey,
think
Uncle
a scientist could, but I do think maybe a few 100,000 or a few million years might change
Now,
things.
now, listen to your hypothesis, Joe. You
I'm gonna
just
make
said
protein on all you people's
intelligent
faces.
people.
There you go, the
No,
fatty.
right.
So Joe, cool. Just listen to what you just said for a second. You said that even with all the technology and science we have, the smartest humans, if they all got together and tried to create life, still are unable to do it. You feel like nature will accidentally do it if you just give it more time. Cynthia's losing her shit. So now
So I
Damn.
do have a question. So
Yeah.
do you understand how like ridiculous that is? Just because we are unable to do something does not mean that it's not possible.
Oh yeah, I agree. It's
But
ridiculous.
why-
That's
but
what I'm
why
waiting
do
for
we
Joe to
believe
figure
that?
out.
Hold
Like,
on.
No.
But why-
do
why do
you
you have
think
your belief?
do you think wind and the ocean is going to be able to create life better than scientists with all of our technology and science?
Yes.
Give it enough time.
Can I ask
Like,
you
if we
guys
give
all
it
a
million
question?
years-
What came first? What came first, egg or the consciousness?
Why are you asking that? I don't know. Nobody
Consciousness.
knows.
Which came first, the single
Oh,
cell
shut up,
organism or?
Well, I mean, why are you asking
We're
that?
talking about the origins of life, so I'm asking, like, what do you believe came first? How do you
Did you
believe it
just-
came
Their
into
theory
existence?
is
I-
that
I-
rocks
I-
evolved into single cell.
But hold on, we're not. I don't. There's no reason. to
hang on.
speculate about that. What we're trying to
IFI's
establish-
being
what we're trying to
like
establish
being very
is that-
disingenuous with
No,
with
lib
that.
is being
Well, your mic's fucked up.
Lib
We
is
can't hear you
engaging in science.
properly.
Yeah,
Oh,
libs
my.
is being libbed, and you guys will figure it out eventually. But I was talking to Joe.
Yeah, plus he's saying things that make zero sense.
Yeah.
What
It's all
makes
fan
zero sense?
If you just
I'm just-
believe
I'm
in
just joking,
communism,
I'm just
it's
joking.
possible that rocks will evolve into amoebas, guys.
There
You
we
just
go.
gotta
Now-
hear the science.
Now this is IFI. So IFI, like you're dismissing like I don't know, like academia, science, and like then you're saying, oh, it's wrong because of course it's just common sense says we couldn't create life. Like that is fucking retarded. Okay.
Does that mean
how
that
you-
man
belief
created
is-
the first life?
No,
Nature
okay.
didn't do it.
So life, we do know there was a time when life didn't exist on Earth, and then life did
You know,
exist.
we do not know that.
It
We
looks
do not
logical
know
to
that.
me. Looks
God said so.
Hey, Flo, he was there 10 billion years ago. He knows for
Hi-Fi,
science.
everybody loves your sarcastic quips, but could you keep them shorter and land it quicker? I'm just
It
I'm
was
trying,
there
I'm trying to get Lib. I'm trying to get Lib to acknowledge the reality of the structure of his belief system.
Okay.
We don't know shit. We weren't there. Nobody was there. By definition, nobody was around to
Human-
see
Right.
what it was.
Humans don't
Technically,
have
what
a
he's
fucking
saying
clue
is
what
he's
happened
laying.
100,000 years ago. We don't have a fucking clue what was going on
Well,
Earth
Yeah.
100,000 years
Honestly,
ago.
Okay, hang on. We
Well,
absolutely
we're not even sure time
can-
is linear.
We can assume a lot of shit.
We're-
We can say,
we're
well,
playing
if
How Do You
rocks are
Know right
falling
now.
at this rate,
We
then
experience-
maybe this
we
mountain.
experience time linearly.
formed
Wi-Fi, have you ever listened back to the panels you're on and go, gee, this is why people get pissed at me. I'm a terrible panel
Absolutely
participant.
not. There's no way.
No. I-Fi, go listen to yourself sometime.
Okay.
And
Hey,
God
your
said, "Let
argument,
there
you
be
guys'
light."
argument is the same as saying we can't be sure that Joe Cool actually exists because we weren't there. You can put together enough clues, or you can get a reasonable facsimile, a reasonable belief in your head. And that's all we're doing with these leaps that we're taking.
No, all you guys are doing is trusting what you've been told. You haven't thought about it on your independently, really,
Why
probably.
do
at
you
all.
think we
I
don't
actually-
think
okay.
about
Yeah.
shit like this? That's why
I
my
absolutely-
theories are
Okay.
so
I'm
wrong.
the
These
wrong
are my
person.
theories.
I'm the wrong person. I'm the wrong person to make this argument for. When I was younger, I was a young Earth creationist. Okay,
And now
I
you're
have-
a woman.
I have thought about it. Is the thing? I have done at least the sort of like layman's version. Of research.
Okay.
Obviously,
Okay,
I'm not.
okay, that claim was wrong. That claim was wrong. No, okay. I retract that claim. I knew the minute I said it, it was wrong. However,
What I'm claiming is we're playing How Do You Know?
yeah,
You cannot.
Then-
That's
well,
my
what do you
point.
mean by no?
can't
What
know
do you mean
I
by
ain't
no?
here.
you
But why
can't
bring it
know.
up? We're
no,
confident
Flo,
enough
Flo,
to know
Flo.
that what existed, 10,000 years ago, we weren't here then.
Yeah, as I was
So
I
saying,
we're
don't
pretty
think that-
confident.
Somebody's
Dude,
confident.
just tell us about your astral memory. We'll believe you at this point.
So, Flo, what do you mean
That was
by
you, Sarah.
what do you mean by no, Flo? Like,
I mean, okay, everybody knows that default to authority is a logical fallacy, right? It's somebody told me is a bad place to get information from.
yeah,
I think that is the only reason any of you believe we know about the fucking first fish that flopped up out of the river. Some dude told you that. It doesn't make sense
Right.
though.
well, not
It's actually-
How do you know?
Where do
not
you get
just
your
some
knowledge
dude.
from?
I cross-reference it with logic by looking at the observable world around me.
But
Never
someone
had,
told you though, right?
no,
Yeah.
actually, that's why it's so
Sometimes.
hard for me to explain my beliefs because I believe shit that nobody explains concisely.
Yes, you do the same thing we do. People tell you shit, you examine it for yourself, and you come up with your own shit. Same shit we do.
So,
Whether it's red,
hold on.
someone told us.
Yeah,
Okay,
but when
fair
it
enough.
comes to something as controlled as science,
Flo,
Then let me hear some reasoning from Joe or Lib about why you guys think about what happened 80 bazillion years ago that didn't come directly from authority.
Well,
for-
this
here's
one
why-
that we're talking
first off,
about now.
there's
Let
the-
me go. This one that we're talking about now, life forming. Authority didn't tell me this. It seems logical that there was not there one day, and we know it's there. So at some point, it came about somehow. And I don't think man and scientists was the first motherfuckers who created life every
But
fucking
why
day. I
does that
think
seem
nature did.
logical?
So-
It
so-
doesn't seem logical though, because that's not how life. That's not
How do you
dead
think?
things-
How it started?
So
then?
Hold
What do you
on,
think?
hold on. We don't know. We don't have a fucking clue. But I
We
can tell you
know
that.
we don't know.
Shut the
That's my
fuck up,
opinion. I'm
Joe.
asking
We
yours.
don't have a clue, but I can tell you it does not make any logical sense. And in fact, if you hadn't been preconditioned, you would never think, you know what? I bet dead things just started fucking and caring about themselves and procreate. Like that makes no sense at all to think that matter that life came from non-life.
So Flo,
Yeah.
okay, so I do have
if
a
it
question.
did, that would be like the most lively study in the world, and nobody would be unfascinated by it. But most of us don't even understand why that would be of importance
Flo,
or
do you-
value.
All I think
Flow.
it was time and the right combinations of the right materials over the right amount of time, and the most basic form of life began. Some single cell, something that that was hard to kill, and it started from there.
But when
So,
I say
Flo, I have-
why, you say it makes sense.
So Flo,
But
I
it
have a
only
question.
makes sense because it's what we've been told our whole lives.
Flo, I have a question.
Hold
I
on,
have-
let me finish let me finish.
Okay,
And there it goes.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
The only two choices, I think I got at least a 50% shot here.
Well, I also disagree with that. I think those are the paradigms we've been giving. I think they're both bad explanations. One is Sky Daddy, and the other is, well, it just happened. Rocks just stood up. Like, science bypasses consciousness
I
entirely.
believe in Sky Daddy too. So my shit
Wait.
takes both into account.
Flow. Science bypasses consciousness. How? Wait, what? Say that again and explain yourself, please.
No, it's okay. It's
Let me hold on. Who did I just shush? I just shushed Lib.
and then Ezra came out with the bazooka.
Institutional science. Before you start getting into your crystal science and stuff. Lib, do you remember what you were trying to jump in with? There you go.
Yeah. So my question is, do you believe that the Roman Empire existed?
Yes.
Why?
Because we have lots of coins and evidence and writings. Hell, I've got copies of the book right here.
Okay.
But
So
it's still from authority.
have you?
And that's
have-
two questions.
You're
That's
right,
two
you're right.
questions.
You're right.
Let
You're
him
right.
finish.
It's from an authority, right?
Yeah.
So you're appealing to
Three.
authority, just like I'm doing.
Right.
Four.
Okay. So what's the difference? Why is my belief then an illegitimate appeal to
Because-
authority?
And yours is.
Because we can look at evidence. Because we have evidence of one, we don't have evidence of the other.
You say you don't understand evidence.
Yeah, I was about to say.
No,
So
you're confusing an explanation for evidence.
I do.
I'm
I do
doing the
have a-
same shit
I
you're
have-
That's
doing.
true.
I'm
I
just
have an-
doing
I have an
this
additional-
better.
I actually own Roman coins. I am reading Julius
Yes,
Caesar's
yes,
book.
but we know that didn't come because you saw that coin. We know
Well,
it
if
came
you
from
guys
what
have some
people
special
indoctrinated
information,
you with
enlighten
before
us.
you found the
and
Roman coin.
also the Roman Empire's existence,
Mhm.
it's describing a human civilization,
Yes.
which is something I've experienced.
Yes, that does not mean that it existed though, because Atlantis is allegedly a human.
That is correct.
civilization.
That is
But
correct.
that does
All
not
of history
mean-
could be a lie. But what it's
Uh-huh.
describing is it's describing something that I have experienced in form or in
Yeah, I
in
can make the
category.
same
No, I
leap.
agree.
I wouldn't even have to
It's-
try harder.
it
No,
makes
the other way.
believing in the Roman Empire is easier than believing in like an elven empire, because you've experienced human empires before, but you have never experienced an elven empire. So obviously,
Correct.
Roman
Yeah, but we
Empire.
never experienced the whole living out of the ocean and jumping up as a starfish and turning into a salamander and
So via the fossil record, we do have evidence of other creatures existing from a long time ago, and the way we know that they existed a long time, there's a variety of methods of dating.
Should I taunt this guy for a little bit, or just straight up block him first?
What, bro? You're losing it.
You're losing it.
I just,
Terry.
like,
You're losing it.
Liv,
You
you
hit your
remind me of
boundaries,
like
right?
Take a look at the
I think we
thumbnail,
should have
Terry.
asked the
Actually,
other guy.
screenshot that thumbnail and draw a little picture of yourself in that shadow too. You're fucking out of here, bro.
You are losing it. buddy.
Lib reminds me of the crocodile
Already
hunter's
called it,
son or
right?
something. Like he went to an academy for this shit.
It's okay.
That's
It's
a
good to
good
set
thing.
boundaries.
That's a good thing.
I did not actually go to school for this. I just spent a lot of time attempting to demonstrate creationism, and then was, met with the. Yeah, I mean,
it's not evidence.
Personal
Yeah.
creationism
There's-
doesn't designate general creationism, though. I
well,
think
I'm
that's
sorry,
where the whole mix-up is.
But
I mean,
these-
I'm talking about like young Earth creation, like Christian young Earth creationism was what I was attempting to demonstrate, and that's
But
fucking.
you understand that is exactly the same belief system as the standard scientific one. It just removes God. That's the only difference. It just takes God out of it. But the story about what happened on Earth is exactly the same.
It's not exactly the same, actually. It's actually
Big Bang,
very.
Earth was void, or whatever, was without form, and then form happened, and then on the last day he made man. It is exactly the biblical creation story without God.
The difference is the attempt to actually explain how that
Yeah.
might have occurred.
Wikipedia
know,
says
they
something
both
entirely
try-
different.
Both of them are trying to explain it, but they're both giving explanations, not evidence.
I actually disagree. So the biblical account hand waves explanations, as in like it uses God in
It
place.
says God. It explains it through God.
You know what?
Using God is not a sufficient scientific explanation, though. And
What
I'm
does science say caused the formation of life?
So, to our best understanding, life began on Earth at the bottom of the ocean, where there were these.
Not where. What caused Oh, you're saying
The
that heat, just
thermophiles,
hotness?
the,
No, no, no,
the hypertrophic thermophiles at the bottom of the ocean through volcanic life, supposedly, is what they're saying. However, what you're
Thermophile.
skipping a little bit is that supposedly all came from the Big Bang, which was some cosmic explosion.
which we
That's
actually have
right,
evidence.
supposedly
we have
like
evidence
slowly
was-
built
which
volcanic
was-
rock and
we do have
that
evidence
atmosphere, which then
Bang.
Yeah,
created.
but
We don't have
on a
a
personal
goddamn
level.
bit.
So-
Okay, hold on. I'm not a cite your sources guy, but go find me some evidence of the Big Bang. I'm gonna wait for a source on that.
Hey, Ezra, I'll give you an evidence of some Big Bang.
Can I? No.
And it'll have some proteins in it.
Ruh-roh.
So
It's
one
called
of-
fusion, and then the nodal cord forms.
One of the biggest, I think, evidences for the Big Bang being a correct, I guess, like theory for how the universe, quote
You know,
unquote,
it's developed by a
began.
Jesuit too, right?
Yeah, sure. I don't care. That,
You don't think
not
that's
a-
significant? That somebody who never married devoted his whole life to the Catholic Church?
I think it at
I
minimum
don't think it's
spices it up.
significant that he developed this theory.
Actually, considering that the Jesuits have made a lot of like scientific discoveries and like they've been involved in the scientific world for quite some time, yeah, like I just
Doesn't it tell you? It tells you something about the nature of the scientific industry. It is a religion. It is treated as a religion.
Humans have
Joe
been
Cool
doing.
believes that religion as well as the other, their old one
And
too.
even they'll
Because it
tell you
makes
it could
sense
change
to them.
tomorrow.
Yeah, obviously it could change tomorrow.
Yeah, so it's like why believe so hard today if tomorrow it could change? Like, you know what I mean?
You're
Like,
an
Jesus.
idiot, bro.
I don't like.
Because
I don't like
I'm
if you
defending
choose
our
to
best
believe
understanding.
something.
Yo, they're writing our sorry.
I'm defending our best understanding. Anyways, the big thing.
What was
the
Cynthia
what is it,
gonna say?
the red shifting. Well, hang on, really fast. I do want to get this out. The red shifting of the observable universe is the biggest
What's
explanation.
the redshift? I've never even heard of a redshift. I've never seen a redshift.
Not the
I'm
red
sure, I have
shift.
no doubt that somebody somewhere says they discovered a redshift.
What
I know
Someplace
what a
that I can't
redshift
observe
is.
it.
everything
me
everything
take a
is,
swing,
everything in
brother.
the universe
All right,
is,
take a swing.
is moving away from everything else. But everything is being redshifted. Basically, it's like
Lib,
when you're looking
Lib,
at
you haven't explained redshift. Let me take a swing at that.
Okay.
All right. So have you ever been sitting at a train crossing and heard a train coming towards you and they hit the whistle?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And when it's coming towards you, it has a slightly higher pitch than it does when it's leaving.
Uh-huh.
All right. Light, theoretically, light does the same thing. Now, I can't go out and chase down a light particle, but in theory, it does the same thing. So when something's moving towards you, it blue shifts. When something's moving away from you, it red shifts.
So the redshift is scientists saying they heard there's the priesthood saying they heard God on the mountain, essentially.
No, it's saying they can observe it. In fact, you can.
And Moses saw a burning bush, man. They have the same fucking structure underneath them.
But you do understand that this has been repeated by motherfuckers outside of those two Jesuit priests who came up with the idea, right? Scientists, students,
I
everybody
know.
has repeated these
And you
experiments.
understand that many more people throughout human history have heard God than have seen redshift. So if you want to take the number of people who have experienced it as supporting evidence, God burning a bush far fucking outweighs how many people saw redshift.
So you're saying that the redshifting is a lie, is what you're
Yeah.
claiming.
Well, I'm
just
saying
not impressed by the term just in general, redshift. I'm just not
The
impressed with
logic
it.
is undeniable.
No, it's not. No. There's no logic in believing stories without evidence, Joe. I've asked you several times tonight for any evidence of this shit, and you say it makes sense. Of course it does. You're in the cult.
It sounds very metaphorical, and
It's already a played out narrative.
it sounds
It's
very
well played out
metaphorical,
narrative.
and I feel like you guys are asking me to take it like
can we get
literal
down,
somehow.
guys? What do
Treasure.
they tell us the Big Bang is related to? What do they tell us our current universe is made up of? You need to look at this deeper, in my personal opinion, because they actually say that dark energy and dark matter make up the majority of our universe, and it's like 4.6% is atomic, which includes all the planets and interstellar dust. So what is that? And to me, there's a bigger picture. And if you want to like I'm constantly saying flying rainbow lasagna because that's actually a very realistic, in my opinion,
Now you
like
can,
almost
if you're
tetrahedral.
You could
afloat,
have.
you
Yeah,
can
but
believe in
Sarah, we're
none of
not.
this shit.
This discussion hasn't even. We're still trying to get Lib to acknowledge that, like, he's just following a new priest class.
I'm with you with the
Yeah.
dark matter, dark
Word.
energy. There's more unseen than seen. I am absolutely
Can I ask
100%
a
with
question?
you.
That sounded like a good
Right,
donut,
okay,
though.
word,
then.
Joe.
I feel like you're a good bridge between the normies and the insane people, or which actually should be the insane normies. And
This question is meant to bridge that. Are there any repeatable experiments that prove God?
no,
Mhm.
not that I know of.
Are there any
actually
Okay, go ahead.
and
Sarah.
It would
I
depend
will
on the
find the
test.
article. Can I if you give me a chance, they're now saying they prove God's existence in
No, fuck that. That's got the same.
I love you.
Okay, so I have a question. So if you choose to believe something, I choose to believe in God, and I'm gonna hold true to that. And you're not gonna
We're
sway
not
me from
not
that.
trying to
we're
break-
not
I know
trying
you're not
to. We're
trying to
just
say
gonna have. We're just gonna be
Cynthia
intellectually honest.
ain't talked in a long time. Let her
Right?
talk.
Because earlier y'all were saying, what does it matter? It could change tomorrow. It could change tomorrow. It could change. The theories could change. Everything could change. But at some point, you have to make a decision and stand on it.
We
So
know
my-
that's fine. That's fine. Nobody's trying to shake your faith. All I'm trying to get people to do
No,
is be honest
no, I'm
about
trying
what
to
it is
shake
we're
your
working
faith.
with.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's what my
I'm-
question is for.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Are there repeatable experiments that prove God?
No.
No.
But
Are there
they're
repeatable?
now.
Yes.
Fucking Phi, you better have a good yes.
okay.
Are there
Yeah, have a
repeatable?
good yes, Phi. Hold on. Let Phi follow up that yes.
It depends on whether or not you accept the claims that miracles happen that humans witnessed.
Repeatable.
Repeatable.
They have to be
Yes,
That's
they were
repeated.
repeatable.
Yes.
Can you?
Okay,
Yes, 'cause
okay,
I've worked
Phi.
in the
Hold
healthcare
on.
industry.
Hold
This
on. This
connects
has
to,
just
like,
become the
miracle
Phi show.
stories in hospital
Phi,
settings.
Phi,
Okay.
demonstrate a miracle, please.
I can't
Yeah,
right now.
repeat
but
it.
Wait,
someone
wait.
else
Can I
will.
say
Even
something?
better.
Can I say something
No.
real clear?
If
There's
you're
a
a
good book
miracle,
on
Phi,
this.
shut up.
To
I
back
didn't
this up.
say I could do miracles. I said other people
Do you
could.
You guys
understand what the
know
question
you
is
guys know
asking
what
about?
Reiki practitioners
You said
are, and do you
repeatable,
understand?
I think.
All right, you're in the basement, Sarah. Phi, do a miracle or you're in the fucking basement. And it's the asshole.
Yes.
Oh, fam, she's gone. I was gonna ask her how to
I
spell.
dunked her because she wouldn't shut the fuck up, but she's back now. But Phi's taking a chill.
Okay.
My second question.
Can I say what I was going to say really
No,
quick?
you
This
can't.
is not long.
All right, you're out of here. Now you're
Come
chilling
on.
longer with Phi. I keep trying to give it to Sasquatch, and you motherfuckers keep chiming in with shit.
Are there repeatable experiments that can be performed that prove at least a partial understanding of mathematics, math, physics in general?
Wait. Is there
Repeatable
experiment
that prove that we at
math?
least understand mathematics, math, and physics?
Are there repeatable experiments to prove these? It seems this is
Though
obvious. It's gotta
some
be a
of them,
trick question.
All of them.
yes, though they do sometimes break down.
Sure, in very small or very large examples.
Yeah, but that's
for
that's
the
why you have
most
to get like
part,
quantum physics and stuff.
They're repeatable. They're fairly solid.
Yeah.
Find me one religion that can do that.
Yeah.
So for me, I can name several times, but you are going to say you're going to justify it another way. But you're not going to convince me that it wasn't God and it wasn't a miracle. That's what I'm saying. At some point,
We have to define God first.
But also, like,
then I could probably give you something to prove, because
But we all have
nothing if
different.
we don't define God first.
We have different versions of God. At some point, I'm not going to drive myself crazy on the train looking for the next exit. Is this the right exit? Is this the right? I made my stance.
You don't have to be driven crazy by it. I'm just trying to get people to be honest. People are like, Joe's a great example. I love you, Joe. You know you're my homie. But he believes all the bullshit that he was fed because it makes sense to him. because it's what he says.
Yes,
can
that's
agree.
what people do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
But you have
But
to have
you have
your
the
own
capacity. You're
personal
smart enough.
experience.
You're smart enough to inspect your own beliefs
Right.
objectively.
Do you know how much reading I've done? I consider that inspecting my own shit. I'm
Okay.
just not buying shit. I'm checking 4 or 5 sources every
I know,
time
but I keep
hear
trying to
something.
ask you, like, give me a why, give me a why. Do you
Like,
believe your things? And you keep going, well, it makes sense, or we know. And
the same reason you believe
Oh.
yours, there is zero difference.
Actually, if I may, because I think I'm probably like a middle a centrist, if you will, in this. Because
You are?
I'm a deist. I believe in a deity, but I don't.
Flow like you crazy as
that
hell.
deity
This
has-
is you're not centrist on any fucking thing.
I mean,
Go ahead.
Okay.
between
Go ahead.
the extremes on
I
this
need
panel, I'm
to get
definitely-
out. I'm imagining confusion here. I need a Talcott moment.
I'm definitely in the middle here because
Of your
I'm
polycule.
yeah because I'm a deist. Like I believe I believe in this. I don't want to say the science because that sounds fucking stupid to phrase it that way. I believe that the Big Bang is the best current explanation for the origin of the existent universe. And yet I also believe in a deity. So like
So
again,
then bridging the gap.
well, yeah, I want to like bridge this gap. Okay, you don't have to fucking.
There's no gap.
believe-
I believe in both of those as well.
Yeah.
Well, there is
So
a gap
we're
in
on the same
understanding
page
because if
so
we say the
far.
Big Bang, all of us may have a different understanding. So really understanding what the Big Bang may mean on different levels would include personal study and
Yeah, all the Big Bang talks about is the universe as we can observe it had a point at which we can no longer observe it. There was a point in the universe to which we can't observe anything else, and that's the origin of the Big Bang. When the Big Bang happened, we can't see quote unquote before that, if
See, but
before that
that's
even a coherent statement.
that general truth parallels a personal truth is what I'm saying. Like that's the bridge you're trying to gap by like just repeating the bridge, repeating the gap without the bridge.
Well, the gap existing is like fine. Like we don't know what happened before the Big Bang, and that's like fine that we don't. But like,
Why isn't it fine that we don't know what happened before humanity?
well,
Why is that where we're going to stop our
because
backward theorizing?
we do actually have a decent understanding of like what happened before humanity, because most of history, most of existence has been without humans.
I think the issue is that you and Joe have not like deconstructed your pre-existing beliefs and re-examined them all from the beginning.
I have. That actually is part of like the whole like deconstructing my Christianity.
Okay.
Like that was kind of what I did. Was I deconstructed all of the beliefs that I was given as, you know, a American Christian born in the late 20th century. There were
overcorrected a little bit, didn't you?
there were a lot of preconceived beliefs that I had to re-examine to figure out which ones that I could justify and which ones I could not.
That's all I do all day, every day for the last, I don't know, since I was 12.
Yep.
That's all
Yeah,
I
man,
do.
like
is
100 times a
re-examine.
day.
I don't trust anything anybody says, anything anybody ever told me. I don't give a fuck if it's my dad. I won't repeat it until I've gone and checked it for myself.
Let me get Wizard. Go ahead.
So first of all,
Good.
I want to mention flow state. I actually agree with you on using practical logic. You're one of the few people I see that does use practical logic. Second, Sasquatch's question, is there a repeatable experiment that can prove God? Even scientists will agree that if there is no actual evidence, physical evidence, then they can't do experiments on it. So there is no experiment to prove the existence of God. However, that does not say that there's an experiment to prove the absence of God either. So it comes down to that practical logic and your own experiences in life, to that reference of miracles. What you see as a miracle is oftentimes what's implied or presumed to be an act of God.
And
because
that's
it's
why
so far
I will also
be-
say
be-
it's
because
perfect.
because it's so far beyond what we normally think humanly capable.
And that's why I will say, if the observer isn't observing, is there an observation? Is there not
No,
some truth to that?
I would
There's
say
no
no.
observation if there's no observer.
Yeah,
That doesn't
there's
mean
no.
the
That's
thing
what
isn't
I'm
happening.
right. So it's like if it's that whole is, does the tree make a sound if it falls in the forest?
Of course
Is
not.
there
It's
things
not
that
logical.
But part of
I
the
mean,
part of the
tectic-
question is, does the tree exist?
No,
Is-
well, the point was technically
Sure.
science made it illegal to prove God exists and that God doesn't exist at the
The
same time.
tree exists, but not
If a
as a
man
tree.
speaks out loud and there's not a woman to hear him, is he still wrong?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Sasquatch
No,
bringing it
she
in.
just
Someone's
learned to
point
tune
gets
it out.
proven ineffective.
I did actually have a
Are
question,
they wrong?
Ezra,
If I
about because
if I have a boner, is there anyone there to touch it?
No.
I'll touch it, Pie.
Nope.
If I have
I
to
don't
think
know.
by reality, is someone else wrong?
Lib, you're on charity cases now.
I do have a question because Ezra brought up consciousness a little while back, and I know this is kind of like a topic shift, but it's interesting. Consciousness is something interesting to me because I believe, at least to my understanding, consciousness is like an emergent property of, at least as so far as we can tell, humans interacting with the world. It's like an emergent property of people sort of experiencing the world. So like, I do think that like consciousness is a thing that there was a time when there were no conscious entities, or at least so far as we can tell, there were no conscious entities.
It's just hold on. I gotta stop you here. It's just the fact that you have strong beliefs about this topic at all is sort of insane if you take a step back and observe yourself and your life experience.
What do you mean?
Like, why do you, who was born into consciousness and has never experienced not being conscious and has never experienced an absence of consciousness, why do you have a strong belief that this not consciousness happened at all?
Because
I drink a lot.
well,
I drink a lot.
as far as we
I
can
quit
tell,
drinking. That's probably the problem.
there are tons of other entities that don't seem to experience consciousness in the same way that humans experience consciousness.
Well, and even that, I think humans experience consciousness differently. And I'll use you as an example. I'll use you as an example. When you use the term demisexual, you evidently don't have the conscious ability to understand what you're saying, because demisexual means half sexual. Just like demigod doesn't mean a full god, it means a half god. So I question your consciousness about how you use the terms. Just
now you're just arguing semantics. Like, you're literally arguing semantics.
No, you want to talk. No, you want to talk about conscience, and you're not even conscious of the real words that you're using.
No, just like when I have
can I ask a question?
No, Wizard's right, because when I have a semi.
Oh,
some of these people can't read the room.
Ezra, please.
Okay, so Liv, can I ask a question now? Like, it's have a moment. Thank you, because I know I've been
you and Phi and some of the other people. Sarah's doing a great job of reading me and then adjusting her mood to mine a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about your fucking boner unless it brings in tips. That was a no pun intended.
Story of my life.
Ezra, quick, ask your question.
Thank you. Right. Do you know about the studies with 0 point field?
0 point field. It's
so it's the idea. I've talked about this a lot, and I'm not trying to repeat. Okay. But obviously Lib hasn't heard this. It's the idea that it is a quantum physics thing. Again, not on the theoretical side, where every single molecule and atom, and it's been shown in Correllian photography, has its own biofield that goes out. It's a radius. It's a spiked radius. Sometimes it has been shown in an aura sense. But when you start to break that down in itself, and also understand that the brain isn't the only form of consciousness, that actually the body holds almost 4 to 5 points of consciousness, especially when you look at the vagus nerve. So our gut is a huge part of that. Our gut. What about hangry? That's a term related to emotions.
What about the neurons in your heart?
That's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like, Yeah, with consciousness. Yeah.
The problem is
So
hunger
there's
isn't
some point it had to come first. I'm sorry. That's my belief. Thank you. Go ahead, Wiz.
Well, yeah, I was just adding on to it. Even your heart has its own brain, technically, according to the medical world.
Yes, and
That's where
actually,
the neurons
thing-
first form.
and they're saying in science now, they call it the biofield because it actually, your heart is in a huge electromagnetic field. It will sense the danger before you see, smell, or hear it.
It has its own
That's
toroidal field.
That's why I think
are there-
emotions come from the heart as opposed to the brain.
Are there well, I mean, the ancient Egyptians used to think that the brain served no purpose. So, you know,
How do
let's
you know that?
Did they really?
yeah, no. That's why
That's why they snatched it out the way they did.
Yeah, but they just wrote an article about a month ago about how it's rewriting all of history that they ever knew about the pyramids because there's all these chambers underneath it. So like everything you need before that could be wrong.
Because
Yep,
what's
and it's
underneath
about
it?
this design inside, actually, because my friend is working on this research and does his
Right.
own free energy design and has
Okay.
shown that actually it has to
Has-
do with
is
a
he powering
geometric
his house?
pattern.
Wait,
Sorry,
hold
I'm
on.
done.
How much shit does he use his free energy to power?
Exactly.
Like often on a break, he
At
actually
all,
has been
at all.
shown
Does
that
he
he
ever,
can
like,
power
have
an
an
entire
alarm clock
house.
that just runs off of his free energy?
Yeah, and it's actually just copper coil design. I've shown his video. I think I pulled it up on your show before. We played it in the background, and I could do it again. It's non-copyrighted.
we
He's
put
not
that link up
monetized, and he's super cool. He'd come on your show and talk, and I could ask him to if you want me to.
apologize. I retract the challenge. If he's actually done this, then that's legit. And I just
All right. So there's
Yeah, it's on his channel. No, cool.
It's not
Tesla did a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, anybody that's putting
remember.
something forth that's practical, yeah, we want to see it. We want to.
We
And real
definitely
quick,
want to
guys,
see it.
there's a whole
No,
convention on
Real
this.
quick,
It's called
I remember me and
Apex,
Joe
dude.
saw it. We were like, it looked like about $70 worth of copper, and it looked like he put it on the ground, and then he clicked and everything turned on.
yeah,
and
I
it's like,
remember. Yeah, I remember that video.
Okay,
but I'm not hating on it.
But
But like,
Boy,
it
real quick,
definitely
don't you
requires.
go over? Haven't you watched Apex? Haven't you listened to the research and what they're doing in the labs?
I don't want to hear any research. I just want an instruction manual. I just want to know how to make it.
Okay, I'll show you. It's easy. It's super easy.
An item list.
Can I ask
Yeah,
you a question? that
Yes,
was like,
Mr. Pye, go ahead, please.
please, because this is something that was like glazed over. She said that we have 5 sections of consciousness. Like, we don't even know if we have, like, there's just one consciousness, right? Of
We don't
ourself,
even
of
know
our
if
soul.
consciousness is localized.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I know
like,
exactly,
the
but
idea
you
of
said that we
having
have
more than
you
one
said,
brain.
But no, but you said we have 5 consciousness. And
No, I said I was trying to say brains. Like the idea of having a brain is actually been attributed to your heart and your gut and your hormone center and your
but
digestive
that's
center.
not but that's not consciousness.
Yeah.
That word consciousness when Lib
I
said
agree,
it,
but
knew it was
that's
coming
not what I
back
was trying to
from.
say. So you're misinterpreting. So I just want to clarify.
Okay, so that's why I wanted to address it because
Yeah, no,
that
it's cool,
sound.
yeah.
I think that's worth clarifying.
Yeah, they're more like neuron centers where you have a large mass of neurons,
Yeah.
not necessarily forming a brain, but interact with each other. Like she said, one mass center is in the gut, one mass center is in
My
the heart,
penis is
one mass
crying.
center is your endocrine system, one mass center is your cannabinoid system. It has to do with your health.
Yeah,
fungus,
and I
everything.
meant brain when I think I did say consciousness, and again I did mean brain. So
Well,
I
that's not
apologize.
only
I'm not
better,
trying to
though.
be.
All these systems are connected to your brain. So like
Yes.
again, I don't see the like there's
Definitely,
It's acidity.
but
It's
again, Liv,
acidity
look up
versus
real quick
alkalinity.
and look up the electromagnetic biofield on the
We're
heart.
gonna need
This
a
is
human body
this
to
is
dissect.
updated science. I'm not making this up. You can look up articles on this. I'm pretty sure our classic medical site has it. But it is actually saying that the heart can recognize and sense it before the brain does. So you have to realize it works together.
absolutely
You
does.
can't just say that's the one place. Yeah, there's a lot happening, especially what we understand with the memory and the hypothalamus and actually the potential for that ruling with the gender as well. So I'm not
So-
discrediting
What would
it.
be
It's just you
proof of
can't
God
deny
to
the rest.
whoever asked? What would be proof of God? So I
I'm
can
not
prove it to you
denying
right
any
quick.
of that, but I am calling a little bit of bullshit on how far all over the place you are.
I mean
It's everywhere. It's like you threw spaghetti at us, and I'm trying to
I'm
figure
here
out.
for the rap battle with
I know
Wizard.
because it went that way. So I can
Yeah.
apologize for that. And you
I'm
can
sorry
help with
for,
the
like-
redirection.
Yeah,
Right?
I do
We
actually
got
want
it,
to
bud.
get into a little bit of what Sasquatch is talking about, because I'm not saying that like what you're talking about aren't like real things. In fact, I'm literally looking at a .gov website where they have an article on the biofield physiology, a framework for an emerging discipline. It looks like it's this is from like 2015. This is like talking about like a literally like just now like being studied sort of field. But I'm
So
not
this is
sure.
connecting to consciousness. That's what I'm getting at.
I'm not sure how
What
this
is
connects
it? Is
to
it not this
consciousness.
field? That's what I want to say.
So I'm not. I guess when I talk about consciousness, I'm talking about the experience of, so consciousness, when I'm talking about it, is I'm talking about people's experiences. Like the only consciousnesses
That's not
that
gonna work,
we
because
can
then I'm
that we
gonna
can
say, what about dogs' experience? Do they not have consciousness just by definition because
they
they're not
might.
people?
No, no, no,
That
no, no, no.
won't work.
They might have consciousnesses, but we have no way of knowing whether or not they do, because the whole part of
You
like
have more evidence of it than you do of Big Bang.
the whole point of like consciousness is you have to be able to like communicate to, like, the reason we believe that other people have consciousnesses is because they can experience things in the same way that we can, and the way we know that is because we can communicate with them.
So I hate to do
Yeah, I
this. I got
communicate
another
with my
fact.
cat.
Fact by article. They have now proven that plants are sentient beings, which means they actually do sense pain, which means they
Oh,
have
honey.
Oh,
some
they
Yeah,
do.
I was
They
just gonna
do.
say no
No, they
snowflakes are
do.
the
No,
same.
they do. Yeah. No, you're right.
No,
I
they
don't.
do.
Yeah. No. I don't.
If you
Again,
can't
like,
evaluate that, you're not seeing the bigger picture. That's my opinion, and that would connect to consciousness again.
well, it's another step in demonstrating consciousness, but again, like the only way that we even know that other people have consciousnesses is because that we're able to communicate with other humans, and like because of that communication we can come to understandings.
I can communicate with my cat and he understands me.
Not
These
in the
definitions are
same way that
failing.
you can communicate with another human, though.
But if that's my
What?
definition of
You
Yeah,
can't
consciousness,
that's why they're different things.
you can't impart the same kinds of concepts to another animal as you could a human being.
Absolutely, my cat understands the word friend 100%.
Sure, but does your cat, like, can you have
My cat knows the word friend better than people, dog.
Do you know about them? Wait,
I
wait,
mean, I know
Cynthia, the
Carmen's
button.
friend.
The button, Cynthia. Show him the buttons.
Oh,
I don't know who you're trying to like fill in on like missing information here.
consciousness is very difficult to explain. I've never heard it explained well.
No, I agree. It's a very difficult concept because as far as we know, only other humans can experience consciousness, and even then, there's a lot of like philosophy, because we can go into like a lot of medical fields to talk about this. However, like at its root, we're mostly talking about philosophy.
I go back to the cat shit. I saw a leopard today look at himself in the mirror and knew he was looking at it. He was conscious because he knew it was himself. Other animals, including the dog,
Well,
had no idea what the fuck he was looking at.
As I say, you don't know whether or not the leopard knew it was itself.
I saw the chimpanzee opening his mouth and playing with his tongue. I saw a cat touch his ear. He knew what they were looking at.
Well, that's talking about like sentience, not so much consciousness. I do think there's a difference between sentience and consciousness.
I don't know what either means. I ain't gonna bullshit you. I haven't heard that defined well.
Sentience usually refers to like feelings and like the ability to like feel pain and stuff like that.
And yes, cats are sentient.
Yeah, so I just said that plants can feel pain.
Yeah,
that
like
is connected to sentience.
Sentience basically means that you can't create it personally.
See what I mean? It's hard to get a definition of these things.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, these are definitely relatively difficult things to define. But like, and most animals, and as far as we know, most plants are sentient. But they're not sapient. They don't have consciousnesses in the same way that humans do that we can observe. We can observe them like having sentience, but we can't observe them having sapience.
Okay, so now we'll get into the tree network.
Help me here. I think there
Sorry,
is
Joe.
thank you. I think there is a problem in your definition of consciousness. In the definition, it must be a human experience. So you can no longer ask me, does anything other than humans have consciousness, which is where I thought this conversation was going.
Right, and I agree because we have to talk about that consciousness, and what you said is a type of consciousness. So we have Venus flytraps and other carnivorous plants that most certainly have a consciousness, but is it the same type? Can it manifest like a man does by using other parts of his body to do things and make things? No.
But bro,
It's a
how
different
sweet are
type.
Venus flytraps? Little sidebar appreciation for the plants that hunt.
Right? And
Absolutely.
real quick, connected to that though is sorry.
Okay, so I have
talking
something.
a lot. No, let Sasquatch talk.
Sorry.
I prefer sundews. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt. I was just saying sundews.
You're good.
I want to throw something else out there. So if we can't see like on a certain spectrum with infrared, whatever, like the way we see, we think we're the most intellectual things on this planet. So she's saying plants are sentient. Are we confused thinking they don't communicate on such a higher level?
They do.
Or mycelium or like
This is what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is
fungi.
So we think that
I was waiting for the fungus is the brain of everything.
Yes, but
the root system, dude. This is yes.
Just because we don't see it, just because we don't feel it, just because we think we are the most intelligent things that granted Earth and created God and created math.
Beautiful.
Like geometry.
And that's what I was getting at. There's a root system underground. They've shown this. You can look this up again. Where trees communicate and warn of danger, so do other plants.
Yeah.
Through the root system.
Even without the root system, they have evidence where trees, one starts getting bitten by insects and shit, and the other ones around it that are unattached to it will start to prepare their shit against the insects, create the poison and all that shit at distances.
Yeah, no. Definitely, we know that animals can communicate. However, they can't communicate with us in the same way that we communicate with other humans, which is what I'm getting at. Is that
if you're gonna ask me, can humans only have consciousness? The answer is yes, because in there, it must be the way humans do it. So yes, the answer is yes.
I mean, I think humans communicate pretty terribly.
No, we do. Like, I agree. However, we definitely communicate differently and to a different extent than other kinds of animals, which is why we have been able to like tool creation is it's not, I guess, uniquely human, but it's uniquely human and human related because there are some primates. Well, there are some primates who have been known to like fashion tools, but
birds. They're finding other examples now. And that was our defining thing. We are the tool maker.
I've seen squirrels like chuck acorns down at people under their tree.
Yeah,
that's different from tool creation.
A bird,
fundamentally.
A tool is an inanimate object used to perform a function. That's a
I used to watch
with a tool.
I used to watch a guy who would make a ninja race course for the squirrels in his backyard, and they would master it. He had it around their whole fence, and they would have obstacles. They would have to jump, and each one of them would master it in a day or two.
Sometimes
I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about. It was epic and hilarious.
Yeah,
I used to watch it with my brother.
Though I wonder if the organisms on this planet sit around and underground have a talk about us and be like, these fucking
stupid
these motherfucking these are the virus motherfuckers.
Humans are the parasite.
It was a
they
human.
know. Animals know.
I'm just saying. I think they have these like that's what's like when they do the anime and like the CGI with when there's ants and bees and like the bees are probably like these motherfuckers are fucking everything up. We had a thing going.
Yeah.
Why these motherfuckers fucking with our shit?
Yeah,
go out and take a pot shot at a hornet's nest hanging in a tree.
So I saw a thing.
They will come straight down the path of that where
But
that
that's
projectile came from.
That's
So
not the same
I
thing.
saw a thing today about an electronic or an electronic tree that's supposed to push out it's a mechanical tree that sucks carbon out of the fucking earth like at
God.
10,000 times of a tree or something. And you should see the
It was
comments.
algae.
Everyone's like, leave it the fuck alone. Like,
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
quit fucking with nature, dude. Nature's good, bro.
When,
that's-
when have we
well,
ever
And they make
improved
algae
nature?
lamps, so they're not like
I don't-
modifying it. They literally just put algae in and it actually absorbs what you just said.
I
on its
actually
own.
don't
So
know
it's like, you know,
exactly
and
what
there's
you're
this whole
talking
idea of
about.
like living walls. It's like, how nice would that be? You know, you got like greenery all around you.
Have you ever been out? Have you ever? You have. I know you've slept in nature. It'd be terrible. There's a reason we live in sterile fucking chemical houses because nature's itchy and fucking.
It's
Yeah,
one of the most
bugs
beautiful
and shit.
things.
No, no,
Flo,
no.
Can I
no,
explain
no.
something actually, Flo? We can
I
live
don't
in
want
like
to
nice
sleep in a mulch
Maybe
houses.
pile. Sarah, turn on your camera. I want to see the mulch pile that you're sleeping in with the beautiful things.
Wait,
Exactly.
didn't I show you where I'm at? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, I told you I'm at my friend's house, and I did. And there's like
But
kids' pictures in the
point-
background. I'm like in there.
Yeah, no, I don't care about the house really. I'm just making a point. Nobody actually wants to live in living things like that.
No,
So
no,
it's a
no. Can
beautiful
I explain
idea.
something? Yeah, but Flo, it does have a little bit to do with the building materials. And if you do look into like the resonance concept, so what we actually you can have houses made out of hempcrete that look just as nice as what we have, where you're not dealing with like chemical materials or materials that
I'm all
don't
good
allow
with
you to
that.
ground.
As long as we're making synthetic things and we're not living in nature.
Yeah, I mean, I for one think
Flo, like,
drywall
do
is
you
a
have
pretty
house
nice
plants? Like,
invention.
that's what I'm talking about. Just having a little bit more of some nature-like things around you, not
I do not
walking
have a single house
in the
plant,
dirt.
no.
Okay.
I go outside.
No.
I go outside. That
Actually-
that helps a lot. You don't need to
hey,
have
so-
bugs and plants and shit in your house if you go outside.
You know,
I have a question.
I think that human-made things are nature, sort of by definition, because they exist in nature. Humans are part of nature too. We just shaped our nature to be slightly different.
So that's good to my point, because every mathematical equation, like we've actually made that up. So anywhere in nature, do you find?
No, we didn't. We just defined it. All we did
No,
is define it.
no. But anywhere in nature, there's gooey people and there's prickly people. We choose to create boxes for ourselves, right angles, pyramids. Where else in nature do you ever see that? Us as humans are the ones
Fibonacci sequence. The Fibonacci
well,
sequence.
Yeah, the Fibonacci, but like it's not a box. It's not a pyramid.
Like, it could be.
Do you
Could be
see
that
it?
sacred geometry design.
Can you give me the dimensions of a tree? Every fucking tree is different. Every blade of grass
But
is
they're
different.
getting down to,
Why do
like,
we
every-
have? Why do we have to, as humans, create a box?
Well,
It's
part of
easier
the
to manufacture. It's easier to assemble. It's ease of assembly.
Yeah, it's efficiency. That's why.
Yeah,
I know,
every blade of
but it's
grass
not-
grows itself, but houses
Okay.
don't grow themselves.
Okay, but that's an us thing. We created that.
Well, yeah, we're the only thing that impacts our environments. Blades of grass just stand there.
Well,
Yeah.
no, other animals do impact their environments. We're the
Okay,
only
yeah,
ones
we're the only ones that
impact
do
our
it like
environment.
this.
Yeah.
Let's us and beavers.
We're the only
Actually,
ones that make
yeah.
right. We're
Weirdly
the
enough.
only ones that make right ankles and cubes and
If a-
triangles.
I would say that a beaver makes a pretty close estimation of a right angle to the riverbank.
No.
As far as it can with what it works with.
I don't think so, dude. I think that us as humans have made up math. We make up all the angles. We make up our own world.
Thank God, Harlan's here. Will you tell this dude that
Those
his
are
friend
right
is making-
angles on the beavers, so and so.
There are right angles in every solid crystal on Earth.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you,
What's up,
that
Super
is
Cal?
actually a good point. That's a good point. But we didn't make those.
And there are liquid crystals. Figure it
Yeah,
out.
but like, I mean,
in the oil burner.
to what you're saying about that.
We are liquid
earlier.
crystals.
Hi. To my understanding, I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but I've heard of people doing things like that, and a large part of that, like, sort of sucking in carbon, is it's an effort to, like,
baby?
I have no
She's
idea.
at her friend's house. Remember?
It is
I've
like
been
the whole
muted.
like
It's not
trying
coming for
to
me.
do like climate change. Basically like trying to lower the amount of carbon dioxide in the air because we have been putting so much
Lib,
carbon dioxide in the
you
air.
don't actually think that basically probably anyone on this panel believes that nonsense except for yourself, do you?
I'm saying that that's a lot of what those kinds of things are for. Like
That's what you're right. That's I know.
Whether or not that actually like is gonna work.
No,
Like
it's money getting thrown into the scam that's being run on us.
I actually am personally like against a lot of that because I do think a lot of that is just basically like burning money because all of the solutions that they're proposing are like so like even assuming that it is correct and that we do need to, that there is too much carbon in the air that we have produced, the ways in which people have proposed to get rid of it oftentimes are horribly cost efficient. Like,
but they sure spend a lot of time and energy flying around the world to have conferences about how you need to not travel anywhere
and buy oceanfront property for millions and millions of dollars.
Right. On 30-year notes with
I do agree that that's all like very hypocritical. Those types of that type of climate activism I think is like
that is all climate. That's all of it. That's literally the whole industry is douchebags like that and then insane anti-human people.
This guy believes it 100%. Can't you hear what he's saying? He's justifying it by
I
saying,
know Lib is lost in the sauce. Lib overcorrected from his, as did you, I suppose, his conservative Christian childhood, just in a different way. You started banging bitches, and he became one.
I did.
Anybody noticed the force of nature? Has anyone seen the force of nature at work?
Am I the only one that didn't laugh at that?
Yeah, so that's
cool.
The thing is like one volcano eruption. One.
No, not that.
It's like it's like the most of like
I'm not talking about destruction of nature. I said the
no.
force of nature.
What I'm saying is it's like more than like 2 billion cars emissions in like one day. One volcano eruption. So to think that we can control climate or like we have some kind of like impact on that, it's a fucking joke. It's
I'm
a
not
joke.
even debating that on
fucking
the show. That's not
Yeah,
even a
I'm not debating that, but also like do you think that volcanoes erupt all the time? Like volcanoes don't actually erupt that often.
Hawaii has been erupting for 725 years.
No, that doesn't change.
So, take another swing at it.
Wait, do you mean
Facts by Sasquatch.
Hot spot in Hawaii has been continuously erupting since we discovered it.
His argument
And Arenal in Costa Rica is an active, frequently erupting volcano.
Active is different than currently erupting.
Emissions is what we're talking about, and also you're not equating like fracking and the emissions that have come out of that. And that's actually showing up in people's water, but it's also showing up in emissions as well. I have to agree that yes, we probably personally have had some influence, but there's no way when you get down into the deep science of it at this point that's the answer. That's the reason we're in this situation. And that's my personal opinion. And I am a bleeding heart nature activist, like voted for that, right? Thinking that way, but it's pretty obvious it's a campaign.
I just lost my. Oh, the ozone. We need to learn our lessons from the ozone layer. That we were all alive when hairspray was going to open a hole into space, and then by the time it was supposed to happen, we magically fixed it. This invisible problem magically went away by the end date because
whatever
science
happened to
saved
that,
us.
man? I never read the article that said we were safe. Whatever happened to that?
They just let it fall out of the news cycle, and people's bird brains quit thinking about it altogether because it's all chasing the scare for to hurt people.
And that's the same as the DDT in the 60s and 70s. They quit using that, and the eagle population came.
The
down.
Ice Age we're supposed to be in
That
by
was
now.
the 50s and 60s.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hang on. We're supposed to be in an ice age right now.
What was it? And Harmon, help me out. The 50s or the 60s or 70s, they said we were going to be an ice age by now.
Or it's going to be an ice age by 92. Everything was going to be froze over by 92.
They've done this. They've done this every year for like 100 years.
Right.
Like,
At some point, we have to catch on to the
kind of
trap.
like
that they're
the
tricked
oil's
us
gonna
on.
run out, the fossil fuels are gonna run out, climate change, global warming.
Exactly.
It's like it's a
Really
bunch,
fast, really fast.
it's a bunch of bullshit. It's
I
a bunch
do have
of
a
lies.
question. When you say they, who's the they?
That's not, no, pause it. I'm intervening on that question because it's not relative. It's just a deflection from what is obvious, an obvious pattern we're pointing out. Doesn't matter who they is.
Well, no, it does because there are different groups who made different claims.
No, it doesn't. What we're doing is observing the
Pointing out
pattern.
those that did make that claim. It's simple. The claim has been made. That's the point.
Right. Somebody who is lying. There's a narrative and culture that that it repeats itself. We can see the narrative without having to know who drew it.
Well,
Yeah,
it does matter because
fear.
if some retard on the street is saying that there's gonna be a ice age in 50 years, and there's
How about headlines? Will you
Yeah,
accept
you think that that's what we're
headlines?
talking about?
Yeah,
Headlines will work.
yeah, headlines works.
Well, no,
Yeah.
what
So,
I'm
hey,
what I'm saying is that
I hear you. I do.
You're
I'm
trying
just
to
saying,
distance the scientific community
give me
from
the
the
answer.
claims that they've been wrong about.
No, I'm trying to distinguish between claims that the scientific community has made and claims that people who aren't part of the scientific community have made.
Where do you think you get most of your views from? I'll wait.
God?
From the TV. From the TV.
Well, considering I don't watch TV, I don't watch cable news.
Well, I mean, this is new TV.
I'm confused.
We are the news now because we're all a
We
bunch of
learn
people
about the new breaking developments in science through. Well, previously it was through news cycles, through the TV.
Headlines
Right.
will suffice.
Headlines, TV shows, and now this is new TV. We have an information.
Today's headlines.
Right.
Still
we have people that will Flow State will push back, or anybody will push
I'll push
back.
it in, motherfucker.
Yeah. Because
What is wrong with you, Flo?
no, we're a bunch of fucking people talking shit.
Not Flo.
Look, I worked too long today. I've been sitting on my ass being a streamer for quite a while. In the last 2 days, well, actually most of this week, I've been out actually doing shit. And I don't like it.
I can tell.
I've also been doing a lot of shit, but admittedly, my shit has mostly just been ferrying people around. I'm the designated driver because I like driving.
I was gonna have a rap battle with Wizard, but we'll save that till later.
You think that you're ready for the challenge like that?
I needed a backdrop.
You might walk in here a man and hop out of here a frog if you fuck around and find out.
No, dude. If hey, dude, the P Diddy thing is made me think of some good raps.
Man,
I need
You
a
guys
back.
know the force of nature yet? You can do experiment. Everybody can do experiment right there, sitting there where you're doing. The force of nature, where everything's in a vortex within this world of ours. Everything works in a vortex. Everything grows in a vortex. Flowers grow in a vortex. Everything has a vortex. You can't take you water in a bottle and try to pour it out straight. No, it always pours in a vortex. Some force has us going in a vortex, which is causing aging and everything else. So try to pour water out straight. It'll never do it. Water never comes out straight.
Work. Have you ever tried to shoot a very long shot? I'm talking 7, like a half
That's not
mile.
nature.
I feel like you're just.
I'm
That's
sorry.
man-made. A bullet's man-made.
Are you
Take
you
water. Take water.
you observe the laws of nature?
What are you arguing about? I just said take some water.
I'm not
pour it
arguing.
out.
I'm asking a question.
It has
You
nothing to do
refuse
with what
to
I
answer
just
the
asked you.
question or accept the premise
It has
of the question.
nothing to do with what I
I'm
just asked you.
asking a question.
Yeah,
It
Harmon.
does.
Okay, Harmon, you're right. When you pour a water bottle out, it turns into a vortex. Now where are we going? Now, Sasquatch, where are you going with it?
Whenever you pull the trigger on a gun, it also falls in a circle, a spiral, actually.
Sure it
It's
does.
called
If
the
it's
Coriolis
threaded.
effect.
Toroidal.
No, it doesn't matter
If
if
it's
it's
rifled.
threaded. It doesn't matter if it's rifled.
rifled.
If you
Hey.
fire far enough, the earth moves under the bullet. And if you don't know your math, you miss. Try it.
Oh.
Go shoot. You're not a
Hey, go
sniper. You've never made a shot this long. I can
Have
tell.
you ever,
because
have you ever done that with a bullet, Sasquatch?
basic mathematics. It's not a bullet drop. It's a
Calculation is not science.
Harmon,
I didn't say it was. I said this is a repeatable experiment. If you fire at a target from a given spot and you don't account for the Coriolis effect, you will miss every single shot.
You ever done
You
that?
really believe that? You really believe
I have done it.
Oh,
How did you? How did you?
Harmon?
Let me ask you
I
a
have long range
question.
in the military. Yes, I have.
Okay.
Can I?
How did you do it though? Like, how did you take into account when you're looking through a scope? How do you?
He used the computer.
You should have loved that far.
There's a little calculator. Do it.
Can
There's
I?
a calculator that.
Another, can I?
I'm
ask
going to
another-
ask. Hold on. There's a calculator that correlates that tells you how much, how far above the thing to
It
aim.
utilizes a rangefinder a laser to determine how far you are from a given spot, and then how much you have to aim off and to the left, depending on where you're at. Laugh all you want.
And you got to
do it
Oh,
against
it's the silliest thing ever.
Did you test it against just drop?
Yes, it does. It accounts for both drop and the
I know that
Coriolis.
it says it does, but did you figure out some way to have a control of it?
All right.
Nope.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
no,
guess
this
You're
is
not going to
this is
accept it.
legit.
I have so many rounds downrange that you can see the difference in the strike between a wind effect, the normal Coriolis effect, and normal drop. Say nope all you want. It doesn't change the facts. My facts don't care about your feelings. Go ahead.
What's the longest?
There's no way for me to demonstrate.
What's yes, sir. What's the
I'm
longest?
satisfied that with that, doesn't mean I believe that you're right, but I'm satisfied that you're set. Whatever. That's enough.
Hey, what's the
for that.
longest
Ask a
rifle
hunter,
shot?
dude. Sorry.
What's the longest
Just like
rifle
I've
shot?
dated enough and
Can't
been
remember the
around
dude's
that
name,
enough.
but it was a Canadian shot, a Canadian sniper shooting in Afghanistan. I think it was 2.2 miles,
You're way
something
off.
like 2.9
It's up
kilometers.
over 2 miles now.
It's
over
4.4 miles. It's 4.4 miles the longest rifle shot.
Yeah, he was
And
shooting.
zero
Isn't the Wyoming?
Yes, it's possible. He was shooting from a mountaintop into a valley.
Yeah.
That is.
You're assuming things already. You just assumed that what I just
No,
said.
I
couldn't
know
happen.
of the case itself. I've read the actual documents, man. It is
I
one of
got
the
it
most.
videoed right here. It just set last year, 1 year ago, the longest rifle shot in Wyoming.
This is a new one. Okay.
And no
Fine.
Coriolis effect was calculated 1%. Nothing. Zero. At 4.4 miles.
How do you know no Coriolis effect was?
All right.
Watch the video. They'll tell you how they did it. It took them like 67 tries to hit the target.
So how do you know the guy in his head, or what did they use a computer?
Just look at it.
All right.
Now,
So
he's not.
I was tired of being in here, so I started groaning.
If it's some guy
4.4.
who thought it, we don't know if it's.
He's
the guy.
not
You're
wrong
just
on
sitting there. You haven't seen it. You haven't talked about it. You're just making up in your mind right now. Just like you
No,
do with all your theoretical
No,
physics.
I was not
all
about
your
to say
theories
I
on
saw
this
it.
stuff in space is just based on
I
theory
found-
on theory on
all
theory.
right, all
Well, Harmon, it's
all
hard to
right,
know
all
if you
right.
don't let them if you don't let them respond. We'll just talk through them.
I found an article that I'm going to link in the chat that talks about this specific long shot, the 4.4 shot. And one of the paragraphs in it says, for the shot that made impact, Austin gave the shooter a correction of 1,092 MOA of elevation, 17 MOA left hold. I'm not using the term windage, as the wind value is only one of several variables. Spin drift, where the bullet angles in the direction of its spin. And the Coriolis effect, quote, the rotation of the Earth by which the target shifts position while the bullet is in flight, also plays a role at that distance. That is, I mean,
That was the guy's article who wrote about it.
Yeah,
Those are
yeah.
the
This
kinds
is
of people. That's just somebody's
talking about my mama.
well,
That's
this is the he was saying that
it's
the
not
shooters
him.
took those into effect.
He's saying that, but he didn't. But I saw that same article.
I think
Interview
that
the guy
longer
and
I
ask him if he
spend
did that.
online, the more I'm inclined to just be like, I don't want to hear anything from anybody ever
No,
unless
it
they've
just
done
got
it
great
themselves.
to me.
Nobody should talk about a damn thing unless they've done it. There's
I'm
so many
just saying that I
motherfuckers online who know lots of things about lots of things. Yeah, you qualified in that, Sasquatch. You said you shot something. I didn't ask for proof.
So many rounds downrange, bro.
And
My
that's
pop-
why I was satisfied with your response. Even though it wasn't proof, you at least said that you had done it.
I've done tons of times at 300.
No, I didn't do it. I can back up people I know who have and discussed it.
Oh,
And
actually,
that doesn't
also,
quite make the cut.
what Sasquatch I think was
I know,
referring
it's
to
a-
earlier.
it's a
I think
nice
Nate,
We all have a friend's friend who, you know,
the longest.
I did.
No,
it,
this
Flo.
is family. This is like
Did
family
you?
and direct people
Hold
I
on.
dated.
Harmon, have you tried doing long range shots with and without calculating the Coriolis effect?
I've never calculated Coriolis effect. I did 300 to 400 meter shots.
I don't think the Coriolis effect.
In 400 meters, you wouldn't need to.
Yeah.
Oh, you wouldn't, huh?
How far?
Because you just don't believe anything that's said. Wrong.
You're saying the Earth moves underneath the bullet, right?
I'm not saying shit. I'm saying you'll miss. Good luck.
You said in your long distance shots, the Earth moves underneath your bullet, right? And you have to calculate the Earth moving and the target moving, right?
Well, we were talking about the 4.4 miles shot.
I know. Don't worry about my 400
You
meters.
have to calculate windage, drop, positioning, angle of descent,
I understand.
And Coriolis.
Okay, your Coriolis effects, your Earth moves underneath the bullet. Yes or no? Sasquatch?
Sure.
Yes or no? Is that what it does?
The Earth doesn't stop when you pull the trigger. That's for sure.
So the atmosphere isn't with the bullet. The atmosphere and the Earth.
Hold on. Harmon, stop. Harmon, pause. Both of you. What Sasquatch is saying is what he did with bullets. You're telling him about. You're making a different argument. You're trying to argue what he said he did because that would mean you're following the dominoes. Does that make sense?
Well, he didn't do it.
No, I couldn't keep up.
See, he's just called a liar outright. That's what that is.
You didn't do it. No, you didn't calculate Coriolis effect.
You didn't do it. That's what he's saying.
You don't know what he did. You don't know what he did. You know what you believe. And so he couldn't have done that because of your belief. You don't know what he did.
I do know that if the Earth moved underneath his bullet, and he calculated that a helicopter hovering the Earth should move underneath him too. How is that not the same thing?
I'm going to sit over there.
How is it different?
To get us a little bit away from this, what you said earlier about the Canadian, that was the longest confirmed kill, and actually that's been outdone recently. It was at 3,540 meters away, and it was some Canadian dude during the Iraq Civil War. However, in November 2023, there was a Ukrainian who beat that record at 3,800 meters during the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There was a Ukrainian soldier.
As I understand it, Ukraine doesn't even exist, so how can we count that?
No, they still exist.
Well, because Coriolis effect
Because
doesn't
I've
exist, so
never
why can't we
been
count
there.
that?
According to Flo, they can't exist because I've never been there, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, we have good examples that different countries exist, that land exists, that different languages and cultures exist. So it's not like we have to invent these things from whole cloth.
Okay, you know what? Fair.
We were just we are doing the same thing.
It was just a funny jab. It wasn't. I'm not as serious, I think. But come on, you got to admit that's pretty cool. 3,800 meters is a really long
fired a lot.
Apparently, he did it with whatever a Horizons Lord is. I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is either, but it sounds fucking dope.
It does sound. It's an anti-material sniper rifle. It's a Ukrainian anti-material sniper rifle.
What does that even mean?
It's a big
like
fucking gun.
Cal. It's a big fucking gun. Yeah, that's
here we go.
The anti-material part of that name mean?
Have you ever seen a 50 cal round?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is an anti-material rifle.
Yeah, I think
so. It just means a big fucking bullet.
Great shit.
I dropped a link in the back.
They use 50 cal BMG.
It will tear up anything. Headshot, it's gone. There's no evidence left.
Yeah. Oh, the videos are unavailable of it being shot. I'm upset. I really wanted to see this thing shoot. Be cool as shit.
So on that, can I bring up my question to Harmon? I think it goes more to the perspective of the flow, which is going against the nature of gravity itself. When we're talking about pouring water out of a pitcher, it's going down, not horizontally. So in its natural course, it creates its own vortical current. In that aspect, would you agree that in that vortical current, it's actually creating its own minute energy, a positive energy source, because that vortical gets tighter and tighter? Therefore, it's a small increase in heat. Wouldn't science show that?
Sounds logical.
Trees grow up, plants grow up, and the water goes down. This same thing happens.
Sounds
Same
logical.
vortex.
Do you guys see this gun store owner here with just like bazookas behind him?
Hell yeah! All right, this is where my inner libertarian is going to come out.
Must be in Texas.
Every human should be able to own a tank.
They
Those
can.
are bigger than 50.
You can own a tank. Look at that powder charge, man.
Hey, Flip State, are you gonna drop the backbeat or what?
What?
Listen, Jeff, I'm not going to do it here with you tonight. You want to do it? Come to my panel. We'll do it on my panel or something.
I was gonna rap battle with Keith.
Okay, here we go.
Well, you may as well go ahead and sit on that sofa, you lazy loafer, because this mofa is going to show you a fofa.
Ruh-roh.
So you should probably workshop that a little bit. I see the effort. I
Okay.
see the effort, but
Damn.
Come on.
I got this new bit, dude. Wizard, you should work with me on this one.
Okay, on my panel.
All right.
I'm still astonished by the powder charge that this fucking round has.
Yeah, I'd be scared the gun is gonna blow up.
The stuff
They
that's
do
coming
sometimes.
out, the change in warfare that we're discovering with the Ukraine invasion is like fucking insane. Like warfare is going to be wildly different going forward. Drones are
It already is wildly
so
different.
fucking
That's
awesome.
why.
Yeah, no, I know.
That's why you believe all the things that you believe.
What?
Information is the warfare.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is more information warfare, but also like the weapons used, like drone, like they're starting, like even the U.S. military is starting to shift to where like having squad-based drone operators, like just infantry squads are going to be running around with like not just like reconnaissance drones, but what do they call the drones that send like the payloads? I cannot remember.
The money shot.
Hey, can I change it? Can I change the subject a little bit?
Maybe.
So what's happening here? The eclipse. Everyone's talking about it. Oh my God, it's all over everywhere.
No, less interesting.
So
less interesting.
They're shooting.
You're gonna just try to power right through me, aren't you?
Okay, go for it.
That's not gonna work out. I'm just telling you, it's not gonna work.
Okay, it's very interesting though.
Your topic is not interesting to me, and now it's not interesting on principle.
Why not?
Because he said he didn't want to talk about it.
Boom! That's why, motherfucker. Just got sniped by one of them.
Saw that coming.
No shit. Is it because you read tarot cards?
No, I heard you say it out loud.
Oh, I told him what was going to happen.
Because you read your tarot cards.
Also, there's a big return to trench warfare. I saw there's a video where a guy did an interview with some Westerners who came back, who had been on the front lines in Ukraine, and like in Ukraine right now, like basically all the warfare is like this static trench warfare right now. Like it's not this like highly mobile like a strike force kind of war that people have been hyping up that is going to be the future. But right now it's all like.
I don't think either side is actually trying to win this conflict, though. I think that they're just trying to have a conflict.
I think the Ukrainians who are being invaded probably are trying to not be invaded anymore.
Well, they're not really the two parties at play here, though, are they?
What do you mean? I mean, they are currently.
Ukrainians get a choice whether or not they're fighting in the proxy war between the two world superpowers.
The Russians.
And
the Ukrainians. I mean, I do agree that like the United States is using the Ukraine invasion and not sufficiently funding the Ukraine, sufficiently funding Ukraine because
You really believe that the Ukrainians are on their own autonomously decided this is the war they want to have?
No, they got invaded. Like, they don't have a choice. They got invaded. They have to have this war now. I mean, I guess they could surrender, but they
If
don't
they-
want to surrender right now. So they have to
If
have.
Russia wanted to win the war, they'd win.
So why haven't they?
Like I said, I think both sides want a conflict. The West wants a conflict. Russia wants a conflict.
But
I have an answer to that. If you accept
Oh,
it, I
distraction.
can't. But there is a need to use up weapons of war before they expire so that we don't have to break them down and attempt to recycle them or store them as toxic waste somewhere.
Yeah.
And so a nice proxy war does a real good job at using up a bunch of old munitions.
Well, that's on our side. This isn't a proxy war for Russia. Russia is in the war.
And Russia gets to use up all their
Russia
old
used
stuff.
up their old shit first too.
But this war
And
isn't
this war.
good for Russia. This war is objectively very bad for Russia.
No,
in terms
war. Like the war machine is what drives the economy of the world.
It's not just the war machine. Russia is so sanctioned right now. Like that, Russia's
Those
economy
sanctions
is in the
are
shit.
gonna backfire. Let me tell you about
Yeah.
those sanctions. Long run, that shit Joe Biden pulled, I can't believe it. He's gonna fuck us over in the long run by sanctioning. And yeah, no, he's fucking up the whole SWIFT system. When did you start hearing about BRICS? Right after the sanctions.
Well, BRICS is like basically nothing. I don't like buy into the whole BRICS shit.
You think the dollar's going to maintain currency supremacy forever?
Well, that's not what I said. What I said is that I think BRICS is like pie in the sky, like moon logic shit. Like,
of course, it is. It will never work with that many things doing cooperation. I agree.
Western hegemony is by and large so much more powerful than anything. Like, even more so, like China, even though they're allegedly involved in BRICS, is so heavily dependent.
My point isn't that BRICS is strong. My point is that the U.S. is economically weak and weakening. We just don't know it because.
What is your evidence? What is your?
We don't know it.
Well, not most of us don't know it. Because our economy doesn't produce things. If people understood how, like, where our U.S. wealth comes from, we have a service industry. If you take out we have a service industry. We own assets. We also have an asset ownership class in the U.S. that receives benefits of that asset ownership. We in the West don't make or do anything for ourselves.
Yes. We don't have a big manufacturing base, but that's our manufacturing bases are in other places. That's the point. We don't do the manufacturing. Instead, we have a bunch of poor brown people on the other side of the world do the manufacturing for us.
But when you have wealth is a resource that you can it's the power of production, right? We have given that away in exchange for comforts being shipped to us over the last century.
Well, yes. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but yes.
It is definitely more complicated than that.
Mostly because it's cheaper.
Hey, before we go too far, I wanted to say to the Sasquatch on that, when you talk about getting rid of the old ammunition and stuff, there was like 4 years I was overseas. At the end of each year, the stuff came. We had to fire everything we could just into the range, get rid of it. So yeah, that is
cheaper to not send it back.
Yeah.
Right.
But
no, yeah, and that's one of the reasons why we've been sending stuff to Ukraine, and I think we could be sending more, but I do think there is some idea where the United States wants Russia locked in a forever war, kind of like
Wilson's war. Was it Wilson's war? Where
that movie?
Yeah, where they were fighting that war, and the United States was just letting the money trickle in, so they'd keep fighting the Russians, and they wanted it to go on forever.
Because they wanted Russia locked in a forever war, kind of like how we were in at least a long time ago in Vietnam and later in Afghanistan. How that did drain us and was a drain on our economy and our workforce. It is similarly a drain on Russia and Russia's economy and Russia's workforce.
So we probably want this war going on forever, at least
even
a
though
few years.
I would say that I think that's actually while I understand why we might want that's fucked up and evil because people are dying.
People are fucked up and evil. That doesn't matter.
That's true. But I would say that it would be better if the war was over quickly and we were full-throatedly supporting Ukraine and actually giving them the support that would allow them to win the war quickly.
I absolutely agree.
More human,
absolutely. None of this half-assed old used equipment and funky stuff from the 80s and 90s. Just either go all the way or shut up. And
Yeah.
quit. Yeah.
Right.
I agree. That's why I don't believe it's a real war that either side wants to win. They just want to have a conflict.
Well, Europe is trying to is trying to actually help. Europe is attempting to, but they didn't.
How do you know? How the fuck do you know what anybody's actually trying to do?
Well,
Ukraine. What do you think they
European-
want to do? You
the
think they
European-
want to fight the war or no?
I mean, I think they would rather Russia not be there and for the invasion to be over and the Russians to be gone. However, the way to do that is to fight the war and kick out the Russians.
Yes,
NATO and the European countries. The reason why I say that is because all of these European countries are now basically like hyping up their wartime economies. So there are a number of NATO countries that were under the 2% of military spending that have now begun like ramping up their military spending. Poland, for instance, is on track to being what is it, like 3 or 4% of their budget on military, which is fucking nuts. That's more than like any European country. Poland.
You know the last time this happened?
Afghanistan.
This type of a buildup in Europe. This type of increase in military.
1939.
Right. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, that's what people are afraid of. People are afraid of another big land war coming into all.
That's what they've been predictive programming, like the fucking president was. People aren't. Yeah, that fear's been put there.
Well,
it's another.
The fear is there because Russia did an invasion.
Mm-hmm.
Like Russia did a conventional invasion, which is not like a thing that has happened in the same kind of manner in a long time, and people are.
I mean, it does happen. Doesn't it happen all the time in like Africa and East Asia? Like, yeah.
No, not country taking over countries. That don't happen a lot.
Yeah, no. In Africa, it's mostly internal, like civil conflicts, and it's usually less so sovereign states versus sovereign states. Whereas the Ukraine war was like a sovereign state is attempting to invade and take over another sovereign state. Even the United States, for all like our military misadventures, apart from, I mean, even Iraq wasn't even like a sovereign state trying to take over a sovereign state.
It started.
Basically, is though.
They flat invaded Kuwait.
Kuwait.
Like we were attempting to stop another military invasion.
Man, you don't know when people are lying to you, do you? How the fuck do you think that like any of our war reasons are good? You can't name not a single conflict the United States has ever been in that was not caused by a false flag.
I think they all have imperialistic beginnings, including this one.
I'm not saying they're good. I'm not trying to like fucking justify them. What I'm saying is it's a fundamentally different thing than what Russia is currently doing in Ukraine.
No, it's not.
No.
Just to be clear, you're saying that there's a fundamental difference between Russia invading Ukraine versus Iraq invading Kuwait. They're both after
America invading Iraq.
The first time.
We invaded there, Syria. We've invaded 7 countries. Libya, you name it. We've invaded so many countries.
Hell, we never left like half the countries in Europe.
Yes, we never have. I don't think we ever leave them.
Wouldn't this be more analogous? Wouldn't this be more analogous to Mexico being in a war with America?
Yeah, this would be like if we invaded Mexico. If we did a boots on the ground invasion of Mexico, that would be like what's going on in Ukraine.
But if we didn't win that war, then after a year, wouldn't that be indicative that we just want the war, not the win?
Well, I mean, it also could mean that we're incompetent and not good at winning wars, which
we took California, Texas, Arizona.
I don't
think they all belonged to Mexico at one time.
We've got both. So you're saying that NATO is incompetent and Russia is incompetent, and the reason that this war won't get resolved, where a big country involves a tiny country, is because everybody's incompetent.
Well, no, I don't think NATO's incompetent. I
but
think
they're honest.
Ukraine wasn't a part of NATO. I mean,
you think that the reason that this conflict is going is because people can't figure out how to win, not because people don't want to win?
Well,
I just believe that NATO is incompetent.
Well, Russia. I mean, so is Russia. Russia doesn't Russia, like, very clearly and obviously was not prepared for some like long invasion, considering the fact that they tried to do whatever that like tank march on fucking Kyiv, where they just like got the shit kicked out of them when they tried to do a lightning strike on the capital, and it failed. And then they just kind of bumbled around for weeks, not really doing much of all, and giving the Ukrainians time to rearm and then actually form a real resistance.
Right. They're giving the Ukrainians time to rearm.
They didn't
Look
do that.
at it. They're not trying to win.
No, I don't think they did that because they wanted to give the Ukrainians time to win. I think what they did it because Russia's military is full of incompetent fucking yes men. Like,
I don't know why that feels like the most logical explanation to you. Why do you think the people running one of the biggest economies in the world are stupid instead of that they're dishonest?
Look at our Department of Justice. It is stupid. Look at who the members of the Department of Justice are. Go look them up.
It's that
Okay.
Department of Defense. Excuse me.
So
Department
so
of
if
Defense.
these people in positions of
And our
power
president.
are really the power players, how the fuck are they holding more power than us? How do stupid people keep getting put in office? At some point, don't you think that we're not run by stupid people?
Well, so
the people in power have got there because they're clever, and we're
making
stupid. That's why they think. That's why we think.
Because it's not a meritocracy anymore. It's full of PC bullshit, and half the Department of Defense is black people. Does that mean that I don't like black people?
I agree with her.
Does that
Yes,
mean
I'm agreeing with her. I'm sorry, I'm agreeing with her. Go ahead, just tell that thing.
it's not it's not a meritocracy. It's not the best, most valuable person for the sake of its constituency, the people of the United States. It's how many foreign people or transvestites or underprivileged or underserved people can we get in these positions so that we can look a certain way. Then
Right.
what happens?
Okay, hold on. So I agree with that. Now, the people in these positions of power, the agenda that placed them there, who made the agenda? Because that's the power players, the ones who can rewrite the whole culture of the institutions that run the world.
Power.
Those are the power players.
The people with the power and the money, and a lot of people with the money are mostly liberal. No offense, lib, but
I'm a communist.
they
I
want to
hate
be very
liberals.
They want to be extremely open to the point of hurting themselves, to being
Why?
illogical. Because
Yes,
they want to
because it's
send a message
easier to
that they deem more important than the safety of the country.
Because it's easier to rule broken people.
Well, there's many reasons. Yeah, a hierarchy has a utility.
Right. So, but my point is that the people actually running the world are not the puppets that we're being pointed at. Those are clowns.
Well, so
you can call them what you want. They're both. I think so.
When I'm talking about like the incompetence of a military, I'm talking about specifically the Russian military, and a large part of that is because Russia is a dictatorial oligarchy, right? Like that much is true. Putin is like whatever not president for life, but he's effectively president for life.
He's a king, yeah.
And one of the ways in which he has been able to maintain that power, so like a lot of dictatorships are undone by military coups, because you'll have like competent generals who will rise to the ranks and then they'll get like support from among their troops, and then they'll use that power they have to overthrow the current ruler, and then they'll be the ruler. And
how do you get power? Money and fear.
Well, yes, and what Putin did was like he, instead of allowing the Russian military to be this like badass like meritocracy where like the best rise to the top, he severely underfunded their military. Their military has been severely underfunded.
Why do you think that? Why don't you believe that we get propagandized?
We do get.
How do you even know that?
How do you know what you know?
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
So like there are some things that are like okay, there is propaganda. However, there are also like facts, right? So for instance,
okay, Talcott.
For instance, okay,
you're being tough.
Well,
no, he's just pulling random facts out of bullshit.
Well,
out of propaganda.
He's repeating narratives, right? He's repeating the mainstream narrative.
He's rereading something he read.
narrative throughout the whole 20th century has been lie about war.
And one of those,
he's got to be right though. I think he's got to be right because you guys, everything cannot be propaganda. So we know some of it has to actually happen. Just logically,
Everything
not
cannot be propaganda.
everything that you ever hear is
Some
propaganda.
things get through, but we in America love to buy the childish narrative of good guy, bad guy. We're out here saving the princess from
I'm not
Bowser.
talking about good guy, bad guy. In fact, if
Well,
I
you
You
have
are.
to be.
Putin's the bad guy. Putin's
You
the
have-
bad guy. Ukraine's the princess.
no,
Yeah, you have to be. You mentioned that Russia was a military government. Let's face the reality that the United States is a military government. All government around the world is military.
well,
Let's
no.
start there first. So there is a right and wrong in that because
there
we're
is-
waging war through military terms.
There is
He's
actually
trying to make a distinction
between
there.
America and Russia. Like,
You
while
two have different points too. Flo has been saying the same thing over and over because he wants to be heard about it, and that is just simply what do you know is true, and how do you decipher propaganda from truth in order to act on it? And Lib, you're speaking about the contention and the war itself and the reasons and the logistics. So you guys, I mean, you haven't even acknowledged Flo's points about propaganda and that we could be fools.
Right. He continues
And he keeps
on.
saying it.
His narrative is built on an assumption that his information is true. And I'm questioning the information, and he just keeps on with the assumption unchallenged in his responses.
okay,
Well,
a large part of this, I think, has been.
do you
a slight
believe that a
misunderstanding.
large part of what you know is propaganda? What you quote
Me?
know? No.
No,
Liv.
the guy.
Because I would personally.
Well,
I
I
yeah.
do think there is absolutely propaganda. However, I'm going off of so for instance, we do know that the Russian military budget hasn't been exactly stellar. Like
How?
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
you
would
know
have made that
And this-
assumption
and this-
even
and this
without
gets
knowing
into-
it.
I know people who
You know people, okay.
Because of eminent domain and
And
world
Joe would have
power
made that assumption. It makes sense to him because he
and
grew up
autocracy.
watching the bad guys be Russian in all the movies.
No,
So
most
it makes sense to
not
all of
fair.
us.
most
have
I
to
know
make
it's
a
not
logical.
fair.
I know
It's not-
Okay, fine.
Russia exaggerates their
I'll quit.
finances
I'll quit
historically.
taking shit out on you, Joe. Cool.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Look at my argument. I know they historically always, as long as 60s, they always lied about how financial stable they were. They wouldn't be giving us the real numbers. It's not logical. And the shit they give us ain't impressive.
If you
Well,
guys
yeah,
want to,
I mean, I don't know. I don't
keep
disagree
on
with that.
something, like go on to X, follow Ariel. He's been trending for like fucking a month. Elon won't suppress him. He's had 144 million impressions, and
But-
he's lighting fucking
Care.
the world. He's lighting the world up on everything that every
Elon
conspiracy
won't
theory,
suppress them,
every
that sucks.
every conspiracy theorist, like for me, I'm like 4 years ahead of everyone that's fucking retarded. And so I've been watching this happen, and now it's everything this guy's saying that
That might
he's
be
getting
the most retarded
140.
statement I've ever heard in
No,
my
What's
life.
the guy's name?
No, listen, his name is His name's Ariel. Just Google him, Ariel, on X. 144 million, 144 million impressions. Go watch, just read his threads. He's lighting shit up.
I am going to subscribe to him. Here's what I want to point out real quick is that X is a controlled machine to disseminate information.
Yes.
That literally still has open backdoors to the CIA. They never close those.
Everything does, bro.
Also, Elon Musk, the world's richest man, son of foreign bankers, he's a government contractor. Every one of his businesses only operates from government funds. He works for the government. I want
to share some sources because I was asking other people, like that Crow guy James, who's Rose's boyfriend or husband or whatever, because I find him to be really intelligent and well educated. I asked him, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was laughing at the comment, Jonathan's comment.
Oh,
I thought I was muted.
Just when I was asking him about his sources because I view him as balanced. You know, that's probably going to be a controversial statement, whatever. I think he's much more intelligent than me and most people that I've met here, even though there are some really intelligent people. So I asked him specific sources that I could use for most accurate news, and he couldn't name any, and I was surprised. I'll ask him again. But one thing that I do is I go into, I use the translation tools, and I go into foreign panels. So it's obviously in a different language, and I listen to what the Ukrainians are saying, and I listen to what the Russians are saying, and what they're saying about the Americans. And also, I talk to any Ukrainians here. There aren't very, very many, but I'm in a small city, and my mom has a Ukrainian neurologist, and talk to him about it, and talk to people that I think have firsthand knowledge to get a better picture. Because the first thing you know, if you're in the military, I think Sasquatch was, if you're out there in the field in some kind of war, doing some kind of mission, and the news is there reporting on it, you know for sure, firsthand, that half of it is bullshit, because you hear them saying things that are completely untrue, and then the soldiers, their morale goes down, and they're like, what are we even doing? Because none of this that they're reporting is true, and it's extremely upsetting. So I try to go to the source, and of course I can't speak Polish. Of course I can't speak Russian. Of course I don't know Ukrainians personally, except for the neurologist and a few other people. See what they're saying. Go to the source,
There's
translate
enough
it.
in English. I've never thought of the translation thing, but there's enough in English to
very
keep
useful.
you well
Yeah,
fed. Yeah.
if anyone's interested, I just put a link in the private
What are
chat.
they saying?
There's a YouTuber who he's an Australian what he used to work, he works in military procurement for the Australian government, and he has like a lot of this kind of knowledge. He goes like deep into like his sources and stuff. His name's Perun. That's who I use as like a source for a lot of my information on the like Russia Ukraine war, at least as far as like the logistics of it is concerned. He links a lot of his sources, and I find his takes to be at the very least balanced and reasonable.
With
I
no
wonder if it's
ulterior
the
motive.
same cat that
Right?
Yeah, he's like some Australian dude. Like he, like his country isn't even involved in the invasion, other than like I guess they're private companies that like give money to Ukraine.
Yeah. And the people who research history are very, very useful too.
Yeah. But yeah, it is important to like understand that a lot of things are propaganda. I mean, hell, even after so there was actually a lot of genuine, like real genuine skepticism after World War II about the Holocaust, because during the First World War,
That's because the numbers don't make sense. And
Well,
did you know that Hitler's skull was tested and found to be female?
No, actually, the reason why I believe that those things to be at least initially to be genuine skepticism was because during the First World War there was actually a lot of anti-German propaganda that reached like literally like ludicrous levels. Like there was like stories.
Yes.
There were stories about like the Germans melting down the dead to like use their fat as like food, and so a lot of people, especially people who were alive for that, were like skeptical of the claims of the Holocaust because like that's similarly like really fucked up. It's like, wow, this is crazy.
No,
But
what they did in the first place, period, is really fucked up. I
Yeah,
don't even need any Soylent Green to
yeah, no.
seal
But
the deal there.
then eventually with the Nuremberg trials and the amount of like hard evidence that emerged, that a lot of that skepticism like faded away. But this is just all to say that like I do think there is a reason to be skeptical, especially considering how much propaganda there is.
Of course.
It's just knowing how to differentiate propaganda and reality, and
But then
finding
you can
ways
understand.
yeah. No, yeah,
You can-
I understand Flo's
Yeah.
issue with a lot what I'm saying. I'm not saying that like his skepticism is unreasonable. I think it's actually quite reasonable.
His
Yeah, you get
skepticism,
it.
his skepticism is far unreasonable. at will, he's just able to say everything is propaganda. It is unreasonable. Every time he hears something he don't like, he says propaganda exists.
So
That's not reasonable.
here's why it is reasonable. It's reasonable to assume that during wartime, every single thing is propaganda, because the objective of the news, there's not a whole bunch of people are not waking up every day just dying to make sure that the informational integrity they disseminate is accurate.
I mean, the Ghost of Kiev is a really good example of like.
I don't know what that is.
It was a propaganda story about this Ukrainian pilot who supposedly like took down like fucking 30 Russian aircraft. I mean, it was all.
We just need to understand human nature and incentives. It really boils down to that. We wake up and go to our job.
Enough to factor that in when we come to these conclusions. We assume the most nefariety possible of evil spirits in these fucks when I come to these conclusions.
So why you don't so why do you trust that the war information you have is not propaganda when we can look objectively at the world history and know that there's more propaganda and bullshit given out than truth? How did you get the truth, Joe Cool? Because it appeals to hubris.
I'll tell you. What I do is it's easy. Let's say like now take the Israeli war. What I do is it's 2024. People from the neighborhoods are putting videos up all day, every day, of every fucking thing that happened. You know, you can watch 50 of them a day. Easily, I watch a ton of them. And I can tell you what I see too by the people on the ground. I don't even want to say, but I come up with the conclusions. I watch the people there, man, and then you'll learn they're also great tour guides. There are guys who like speak English. They can go into so and so, and he'll have his YouTube channel be famous because of it. And he'll be like, "This is the house that got bombed. This is what they're saying on the news." And the lady will be like, "No, it was our own people who bombed us." That type of shit.
Hey, good night, guys. Thanks for being on. Flo and
good night, Harmon.
Sasquatch.
Hi, Harmon.
Always a pleasure.
Hey, Harmon.
Much love, brother. Don't let the man get you down.
You're
All right, buddy.
for putting you to sleep.
Easy.
I like his map.
Joe.
I don't know what it is. It's probably like a flat Earth map on his wall, but it's a cool map.
Oh, and Harmon's great because he's
Joe, you're muted.
He shoots with a rifle. This is great.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Joe. What you told me is you watch YouTube videos, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying truth doesn't come through YouTube videos. What I am saying is that there's a whole lot of CGI. I can download an app for free right now and load a picture of my face, and I'll come up in a scene of Friends.
Again, I'm telling you that his arguments are insensible. If you told me you saw a video of something, I'd assume you could recognize CGI, and I'd say that the last thing I would say
That's where the hubris comes in.
No one saying would just be like, yeah, I saw a video of a lady crying. Someone said it was CGI.
People aren't saying CGI is good enough. I guarantee you cannot. I know you can't tell CGI.
Wait. I can assume that out of the fucking 50 I watch, I'll throw some crazy number like 10 with CGI. I'd still be getting a good balance of what I need to see. And it's the best I can come up with. I bet you don't have a better.
I want to use mud flood as an analogy. Yeah. You can go into Facebook and all over, and in the last handful of years, mud flood shit has exploded. There's pictures and proofs and all sorts of shit all over the fucking place. There are a lot of AI generated images out there.
Mud flood. I don't know what mud flood is. Someone's told me 8 times, and it's not.
Yeah, it's the new truther direction, but it seems to me to be pretty much AI manufactured.
I see a lot of that, and I think I can recognize the same way you do. And you know what? You still manage to come to conclusions. You weed through all of this nonsense, and you come to a conclusion that this guy is good, this guy is bad.
My conclusion is, I don't know about the guys. The narrative, you can understand if you just understand that humans operate out of self-interest.
Like I don't, right?
Right.
Like that's crazy.
But then you have to apply that obvious reality to the stories we're told.
What? And I think I don't.
Where people disconnect. I think that there's maybe you do. I don't know. I think it's amazing how many people run around.
Y'all are speaking of purposes. He devalued what was being said when he says he doesn't believe that humans operate out of self-interest. by that assumption, what you're
Who
saying,
said that?
that?
Who said
he
that?
just said,
You don't believe humans operate out of self-interest?
Clearly they do. Who said that?
Okay.
I think you just misspoke, Joe.
yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Okay. All right.
So either way, but so then if you apply that though to our information, to our media, to our schools, all the things that we know, why do we know stuff? Why have there been these huge machines that give us information? It's not because they're invested in us knowing things.
This
They
is
don't
a
give a
given.
I'd like to
This
answer,
is a
but there's a
given.
lot
In
of men in
fact,
here.
if I see it on mainstream mainstream media, I know it's bullshit.
Twitter
Blah
is
blah
the new
blah.
mainstream media.
Go ahead, babe. I'm sorry. Lance, I think you were trying.
I'm not, babe.
I just wanted to say at some point, sort of in relation, not the answer you want, but at some point you have to use deductive reason to make a decision, whether it's to punish somebody or to hang a picture on your wall. So that's all we have, because we never have 100% truth.
I
So
agree.
whether you're talking about somebody who's committed a crime and you're trying to decide whether they should be in jail or whether they should be free because there's not enough evidence, you have to put together information holistically and use your best guess or people die.
Your best
Well,
judgment.
I think that you have to use
Yeah, thank you.
And I actually sort of have an issue with that. I don't think you do. I think that people are best. If you don't know something, you're better off knowing you don't know it than thinking you know it when you don't know it.
Well, yeah, that's why you need to like.
And it's cognitively uncomfortable for people. That's why we have religion, right? That's why we have all these things.
Absolutely is. And throughout time, we've used deductive reasoning, which isn't 100% accurate, like Tim Bob mentions here. What else do we have? What else do we have? We can not act and lay there docile and go on our knees and lay in fetal position while people die.
Well,
or we can
who's
decide to
dying?
act.
Wait,
or
who's
provide,
dying in this example?
I'm talking about the Ukrainian / Russian war, and I'm talking about Gaza Strip.
Yeah, none of that. Our opinion, we're not doing shit
Yeah.
for that either way.
Yeah.
We are just sitting here while people die.
Lens,
That's not anything.
We're
to do with it.
starting to supply weapons to Israeli, and we just passed.
No,
that
we're
today.
not.
No, we passed
Somebody
it today.
is, but I've never given a gun to them.
Sorry, your government is I think what
Oh
she's
yeah,
trying to say.
our
government
our owners, right? So our owners are doing it, which kind of proves my point. It doesn't matter what we think.
You've nailed home your point to hell and back. Your point is
Okay,
very
good.
clear. There's no contention with it. We all agree.
Fight me.
Yeah. Damn. Linz, we agree on not only the Ukraine war, but we agree with the Gaza. Like we both agree that the whole like
Well, did
Israel should.
did Linz just get us all to agree with her?
Well, I already did.
thought I saw your point a long time ago. I agreed with it.
I already did. I'm really.
All right. Well, that's
I'm really
hey,
sorry.
good job.
Well, I was actually about to say, Linz, I'm sorry to
It's
say.
probably got something to do with that.
Well, while we may
I hadn't
agree
even
there,
seen that.
unfortunately, I'm one of those gay transvestites that you're not quite a huge fan of. So
no.
I know I'm sorry.
Great.
It's
Look, if I offended you, I'm sorry.
it's really hard to offend me. You're fine.
Yeah, Liv is pretty chill. I mean, Liv comes over here.
You did, yeah.
I always speak and get in trouble. And
No, you're not in any trouble. That's what I'm telling you. If Liv can hang out here with me, he's fine.
Yeah.
Or she's fine. Whatever's fine.
Whatever's
if
fine.
there's trouble, I'll find it, or I'll go after it and get it.
No, you didn't find any trouble. That's what I'm telling you. So you can stop trying to clean off your shoe. There's nothing on it.
All right.
Go ahead. Whoever was talking.
What I was just saying that that's unfortunately one of the places where we do disagree, but we agree everywhere else. It's fine.
What do you guys disagree on the war? You say?
I was simply talking about
on his gender.
People who are deemed to be in a minority of something, whether it's LGBT or whether it's race or whether it's
no, I mean, hold on.
Whatever, it could be many different things.
I see you trying to smooth things over. There's a difference with the trans issue, which is that it rejects reality. It's the only one of those
about
that
meritocracy.
denies.
I mean, I'm all for meritocracy too. Like that's I think where we do agree. I just think and I agree that we're not a meritocracy, or at least we are a facsimile of one. There are meritocratic elements of our society, but we're
Jake,
there
we
were
are a zombie country wandering around screaming about meritocracy while changing our head every 4 years.
yeah.
Damn Tyler.
Yeah. Though,
Sorry.
admittedly, we're better than the previous ideal democracy, Athens. All right, like
I mean,
we've got it. We do it better than Athens. All right, we at least
are
don't
you
have
sure?
slavery
I don't know that people
anymore.
will still be talking about us.
No, they
Oh,
definitely
I was
will.
going to tell you, get back to your question.
We're what, 350 years? How long was Athens around for?
The Athens that we're talking about,
Yeah.
like the democracy, probably like 200, maybe 250.
Proper Athens, like proper old, like Socrates and Bill and Ted Eccleston.
Yeah,
Adventure?
no. That was actually the whole like democratic Athens. What we think of when we think of like democracy in Athens was
So
only
great.
around for a very short period of time. Greece, the Greek islands and the Greek peninsula has gone through so much fucked up shit. I actually just got finished reading a book on the collapse of the
I
Bronze
didn't
Age.
know this.
Oh my god. The Mycenaeans before the Greeks went through so much fucking shit. Like, ooh, there was a lot of turmoil there. It was not a very fun place to live for most of its history.
Everything you know is fake.
And then it evolved into the shit we see with the government and the robes. And
I mean, the Athenian democracy was cool. Like, I actually do think that like what they did was.
I'll be right back, guys. You guys have to be on your own for a few minutes.
That makes it better.
But that does, Mr.
Best
Pye,
behavior. I'm
I
in
was about to
charge.
warn Mr. Pye about ooh noise, but
Yeah,
he's gone.
I'm in charge. Let them know, Flo. The authoritarian's in charge.
Run that shit, Cynthia.
Oh no!
Yeah, right.
And she's wasted too. So.
Oh yeah, I feel hella good.
Drinking all night, dude. Are you sure that's a good idea?
See, the authoritarian might be in charge for now, but the anarchist can run for it.
Anarchy.
Can we rewind just a little bit here? Because Flo is going to go pee or whatever he's going to do. Lib, why did you find it was necessary to bring up the LGBT kind of thing? Like, why did you?
Mostly because I just thought I genuinely wanted to. Well, part of it was I wanted to bring the conversation there because I wanted to hear, I think, your perspective, because I got a little bit of it, but not like a lot of it. And I like hearing, because I have found that there's a lot of people that have actually very nuanced perspectives on it. And I just like hearing those nuanced perspectives.
it'd be a first for me, so it's good.
Wait, seriously, have you not been in a conversation where we've talked about this, Joe?
I don't think so, but I get high a lot. But seems as
that's
good as the first time. It's as
valid.
good as the first time. If it's
Valid.
Wendy's 80.
I'd get high more often, but I probably shouldn't.
Go ahead, Lance. Give me your opinion on these cats.
Well, yeah, but that was why. I just, not
Well,
really. Any
they have
particular
to be
reason.
nuanced because it is. Well, it's not necessarily a new thing in our society. I mean, it is sort of new. Speaking of, it's still somewhat new for all of us to deal with people. For example, I had a nurse and I had a doctor's appointment to check my heart. Everything was cool. Everything was good. The nurse came in and it was a big man with lipstick on, a wig, and the whole deal. And so I felt kind of uncomfortable, and I had to, he had to kind of touch me and check blood pressure and
Never thought about that.
do a little bit of
Never
a physical, and was kind of uncomfortable. It was kind of weird. And then the guy who came with him to the room to tell him which room to go to because he was new, started calling him he, and he said, I'm just so frustrated. I'm a she. My name is Melinda, or whatever it was. And I just, maybe, was it my problem or was it his that I was supposed to treat him like a woman and I'm supposed to call him a she? It's very uncomfortable for those of us who are new to it.
All right, let me hear what
Well, I mean, every different people are going to have different perspectives. I mean, for me, for instance, like I haven't like begun any sort of like medical transition, largely because it's very expensive.
I got you. How much you need, man?
But ooh, way more than you want to pay. Don't worry.
Yeah, YouTube channel ain't that big, bro.
I don't even want to pay that much. All right, let's. But like for me, like I do like have friends and family who do gender me the way I want to be gendered, and I do ask them to. But I don't really do that for like strangers, right? Especially considering like I've only done, you know, a little bit of social transition, you know, like I'll walk out in, you know, very feminine clothing, you know, sometimes. But you know, if somebody doesn't like, you know, use she her pronouns for me, I'm not gonna like flip a lid. Like they can't see inside my head. They don't, I mean,
Very good.
yeah, I mean, there are cases where someone will like, you know, you know,
Intentionally.
he him me, and I will like say like I actually prefer she her. But usually I do that once and only if like the social situation like demands it. Like I don't do this for like retail workers or anything. I've been a retail worker, and I don't want to cause any more issues on their plate. Okay, like
Yeah.
that would be cruel of me. um, so you know, like
One question. Hold on. I don't mean to interrupt, but
yeah,
you say it would be cruel to add another thing to the retail worker's plate, but it's not cruel to add it to just a random person on the street?
no, it would also be
Oh.
cruel to add it to a random person on the street, which is why
Sure.
I don't. Yeah, it cruel is maybe too harsh of a word. I don't think it's worth it to like do that like give that kind of effort into it, right? Like if a random person stranger, you know, on the street calls me he, which like never happens, but if they did, I wouldn't care, because they're not like a big part of my life. So like I do ask that of like, you know, my family. I you know, I ask them to use my new name, my pronouns, but even with my family, like I only push so far, you know, because
I
even then
haven't
there's
heard
only
one
so much.
person call you she. I was just going to follow on
I do.
everybody else's lead.
Some people do. I mean, you know, it's whatever.
One more question, and I'm not trying to be an ass. I'm just trying to get to the core of the matter. What is the difference between what you do and a transvestite?
So a large part of this is going to have to do with I guess people's definition of terminology. For me, I don't actually use, so like for me, I think that so transvestite, as far as I'm aware, is a more outdated term. The more updated term would be transsexual, and then transgender.
No, sir. No, ma'am. I'm trying to get to a point here. I have a friend of mine who goes out on weekends dressed up as a woman, and you would probably be quite taken with him. But all other times, he's a redneck dude that you would never look at twice.
Yeah.
He says he's a transvestite. And I'm like, okay, what's the difference between that and a transsexual? He's like, I don't want to be a woman. I just want to trick men. Okay.
Okay.
You're not tricking men? Gotcha.
Now that is
Something I had
it's a little
considered.
bit of an internet phenomenon known as traps, which is oftentimes a pejorative that people call trans people. They call them traps. However, like that idea of, because like the idea would be that it's someone who is like a cis guy who's just trying to trick, usually a cis gay guy who's trying to trick men into thinking that he is a woman so that they'll have sex with them. Now your friend seems is probably one of the rarities.
Yeah, no, he's definitely unique. He dresses up as blonde bombshells and goes to clubs and raves and I don't whatever he wants to be, man.
No, like I'm happy for him. If that makes him happy, that's fucking awesome.
His wife approves of it, apparently.
Yeah, look, all right. Hey, look, if people you know like doing that, that's fine. I don't like personally, like for me, like every, you know, I personally prefer to think that the person I'm gonna have sex with, like, you know, wants to have sex with me, not some version of me that they have in their head. You
Would
know,
you say a lot of trans people, or I don't know how you refer to yourself? Do you refer as transgender or transsexual?
So I refer to myself as transgender. So transsexual is a term that when I refer to it, I'm talking about people who have actually undergone some form of medical transition. So that includes not just like surgery, but also like hormone replacement treatment. Those people I would refer to as transsexual, because there is like when you go on hormones for long enough, it does. I mean, that's the point of them, is they change a lot of your secondary sexual characteristics. Obviously, it
So
doesn't change.
transsexual would not have existed in the past, correct? It'd have to be
Not
new
to
because
not to those degree. I do think there have been historical cases of people who have done versions of medical
I guess
transition,
I
though
go
it's
for that. Yeah,
not the same
that's
thing as what we do
that's
today.
logical. Yeah.
But yeah, most trans people who've existed in history, or people that we would refer to as transgender, would not have undergone any sort of medical transition because
That's
the
logical.
technology wasn't there.
Yeah.
But like, you know, as far as like transsexual people, they've been around since like the I mean, there have been examples of like transsexuals from like the 50s.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've looked into it.
I don't know if I'm repeating a question because I was gone for a minute, but is a transsexual different? I mean, isn't that just an accepted?
Liv explained it pretty
It's
well.
just social acceptance, right? It's just they became socially accepted.
So transgender just refers to people who is like a broader category of people who do not identify with the gender that they were assigned when they were born. Whereas transsexual specifically refers to people who've actually undergone some sort of medical transition. At least when I'm talking about it. That's how I use the term. So transgender just refers to the broad umbrella of people who do not identify with the gender they were assigned when they were
Liv,
born.
I asked you this. I think I don't remember the answer. Does that start at birth, or is it possible to start later where you don't identify, or is that something that you're born with?
Well, so currently, genders are given to people based upon their sex when they're born.
I mean, that is basically all it used to be. At some point, people decided it was different, but
well, I mean, different societies have decided different things about gender for what it's worth. Like, that's not like there are different society. There are whole different.
Okay, what have the Malaysians decided about gender, and what is their word for it? I mean, never mind.
Go to Joe's question. When you ask, is it something that they're born with or what it is? There's these two girls that go to church with me, and one of them I could tell when she was in kindergarten that she was going to be a lesbian, and her sister is like one of those little girls that she was always wearing the plastic heels, and they have the exact mom. I mean, obviously the mom and dad. And I talked to her mom, and I was like, "So you do understand? You know, we see the same thing in your daughter." And she was like, "Yeah." And that was the only conversation we had. But everybody in church always encouraged her. Like we always, you know, we didn't treat her any different or anything.
Right.
And now she's in high school, and she's like fully becoming her manly self. But I've always known it since she was a little.
I was picturing her as the hot, sexy girl, not the dyke guy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just because someone's a tomboy doesn't mean they're a man.
No, you knew it. You knew it. You just knew it from what she was interested in and what she liked to talk about. And her
girls can like trucks.
Yeah,
boys can like fucking. I don't know, whatever girls like.
Makeup, whatever traditionally feminine things are. Like for instance, I identify as a woman, and yet like I fucking love getting lost at Home Depot and just like staring at all the tools. Okay,
That's definitely
because a woman, what a woman or a man is, has nothing to do with the hardware store.
Yes.
Really?
No. Now there are stereotypes. There are stereotypes that are associated with
right. There are norms. There are stereotypes. There are inclinations. Right. Sure. Look.
About the hardware store.
There are things that go along with it. You would assume a boy is, but being male is not. Do you like the hardware store? It's also not. Do you like your body hair? It's like, do you have a penis?
Yeah.
Can't be one thing for sure.
Yeah, like one of the things I guess like that people like will bring up is they don't like that transgender people. They'll usually say like transgender people are like lying about their sex, and this is one of the things that I explicitly say, and I can say with confidence that no trans person I've ever talked to has ever denied that they were born with certain sexual characteristics. Like I was
Well,
born.
yeah, of
male.
course not. Nobody,
Like-
no, yeah, I don't think any trans person denies that, but they deny that that is accurate of them now.
Well, it depends. I mean, actually, that can depend, because like there is a argument to be made that a certain kinds of medical transition does genuinely affect your sex characteristics, the things that we use to sex people. Like
before we go any further, I just wanted to let you establish that I'm not attacking you. I like you, Liv.
No. I know you're not.
You're just your reality is fucked up.
Valid.
Right.
Oh my gosh, Flo.
Like you believe things that are not real, demonstrably not real. I
He
still
can
like
argue the
you,
same about you, too.
but you're trying to hit. But I hear people like, okay, go ahead.
What
Hi, Snowfire.
Hey.
Welcome to the shit show.
Yeah.
Hey, Snowfire.
Hi, Cynthia. Hey, Lindsay.
What I was saying is that like especially like after you've been on like HRT or even just had like gender affirming surgery, that does like change the way your body like functions. Like with HRT, people who are male can grow tits.
Yeah, you can fuck yourself up with poison and mutilate yourself.
And the reason why I say that there is an argument to be made that that person is no longer like quote unquote male is because like the way that we sex people is when they're born, we look at their junk. Okay, we don't use chromosomes.
Dick.
We don't use chromosomes. We don't use any of these other things.
Right. We don't need to because you can see whether or not there's a dick there.
Yes.
Generally,
No.
almost always, right?
Yeah.
But the sex is ingrained in every cell of everybody's body.
Mm-hmm.
And your new cell growth will continue to affirm your original birth sex, whether or not you have your original birth organs.
Can I ask a bunch of
So
questions?
no, it's yeah. Sorry, I'm not gonna start already. I have so many questions. I really do about this topic. I want to know.
And Snowfire, I want to compliment you on your savvy panel moving because I unpinned the link a hot minute ago. So that means you also hit the link and then just save it on the side when you see the panel.
I just hopped in under Lindsay posted a StreamYard link. I was trying to zoom in on Snowfire's icon and fucking Google kicked me out.
Oh, here we go. I got you. Sasquatch, say something.
Sasquatch, you had a question.
Okay, your body's comprised of cells, correct? Some of those cells are stem cells. These stem cells can be cloned, and if you clone your stem cells, does it come up male or female?
I do not know the answer.
I do.
To my understanding of stem cells is like the stem cells do include like chromosomal information, so you can figure out whether or not the cells you're looking at were from someone who has XX or XY or XXY or whatever.
Okay. As long as we agree, we're good.
Yeah. No. I'm not like,
I had that nuke someone's brain one time, just that question, because suddenly they wanted to find what a stem cell was, what a chromosome was, what a trait was.
Yeah, we taught him a lot.
Good job.
To my knowledge, we can't like adjust our chromosomes, and even if we could, I'm actually not sure that adjusting your chromosomes would even like manifest itself in any like perceivable way. Like after you're born and after you grow up, I'm not aware that like adjusting your chromosomes would change your body in any other way other than in any significant way that like hormone replacement treatment would already. Like
Nibs, can I ask you a really quick question? How old are you?
I'm 27.
And when did you transition?
So I realized that I was transgender when I was 24 years old. I've currently only undergone social transition. I haven't undergone
Where? What state?
So when I discovered this, I was in Tennessee. Now I live in Washington State.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So it's 27 years old when you transitioned?
Well, no, I was 24 when I realized that I was trans.
24. Okay.
So
What made you realize that you were trans?
a lot of things. Most of it had to do with like talking to people. Got trans friends and talked to them about some of their experiences. And
how did you get these trans friends? And like, were they older than you?
some of them were. Some of them were around my age. For in my case, it's like just people that I met. I'm in a lot of like nerdy circles, and nerdy circles that I engage with tend to be very just queer broadly. So that's kind of.
I appreciate you being open because I'm pretty curious about this whole situation, and I like to hear other people's like perspectives and what you're thinking,
Well, I'd
and
like
where
to
your
know
brain
is
was. But do you also think that you are being tokenized because you are what is it? You're transgressing? I don't know what the word is.
Transgender.
But you're what is it?
Transgender.
Okay, because you're a transgender.
I do think there are definitely people who would tokenize me. However, those those kinds of people, I'm usually very rude to. So I tend to not.
Why would you be rude to them when you realize that you're a fully grown man, 24 years old? You've already gone through hormones. I'm asking. I really want to know that you are a trans when you've already
no, I'm
gone
saying people who attempt to
puberty.
tokenize me.
What does that? What does tokenize mean?
A token would be like
It's like that one black kid in class.
Like
It's that
Joe
one.
Cool?
No, like okay,
Exactly like Joe Cool. Yes.
Okay.
That
Well,
might
then
be
he
a
is that token on the
like
panel.
Joe Biden's little gay guy that goes around
But
frolicking like
Lib is a
I've
little
been a
trans.
woman for 66 days. That guy.
Okay, right.
That's a tokenized trans.
Oh, he's funny.
Lib,
So,
how can
Lib,
we
at
exploit
20
your
years
uniqueness
old-
for our own gain? Okay, sorry. I'll go ahead, Snowfire. You were cooking.
No, yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, sorry to interrupt too. You were saying that, so you went through all, your manly hormones. Maybe you had more estrogen in you as you were growing up because of all
I
this
don't. I have
synthetic food.
I have quite a bit of testosterone.
Okay, you're being honest. I like that. Okay, and so what made you realize that then at 24 years old?
It was a lot of experiences growing up. I mean, a lot of it has to do with like feeling.
Were you raped?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
A lot of it had to do with like a lot of like internal processes for me. Most of which it's like explaining to other people why I believe that I'm trans is a little bit like explaining to people why I am gay.
Yeah. Don't you think you're gay though? I think you're gay, and
Well,
you just
I am.
transitioned.
I am.
No, it's not.
At 20 years old, you didn't know you were trans, but you knew you were gay.
Yeah.
One thing is
what do you
within
think
your
about
power.
my judgment?
You can choose your own preferences.
Yeah.
Like gayness is a
it's not
preference.
right, though. That's
it's choosing.
What is? Who are
I mean,
you?
hold on. Let me rephrase that. Choose was the wrong word.
Yeah.
They are clearly decided or exclusively decided by you. Nobody can tell me I like coconut and candy. I don't.
Right.
It just is my only. There's no external reality.
But then again, that's a mental illness. Just because you like coconut or candy, your anatomy.
No, I
is
don't like
different.
coconut and candy.
Right. So is that what it is? Is it about like something that your body craves or needs or is allergic to, or is it like seriously in some kind of anatomy process?
Coconut just tastes not very good when it's put in a Mounds bar.
I love coconut, but
I do have gender dysphoria. Like that's a thing that I have.
So you're still in that process of gender dysphoria.
Yeah. No.
And you're transitioning.
Yes.
Are you scared?
Depends on what you mean by scared. I definitely like there are people whose reactions have made me worried, but the vast majority.
Yeah.
I think you're keeping your dick right.
Yes. I don't feel dysphoria.
All right. As long as you're keeping your dick, that's like a
I mean,
positive.
that's when people are planning to remove that thing. That's when the game's getting real.
Well, I mean, even more than that, it's just like it's expensive, and B, like I just don't. It's not.
I know some people who would do it for cheap. What's it cost now?
my penis doesn't really the trigger, I guess, my gender dysphoria. That's not like a big.
That's but that's a very important part of gender, isn't it?
Well, what triggers your?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just
dysphoria?
old school.
I mean, there's a number of things. The most predominant for me has been like my body hair. That's
Are you
been
hairy?
like, oh yeah, very hairy. Like ludicrous. Like Sasquatch's name, that was when I was in high school. I was nicknamed Sasquatch. Like
grass don't grow on the playground, buddy.
Yeah.
So can I ask you a personal question? This might be absurd or whatever.
Well, we're pretty late for that question.
Can I just ask, do you think that you changed or whatever, you went through this dysphoria, it's and you're a transgender now. Do you think it's because you wanted sexual interactions and you knew you could get it from men?
No, because at the time, so
sure?
before that, so one of the things, so I grew up as a very conservative Christian, so I had a lot of very repressed feelings in regards to my sexuality, which is why when I was in I was 17, 18, was kind of when I went through sort of that first awakening where I sort of realized that people, the body parts that people had and their gender and gender expression didn't really
What religion?
bother me. I was Southern Baptist.
Okay.
This is why I loved church schools in middle and high school, by the way.
Give this man flashbacks.
They're all right. It's not like he was like a part of some strict Catholic school or like Mormonism. Or
Catholics are pretty chill in the scheme of Christians.
You've never
Now
been
they
to
are.
a Southern Baptist church, have you, young lady?
No. I grew up around, like, Kansas City is very Irish Catholic. When I was getting divorced, I found a church in the small town I was living in because I figured it might help in a small town, like with the optics. And I went to the biggest church building in the town, which is a Southern Baptist. And boy, was that a fucking mistake.
Oh yeah, no. Southern Baptists can be really.
I thought it was like Presbyterian, like you go and you feel good about yourself, and then you don't.
One thing Southern Baptists do really good is they do potlucks real fucking good. All right, every time for the rest of the 7 years I lived there, anytime I saw anyone from that church anywhere, the first thing they said, "I haven't seen you at church." Like no fucking shit. Oh yeah,
I went there 3 times 7 years ago. You're not going to see me again.
Right. Yeah, my birthday's coming up. Actually, my dad actually just sent me a picture because there's the church. He still goes to the church that I grew up in, and they have my name on their hey, birthday wishes. Like, well, it's a birthday wish because my birthday's coming up, and no. Like I do genuinely love a lot of the people that I grew up with church in. I do think a lot of them were really very kind, very well-meaning people. I do think that their religion, in a lot of ways, had sort
it
of
is what it is. Just like gay,
us.
People are transgender. I mean, you could put that kind of in a religion in itself because you guys are all coping together. God, church is God's hospital, full of broken people. And that's okay. And there's a lot of
that's right.
The devil's playground, ma'am.
That's where sinners go.
That's the strip club.
That's where
that too. That's the night before.
People in the strip club know that they're sinning. People at church think that they're God.
No, they
don't. Question.
No, you're wrong. I don't know. He grew up in Kansas. Cynthia?
I know enough about the Mormons to know that every one of those people thinks that they're going to run their own universe when they die.
Sasquatch, did you ask about Church of God? My uncle.
Church of God.
Dude, oh my God, Church of God in Christ. Oh my God, they love their singing. Oh, they will. When we go visit my uncle, his church, they'll have a service and it's like a 4-hour service and like over half of it is singing. Oh my God,
these mugs go in on a Wednesday morning. They spend 4.5 hours in there jamming out to God. And then they go eat lunch, come back and spend another few hours in there cleaning up after themselves. It is amazing.
One of the things I'll give Baptists is Baptists know that there is never such a thing as a bad short sermon. All right. That they're all their shit's on a timer. Okay, the preacher, he's got 30 minutes to give his spiel, and then at noon everyone is fucking out of there. It don't matter if he's in the middle of his thing.
You sure right. I'm the timekeeper.
So Southern Baptists, I will give them some credit, but yeah, no. So when I was 18, I went through that sort of like realizing that I had been sort of repressing that, and that this was how I do feel. Like my preferences are not related to gender or genitals.
Okay.
Sounds like you're rebelling and overcorrecting.
Why would I be
Yeah,
the
be
person that
careful.
several different gay and a couple of trans people came out to first, knowing that I was going to mess with them hard?
Oh, probably because
Probably
of that.
for that reason.
Probably
Yep,
because that,
that's
but
why.
like because they knew that like you probably were, at least I can say
Also,
from my
They
experience.
need the worst
They thought he
criticism
was 1-2. You can say
all at
it.
once.
But I love these guys. I love all of these people. They're all great
also
people.
because you seem like somebody who would already know that would have told you. Probably told them that they were already.
Yeah, he's a smart.
I've been telling these guys they were gay forever. I mean, that wouldn't even
Right, even telling me that.
what was new was the fact that like 10 years later, I find out I'm sitting in a bar talking to these guys, and they start talking about who they came out to first. And it was me, and me. And I was like, why? Why would y'all do that to yourselves?
Nobody did that to me, which is fantastic because I don't want that burden. I don't know how do you respond to that. Like
I didn't know. I thought I would be for sure I was the last person they would tell. So I just walked around calling them gay, queer, the whole nine. I just gave them the
I think
business.
that's like
it might be
kind of
because
like
gay
hate.
guys have the best drugs. For some reason, I don't know what the math is on it, but 100% of the time, gay guys have the best cocaine.
Like Hank, he's like, yo, attack me. I want to hear what you guys have to say because like I want to learn and be better because I'm going to be criticized and I'm sick of it and I just know what's going on with me and I need to figure out some resolution within myself on how to deal with you kind of people. So they go for
just get you people.
Sasquatch. like Sasquatch, like they're like, oh, I'm gonna just out myself with him because I know he's gonna be my hardest.
Yeah, but I love him.
Well,
But
yeah,
no,
I
they
think
love him and they know that.
I think a large part, probably, at least for me, like a lot of the people that I came out to early, were people that I knew they loved me and they felt like I felt safe around them. Which is kind of like, I mean, it's to a large extent, it's being vulnerable, especially like growing up in the South. Like it's kind of like you kind of got to be careful about who you come out to because some even today, while obviously yes, we have improved in the way in people's reactions to people coming out. I mean, I knew
Almost
actually
dangerous.
there was a kid at my church that I grew up with, and he came out to his parents as gay at 17, and they kicked him out. They straight up kicked him out of the house. It was like super fucked up. And like and that happened.
Sneaking dudes in.
No, that's the thing. He's actually really lame and boring. He's a really boring gay. Like he's one of the like upstanding prudish kind of gays. Like
I feel so bad. There was this kid in high school, and he was big, and honestly, he was hairy. He kind of had a belly, but he was like a performer, and he would always follow me around in school, like high school. And I remember him saying, like, because I would make fun of him so bad, but I was also his friend too. I looked out for him. But then we got into a huge fight, and then he said, "Meet me by the flagpole." The flagpole.
To fight
I said, "Oh, really?" I was like, "We're not meeting at the flagpole by the school. We're meeting at the other flagpole. We're gonna freaking fight." So there was all these people there, and there's this huge this huge white man. He's like, seriously, he was like so tall. He must have been maybe 5'10", and he's there by himself, and there's people there, and I'm like, what the heck, blah blah blah, blah. I'm thinking I'm tough, and he gives me a card with a feather. It was a peacock feather. And in that card, it was the most beautiful letter. Like in that card, he wrote like a whole story in that card. But
Any
it made
plans?
me realize, like, oh my gosh, I gotta quit being so mean to this guy, you know?
Wow, nice.
I feel so bad.
Wait,
But it took
I'm
me a while because
confused.
I like, yeah, you're just gonna give me this
Me
card,
too.
you
I'm
simp,
a
you wimp. I was like, this is
Did
a
this
spell. You
attach
gave me a
anywhere, or
feather.
did this just fly in on its own?
Wow.
This just fell on like
Anyway,
the plane engine out of Donnie Darko, didn't it?
Yeah.
the only reason
From
why
the
I say that is
teacher.
like, it's,
Sarah.
judging
Whatever.
is bad.
Well, what up, everyone? That's what I
Oh
said.
shit! It's Snowfire. You better get drunk because Sarah's
Okay.
got her happy hands. Are you drinking, Sarah?
Yes.
Da, 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 da.
Ah, it's Friday
I'm
night.
having a little bit of
It's
wine.
fucking tax season. Sarah had a few drinks. What's up, Sarah?
Hey, Sarah.
Oh,
I had an
Yeah,
Irish
it's-
coffee.
I'm having coconut water because I'm a bougie motherfucker.
Yummy.
Bougie.
That's so much better than the soda you usually drink. Yay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I have soda too. Where's my Pepsi at?
Damn. Give me some of that. We're out of
Well,
soda at my house.
Here, I drank all the Pepsi already.
Damn it.
Ah,
And to
yeah.
get more, so I have to stand up and walk to the mini fridge.
How is everyone? I haven't been around in a while. What's
I'm
going
crabby,
on?
but nothing's wrong. Just in kind of a mood.
You're in a mood? Fuck that. Okay, we're open.
No, I'm fine. I've been kind of barky tonight.
Oh,
Yeah.
sweet. Okay.
I've been kind of having a tyrant night.
Why?
I don't
There's
know.
something going on with the moon, Sarah. Like people are like
real
weird.
Chemtrails.
Also, I've worked this week like considerably more than I've worked the last 3 months, probably, and that's bullshit.
So you had to put effort in this week.
Yeah.
And confirmed.
Okay. Makes
Hate
sense.
having to put effort. It's the worst.
You guys
Yeah.
are talking about something real, though. I don't want to break up that conversation.
Actually, we're talking about something fake. Liv is a woman.
Yeah, true.
I
Facts.
like Liv. I've spoken with.
We all like Liv, which is why we need to just gently remind him that in reality, there's a difference in your head.
Facts. You can believe what you want to believe.
At least you're keeping your
but
pee.
Snowfire, I'm still confused about the guy with the flagpole. What?
No, I'm just. Oh yeah, there was a point to that story though. Like he was talking about the church and like growing up, and then I don't know, just not knowing himself, and then how you had to remain quiet for so long. You didn't know it back then that you were even gay.
I mean, I had, inklings, but like it was all like, repressed. I grew up Southern Baptist, right? Like it was like, the people who are gay are, degenerates, and they're like a special kind of person. And, if you're a Christian, well, you're not that kind of person. So, that was, so it was a lot of sort of,
Deeply
confusion.
repressed shit.
Yeah. And it actually took me like deconstructing my faith to actually like really sort of work that out. I deconverted when I was in high school. I was around the same time I deconverted when I realized.
Oh shit! Now you're gonna have be with Flo thinking overcorrection if it happened at the same time. You let.
I'm just telling the.
It's,
I mean,
we applaud your honesty. You'll find the equilibrium here sooner or later.
I swiveled back, and now I'm a deist again. I'm not a Christian,
You
I
probably swivel back to just being a gay dude at some point.
Maybe.
Which is why it's cool.
There's a feature here that's been missed. He can't
You have
afford to
faith,
be.
that's good.
Huh?
I mean, I think it's good that you have faith and you're not like one of these people that are just.
I mean, my faith is now it's a lot more, I want to say limited. When I say deist, I mean deist in like as in I am a theist and I believe in a deity, and I know about that.
Are you in a relationship at all?
Yes, I'm.
Oh, is he ever?
Oh, as Liv? Would
Would
you like to share about the relationship, Liv?
I'm still trying to figure. Like, I don't understand. I've heard about it a lot.
I know it. Okay.
I need a graph. I need to see a graph, and I need to know who's connected
Getting a
to
glass of
who
wine.
in what way.
Sarah. I mean, Snow. Lib has a girlfriend that has a fiance that has a friend.
A
Oh my
boyfriend.
gosh.
A
Are
boyfriend.
you guys furries?
And they
You guys are
all live
furries.
together, and they all live together. Now, the fiancés will get married, but Lib and the girlfriend are gonna form an LLC.
Well, actually,
Okay.
so we
Wait,
actually
what?
we're probably gonna they're probably gonna forgo the marriage altogether, and we'll probably just end up forming an LLC. It's because so like
the family corp.
I like
Well,
it though.
Hold
yeah.
on. Hold on. This has a basis in some old sci-fi novels. Heinlein
For
came up with the
sure.
oh
concept that
god, fucking
was-
Heinlein.
I know,
Ugh.
but the
What's
concept of a line marriage was
Yeah.
originally an LLC type
Mhm.
thing.
Who's
It's
the
Yeah.
author?
Very similar idea.
Robert A.
And
Heinlein.
a
He's the
marriage
guy who
is
wrote
an
Starship Troopers.
asset
Okay.
contract.
So the reason that you groan though is because you've heard it pointed out, I assume, before that this is social conditioning because it was already described by a scientific author or a science fiction author.
No. I groan because I think Heinlein is like a fucking miserable like incel fascist.
Heinlein's a really weird one. He was
I love Starship Troopers.
No, okay. Starship Troopers is light work. Go
Yeah.
look at Time Enough for Love and tell me that him creating a clone from his own self as a female child and having sex with that child because it's not incest.
I don't want to watch that. No.
Itself.
It's
Wild. Wild.
Yeah, I like
Oh my
honestly,
gosh,
Starship
guys.
Troopers is the tip of the iceberg. Like honestly, I actually enjoy Starship Troopers. I think
like
it's actually
Starship
interesting
Troopers, yeah.
science fiction. The book in the I think the movie's actually better than the book, but
I
that's
like
just
the
I like the satirization, but
Fight Club was better than the book too.
true.
But
True
back.
fact.
Fight Club. Yeah, that's a good movie.
But yeah,
Hey, come on, man. You put Ed Norton and Brad Pitt in the same movie, and
That's
it's gonna
what it
be better.
was. That's what
I'm
it
just saying, like, I love the movie, and
I love
every
it.
single book of a movie I've ever read, the book was way better. So when I read Fight Club, I'm like, man, this is about to be a badass book. I was like, oh, okay.
Oh.
But and anyways, what I was so
This-
thinking about forming an LLC basically so that we can get benefits of being married, but like you can't have a four-way
Can I
marriage.
own shares in your relationship?
Shares? No, we won't be a publicly traded LLC.
No, you don't have to be. There can be private. You don't have to be on an exchange to sell ownership in a corporation.
The best way to run an LLC is just have two people on the LLC to protect your business and for tax purposes.
Yeah.
Just my opinion.
Yeah, no, it's basically that's. I mean, because
Was were you using a metaphor for marriage there?
Yeah, it could be for
Okay,
marriage.
okay. I was just trying
Kind
to
of
read.
smart.
Are there some states where
Hey, Sarah, can you walk away again, whatever you just did, and then walk back?
Oh my God.
Okay.
Cynthia, what was your question?
No, never mind. I thought it through. It was not right.
If you're about to ask if there are states where polyamorous marriages are
Right, because
recognized,
so that
they're
you
not.
wouldn't have to do it this way.
They're not.
In Japan, you can marry a blow-up doll or whatever that guy did. He married like a. They do some weird shit in Japan. Japanese people are weird.
Do you think that will come, Lib? Because with everybody living the poly lifestyle,
I'll definitely come.
Thank you.
Sash,
Probably
gosh.
not, just because of like logistically, and also like I mean, you have to realize in America the sort of like marriage is so intertwined with the sort of like that sort of like religious connotation that like that will never like gay marriage is already fucking hard enough to
pause.
Right.
Like that if the poly like again. I've attempted to
know.
explain
I don't
polyamorous
know.
stuff to like some of my church friends, and like their brains just like imploded.
I
just
think that
with,
poly will fizzle out because it's not sustainable. People are jealous.
Have you guys
Well,
watched
okay.
Sister Wives and what they have to put up with?
Yes.
No.
I mean, I think that it's like up to a personal preference thing. Like the way we structure our polycule works for us, and I don't think it would work for other people, and that's perfectly fine. Like it's just
Well,
it's
I'm not criticizing it or saying it shouldn't be. I'm just saying like by and large, people are jealous and possessive.
Oh, yeah. No.
And
Absolutely.
so I just don't see it. Well, the way Cynthia phrased it was that everybody's living the poly life. Is it going to get bigger? And I was telling her to that. I don't think at all. I think
Yeah, I
it'll.
bang your woman. You can't bang mine, though.
Right, yeah, exactly. Isn't that how that the poly relationship everyone wants to be in?
I agree, but I also
Yeah.
think a different generation behind us is coming, and they're not going to view it. And just speaking in the past,
Can you
the
ever try to be in a relationship with 4 women?
Community has always been able to steam forward with whatever agenda they're on. So it'll be interesting.
I don't think polyamory is that hip with the kids, I guess. I mean, like, again, I have younger friends who they also don't understand my relationship. Yeah, sure.
Have you ever tried to live with 4 women and having sex with all 4 of the women, and the women aware of what's going on? Have you ever anybody ever tried to pull
I've
that?
had 2, and it's
I
chaotic
have
as
not.
fuck.
It is disturbing. It is absolutely insane. There's so much stress involved in that relationship. Even when everybody's in the same boat and everybody's agreeing, there's always these little mini arguments that are always on the verge of blowing up into some thermonuclear BS when all it is she mispronounced the word freaking fragile.
I mean,
Yeah.
the thing that makes our relationship work is the amount of communication and open communication.
The app.
I mean, we just
the app.
We have to be honest with each other and open, and we spend a lot of time together too. That's, I think, another big thing. I mean, hell, fucking monogamous couples.
Who is your least favorite person in the polycule?
Myself.
Oh, good.
That was dark.
I think I know you.
Wow, you did that.
Nibs, are you
That was
in
either dark or it was
server?
Am I in whose?
I think I've talked to you before. Are you in
Maybe.
Christine's server?
Christine?
Christy.
No. Not that I'm aware of. Not unless Christie's server
Or
is
Sylvia.
Neurojack server or Machine Lies server or
Okay, never mind.
Gen
Only
X
these
Jeff
people.
server.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only people whose server I'm in.
Hmm.
I'm already in way too many Discord servers. I use Discord too much.
Oh yeah, Discord.
I uninstalled that.
I've taken a hiatus off of Discord, and it's been the best thing I've ever done.
Yeah, Discord has Discord is weird. Every platform is just weird in its own way.
Yeah, I mean,
Discord.
I use it a lot, but
Discord is, I don't know.
I mean, I
dark
took
pages. Be careful, Cynthia.
You'll do what?
No, I said it's like the dark pages over there. You better be careful, Cynthia.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I did take a
yeah,
break
you're
out of TikTok. I did, because I found I was doom scrolling TikTok, especially late
I
last
installed
year.
that too. I got rid of it.
Following the whole stuff in the Gaza Strip, I was just doom scrolling too much, and so I just.
Well, if you can't believe the 10-second video clips you get off of a Chinese state-owned app, that was really more directed at Joe Cool.
Joe Cool was zoned out thinking about some fucked up apartment he used to live in years ago. I don't even know what I was thinking about.
That's because you're high. That's why. You need
what about it? You were just walking around in it, or?
I was trying to rent one out, and it was horrible. My man was trying to rent it to me. I was a young dope dealer. I took my little squad in there, and it was fucking horrible, man. What the fuck? That's exactly what I was thinking about. When you
I tried to rent out a few empty trailers in Trailer Park that I didn't own to people. But they didn't pay for it any more than I owned it, so the whole thing didn't work. You can miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Right. That's crazy.
Tim Bob's saying
You're not redneck
brains
enough
are
for
all
that.
magnified.
There's no way.
What?
He's just not redneck enough to pull off a trailer park. That's all.
Who? Flo?
I am redneck enough to look like I own a trailer that I want you to rent from me.
Sure.
How about a trailer park?
Real quick, I've never looked at you through the trailer
How a
park.
little class. Okay, let's get you.
Well, I'm. I'm just a white guy.
Yeah, no, he definitely looks like a guy that I'm pretty sure I've rented a trailer from someone who looks exactly like
You
him.
didn't pay for it though.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, you got me.
Everybody
Just
is.
a white guy with an unmarked van. No, his is at least marked.
Mine has free candy written on the side of it, and then it's spread out and it says Wi-Fi.
Yeah, because that's how you
White
get
van alert.
nowadays.
No, the secret is to never have anything memorable. Just be as plain gray as possible. I think I used to drive like a 2000 fucking gray Blazer or something, Chevy Blazer, like just unremarkable in every way I could be. I know it's hard.
That is so dangerous. I got so tired of riding them. Yeah, people don't see those vehicles. I mean, they'll just pull out right in front of you because they didn't notice the fact that you were driving a beige minivan.
Exactly. That's how I want them to remember me.
That's why I'm in a bright yellow freaking Xterra. If you pull out in front of me, it's not because you didn't see me. It's because you're an asshole.
True.
All right,
I
Flo, I've got
hydroplaned today. It was so scary.
I fucking hate hydroplaning. Ugh.
That was kind of fun. It's like because I've never crashed from it, but it's like a little woo. Like, I don't know.
One time I was driving for work. I was driving my work truck, and I hydroplaned on that thing. Ooh, God, that was fucking scary. A fucking F450 just like fucking sliding along this little 2-lane road. Ugh. I thought I was gonna die.
There was this one time I did an epic hydroplane though. I don't know what happened, but that wheel took over. God said, "Whoa." And he, okay, when you're on the highway, it was I-95 from Virginia to Miami, and they have those metal rods that protect you from going
Yeah, off the side. Yeah.
off the edge. Yeah. So I was driving. I don't know what happened, but I lost all control of my vehicle, and I was just spinning the wheel. I was told whenever you hydroplane, do not push on the brake, push on it slowly.
Yeah.
And I did that, and it went over that metal rod, and it backed up all the like halfway with, let's say it was about 12 feet into the ditch area, and it backed, my car backed itself up, and it was like a perfect line.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it was bad. I was like on my way to Miami, you know. But hydroplaning is crazy.
Yeah, your heart drops when that shit happens.
I have pictures of it. The cops were very impressed with me.
All right,
I tried to race through. You know, what was it, 2006 or 7, when it was that huge snowstorm in the Midwest, like it shut the fucking shit down. Anyways, I was trying to make sure I drive back to the college town I lived in, right on the front edge of that storm. Like it had just started, and I was in Kansas City, and I wanted to get back to Columbia because there was a party that night, and I didn't want to get snowed in Kansas City when MU had just canceled the first time in 70 years or some shit. The college canceled classes, and I was not getting snowed away from that party. Yeah, I wrecked.
Whoa, you want to talk about being indoctrinated into the system? You went to college? Shit. I ain't even been to college.
You got you there, but
yeah, man. I didn't learn much.
Fair. All right, Flo. I gotta go. But before I leave, I do want to say, all right, I know climate change is a hoax, all that, yada yada. But at least you gotta admit, all right, anarchists can unite and say that eco-terrorism is based in Minecraft.
Eco-terrorism is economic terrorism because the dollar is based on petroleum.
Come on. Come on, man. It's sticking it up to the man.
No, it's not. It is the man. It just tricks people into thinking it's not the man. It is the man.
Eco-terrorism.
That's why you think it's based. The man told you it's based.
No, I think it's based because it blows up oil pipelines.
Do you believe there are too many people in the world?
No.
Too
Do
many
you
white
believe that
people.
there's a supply problem with the cities?
A what?
Like a supply problem. What is it? We have an issue delivering goods where they need to be cheaply.
I do think there are problems with that, but
Okay.
I mean, I think that's been a problem basically with every
Yeah,
society
sure.
ever. I do think that we have like there are definitely systems that have organized those supplies better than what we do today. But I do think that like today, like we do have very unique problems. But yeah, I don't think there's like particular problems with it.
The problem is they don't make any money when they give those supplies to people that actually need it.
Yeah.
That's the problem. They don't
Because
make a
people
profit.
that actually need, the only reason people would actually need something is if they don't have it because they're not able to. Oops.
NGOs finance themselves to solve problems that if they solve, they no longer exist.
Yeah, I don't like NGOs. Most NGOs. I don't like using using NGOs to like solve problems. I don't think they are like actually good methods of solving problems.
Hell no, they're the problem. They're the source of all the problems.
In fact, a lot of NGOs, especially the ones that are like founded by like individual wealthy people, oftentimes are usually just fronts for tax breaks. They're usually
for
not
social engineering because eugenics is frowned upon now.
Yeah, or that actually. There definitely are NGOs that are like pro eugenics.
All right, I'm gonna cut out with you, Lib, because I'm about to fall out.
Bye,
I
Joe.
forget how hard Joe sticks in there sometimes. Like he stays on streams until he's falling asleep. You can leave earlier.
Was there any follow up to the supply chain thing, Sasquatch, or was that just?
I was just curious. A lot of people who want to say that eco-terrorism is a good thing say it because they believe in overpopulation, or they believe that there's not enough resources, or they believe that they have a reason. Usually.
Yeah, that's I found that usually is kind of.
It's anti-human. That's
Yeah,
what it all boils down to.
Usually, those are like eco-fascists. Like they're fascists who kind of like use the whole like ecology thing.
It's just like communists who use the same topic.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a I guess I've explained this before, but maybe not you, Sasquatch. I like when I like call myself like an anarchist or a communist. I fucking hate the USSR. I hate the CCP. They're bad dudes.
They got flow.
They got flow.
The commies got me.
Flows down. Bad down. Oh wait, are you a man?
Oh.
What's happening?
I identify as a ham sandwich.
But yeah.
Well, that's what you always were then.
No, a bunch of conversations with communists, and every time I try to have a conversation with communists about economics or about economic theory, about the basis of their communist tendencies, it almost invariably comes back to some either person, concept, or ideal that either they believe is failing, inappropriate, or wrong, and they think they can correct it by simply making a statement like, bless God, praise God. And I'm just using that because religion and a political ideal have a lot in common in the way that they are transferred from person to person.
And actually, specifically, a lot of like communism that exists in the West, a lot of communists do sort of look at their ideology in a very like religious kind of sense. I refer to them as like tankies, because these are like the kind of people who usually will they'll usually like idealize communist China or the USSR and places like that, which is really, really bad. Like not just like from like a economic standpoint, from like a moral one too. Like those were like not good. Like I don't think that my ideals.
I also don't think you're a communist. You know that, right? I don't think you're any of the things that you self-identify as. I think in 5 years you're going to change all that shit back. You have way too many. You have way too good of a grasp on economics.
I mean, not really.
I have that flow. I've talked to a lot, and I'm fixing to say the word "these people," but I'm using a very broad umbrella, right? Just people with different ideals for myself. I've had a lot of conversations with these types of people, and usually they have some singular core around which they base all of their, because of this, then that, right?
Right.
And it just needs to, communism hasn't been done right yet. We haven't done it perfectly, and so we don't have a perfect utopia.
Because I'm losing my house, capitalism is evil.
Yeah.
Right.
What, Cynthia?
Nothing, Flo. You're
I don't think capitalism is like some like singular evil. I don't even think like calling it evil is even like a coherent statement. It's a socioeconomic system.
Well, there's lots of
it's not-
non-coherent statements that religious people make, and by religious people, I mean basically a zealot for any ideology.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Pye, thank you for the $5. Let me read this. We have a testicular problem. They cannot be found. I don't know who the we is, but
I can find mine.
checking.
If
I have a testicular
Lib has found his testicles, so that's.
Can I leave with a joke?
Can we stop you?
There's no way possible.
Is it going to be offensive?
We've had to look at you all night.
Possibly.
Only if it's an offensive one.
Okay.
You were going to hit us with that dad joke bullshit again, weren't you?
Absolutely.
If a man talks in the forest, is he wrong?
That's pretty good, though, right?
You already had your dad joke for the night.
All right. I'll leave it.
No, his with the dad joke.
But yeah, no, I mean like economically, I think there's a lot of like complicated stuff. I do have my issues with capitalism. I have my criticisms of capitalism, but none of them are like it's evil. A lot of them just have to do with like the incentives of capitalism. I think go against. I think there's better systems that we could produce that would help people. Oh no, he's gone.
Well, I mean, I think the problems with capitalism are human problems, right? Because capitalism,
It's always human problems.
Right? But in its purest form, you have free will transactions, right? So,
well, no, I don't agree that that's the fundamental. Like capitalism is specifically about prioritizing profit over everything else. And the thing is,
hold on. No, stop. It is about voluntary transactions and private property ownership.
Which is great, but that's usually not what's occurring. Most people are buying shit they don't actually want and aren't freely choosing. They are manipulated into buying.
Right.
Also, I would you could argue, and I do argue that other economic systems have that too. That's not a capitalism specific thing. That's just
what other economic system?
Feudalism. People could own property in feudalism. They did.
Only certain people.
Sure, but.
And were the transactions voluntary?
Actually, yes. A lot of the transactions were voluntary.
How is it different from capitalism?
Because the like production, as in like the firms that existed, their primary motivator for doing work was not for producing profit. It was for producing things that people needed. Like for instance, farms were about producing food so that people could consume it.
What the fuck do you think money's for? Or profit? What do people do with profit? What do businesses do with profit? They pay people, they buy equipment,
actually, definitionally, that's not what they do with profit. Because like profit is what you get after you pay everybody and you pay all your costs. Profit is what you get over that.
Touche. Okay, so the machine the business machine that gives payrolls out is able to buy equipment. This economic machine, the people who bought this economic machine that now produces value. What do they get in using this? They're using their assets to provide something that provides things to other people.
Yes.
Their incentive back is the profit. Otherwise, if they got no incentive back, why wouldn't they take that and just buy another vacation home?
Well, I mean, so it depends on the system you're talking about, but in large cases, the incentive, there were other incentives other than profit. Like, for instance, like the community, or, you know, producing things that other people need. Like, in feudal societies, right? Like, people didn't, like, the blacksmith, he didn't like produce these things solely for profit. He produced these things because the town needed a blacksmith, and there was he was fulfilling a social role in doing that for his community.
Bullshit. I call it pure bullshit. You've romanticized.
It's not about romanticizing. It's about, like,
absolutely romanticized.
It's about understanding why people do the things they do.
What's the first thing two grown-ass men ask each other when they shake hands somewhere?
In modern day, or like, again, you're trying to, I mean, you
what I'm saying is your job, the value you produce to the community around you, has always been a core function of your identity in your social life. Nobody goes to work now. Humans haven't changed. People, that blacksmith didn't go and sweat and swing hammers all day because he loved everybody's horses.
Well, no, it's not about, like, loving everybody's horses. It's about being a part of a community and having, like, a role to play. When you had, like, these much smaller communities, the methods and the reasons as to why people did things were different, because, like, society was different. I know it's kind of, like, self-obvious to say, but, like, for instance, actually, that book I was reading about the Bronze Age collapse, there is a lot of, there was this thing called
shit, I wish Sasquatch was still here for this. He gets down on that.
There was this one of the historians, or he's an anthropologist, describes what he calls incipient capitalism, or incipient, basically very early capitalism, basically where you had a bunch of basically a merchant class of people who did this, like, big international trade lanes, where they would go around, and as opposed to what other more sedentary merchants would do, their primary purpose was to gain profits, was to get something, like, get materials from one area and then go to another area and sell those things for more than they were worth where they got them, and thus making a profit.
Everybody works for their own gain, right? Everybody wants to accumulate. Hold on. Everybody wants to accumulate resources and become more, get more clout, get more power, whatever. It's human nature to want to get more turf. Just because some people ended up being better at it and breaking away doesn't mean it's a fundamentally different thing. It's the same exact instinct, just some were better than others.
No, so the reason why, like, that anthropologist discusses this is because that mode of, like, of doing, like, transactions and business was fundamentally different than how other people were doing business. Profit seeking was not a primary driver behind most late Bronze Age civilizational, like, economies.
Well, it sounds like
it was more purpose driven rather than profit driven.
Yeah, they were also.
It sounds to me like you guys are trying to just call it not profit because it's not on a balance sheet of an LLC every quarter.
No. It's not profit because it's not, profit was not the main motivator. Like, profit could happen, but profit was not the motivator behind the economy. Partially because these were primarily command economies. Like, I'm not attempting to idealize the late Bronze Age's economic models. Those were all, like, fucking command economies. I hate command economies. But, like, the point that I'm giving is that capitalism, the unique part of capitalism is that profit is the main driver behind that model.
Well, because that's profit or self-interest. Profit is just one expression of self-interest.
Yes.
That's always the main motivator for every organism on Earth.
Yeah,
whether we want to admit it to ourselves or pretend like we're altruistic.
Yeah.
Well, I think Caucasian has it right. I agree with him in his comment. Religion was the economic driver.
I think it was the economic excuse. But
Which
if you
is
look
what
at the Catholic
which
Church,
is what drives it. They have to
well,
give
I
you an
mean
excuse of
that
why
was
they
the
need it.
that was the story, right? Weapons of mass destruction was the story. But if you look at the results, we can see, well, clearly the outcome was that the Catholic Church is the most powerful institution on earth still. It's always been profit. It's always been power.
I mean, sure, but like my point is that there are different economic models that prioritize different things, and capitalism is just prioritizing profit over other things, and that's fine. Like again, that is a economic model, and there's
That's
definitely
not an economic model problem. That's a human behavior.
no. I'm not saying it's a problem. In fact, I'm saying
No,
that
but it's not an economic that function is not created by the economic model. The desire to benefit.
yeah,
That's
no,
so ingrained in humanity.
Yeah,
Right.
but like people were benefiting from other economic models as well. They were benefiting in different ways other than directly from profit.
Or in differing degrees, right?
Or in differing degrees. No. I agree. In fact, I actually think that capitalism is a step up over command economies. I think command economies of any variation are significantly worse.
It's really the only
most
one that's morally justifiable. It's the only one that doesn't start walking into slavery.
I don't. Well, but slavery has existed within capitalist systems before. So.
Well, sure, but communist systems are exactly slavery. It's just you work where we tell you, you get what we give you.
I mean,
slavery has always existed. It doesn't matter what system.
But I mean, that doesn't matter. It has always existed, and it still exists. Just one is a political and economic model that is being presented as.
Yeah, I mean, again,
not what it is.
Again, I'm not a fan of command economies. So the USSR communism, their version of communism of a command economy, I don't like it. I think it was not only.
I'm not saying that you do necessarily, but you're not. You're saying that there are other things better than capitalism. What I'm saying is all the problems you're describing are just the results of freedom and meritocracy.
I don't agree because I don't think that meritocracy is a thing that we have actually achieved in any meaningful sense. Might makes right is technically
it's not sustainable, but you can look at big expansions, right? Like the colonizing of America, things like that, and you can say in these situations where the existing structure is overturned and then people are given freedom to do what they want, you have massive booms in production and creativity and all sorts of things. And I don't remember where I was going to land that.
But those aren't the only metrics, I think, by which we ought to measure human flourishing. Because, for instance, the big expansion into America, the Manifest Destiny, also included a genocide.
Right. Yeah. No, I wasn't. But what I was just saying is, this is the function of the model, right? I wasn't justifying the.
No. I don't think you were. What I'm saying though is that that those aren't the only metrics to which we need to be looking at, because that's why profit is
economics only addresses one element. It only addresses the fulfillment of people's material needs. That's all it should fulfill. It's not responsible for your happiness.
Well, capitalist economics does, but I don't think that's that ought be
social. That's what economics. All the economics is just about material goods, ultimately.
Yes.
Huh? What did you say?
I said no, it's not.
What's it about?
It's about an ends to a means. To an end.
And the ends are control over physical resources,
including the man's body.
Yeah, no. I'm absolutely very pro freedom in this sense. I don't think that, but I don't think capitalism
that's why you're not a communist.
But I don't think capitalism is the only economic model which provides people freedom. Because I don't think it's not something that's I think unique to capitalism.
Give me an example.
Yeah, sure. Tribal economies had a significant amount of freedom. People had a vast amount of freedom. I don't think it's something that's intrinsic to
Well,
capitalism.
so I'm gonna say well, first of all, like tribal economies don't matter because they're not proper economies in a modern sense. It's not a viable option today. But
Yes.
also, I'm gonna say that you're wrong because if you look at a family model, if you treat it like a family, there actually is not freedom within that unit. There's clear authority.
There's definitely tribal going on in the economy. If you
Well, yeah,
think
humans are tribal.
it's the top 10 of the week, everyone's
But,
doing like that's
but
kind of
yeah, but what he's talking about, he's saying like the people, the bush people could walk around naked and throw spears at whatever they wanted. And I'm saying, okay,
they're
but that's
thinking hunter and gatherer. Tribals, it just means a gathering of people, a unit. People that are working
But what
I
he
was-
was
I
talking
was-
about was, or she, whatever, was in context, in the right. And Liv, who's right?
You are. I actually, so like, for instance, the
Suck it, Sarah.
the Native
Wow.
the Native Americans, long before Europeans came over, we do actually have records of like how a lot of their economies worked, and it was a very like sort of like primitive tribal economy, and like it was not nearly like the way command economies or capitalism works.
So how did it work?
People did things as they were like needed and as they wanted to do them. So like people filled roles that were needed within their communities. And
yeah, people just did stuff because they were nice and they love each other.
not,
So
not
you're
just
saying that
because they're
somebody?
nice, but it's like a survive. It's like when
No,
you're
I mean
within a
like
community.
this is the problem with social. This is what I get in this argument with Jack. I get in this. Every socialist has this romanticized idea of the world in which people do things not for self-interest.
I'm not advocating for this, but what I'm
What
saying
is what is the benefit these people got out of it? Because people have never been just generous.
I'm not being an advocate for the system. I'm merely demonstrating that capitalism is not the only system which offers people freedom of choice. Like,
I mean, it sounds like you're describing capitalism, just kind of a chill version of it. If they have voluntary transactions and private property ownership, that's capitalism.
But
that's actually perfect free market capitalism.
The difference is that the goal of the production was not to generate profit. The motivation, the goal of the production was to fill needs within communities.
No, I mean, that doesn't matter, though. It really doesn't matter why somebody's doing something. All that matters is what the structure is around it. The structure is people could choose how to transact, and they could own stuff. At that point, I'm content. I don't give a fuck. I don't even pretend to know why Chief Sitting Bull made arrowheads. I don't care.
Yeah, then in fact, we probably economically agree. I mean, we do
You're
economically
not
agree
a
on a lot of things.
communist, man.
Well, I mean, I am an anarchist.
Did I just take
accurate.
2 W's in like under 60 seconds? Suck it, Lib.
I mean, my economics aren't like, I guess, traditionally communist in the sense that if you're talking about communism in terms of USSR, like, yeah, I'm not a communist, but I'm not talking about communism in the terms of the USSR. I'm talking about communism as a political system, which is a socioeconomic political system in which it is classless, stateless, and there is the driving motivator behind the economy is not about seeking profit.
How would you establish such a system?
Well, that's where things get much more difficult, and the best I can say is step one is have a equal and robust democracy. That's step one. I don't think you can do it without a robust democracy, where the vast majority of people are engaged with it, because I think that democracy is the thing that allows for freedom.
Can you imagine how insane the world would be if everybody had actually equal engagement and sway? Like groups of people are fucking nuts.
Not equal sway. Again, like I'm not arguing for like a direct democracy. What I'm arguing is that democratic principles need to be take the forefront. So like, and
I think
however,
that the issue that we're having is that you care about like the feels underneath it, and I just care about the mechanics.
well, no, I mean, my primary motivator is about freedom, both positive and negative forms of freedoms. But because I think that is, before you can even like talk about like a stateless society or classless system, the first thing that people have to be
Are you
is
smirking?
free. Before you can even begin to talk about those things, people have
You
to.
taking off?
Good night, you guys.
Hi,
Yeah,
Snow.
go to bed.
Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
People have to be free. And I think forms of democracy are the main ways with which we can achieve that. Obviously there are different. Like democracy can be more or less free. Obviously, I think ancient Athenian democracy was quite not free. The only people who were allowed to vote were men who owned land and were free. Like,
were they the only ones who paid taxes?
No, not in ancient Athens.
Okay.
The people like non-land owning men paid taxes as well.
Because I would be okay if somebody suggested that only people who pay taxes get to vote.
I mean, I would
perfectly reasonable to me.
I would possibly agree, but then I would orchestrate a society in which everybody paid taxes.
Everyone does pay taxes.
Yeah,
when you buy anything, there's sales tax.
Right. I'm just saying hypothetically. Like, I think a system. I don't think everybody deserves a seat at the table just because they're in the area.
Well, I mean, I don't think everyone deserves necessarily like a seat at the table, but I do think everyone deserves to be represented.
Did Cynthia just laugh at me like I'm a tyrant?
Yes. Go ahead. It's this moon, Sarah. I don't get it.
You know, if the moon is controlling you, you need to take your power back.
Yeah, take it back.
It's not controlling me.
No, this is
I had
authoritarianism that's
disconnect
controlling
from
you.
this whole fucking YouTube shit. Like, I blocked everything and everyone for a solid like 2 fucking weeks. I feel
Nice.
fantastic.
Is that why you haven't responded to my dick pics?
I definitely blocked both you and everyone that I had. I blocked.
Did you block me?
I did. I unblocked you all today. But
Why did you
literally,
block everybody?
I mean,
Hey, I told you I had to take my power back. I had to put up a solid wall. So
That's bullshit.
people were
You don't. No. I'm
We didn't
taking it
even
back now.
follow you.
I didn't return it to
No,
you.
we get blocked and we don't even bother you.
energy. They were pulling at me, so I put up a solid wall so I could disconnect.
I
could
had
get back my
taken
energy.
it. Whatever
and then
energy I
block
had,
you
I
back
had
in.
taken it because I wanted it.
You feel
Apparently,
better,
Well,
Sarah?
I
you
will
don't
put it
get to
back.
have it if I don't want to give it to you. You don't get to take it. It's a
Do you
It's
gift.
feel
like
better?
ashtray change.
It's a
It's
gift.
there. It's not really mine. But if you leave me in your car,
Oh my
I might
God.
need to buy some gum or something.
Do you feel better, Sarah? Let me try it for the third freaking time. Do you
Base,
feel
Sarah,
better?
take your mental health
Did you
breaks.
actually send me a text? Because I did actually block you all, but I
Lib,
What? You should
It's
you
literally
said
an
goodbye
thing.
and then went
I
into
was
a
being
whole.
fucking cold at every fucking angle, so I just blocked every motherfucker from fucking YouTube. It wasn't personal. I blocked everyone.
I'm gonna. I don't know how much energy I had, but I'm taking more now, just on principle.
Well, do you feel better? Do you feel refreshed?
Dude, I feel good.
Good.
I've got
You're
my
not
power
going to in the morning when you're like, "Where the fuck did
and
my
I have
energy
fucking
go?" And I'm like, "Damn, look at all this loosh."
Sometimes you gotta cut the fucking cord
Whoa,
and walk
what is
away
going on?
because people are tugging on you way too much. I got shit to do.
I think Flo likes it when people tug on him.
Yeah, I wish someone would pull my energy away.
That's a different kind of tug, and I ain't there.
Flo,
He's got a
get
girl
you-
for that.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't teabagged Lib.
I've never seen you, Lib. Can you ever cam up?
Maybe I will at some point. I actually don't have like a cam worth of shit right now. I have like a really old cam from like 2003, and it's awful.
Can you
so I don't.
self-describe you?
I have glasses and dark hair. I have some like scarring on my face. I was in a bad car accident when I was 17. Like split open my head. I actually broke the entire orbit around my eye, and I had to replace it with plastic.
Gangster.
Yeah,
Man,
and then
like
I also broke a collarbone. That
Too.
too. Yeah,
Me too.
or I fractured
So
it.
you're all fucked up.
Yeah, I actually I got in the car accident like literally 2 weeks before we were to go back to school. I had
Mhm.
to go to the hospital because one of the cuts got infected, and I literally got out of the hospital, and the next day I went to school, and I went with like a neck brace. I had an eye patch,
What?
whole 9 yards. Yeah,
You had an eye patch? Arr.
hell yeah, I did. Went to school with an eye patch.
You
on.
just wanted to be back at school, just
Yeah, I did.
okay.
I
Okay.
really wanted to. I did not want to.
Are you tall?
I'm like 6 foot. I guess that's tall.
So he's like 5'8".
Nice. Well,
God,
I know how to do
I
bro
feel
math.
better.
I wish
feel
I was
like I learned
shorter.
more.
I'd feel more feminine if I was shorter.
I feel like I learned a lot about you. Thank you, Lib.
Yeah. I can probably I'll make my PFP one of the nice like super femmed up pictures that I took of myself. I'll dig around and find one, make it my PFP one day.
You're gonna slut up.
I'll slut up. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I've taken some pictures of myself. I mean, not slutted up, but femmed up. Where
Flo brings the hose out.
He does.
Even the ones I don't intend to bring out, like Mr. Pie and Butthole Winker.
My gosh.
He's better at bringing out the hose than Jeff is. Golly, Jeff is just a sausage fest over there.
I feel like I have a pretty good female to male ratio of the panelverse, which is basically
weird.
Desperately male.
So
thing.
wild. Yeah, I know.
It's because it's all dudes who are hostile, and like chicks don't enjoy sitting around in that crossfire.
But you're the only panel that really has a strong female panel come up and join you, which it gives it balance.
Yeah. Well, I like women. I think that's something that's unique to me amongst like a lot of men online.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of men are like buying that Rolo shit, like treating women like the enemy, like like, bro, you're just bitter because you don't get as much vagina as you want.
Well, I view it as they just wanted to show their power. And it's like, if you were already man, you wouldn't have to show it. It would already be understood.
Then how do you explain? But then how does that explain Jeff though? Because Jeff's definitely not one of those Rolo guys. Like he's definitely not like a MGTOWer. Like he's gay, but he's not like. Yeah.
I don't think Jeff hates women.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't. But like.
Well, I think that he associates with men. I don't know what. Like he talks about his small groups. He only does counseling for men. Like he only interacts with men.
Sarah, today was the first day I did like a live vlog of washing my dishes and cleaning my kitchen.
What?
And then and because he wanted to see what other people's lives look like. So I did a live stream and then I went on his stream later and I cooked dinner and he was so excited. He said it was one of the best Friday nights he had. Like he just enjoyed seeing somebody else do everyday life stuff.
Normal life?
Yeah.
If he wants to see normal life, like that's all.
Who has one?
Dishes and food and work.
Right.
Lay on my couch.
Who's normal life?
Read some TV.
But people enjoyed it. It was interesting. And I was like all embarrassed. I was like, they're going to judge me for all my dirty dishes, but they liked it. But it was interesting.
What does he do? Does he not do dishes?
When I was cooking, it was stressing them out because I have like a griddle and then I've got one of those pots that you can remove the handle and put it on the next pot. And he was like, oh my gosh, that's so much. That's so much.
Oh, yeah.
And so,
I mean, for what it's worth, if you don't do a lot of cooking, cooking can seem like I actually just recently started baking. Like I've never really done too much baking. Like I cook a lot, but like I never really baked a bunch. So I like started like baking bread and stuff like that. And at first it was like kind of stressful and I kind of fucked up a few times. But then after you kind of get the hang of it, it's just kind of almost not.
How's that? Well, so what if you fuck up the muffins? Like there ain't no problem that can't
Right.
be solved here. Like this is a
Throw a
low
little butter
stress.
on that shit, and you're good to go.
Good.
Yeah, you're awfully skinny for being a fat kid.
Well,
I love bread and butter. Feed that shit
yeah.
to me all day long,
Okay.
and I will love you all night long.
Honestly,
Bam.
making bread by myself has like made me understand like early humans, because like early humans are just basically like staple crop, like that is our shit. Rice, wheat,
You know,
like we love that shit. All right, and humans have always loved that shit, and I
I
understand
don't
it.
like that shit.
It's so easy and it's so delicious.
I don't like bread.
Why?
What?
Because it's the only point of bread is to get meat to your mouth.
Well, yeah, sure.
Oh my
What?
god.
No.
I hate Panera. Panera is the most overpriced, underrated restaurant.
I hate Panera too.
Yeah, I hate that place too. My
Like,
grandmother.
what do you want for a side dish? Do you want an apple or a chunk of bread or a bag of plain? They don't even have flavored potato chips or wrinkles in them. It's just a plain shit. It's like have some bland with your bland.
But like
But my
bread.
grandmother used to make us our very own loaf of bread every Christmas. Like
Was it
that
called a tortilla?
it was the most
bread
exciting. Yes, and you didn't have to share.
Oh my god.
Yes, that
And I-
was amazing.
Really?
I just started
Yes.
using yeast.
I don't think I've
to
ever
make
had bread like that.
Oh my
What?
god.
My mom got a bread maker for Christmas one year. She made like 2 loaves
No,
of
no,
bread.
no,
They were
no,
both hard as
No,
fuck.
no, no. This is made in the
Real
oven.
fresh bread straight
Yeah.
from the oven. Put a little real butter on it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we only do real
Oh
butter.
my god. Yeah.
And then,
That's all I want.
don't let it be banana nut
bread.
bread. Don't be at birthday with a banana nut bread. But she
That
baked.
shit was fire.
All of our gifts were baked, and then fruit, of course, came with the baking.
Banana nut bread. Yeah, that's really good.
And I discovered a little thing, which is so you finish baking your bread. Once you get it out to sort of like dry out, before it starts to like cool down, you just melt butter and then just spread butter on the crust, and it like seeps in. It is so, and it makes the bread
My
a
God.
sprinkle a little bit of salt over the top, and then brush butter over the top of that. Oh my god,
Oh
that
my
shit is
God.
like heavenly.
Fire.
And I
Like,
don't want to eat pretzel. Like I just don't care for like dough stuff made out of dough.
I like the
I love burritos.
I like pretzel
Burritos have just the right amount of bread to hold your meat.
Burritos. Are fire. I can't blame you there.
and tacos. Oh my gosh.
Yes, like all the best food.
Flour tortillas
And
are
think
the
about
best
pizza, right?
thing in
Pizza
the
is just a
world.
carrier for the cheese on top of it
Oh
and
my,
the
when
cheese
you
in the
flip
crust.
it. Oh,
The
don't
only point
flip
of
it.
carbohydrates is to get the good food to
Oh
you.
my gosh.
I agree.
Remember-
I agree.
Yeah. Don't
Fist bump
flip
wizard.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
y'all hit Sarah in the head.
No, I
I
pushed
just-
over her head. She's slumped
Oh.
down. She's not very tall anyway. So
And I just want to ask everybody: you ever tried French or Texas toast or Texas toast bread in a waffle maker, and then put cinnamon icing?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I love.
I
Texas
just sent my
waffle.
parents a waffle maker. They're going crazy.
Oh yeah, my girlfriend, she'll like wake up in the morning and make us all waffles with that thing. I honestly, I'm like at this point, I'm like, babe, quit making so many waffles. I want to eat something else for breakfast, please. Let
I
me
bet
make
you I
it.
can make
I
my
got.
waffles
I don't
tomorrow.
like waffles as much as pancakes. I don't know why the texture is different or something. Pancakes.
I feel the complete opposite. I can't stand
Look.
pancakes, but I love
No.
waffles because of the texture.
No.
And,
is-
and
That's
you
why
can
you're
use
fucked up.
What is wrong with you?
2 slices of regular bread and put something in between. Same thing.
Yeah.
Regular sandwich maker. Why do you
What'd
need
say?
anything else?
What'd you say? You could put two what?
2 pieces of regular bread, like you want a hot ham and cheese. Put it in a fucking waffle iron.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
the cookie dough, the biscuit.
Goddamn. Here we've been buying these the George Foreman grills, not realizing the whole time they're just
Exactly. Same with your hamburgers. You got a fucking waffle iron. Get creative.
Look,
Oh,
waffle,
and then
waffle
don't.
ham sandwich is delicious. Okay.
I would just bake or toast them on broil in the oven for a little bit, like open face both sides, and then just and have a toasted
Pop
sandwich.
together. Hell yeah.
But I haven't made my own food in a decade probably.
You got someone.
Oh
to make
my god.
She's a really good cook.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta
Do you ever
Right.
help her?
Eat it.
No. Like, do you like have like dinner dates where you help
Do
her?
I help her select what we have for dinner?
Do you ever participate?
doesn't
Are
know,
you even
Sarah.
around when she does it, or is she just
I've
a
oh
slave?
shut up. No, not really.
do you do the dishes at least afterwards?
She won't
He's
let me.
broken.
Really?
He's
Okay,
broken.
that's no, I
She
get
doesn't
that.
like me. Or wait, yeah, she
Probably
doesn't,
horrible
she
and
doesn't like me
probably
doing the
breaks
dishes
stuff.
or the laundry.
She probably
Oh,
Every
you
time I'm
don't
starting
do
to
them
try that,
right.
she's like,
That's
"No,
why.
get out of here."
Yeah.
If you did them right, she'd let you do them.
When I met her, I was in the single dad thing, and I would still had enough. I was using regular dishes as disposable dishes, because I had more money than I had hours in a day. I could just buy new. You can buy a pack of plates at Walmart for another $10 next time you go. She thought that was absurd.
That is
Yeah,
kind of
it's-
absurd. A little bit.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't want to spend all night doing dishes, and I didn't. The house I moved into didn't have an actual built-in dishwasher, so I had to wheel in the little rolly ones and hook it up to the sink. It's all bullshit.
I don't have a
You didn't just
dishwasher.
wash them
I
by
don't have a
hand?
microwave.
No,
have
'cause
Everything I
here's the thing.
dispose
I'm
of
also
is
fairly anal and OCD.
by hand.
I never lived without a dishwasher in the house until when I met her. And I didn't. If they didn't go in the magic box and come out of the magic box, they were not clean in my head. They were fucking dirty as shit still.
You don't wash it by hands before you
I mean,
load it?
now at this point in my life, I've gotten a little bit over my weird faith in the dishwasher as the magic sanitation box, but
It is though.
For what it's worth, even though we had a dishwasher, my dad when I was younger, he would make me and my sister like do the dishes by hand.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I almost prefer to do dish. Like it's so weird, like having a dishwasher. We just moved into this new house together, and like we have a dishwasher. So like I use it, but it feels weird. Like I'm like, dishes should take like 30 minutes. You should be like, filling up one side with the soapy water so you can soak them in, and then use the other thing to wash them, and then move.
Oh,
them
I hate that. I hate reaching my hand in like gross, gunky food fucking dishwasher. Ugh.
Yeah,
You can't see what's in there. You don't know. It's all like I don't know. I just don't like that kind of gross.
Maybe I've just had gross jobs. I don't know. Like I used to at my old job, I used to like clean my hands with basically whatever chemicals we had. Usually it was like acetone or something. But like I was usually getting like oil.
No wonder
on
you
my
got
hands.
scarring.
Right.
I mean, I was usually getting like oil or paint or some other fucking chemical on my hands. Like I had to clean it off with acetone.
I worked at Sonic for like a semester in the kitchen, and they got the big industrial sprayers in the kitchen. Like nothing would fucking make my skin crawl quite like when you blast a dirty dish with that, and like it splashes on your face. God damn it! It always took me so much longer to do the dishes. And everything
Oh
else.
my gosh! No
I was like,
wonder
I don't know why you can cook
in
faster
the
than anyone else, but you clean slow as fuck.
No wonder she doesn't let you in the kitchen. I get it now. I get it.
Maybe I'm just used to like gross shit because like none of that stuff ever like.
Yes,
bothered
I
me.
did.
But
It's
then,
life.
but then, like if I like touch certain textures, I like like my mom had these cups. They were glass and they had these weird little divots, and like I couldn't grab them. Like it was just like the texture of them just made my skin crawl. And like
I think I know the kind of like colored glass with the little ripply things. It's
Yeah.
like mogul. It's like ski
I like
mogul.
those.
yeah.
That didn't bother me at all.
Oh, I hate those. And then there was always like the certain kinds of like blankets with like the certain kind of fabric that just
I
So like
hate
the stupid ones that have the open hole, like the Afghans or whatever, that have those open holes all over that your toe gets snagged in when you try to kick it off or something.
I do hate those too. But then
Those are the worst things ever.
those are handmade. I hate polyester though. I only like cotton.
I also don't like wearing socks that don't match because I don't like feeling different toe seams.
I can see that. Oh, I know somebody. He used to wear them inside out because he didn't want the toe seams.
I mean, I sometimes wear my socks inside out, but that's usually because I'm lazy and don't turn my socks inside out.
Also, I'm not a cross dresser, but women's ankle socks. If you're not going to be wearing them for a long time, just like little, way comfortabler than and shorter than men's
Also,
ankle socks. But somehow seem to come up taller than they should.
Wait, really?
Even though I've got big feet, yeah.
I don't think I've ever.
I don't want any. There's no slack in any of my socks, right? That bitch is pulled on tight. And yeah, because if I get what sock sizes, it's like by shoe size, right? I don't know. Yeah, it's just not. Women's socks are a little bit smaller, a little bit thinner.
Fair, valid.
I prefer to be barefoot.
Oh damn! You gotta. Don't show that on stream. You gotta monetize that shit. All right, you gotta sell.
Oh.
The feet
No,
pics.
I don't want to do that. Those weird fuckers.
Hold on. I've got a couple things to do. First of all, Rum Ham. I am only 30 minutes late in noticing this. For whatever reason, Rum Ham's contributions I always notice late. I'm normally pretty good about it. Also, where did Mr. Pie said, "I'm sorry, Mama"?
Mom, I'm sorry. Who knows?
Mom, I'm sorry, and I don't know what that's in reference to. But it's probably me getting mad and ducking off the panel. I've already said you can come back up, Mr. Pie. I said that immediately. I actually only dumped you off the panel permanently because I forgot about you. I wear size 12 shoes, so it doesn't even make sense because socks are in like 6 to 12.
Yeah.
So I'm wearing. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
You're stretching them out.
I probably do stretch them.
When the
I
sentence
don't know.
is, I'm not a cross-dresser, but I'm not a cross-dresser, but I sure do love overalls.
But if you're going to be like walking around or actually doing shit for a while, like women's socks are too thin to be good for much.
Most socks are honestly like shit. Like I when I was like working back in Tennessee and I was doing like 12-hour days, I would like wear holes in like my normal like thick socks because just you're walking around in them all day.
Dude, I bought some of those socks, and this isn't going to be surprising to anybody, but Temu socks.
Oh God.
How did that go?
They don't hold up that well.
Yeah, I can't imagine they do.
Yeah, no.
Oh, God.
No, I got the joke, Britt. It just wasn't funny. Britt thinks I have a small penis.
I know.
Britt has a small
What's
penis.
wrong with Britt?
Britt has a small penis. Britt's a little demon.
Oh.
My penis is very small, but my balls are massive.
Nice.
All right.
Nice, Sarah.
I hear that chicks like balls better than penises anyways. They don't really care about penis.
Oh, they're so weird. If you actually
Yeah,
look
chicks
at
just
them,
love
like,
playing with balls and stretching balls and
what?
like, ooh, let me live on your big
Why
ball.
would they say?
I mean, if
Who
you actually
does
keep them
that?
like clean and like shaved, they're actually more fun than the
Okay,
penis.
you and I both know that shaved, like
Not
really
shaved, but like
Okay.
trimmed, right? Like you want a little bit of hair because honestly, like when
ain't nobody taking a razor to their ball sack the second time.
Oh my gosh. What do you guys are bizarre. Y'all are interesting, but please.
Well, I'm not surprised you have to try to save your ball sack.
I'm just talking about landscaping. Come on.
But I'm seriously, who told you that they enjoyed the
I'm
balls?
just
more than
making
the
shit
back?
right up. I'm just making shit right up. out of
Okay,
it.
because I don't agree with that shit.
I know that's why I did
I mean,
that.
yeah, I think that it's
That's
all like
not
preference.
true at all. I was like more taken back. Like I was trying to remember anything I'd ever done, and I was almost gonna throw up in my
You're not
mouth.
ever like, let me see them big droopy balls, daddy.
Oh my gosh. I can't.
See, the droopier there, you can like grab it by there and then just like slap them.
Y'all remember I worked in the
I have never
medical field.
slapped balls. I'm gonna tell you.
Don't ever do it.
Don't ever do
Yeah.
it.
Remember, I worked in the
That's it.
medical field, so I would do catheters. So I've seen them.
Oh hell
I
no!
hate catheters. Catheters.
So,
are
I've
like,
never had a
I've seen them.
catheter. I'll probably just let myself die before
Yeah,
I let
I've had
Cynthia
them.
sound me with a medical device.
There was one
close.
guy who would not let me touch him. Like it was like when I came at him, it was like he backed up against the wall, like I was like came at him with.
Why are I don't understand why catheters are necessary. Because you can't walk to the bathroom.
Because it's a
There's
urine
nothing.
infection if it's coming through that whatever that part's called.
Penis?
So no, there's a tube in
Urethra.
there. I feel What'd you say, Lib?
Urethra?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you have to have a clean urine sample. So we have to go in to pull
Oh
it
fuck
directly
no!
from
I
the
don't.
urine.
No, you're not putting
Also,
the. You're not doing
there
that for
are-
a test. No, not
It's
happening.
not even just tests. Sometimes, like for
Yes.
instance, I had to have a catheter when I was in the hospital because they didn't
Yeah.
want me to move around because like I had an infected thing and they needed to let the infection drain out, so they needed me to not like get up and move around. So
How do we not ever get that infection? How did it get there?
Don't drink. I don't understand how you don't have them. You're sitting there drinking 2-liter Cokes like it's a bottle of
I
water.
also drink a ton of water, no alcohol, and
Okay.
I do physical stuff during the day.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
He also might
tried to
have.
stay
He also might just be like genetically lucky and not be predisposed
Yeah.
to having kidney stones. Because I went to high school
I've
with a
never
guy.
had tooth pain.
Yeah.
I never had a toothache either.
Oh yeah, no, I've never had a cavity
that's
either,
a
and I'm
blessing.
like, I'm actually really bad about brushing my teeth. I really should be better, but like
Do you-
ugh.
Go ahead.
I'm
But
good
I've
about brushing my teeth,
never had
but
a cavity.
flossing I think is a scam.
Hey, do y'all have a high pain tolerance when it comes to like the dental or the medical stuff?
Oh yeah, when it comes to medical stuff, I do, but a lot of that's just because
I'm more of a bitch then. Like if
Really?
I have a high pain tolerance if I've got adrenaline, like right, I won't even
Right.
notice it for a while.
Right.
But if I have to like sit there and wait for them to stab me and they go oops and stab me again, no, then I'm a bitch. I only got one tattoo for a reason.
If I break a bone, I don't go to the doctor. I go down to the parts store, get a fiberglass kit, set the bone myself, and make my own cast.
Wow.
I've never
You're a
broken
different
those,
type
I
of
don't know.
I've never done that, but the one time, I did have my nose reset just by a buddy.
Sarah, what about you?
But he was a wrestler. He
Oh
was
my
a
God,
wrestler, so
Sarah.
The
What
worst
about
I've had
you?
medically is stitches. I've never broken anything. I hardly ever get sick. I mean,
stitches. The worst part about stitches were getting them taken out.
Yeah, that is true. It's the weirdest feeling is when they take the stitches out.
I
That's
had
why
them like in between my eyes. I have a scar right there, and
Oh,
across the
no.
bridge of my nose. And
I did too. Oh god, that's the worst. That's where like.
But I hated them all together. I would rather not have them at all. But because they were itchy, and then yeah,
Right.
they're itchy when they're.
Did y'all have staples? Did you ever have staples and take
yeah.
them out yourself?
No.
Hey, Lib, when you had that the broke
orbit.
Yeah. I had the same thing. Did they stitch your lower eyelid up so it wouldn't?
Oh.
Yeah, they did. They actually, so I've actually had like 12 surgeries, and most of them were because my eyelid wouldn't like shut properly. They had to add skin a couple times to get it to like properly close.
When it didn't close properly,
Did they put
you have
too
to
like
keep it moist?
Where did your original eyelid go?
I mean, most of it was my face got shredded up. So, like, when they stitched it back.
What actually happened? I think I missed this.
Oh, I was in a car accident when I was like 17. I got in a headbutting contest with a windshield, and I won.
You lost that one.
No, I won it actually. Oh, damn, yeah. No, and it actually like it cut like up under my eye and then like up around my head. It actually cut down to my.
What does Wizard have up?
Wizard is putting us all through just a fraction of the
Oh
pain that he felt there by exposing us to the. Did you set it yourself with fiberglass?
No, not that one.
Yeah.
I actually that's the one I did have to go in and have surgery on.
Yeah, that's fair.
It fucks
Fair
up it's your nasal passage that goes through there, and it'll fuck up your sinuses.
Yeah. No, actually, when I was in the ER, my youth pastor at the time, he actually visited me, and he was like, "Yo, you can see your skull. Have you seen your skull yet?" And I was like, "No." And he's like, "You want to see it?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah!" He took a picture and showed me, so I've seen my skull, which is badass.
Holy shit!
Right.
I wonder if did he let you keep part of it?
No.
That would be a badass like put it on a necklace or something.
How long were you in the hospital?
So I was in the ER for 4 days, and then I went back home and was going to go back in for just a outpatient surgery, but it got infected, so then I had to go into the hospital for 2 weeks.
Okay.
But yeah, I had to have a lot of those surgeries over the course of like 4 or 5 years, just because like it was like, okay, we got to do this surgery, wait for it to heal, wait to see what it
Oh
looks
yeah.
like, because I mean, technically they were all cosmetic. However, it was more like cosmetic in the sense of like quality of life, because like
Right.
my eyelid not shutting wasn't gonna irreparably harm me. It just meant that I woke up and my eyes were very dry.
Oh, so
And
you didn't have to constantly keep them moist throughout the day or night?
No, I did.
Okay.
But that's according to the health insurance. That is a cosmetic issue. So
Oh, so insurance didn't help you with any of this?
no, but thankfully my parents are very well off, so it wasn't
Oh wow.
that big of a. I mean, it
Hmm.
was, but it wasn't like wasn't
Well,
stressful.
I'm glad.
I wasn't, because I was fucking
I'm glad you're here. I think you're interesting, and I enjoy hearing your stories.
I mean, I like being here. I like y'all. I like Flo. Flo's cool.
Yeah, Flo's alright.
Flo is definitely cool. Even OTW knows Flo is cool.
Everyone knows Flo is cool. But yeah, no. So like all the surgeries are technically, except for the 2 that I had when I was in the ER, because they actually had to helicopter me into the ER because it was a head wound. So they
Right.
had to they helicoptered me out there, and then I remember like the doctor like flipped me on my stomach and then like had to like get on top of me so that he could like staple the back
Is
of my
that
head.
when you learned you were gay?
No, it was a little bit after that though.
You reminisced on
That's
it.
what I thought.
I reminisced.
New poll is up.
That doesn't make any sense though, because
You
I'm
can't
the top.
share this stuff with Flo. You know
So,
it.
you know, like
All right.
You can share anything with me, but if you expect like a shoulder to cry on or some sympathy for your bullshit, like,
You came to the wrong panel.
like me feeling some sort of certain way and well, it's not going to help you.
No.
Pull that hose out of your dick and pee like a man.
I don't want sympathy. In fact, the only person I want sympathy for my story about my accident was my sister, who was in the car with me, but she had nothing bad, just some bruising from.
Why did you want her sympathy?
Because she was like a kid too, and she.
Who was driving?
I was.
Did you have a seatbelt on?
Oh,
what?
Yeah.
What, Lib?
Yeah, no, of course I did. I don't drive without a seatbelt.
Okay, good job. But then how did you have a situation with the windshield?
So basically someone rear-ended me. So I missed my turn, and so I was gonna go. I was taking my sister to cross-country practice early, on a Saturday morning, and I thought we were gonna go to a different part of the park than what we did. So I missed my turn, and she was like, "Oh no, go turn around up here and then go that way." So I went, and there's like a divided highway, and there was a left-hand turn, and so I started getting into that lane. I put on my blinker and started getting in, and the person behind me, I guess, just wasn't paying attention because they just hit me at full speed. And I was driving my mom's pickup truck, and it's like really top heavy, so the front we got pushed forward, and the front of the car clipped a part of like a curb, and we flipped and like just tumbled through the highway.
Oh my gosh.
When I was in a car that rolled, the road T-boned and we were going too fast, and the driver fishtailed and the back wheel hit a gutter, and we rolled into these people's front yard, and the car landed upside down, and we got out. There's 2 couples up here. It was like a weekend night, and all 4 of these people were just like standing on their front porch holding their drinks, looking at us like we were like look at these fucking kids in our yard. Nobody's like, "Are you guys okay?" Nobody even like took a step off the porch. They're just holding their drinks, looking at us judgmentally. Also, there was a whole bunch of Budweiser. The trunk popped open, Budweiser things flew everywhere. So that's probably why we had to run around and throw them all down the storm drain that we just hit before the cops got there.
Did they go inside before the cops got there?
I got picked up before the cops got there.
Good job. Good
God.
Good job.
Yeah.
Well, were you the driver?
Nope, I was the front seat passenger.
Oh, well then, no reason for you to stay there.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Get the fuck out of there. I don't want to deal with the popo. I want to deal with the popo as few times as. Actually, funnily enough, in my accident, I was given the ticket because I was just like a 17-year-old kid, and you know, even though technically according to Tennessee law, if you get rear-ended at all, it is automatically the person who hit you's fault.
Correct.
Not always, but yeah.
It's in Tennessee. In Tennessee.
Oh, in Tennessee. Not in
yeah.
Sort of makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of it. I think it's kind of bullshit, but I understand
It is
why.
potable. I know people that will get in front of you and slam on the brakes and let you rear in them for a lick. So,
but then also, I do think like, I don't know, like proper like safe driving is keeping a decent amount of distance between you and other vehicles, especially if you're going high speeds. Like if you're going 50 or 55, you want to keep like a couple car lengths between each other as much as possible. Slower than that, it usually doesn't matter, but like anytime you're going fast,
I definitely drive slow since I've been in.
I bet you're a nightmare of a slow fucking driver.
I think the law is technically 2 car lengths.
It's supposed to be a car length for every 10 miles per hour or something. At least that's what it used to be when I took the driving test.
Yeah.
I'm back roads. I'm back roads all the way.
I mean,
you don't get on the fucking highway?
I do, depending on the day and the time. Only that has to be factored in. Then I check the app, and depending on what is all concluded, I might take it.
I used to be like, I loved highways and stuff, but now that I've moved to like a much bigger city, I fucking hate highways. They're so slow.
The highways in Kansas are nice. Hawaii highways, it's not even a fucking highway. You're stopped half the time, and people stop in the middle of nowhere. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh my gosh, anxiety. Oh my
god. I mean, it's way easier to drive with your knee on the highway.
Oh my god.
I mean, like now for what it's worth, I may have been in a really bad car accident, but I still am a let's just say aggressive driver.
I am too, but like here's the thing. Even though I'm an aggressive driver, I never get tickets.
Yeah.
I better knock on something. I never get tickets. I've only caused one wreck ever, and that was when I was racing a snowstorm I was in. And I guess I have backed up into somebody, but that's just because I'm a airhead. Yeah.
I'm the most courteous driver. I let everybody go, and it's okay if it's 2 or 3 of them.
That's not you're the person I hit on the road. I'm like, no.
I make sure to wave to everybody.
Because you're pissing everybody off by not driving like a normal person. You're confusing them.
I just want everybody to have a good day.
No.
You're aggressively kind. That's aggressive kindness.
No, I'm usually just
everyone needs to learn the zipper move.
I'm never in a hurry.
Zipper.
Got the top peeled back. Just
Here's
chilling.
the thing that drives me more nuts than anything else on the road, and I guarantee Cynthia does this, is when 2 people are approaching a stop sign, and the person who's there first stops all the way while the other one's car's still rolling, and then waits for this car to stop completely before it decides to go. Because I don't want to stop all the way.
It's important. It's important. It's important. Because these people will run red lights and not care. Like, I don't even go on a green light till I count
to a stop sign and you can see I'm braking.
No.
You can go then.
No, I'm telling you, these people in Texas.
I've driven.
I've been in 6 car wrecks, and not one of them has ever been my fault. Not one of every single one of them except one. I was at a red light. The
because
other
we
one,
don't know how to take turns at these things, apparently.
a red light. I just wait for it to turn green. And then the other one, it went green, and I just went, and somebody just T-boned me and somebody else.
See,
So
my problem is I grew up in Memphis, and Memphis drivers are super aggressive. And
I had no issue in Memphis either.
And I used to think that like, oh man, Memphis drivers, they're the worst. Then I came to Seattle, and look, Memphis drivers may be aggressive, but Memphis drivers know what they're doing. Okay, these people over here in Seattle, they don't know fucking shit. All right, I've had people like fucking do the weirdest thing, like they don't know where they are or what they're doing, or like that they're in a car. Like
a lot of Asians over there.
I guess I don't know. I don't have any other
West
really
Coast. We
big
know so.
cities. I don't really know having any of the big cities to judge it by. Because like I'm again
compared to Memphis.
Actually, Memphis has a really big Korean population.
Does it?
Yeah. It has a really big Korean and a really big Hispanic population, in addition to the black population. Like Memphis is a majority non-white city, but it's not a majority black city. Or it is a majority black city, but it's like black people and Hispanics and Asian people that make up the non-white, the majority of the non-white. The majority of the.
I'm reading the comments. I'm still chilling. Yeah, no, I think I'm an aware driver. You have to be aware of other people. You just don't have to be aware of yourself. You have to watch the other guys because that's some scary. Like they're always in a hurry. Like where are you going? So
are you paying? You're paying too much attention to other people's cars.
Where are they going so damn fast? Where?
Hey, based Snowfire. All right, hit more off-duty cops.
It doesn't matter.
She was such a Mia.
Oh yeah, female cops are the worst. Always. They got something.
They are actually. I got ticketed by one time, and it was at one of those like speed traps, you know. Oh god, she was like, "Do you know how fast you're going?" And I was like, I was going 40 because I just turned onto this road and I didn't know what the speed limit was, and it's a big like open like highway, so I assumed that it was 40. It was actually 35 because it was just outside of a town, and I didn't know that. There literally wasn't a speed limit sign until like past where I got stopped. And she was like, "Oh well, it's 35 through here. You know, we can't have you doing that." And this was like a town that was like an hour away from where I lived, so I had to then come back an hour away just to go to court and like be like, "Hey, please don't give me this ticket. This is stupid." And they were like,
they gave you the ticket anyways, though, didn't they?
Well, I just had to pay the court fee, which was like $90, but that was less expensive than the ticket, which was like $180.
Yeah, that's how small towns make revenue, though. So
yeah, no, I know.
You can just always assume that. They probably love Cynthia. They're like, damn, she was going 55 before she even got here.
What are you
the whole
talking
highway
about? Cynthia has a traffic attorney. They don't. I'm fine. I don't even care when they write me a ticket because by the time I get home, I've already called it in, and then they'll just call me later and tell me how much I owe. And trust me, they take it all. Like I can take a $300 ticket down to like $120. They'll negotiate it down for me.
Yeah, but that's irritating. I don't like that. That's
what?
Like it's one of the things that like I fucking hate about cops is that cops do all this like stupid traffic shit, which is where they basically just extort people for like minor violations. Like
I told you, for $2 a week, my job offers attorney privileges.
I mean, that's nice.
What?
I told you, yeah.
Put me on as a benefit on your plan.
Yeah.
Family now.
Yeah, so I'll just be like, what ups?
When I get after I got
yeah, anytime I get a free consultation and a discount if I choose to go with them. But they usually help me point me in the right direction of what I'm trying to do. Except for the traffic people, they gotta handle it.
The first time I renewed my work benefits after I got divorced, I tried to leave the life insurance policy on my ex-wife. And the woman at HR, the look she gave me, she was like, "Taylor,
wow,
these are benefits. You can't gamble on whether your ex-wife is going to die or not."
please. I want to.
I'm like, but that's what insurance is. It's gambling.
And you have her daughter, you have her beneficiary. You should have been able, and she lived a high risk lifestyle.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, well, she wasn't really contributing much to the parenting. Besides, it wasn't a huge life.
That's a whole scam too. Putting people on life insurance policies.
I was young. Yeah, that shit was super cheap. Our life when I was that age, and the job paid for a lot of it. It was like $1 a month or some shit. It was tiny.
That's what the music labels do. That's what comes. They're never when artists grow.
That's why artists never die, or if they do, they just recycle them into.
No, but that's how come they never like life insurance policies. I heard that Walmart does it on their greeters.
I heard that too. I don't know.
They're gonna start. They're gonna start cycling in actors too. Don't worry with all this. The
They're
AI
gonna
stuff.
start.
Have you seen?
Gonna start.
What
No, they're gonna.
actors are we talking about? Whoa! When do we
they're doing
like Will Smith, for instance, is an institution. He's not just a person. He's his own company.
Listen,
right?
Well,
listen, we are watching some big stuff happen right now.
Have any of y'all seen like Star Wars stuff?
Yes.
Not in years. I quit watching it when Disney started ruining it.
Because Disney's been doing some shit, like with some of the Carrie Fisher stuff. Obviously, like she died before they finished making the second movie in the sequel trilogy, but they still had her in there, and then they would do some like weird, like CGI stuff on her face. In the Mandalorian show, they had Luke Skywalker show up, but it was like a young one, and obviously Mark Hamill's not,
right
30 anymore.
They sold their likeness. Every time you sell your likeness or give permission to use it,
super fucked up.
Hey.
It looked
Man,
bad.
we should have read the conditions of YouTube better before we started channels.
Side note, Sarah, you with that gray on top of that gray leg. I keep looking to think you only have one leg. It looks really weird. Like with his background.
it's jeans. They're not gray.
No. Like put it back, Flo. Put it black. Put her back. Like see your background with the leg, and then her gray shirt matches the leg. It looks like it's one.
Okay.
A little bit. It's kind of the same. It's a little bit.
Yeah.
The same.
I got you. I got you with a new one.
So
Flo,
it keeps throwing me off.
I will say, Flo. If you want to watch any, there is some good Star Wars out there, even made by Disney. It's called Andor. It's actually a really good show. It's about people being based and
like and/or like what you know.
No, Andor. It follows. Did you ever watch Rogue One, the movie?
No.
Okay, there's a character in there, and he's a part of the rebellion, and he's one of the major characters in that movie, and it's a show about him when he was younger and about him joining the rebellion, and it's this movie about there's a bank heist, there's a prison break, there's a riot. It's actually like a really good movie. It's only like 12 episodes too.
I want to tell you that I'll watch it, but I know that I don't really watch things.
That's fair. If you've got Disney Plus, though, you should check it out.
I don't. Well, I don't know. I probably do. I hate fucking because I don't watch TV, and so I'm kind of a crab ass about paying for all the different things.
No, fair, valid.
But I also don't pay a lot of attention, and like free. She's real good about like figuring out how to maintain things without me knowing they're being maintained.
Fair. Yeah. I mean, I watch a lot of things by streaming them just for free because I hate paying for them too. So.
I love Spotify. Spotify is bae.
Spotify is bae. Cynthia, it's Andor, Andor. Yeah, I think it's like
you forgot the slash.
It's the only good Disney Star Wars thing they've made. In my opinion, at least. And
I canceled Netflix during the Cuties thing. That was it. I was done with them after that.
Fair.
I have the Fire Stick, so I can just watch anything.
I don't know. I had a few jailbroken Fire Sticks. I don't know where that went.
Dude, the Cuties thing was so fucking psycho. Oh my god.
Yeah, and it pissed me off so bad. Especially like it was an uproar, and they're like, "Nope, we're gonna sexualize these kids." Yeah, and actually, when that came out, the main character was exactly my daughter's age. I don't remember, it was like 10 or 11 or something. And so it was like, okay, I see you. I see you. Goodbye. We're ending our 11-year relationship now, Netflix. Permanently.
Yeah, like, the thing that was super fucked up is like, honestly, Cutie. I watched some reviews of Cuties, and it seemed like it was like actually like supposed to be a decent movie that was supposed
Bullshit.
to be.
I call bullshit on it. I call complete bullshit on it. It's a cope because they were getting attacked, so they made up a lie. If I watched clips of it, enough clips on Twitter to see that those scenes were unnecessarily sexualized.
Yes, no. That's the point that I'm like getting at. Is like the movie had like potential if they had like not put a lot of those like explicitly sexualized scenes in there. If they had been like, okay, this is a movie about how this sexualization is bad, and we're not going to explicitly show any of it, but we're going to sort of like imply it, like, and that's going to be sort of like the theme, like that. I could see it being like a defensible like. And like a decent like movie that you could have that be it's kind of like how in Game of Thrones, right? Like in Game of Thrones there's a bunch of rape scenes, but part of the point is that rape is bad.
They didn't
whoa. Grape scene.
Oh yeah, grape juice.
Grape juice, sorry. But like a lot of the point is like it's all like it's meant to be like bad scenes, like it's bad people doing bad things to people who you're supposed to empathize with. But like the problem is the show just like basically did like a lot of over sexualization of that and just like the normal sex.
But so this is the normal predator trope, right?
Yeah.
Why are you doing this with kids? Oh, I'm trying to help kids, right? They're always trying to help. I'm trying to show how it's bad to do these. Get the fuck out of here.
They're implanting thoughts.
Well, the thing that like
they're shifting the norm
is like there are movies about like these kinds of things. Like what was there was one movie, I cannot remember the name of it. Not Superbad. Fuck.
Milo Notice.
What's it about?
It's about this. It's about a girl who she's like being sexually abused. However, whenever and she has to do like these erotic dances and like do sexual stuff with people for money. But like whenever she does that, she goes into this like internal world that she made in her mind, and like so it has like these cool like wacky things. Like there's this like steampunky World War I universe that she's in. God, I wish I could remember. It's like
she's dissociating, but they're like glamorizing it.
Yes. Well, she's dissociating, but like the point is that like the movie is about how it is bad that she is experiencing these things, but in the movie they never show these things because when these things happen, she's disassociating and they're showing you disassociating, and like it's all like it's actually a really interesting sort of like semi-action movie. I wish I could remember.
But where were you landing it? I don't even remember what we're talking about.
Oh, and that's how like you do a movie about that topic.
Oh yeah, you imply it.
Yeah,
Sucker
but
punch,
no, because you're just teaching kids how to disassociate.
Well, not even that, because it's just mostly. I mean,
that's sort of just an automatic coping mechanism in a stressful.
This isn't. Also, this is not a movie for kids. It is explicitly a movie for like people who are. I think it was it rated R? I think no, I think it was PG-13. Even still,
well, then it's for kids. If it's PG-13, it's basically for kids. At least teenagers or preteens. Right?
I think teenagers are. I think it's good enough for teenagers. I think it.
But I mean, do you remember going to movies when you're like in middle school, like 9, 10, 11? Like you wanted to see if you weren't watching a PG-13 movie, you really weren't watching shit back then.
Sometimes. I mean, then you have like stuff like Kung Fu Panda, which, by the way, is a
or
fire.
E.T. E.T. was the shit.
E.T. was kind of boring. Kung Fu Panda shit.
Oh my god, I cried and my dad yelled at me at the movie theater. Said, "You're gonna cry for this movie?"
Like I will actually say, as much as I do hate a lot of movies that will make like a movie 1, a movie 2, a movie 3, a movie 4, Kung Fu Panda, I have watched and enjoyed every single Kung Fu Panda movie they've made.
So has my dad.
I think it's Jack Black.
My dad loved Kung Fu Panda.
I've never watched the Kung Fu Panda.
They're pretty good.
They're pretty good, honestly. And Shrek 1 and Shrek 2. Honestly, I think Shrek 2
Shrek
may be
was
better.
great.
I think Shrek 2 is better than Shrek 1. Hot take.
What's the one with the fuck.
So
It's like the like Little Red Riding Hood and like all the fairy tale characters.
That's Shrek.
No, it's not. There's a different one. There's a different one. Fuck. Katie, are you watching? Are you there, Miss
Is it
Flo?
a TV show? Is it a TV show or a movie?
No, it was a movie. I think they only made 2 of them, and it does have the same sort of.
Oh, I know
you know what I'm talking about.
Oh my god, I'm gonna look this up.
That one was fucking hilarious because it wasn't ogres and princes. It was like actually the characters from the stories. You know, like Jack and the Beanstalk. You know, and they put them all together. Hoodwinked, Gary Baxter.
Hoodwinked.
Thank you, sir.
Hoodwinked. Dude, Hoodwinked is so good. All right,
Bring out that Mensa brain to save the day.
Actually, thank you, Gary. I'm actually gonna put this on my Polycule to watch list because Hoodwinked is so good.
I'm glad I could contribute my part towards the Polycule. Hopefully someday I can earn a share in the Polycule.
Lindsay, everyone would date Jack Black. Okay, I think straight men would date Jack. Jack Black is just like
I wouldn't date Jack Black.
I wouldn't date him, but I'd definitely be his friend.
Oh yeah.
I appreciate the aloofness and with which you just friend zoned the fuck out of him.
Friend zoned Jack Black.
Like, oh, we can be friends. Like, damn, he just got friend zoned hard. Like that's any sort of
He's fucking hilarious, but I'm not gonna fuck him.
Oh, I would.
I feel the same way.
You seen School of Rock? Come on, I'd fuck
Yeah.
that guy.
There's nobody funny enough to make me want a fat man on me. Nobody.
Well, I mean,
Get out.
I'm thinking Jack Black in his School of Rock days.
Take out the qualifier. A man.
Except Heavy D. Heavy D could make it.
I've got a Heavy D. Who are you talking about?
Tenacious D.
Mm.
Heavy D. He's a rapper who was in the 90s, early 90s.
Mm.
He was a big guy.
I was like, how did you know my nickname?
Big D.
Heavy D. Heavy D, yeah. But he's passed away. So but he had really good music too. And he could dance. He had a really good dance style.
I have a pretty good dance style.
Do you? I can't dance worth crap.
I can't. I my like 5 years ago or some shit, my daughter taught me how to do the floss. And now she can't get me to stop.
Oh god.
In my mind, I'm a dancing thing.
The floss is certainly dancing. Aside from that, there's like stuff that libs people do, right? And then there's the slow dancing, which is just
and then there's the TikTok dancers. I'm sick of them. I just
I don't want. Sometimes I try to twerk, but I just end up like.
You know what's wild? The school that I went to didn't have prom; it had protocol. Basically,
God.
Protocol.
Sounds rigid. It sounds terrible.
Right? Sounds military.
Yeah. So basically, what we would do is in the months leading up, every like 3 days a week, we would take a period off, and we would take dance lessons and learn how to do ballroom dancing. So like waltzing and
Nice.
So I know how to.
No wonder you're rebelling so hard. That sounds awful.
That's
I love
I
it.
would like to know that.
I liked that. I like that.
Super fun.
I feel like that's a baller card. If
I wish I had paid attention. My mom tried
that
to.
out.
Yeah, but my mom tried to teach me piano, and I didn't want to learn. I wish I learned piano. There's lots of things I wish I had learned. Ballroom dancing has never been one.
Listen, I think everyone should learn ballroom dancing or dancing as a certain, because everything in life is a dance. So you need to learn how to do that balance.
Actually, that's a good point.
And you need how to do that. I wish everybody knew how to do that.
And honestly, like even then, like even just like learning a waltz, it's super easy. Like it's actually not difficult.
But it's like even once you I like doing like the electric slide and shit. Like okay, you can get it down. Now you're just in this fucking line, like doing this repetitive motion for 5 minutes with a bunch of fucking other people around.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So that's a group dance, and there are fun group dances. Don't get me wrong, but like learning how to like waltz and stuff like that. There's tons of like iterations you can do. Like you can do different like spins. You can do different like there's different like ways you can do a waltz. Like obviously you're still moving.
Have you ever waltzed with anybody outside of waltz class?
Yes, we
okay,
had.
you're in a poly. Well, I shouldn't ask you.
We
Oh,
had
how I
And what would
masculine and feminine in perfect harmony. It's beautiful.
well, and what would you think about the introduction of something like, say, breakdancing? Then you got to have a course on breakdancing. What is that?
I bet the wizard is this your segue into how to tell us you're actually a rapper and a breakdancer?
Oh my gosh, I'm about to get a shot.
No way.
Yeah.
But we learned we also learned like there are these German like ballroom like bar dances where it's like a group dance, and
where you cross your arms and stand on the table and kick your legs out.
I mean that is one of them.
That's river dancing.
I love river dancing. How do they do that with their legs? It baffles me every time.
I feel like I can do it, but I've never watched myself, so I probably can't.
We actually did have someone. We did have a sort of like a talent show thing where we had some people do some river dancing because, oh god! So the school I went to had a house system, like Harry Potter house system.
Oh god!
But
your
all the
parents raised you to be gay.
But
what is the Harry Potter house system?
The
house you lived at the school?
That sounds like a military foundation.
I knew this was. See, I knew that dance sounded military.
It was a classical Christian school, and our houses were named after different saints. So there was Boniface, there was Athanasius, there was Becket, and then there was obviously the best house, Columba.
I don't know any of those saints.
Thank you, Sarah.
Well,
I was thinking, I was like, what type of
the guy who
school?
he chopped down the tree, the Thor tree, in somewhere in like Germany, modern day Germany.
Okay, so he's a conqueror.
But you called it a what type of school? A Christian school?
They call themselves a classical Christian school.
Classical Christian. Where's my notebook?
But okay, so I'm just confused.
Yeah,
so it was a boarding school.
No, it was not a boarding school.
So
where did you grow up?
I grew up in Memphis. Yeah.
Memphis. Okay. You did mention
under the
that.
big pyramid.
Yep. But there's Athanasius. He was the guy. He was I think he was like Egyptian, I think. And he was one of the guys who was one of the early church fathers who his whole thing was he fought against Gnosticism. He was one of the big enemies of
another conqueror. All right.
Becket was the priest of the king. He was the Archbishop of Canterbury, and one of the kings of England said, in a fit of rage, who will rid me of this meddlesome priest? And one of his knights took it very literally and lopped off Becket's head.
Okay.
What was he meddlesome for? What was he doing that's meddlesome?
This was the Henry that wanted to divorce his wife, and Becket was like his like close friend, but like because he was like very whatever Catholic, he was like, no, you can't get a divorce. You're the king. Of course you can't. And the king was just very upset that his best friend wouldn't let him get a divorce. So
is this Henry VIII who had like 7 fucking wives that he killed?
Yeah, I think it was the 8th. Yeah.
Look at this. When you search Becket, look at this picture that comes up. He just got that sword stuck in his dome.
And then the best of them, Columba, who was an Irish priest, who he was like the third son of a nobleman, and he got involved in politics in Ireland and accidentally caused a battle in which like 3,000 people died. So he
accidentally. So we got conquerors, and then one dude who was just a prude.
Well, and then he exiled himself from the island with his 12 best friends.
He ran away. He started a war and then he
12 best friends.
And he then went to Scotland and promised to save as many souls as he had killed in that battle. And he did a bunch of like stuff. Like he went to like this Pictish warlord and like
what was his name?
Columba.
Okay.
Saint Columba.
So you didn't live at the school? Did you go like stay there Monday through Friday and come home on the weekends? How was it?
Credited with spreading Christianity to what is today Scotland. Yeah, bro. These are all conquerors.
Yes.
And this dude on screen, though, can you see? Look behind his head. That sword got stabbed so hard through his head that it bent on whatever's behind him. you see that blade down there?
Yeah,
It
yeah, I
doesn't
do.
look like it's phasing him though. He's just
Yeah, he's pretty chill about it. He's like, dude,
Dude, seriously?
you know how Moses parted the seas? God parted his sword.
So did you? So you didn't live there? Was it just every day, Monday through Friday? Your parents took you?
It was a normal school. Yeah, we just
Okay.
we did there. But we had house meetings every Thursday, which was we took a period and we had like house meetings, and I mean it was mostly just
What
like
would happen during a house meeting?
so it largely depended on like what time of year it was, because the houses mostly mattered for things like field day. Like field day, all the houses would compete in all of the different activities and try and see who could get the most points. However, there were also other things, like there was like the talent show where we would put forward different teams. We would get together and actually do some like community service and stuff. We would get together. There was a bunch of the school stuff. Like the houses had to like do different cleaning duties at the school. Well, we didn't have to, but it was one of the things that my class proposed that we have the houses do. When we were the seniors,
Do cleaning?
we were in charge. Yeah, clean. Well, because do cleaning and stuff. Because where the school was at a church. There's like that we had a building at the church, and so I liked a lot of the church staff there. They were like really chill, and so I got the rest of my classmates to propose that the houses do cleaning once a month for.
I want to propose a theory to you that Columbo is an alien. Look at this fucking dome shape. Do you see the shape of his head? And what the fuck is this staff he's holding? Like all the pictures have him holding this weird thing. What is this?
It looks like that shuffleboard thing.
It's a shuffleboarding alien.
It's an Irish thing. Okay, look,
I'm like all good white people. I'm part Irish. I've never heard of nor seen something like this.
I'm not Irish, and I'm very fucking.
You don't have any Irish in you.
I'm pure German.
When you come back to Kansas City,
I'm German Scottish.
I'm mostly German and Czech.
Oh, German, Scottish, and English. But I just ignore that English bit because the Scottish and the German is more interesting.
The English bit isn't very interesting unless you're descended from a Longshank. Then it's interesting.
Actually, I do know that one of my ancestors owned a bookstore in London because there was
I killed Braveheart, not yours. No, get out of here with that shit.
I found a picture of it still exists.
Okay,
it's now like a library, but
Aphiolus or whatever. What's the name? One of the other saints you said?
Athanasius.
Oh, I'm looking at Alphonsus. This isn't even the right saint. These, if you look at the images of saints, they're kind of interesting because like there's common things. Like this dude is always given that he's like got his head tilted. He's always given that snaky ass look.
Fucking evil.
Right.
Yeah.
Like all the pictures of this dude, he's kind of got that looking at you at that angle, and he's giving you that look like, "Hey, bro, I boned your sister."
And then like they even have the image, like yeah, you can just sense that this isn't right.
There's something off.
Yeah.
Is that a ring on his wedding finger as a saint?
That's on his right hand.
Right. Yeah.
It's not on his wedding finger.
That's the ring you kiss.
Also, there are saints who were married. Not all the saints were like priests or something, but yeah.
He creeps me out.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the creepier ones.
But yeah,
that alone throw up red flags of inconsistency.
Yeah, there was
like here I'm going to show another one. This dude is I got to look into this Alphonsus guy or whoever because he's creepy as fucking all of them.
So he's creepy as fuck. So you want to learn more about
I
him?
want to know what this creepy ass dude is doing being a saint.
Oh my gosh!
Why is he holding Jesus?
He's holding a crucifix.
Right.
Yeah,
So
crucifix of Jesus.
So hang on, because I wrote it down. This is the classical Christian. So did y'all just have the Bible, or was there another book that y'all studied out of as well?
Oh, fucking Catholic school. We barely touched the Bible. It was all about sacraments. It had nothing to do with the Bible.
I mean, like
look at this creepy motherfucker, dude.
Right?
This dude is up to some shit.
We
I
did
bet
have
so.
a theology class.
You
Which,
did?
yeah.
And here he's got a red ring here on the same finger though.
Mhm.
And then everyone he's got that crucifix in the background. Look at the way this halo is set up. He's got antenna horns, aliens.
All aliens. Yep, true facts.
So did y'all study from the Bible, or did she, like Sarah said, did y'all have sacraments books?
No. It was a Reformed Presbyterian. Was the specific kind of Christian that the most people were.
Okay.
Which, yeah, I don't know. They were fine. No, my textbooks were not Abeka, though they were when I was homeschooled in 4th grade. But that was just because that was like what my mom like figured out about. Like it, honestly, Abeka is like super mid. I don't really like Abeka, but I have my issues with them. But
okay, so how do I spell the saint that I was looking for?
ATHFANATIUS, I think. Hang on, let me Google it and
That
see.
it'll find the right thing.
What is
way
it?
different than the way I started spelling it.
Go back and look at the guy's digit. What digit? I don't understand
He
that.
had it on his ring finger, but of his right hand, not his left one.
I had to look up what Abeka was.
Yeah, Abeka is a homeschooling program, but it's like very religiously oriented, and that has influenced a lot of their perspectives on things. Like,
I see that.
yeah, to the point where like they take. I mean, Veritas Press is moderately better. I also did Veritas when I was homeschooled in 7th grade, but
This dude has an alien-shaped head too. These are, I've cracked the code.
Well, according to Tommy,
My
I have
God.
a head. Does that make me a saint?
According to what?
Go back. Is he
According to
throwing up
Tommy, my
the
head looks
Illuminati
like
sign?
an alien.
Oh, hold on. We gotta check this out.
Put him back real quick.
Hold on. Do something. Do like the above below thing. Hold a book and do something. You might be.
An
Stand
alien
up.
or a
Yeah.
saint?
Both.
I mean, same thing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, go back to the guy. Go back to him real quick. Just
This dude.
back him up. Back him up. Yeah. See, he has the Illuminati sign.
If I have to be real, I think Athanasius might be one of my favorite of those saints because he was a ascetic.
He's the one that killed the Gnostics or something?
Yeah, he opposed the Gnostics, but yeah, he was an ascetic monk. He was one of those guys who would like go out in the desert and like.
Hold on.
What else from
I
Skyrim?
did a poll. Hold on. I forgot the poll results. Wizard, should Wiz shave his stash? 55% said no, the labia tickler is dashing. 30% said keep the stash and add some beard. And 15% said yes, stop being a bigot.
I don't even know what.
Hell yeah, I like his stash. It's a good stash.
It's gotten less biggity since he's been hanging out over here. Oh yeah, we have Sarah looks like this, like a wood elf from Skyrim.
What's
I think
that?
that I don't know, but wood elves sound hotter than aliens.
Actually, wood elves in Skyrim lore are actually semi-cannibals.
That's okay. They can't. That doesn't mean they can't be hot. How do you kind of be a cannibal?
Yeah, what's a semi-cam? What is that? Cannibal.
I bite my nails. Is that what you're talking about?
So they do practice a sort of like ritualistic cannibalism, but it's not like
Christianity. They're Christians.
Kind of actually. Basically, when people are dead, I think they eat certain body parts of the dead. It's a respect
Like
thing.
McDonald's.
Yeah.
I don't think you're
like a
supposed to.
placenta.
What? I've heard of people doing that. That's so fucking wild. I don't even want to look at
Dude,
it. I don't even like saying the
Tommy
word.
Hilfiger. Look at Tommy Hilfiger. He swears
Okay.
by that stuff.
I have to look
Hold
it up.
on. There's one more house that I'm missing. I got Beckett. I got Athanasius. I got the dude with the stick, Columbo.
Oh, Boniface.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, I guess it wasn't the Illuminati sign. He says it was the sign of peace they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It
what the
looks like a
Illuminati would tell you
mudra.
too.
I was trying to find the actual name of the mudra.
This motherfucker's got an axe.
Yeah, that's
What?
he's known for chopping down the tree of Thor. Tree of Thor or Tree of Odin, one of the two.
So what do you think that experience for the German people at that time was like?
Horrific, because that was like supposed to represent their deity and stuff. Yeah.
I mean, it probably was them. I bet it was. This motherfucker's.
Yeah. Boniface was also the underdog house. They were always the smallest in number, and they just lost every field day. But they were allies with Columba House.
Now, how did y'all get chosen for these houses? Did the school assign you? Did
Yeah,
this?
so they did assign us, and they would basically like do a spread. They would basically try and make sure that each class has about an even number of people spread between the houses. However, they would have legacy people. So if you had an older sibling who was in a house, you would then be in that house. So like my brother he goes to the same school I graduated from, and he is in Columba House.
Oh, okay.
Because I was in Columba.
Nice.
I don't know, man. This seems like a creepy ass school.
Facts. Big facts.
I mean, it is definitely a little weird, but it is also the place.
And I went to a Jesuit high school.
It's insight into different upbringings. It's interesting.
They also taught me formal logic, and then we had 3 years of rhetoric class.
That's cool.
Classes. And also the one of the only languages you can take is Latin. However, I got to take Greek when I was a senior.
Oh, you were one of those. So I went to a Jesuit high school, and one of the options for language was Latin, and you had to take Latin and then be like recommended to be in the Greek class after that.
Yeah, and the way we learned Greek, it was so awesome too. So basically, we learned the alphabet, we learned the basics of grammar, and then my teacher gave us each a copy of the Book of Mark in the original Aramaic Greek, and he was like, "All right." And then we just read through and translated the entire Book of Mark.
Hold on, what languages were offered there? Latin. Freshman year, you could take a language. Was it Latin, Spanish? One other one. What was the other one? Did you have more than 3 languages options your freshman year?
No.
Was it French?
It was just Latin. Now I think they offer French and Spanish. But
Oh,
when
you just had Latin. Okay.
Yeah, and actually, even more so. So the school I went to is a K through 12 school, and they would start teaching Latin in 6th grade, and then by the time you were in 7th grade, or 9th grade, sorry, when you're freshman year in high school, you would take like your first actual Latin class. Like,
I bought a book on how to teach myself Latin.
Yeah,
I would love to know how to read the language that all the old shit's written in, because, the history, the popular versions of things that we're taught are just fucking bullshit wrong.
If you can get your hands, we were taught, and I've tried to look at other books. We used Wheelock's Latin. If you can find some of that, I think it's some of the best for like teaching people Latin.
And like Christopher Columbus, everybody's heard the story. Nobody tells you. Well, you probably know, what role did the Catholic Church play in that?
In Christopher Columbus discovering like America and stuff,
and then the events thereafter.
Oh yeah, no. It was like they were super involved because they wanted to.
There's a papal bull that's still up that's never been retracted. Basically, say go to America and conquer anything that's not very Christian.
Yes, yeah, because that was it was like in the 1500s, and the church really was still in their like almost like neo-crusading kick.
They've never I don't know what the word is, revoked or repealed. They've never revoked that one.
Yeah.
Commanding them to conquer everything not Christian, nor the one that started the Inquisition. The Inquisition is still in effect technically.
Tupelo's got it right in the chat. Doctrine of discovery.
Nice, thank you. I was on a different tab. I didn't see that. Before I take it off screen, can we appreciate this Christian print right here? You could have this fucking poster on your wall,
bitchin',
letting people know that you're holy as shit.
I would never.
You would, though. You're actually the one on this panel that is most likely to.
That is pretty bitchin', to be fair. Like that picture is pretty cool. Pretty metal.
Well, it's more like I want like a big Mexican light up Jesus.
No.
You know what's actually crazy is that the Catholic Church did not used to teach that they used to blame Jews for the death of Christ, and they didn't revoke that until like 1967.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
I mean, did the Pope? Oh wait, did the Pope ever address the Canadian schools that were getting dug up a few years ago? That whole he didn't. He sent a pope and he sent a bishop or something, and he gave some like flippant, sort of dismissive address of it.
That's actually
it was actually pretty shocking.
Yeah, because this pope is surprisingly progressive as far as popes go. Like, so I'm actually shocked that he would sort of dismiss that. I don't know. That's weird. Maybe he's just fucking old as shit now. I don't know.
No, he just didn't give a fuck. Like, it did end up getting addressed, but not by him. Because there's a lot of outroar when they were the loops I don't remember what the school was called, but yeah, when they were digging up those schools in Canada, like, because the Catholic Church ran that shit, and there's a big outcry, and the Pope himself never addressed it. Just the local bishop did so, and I watched a video of it with the translation on it, because he's speaking French or Latin or some shit, and it was very like, sorry, you're upset.
I mean, that's kind of how a lot of the bishops are. Like, honestly, like, people will like praise the current pope for being like super progressive, but in reality, the vast amount of the people with power in the church are super like wild and like conservative in that like very not agreeable kind of way. Like, they're very dismissive of people below them. They very much are like stuck in their kind of like tradition, and like what we say kind of goes, and like all the bad things that happened in the past, well, like, you know, whatever, it's they weren't actually that bad, and if they were, it wasn't our fault, and if it actually was our fault, then they deserved it.
So they're exactly the same as when Jesus called them a bunch of fucking hypocrites who didn't understand the actual scriptures.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh, they understand them just enough to pervert them, right? Like,
yeah.
Who just told me to look up St. George? I did. I'm familiar with St. George, where he's trying to put his shaft down that poor alligator's throat.
Yeah, Tupelo, the last Indian boarding schools in the United States were still up in the 90s. Yeah, no, again, the United States also doesn't really have a very good reputation with the indigenous.
Oh yeah, no, they're garbage too.
Yeah,
and the Indian reservation thing, I think, is still
still super.
It's like it's they're ghettos, right? It's true. Yeah. They act like we're giving them. Nah, you just put them all in a ghetto.
Yeah,
I never knew anyone from an Indian reservation my whole life until I went to rehab, and then I met several of them.
Yeah.
It's actually, oh gosh, I'm gonna keep recommending things, and I know that like you hate this kind of shit, but like it's a very good, such a good movie, based off of the book How to Blow Up a Pipeline, which I know is a very
let's just tiptoe around that title though, because algorithm.
I know. I had.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I just don't want to have it.
Yeah, no, I don't want to say the title again, but like it's actually it's less of a how-to manual and more of a why you should is the book, what the actual book's about. The movie, however, is about people who actually do it. It's a sort of a fictional story, but like all of the people there have like actual justifications. Like, one guy is like a dude in Texas who had his land seized so they could build an oil pipeline. And there was some guy who's from North Dakota. He's a Native American, and obviously in there, like, a lot of the lands have been like overtaken by a lot of.
I call bullshit on those. No, that's PR stunts. But not
No. It's a made up story. It's a made up story. Like all of these are like made up stories. Like it's a fictional story explicitly, but it's like all of the people there.
You do see this shit though. They love putting token Indians up. Fucking even the UN does it and shit. Like at these ceremonies, it's wild. I watch weird shit like UN.
Yeah,
like the UN's
and
YouTube channel.
It's actually kind of interesting because the Native American kid, he's actually the one who is the least like ideologically motivated. Like he just fucking hates people and wants to watch the world burn. It's actually it's interesting. There's
but that's exactly how all environmentalists really are.
Yeah, there's a girl who's from like Los Angeles, and she lived right next to an oil refinery, and living next to the oil refinery like gave her like cancer, like some like form of like skin cancer, because like people who live near oil refineries are at much higher risks of getting cancer, and it's usually
are they?
They are, yeah. Okay. There is a high correlation between living next to oil refineries, and it's usually like,
what's the correlation with the skin cancer? Like how with the oil?
Because of the refining process, and like the chemicals that they put in the process puts in the air, and then if you live near it, you know, like when it rains, those chemicals then come down on top of you.
So they're
Gotcha.
So the chemtrails are blaming the oil refineries. I see.
I mean, yeah, actually,
sort of like how they blame the health tubes that I smoke.
And then there was there's another girl who her mom died in like a heat wave, like some like freak heat wave, and
a freak heat wave.
Yeah. She lived in I think it was like the West
so
Coast.
what does that have to do with anything?
Oh, I mean, for her, she's the like
the global warming thing.
Yeah, she's the climate activist.
Okay, right.
And then there's like people who like just don't like the oil industry, you know, like again, like because they're blowing up a.
Well, I'm yet to meet any climate fanatic who or an environmental fanatic who actually has ever been in the climate at all or in nature.
I mean, I do. I like being in nature.
Do you?
I do. I actually go on hikes quite often. Yeah. I live in Washington. Okay, you know how many fucking gorgeous.
Yeah.
I've never been up there. I've never been north of Northern California. I went to the Redwoods. That was awesome.
Yeah,
Well,
the Redwoods are cool.
I'm gonna head out.
You are?
Bye. Yes, I'm tired. But good live. I guess.
Yeah.
I guess our fight with Tarek, that was short lived.
Well, I blocked his bitch ass.
Yeah.
But he's gonna be freaking out again more tomorrow somewhere. You know, like he doesn't seem to be taking. He just seems to be spinning worse and worse.
All righty.
Yeah, I
well, I
know,
hope it
right?
gets better. I hope it gets
Good night,
better.
Cynthia.
Night.
Yeah.
Bye, Mr. Pie. Bye, Lip. Good talking tonight.
Oh man, Mr. Pine got his Anon mask. He's gonna remind me. Everyone.
I know. I can't believe she left. Maybe she did for a reason.
V for Vendetta. All right, that's also another good movie.
I think it's ironic that that's become the symbol of anti-establishment because of a movie from the establishment. You know, like it's just.
I mean,
it's so ironically perfect.
I guess I don't know. I think
they're orchestrating.
Right.
Sorry, they're orchestrating the anti-movement because they want to bring in their new system. So we got to tear down the old shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is actually one of the things that's part of the reason why people will like complain about like how anti-capitalist movies and like media can take place under capitalism, and a large part of that is like that it feeds into this like thing of like having people do nothing, because it's like, oh, you watch this anti-capitalist movie and then you feel good for a minute because, oh, I just watched this movie that's anti-capitalist and now I'm not going to do anything about it.
That is one of the vulnerabilities for sure of capitalism. Absolutely. That and like national sovereignty. Like the U.S. has sold its power and ownership for trinkets.
Yeah,
that's
I
a
mean,
flaw in capitalism. But I
mean,
don't
hell,
know that there's an
even
opposite. It's basically a flaw in
I
humanity.
mean, you can. I do think there's justification for like limiting
Medical freedom.
No. Limiting like what people can do with their money to a certain extent, right? So like for instance, I'm gonna reference that Bronze Age collapse book. There were certain restrictions on like people buying land, right? Because like it was like, okay, if you aren't a citizen, if you don't live in, you know, the city of Ugarit, then you can't buy land in Ugarit. Now, if you're from the land of and you come to Ugarit, you can buy a house. But then if you leave Ugarit, you can't own that house. That house then would go back to the state. And I think there's like reasonable restrictions on those kinds of things, especially when you have states. Oh, you're muted, Flo.
I would absolutely agree with that.
But that's only with states. I do think if you didn't have states, I don't think that would be.
But see, the issue, the interesting thing for me is because I recognize that is there's logic behind those sort of policies. Yes. I also see how demonized redlining is. So under the flag of anti-racism, nationally, we banned what could be used as a protective practice for a country.
I mean, well, sort of. I mean, now for an instance in America, the limitations against redlining don't actually hamper our ability for like to say have people who aren't like, well, okay, I don't want to say aren't American because it's not that non-Americans, but
I get what you're saying. It's not the same. It doesn't box out foreigners. It does remove. It removes the lender's ability to. It basically does the same thing as it just opens things wide up to anybody.
Yeah,
it's illegal to have any discretion.
Yeah,
in who comes in.
Yeah, it's like you can buy this land even if you're foreign, but then that doesn't make that land like Chinese because a Chinese company bought it. That land is still American even if it's owned by
but at some point that just becomes token, right? Like they're building a Panasonic battery facility by us. You think that this town is going to stay Kansan mostly, or you think it's going to get a whole lot of influence?
I mean, that's fair, but like my thing is, the people who live here are the people who deserve to be like represented, right? So like, if you have a bunch of ex-Chinese nationals, you know, come over to work in that factory, but then they get their American citizenship and then they live here, they're American. They may not be Kansan in the same.
No,
way.
I'm talking about the power. Institutionally, the power is not going to be the people; it's going to be the outside money.
Yes, no, and I
infrastructure, all that shit is not going to be up to people who live here.
Yeah, and I do take issue with the powers of global corporations. That's one of the reasons why I'm very big on, I think, utilizing a lot of our antitrust laws, existing antitrust laws, in order to limit the power of global corporations, because I do think that poses like maybe not risks, but concern.
Sort of the issue, though, like any regulation, is regulatory capture.
No, that's true, but I mean, like, I don't know, like the whole thing about.
I'm not sure what Wizard agreed with, but yes.
The antitrust laws. It's all about trust, folks. Everything in contract is situated under some kind of trust, a public trust.
No. That's not. Sorry, that's not what So the
antitrust is monopoly laws.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anti-monopoly laws, and like one of the things is they haven't really been exercised as much recently because the country,
they haven't been exercised in a long ass time.
Because the country wants to be seen as pro-business, which like I can empathize with wanting to be pro-business, but like I don't think that being
that's not pro-business, and no, that's not why. Who was the first guy that did it? Fuck.
It's Teddy Roosevelt.
One of the famous like barons from. He was in the fur trade. Anyways, yeah, government has always been exploited for private interests, and that's a perfect example of it. Is how many monopolies that we have.
But like when we established all these antitrust laws, a lot of them were instituted under Teddy Roosevelt, who based. All right, look, I may not like everything Teddy Roosevelt did, but that man was fucking awesome.
He got shot and finished his speech before he went to the hospital.
I know.
I don't give a fuck what all he did. That man is all right with me.
He was also a big conservationist.
I have mixed feelings about that.
I mean, he liked national parks, and I think national parks are fucking awesome. Even if you're not a big environmentalist.
I know there's always how do you feel about the EPA?
That's different than conservation, though.
I know.
I mean, I like.
I'm more familiar with the EPA than I am with the park systems. They're a terrorist organization.
Mm.
Do you know how they do their audits? They go to construction companies and they say, for instance, we need to do an audit on the last 10 years of your repair jobs, right? Which, of course, is where you're going to have accidents, is where there's a repair.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can give $1 million and they'll go away. It's pure extortion.
Oh, in terms of, no. I mean, I will say, I think the EPA needs some massive restructuring and reform, because right now companies will just pay their way out, and it's basically just an extortion racket. And I'm not a fan of that. I think that their regulations should, instead of being extortionary, should come with actual penalties for breaking their laws, because that's the point, is it's a law, and there should come.
Well, sometimes the problem is these and it's the same thing with police. All the incentives for the problem solvers incentivize more problems.
Yes, no, I agree.
The Justice Department never gave a grant out for least crime.
Yeah, it's and with the EPA, it's cheaper for a company to illegally dump their waste and then pay the fine than to find a way to legally and safely dump their waste. Because it's easier for them to just dump it and then pay the fine, because the fine is lower, is a less of a cost than building a whole system where they could properly dump waste. So the biggest thing that keeps monopolies in place is the regulatory burdens. I do think that's a big part.
I think it's the number one thing. You know how much shit nobody can afford to start, say, a bank.
Yeah, actually, I was going to say, especially in places that have high startup costs. But that's one of the reasons why I think a lot of these places, these kinds of things, are better run democratically by a government organization, by privately run but publicly owned organizations, right? So for instance, in Memphis Light, Gas, and Water is a privately run but a publicly owned thing. And
what do you mean?
So MLG&W is a private company. They do profits and stuff like that. However, because it is a public interest, because they effectively have a monopoly on giving light, gas, and water to the entire Memphis area,
that's how all utility companies are run.
The board of trustees is all appointed by elected officials.
Yeah.
And I think that's a when you're talking about these kinds of big systems, where the incentives for doing the thing that is beneficial to people is not there, I think that's kind of what you have to do. In a way,
that's why socialism doesn't work, because there's no incentive to do things.
In a way, I think actually our road building, I think, should be, instead of being done by being bidded out to private contractors, I think we should have basically a privately run but publicly owned government construction.
Well, the job wouldn't get done.
It's not getting done now is the problem. It's not getting done when we're having private firms do it. It's getting done very poorly.
It depends on which part of town you're in.
I mean, infrastructure spending in the country is
now that we've got the Panasonic plant moving in, boy, they're blitzing around these roads. But in Kansas City, Missouri, and shit, there's steel plates that have been there my whole life.
Yeah, and and the thing is, the money just isn't there, and then it's all contracts out to private companies for the lowest bid.
Do you know what TIFs are? The tax, what is it called, Sarah? What's the TIF stand for?
I don't fucking. I'd have to look it up. I'm sure.
Tax increment financing.
Sure.
It's a strategy where like people who rehab busted down parts of town get to have that property tax exempt for a period of time, like the valuable lifetime of that property. And then as it starts to degrade back right after it stops being a good part of town, 15 years, 20 years, whatever, then they start paying taxes, but also then it's turning kind of back into, not, it's just, it's bullshit.
Yeah, all I know about TIFs is there was a conversation between, I don't know, some like crazy fucking socialist light YouTuber and Vosh, and the socialist light YouTuber was screaming, "What's a TIF? What's a TIF?" And it was just very funny.
Isn't Vosh socialist?
Yeah, he is. No, he's an actual socialist, but this guy was like, he's more of a liberal. This guy was like a liberal, so like one of those like liberals who like calls themselves a socialist because they didn't hate Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders was such a douche, though. Like, I didn't hate Bernie Sanders either, but he just like such a crabby loser.
Was he? I thought.
I don't know. He just always kind of looked like
he was a pretty gracious kind of guy. I mean, considering he got fucked over in the primaries 2 times, and then
is that gracious or is that just a loser? Like what can he do? What else can he do? I guess he could be like Hillary Clinton and not ever acknowledge that he lost, but.
Or he was never actually going to win.
Oh,
was never trying to win. He just gathers in the votes, and then they transfer the votes over to the one person who's actually going to win.
I do not agree that was the intention of Bernie Sanders, considering Bernie Sanders has spent literally his entire lifetime of doing politics advocating for the same things.
Bernie Sanders is he's a light bulb for the moths that would otherwise be too far left to bother voting.
It's for people who don't really like understand politics, but like this guy seems cool. He seems pretty.
He really gets us.
Yeah,
Bernie Sanders.
He doesn't take in.
He is a bad guy. Of course, he's a hypocritical fuck. He wants. He wants you to be socialist, but he's living. Yeah, all federal politicians are just actors, basically.
Yeah, I mean they already have like a plan for who's actually going to go in for the primary and stuff like that. I think,
or they'll like this time they'll just not run a primary and then they'll just run a corpse and be like, "Come on, guys, you have to vote for him. Come on, guys, vote for this corpse."
At least it's not Trump. Come on.
But meanwhile, the DNC is like, "All right, we're gonna run a fake primary, but Trump is also a corpse, so we're gonna run him too."
Yeah, it just shows like it's just a clown show. It since the Trump election and everything, it's just kind of like shown how much.
I think it was like my whole life. I remember Clinton and old Bush, but I mean, old Bush was the first president I remember, and he was the head of the CIA, and then he put in a coke runner from Arkansas, and then he put in his son, and then he put in his son, even though I guess he lost. And then he put in Kenyan.
They're all planned. Not a single one of them has been our decision.
Well, the thing is, so I one of the few things that I agree with Noam Chomsky on now, because Noam Chomsky's brain is now soup because he's 80, is Noam Chomsky wrote a book called Manufactured Consent, which is basically about how the democratic process.
That wasn't him, was it?
Yeah, Noam Chomsky.
That was the guy who wrote Propaganda. That was Bernays.
No, Noam Chomsky wrote Manufactured Consent.
Gary Baxter, are you watching? Who wrote it? Go ahead.
Talking about how like the media has been hijacked to sort of manufacture people's consent, which is basically how you do it and maintain the veneer of a democracy. Is you basically get people to believe that they have given their consent to be ruled in this manner by these people, and the thing is, like, after long enough of people being of that consent being manufactured, at some point it actually becomes genuine, and you get like fucking ghouls. Not just among like the politicians, but in the voters as well.
Sorry, I wasn't listening to you at all.
That's
I
fine.
wouldn't call it genuine. I would say they were brainwashed, manipulated, and mind fucked.
Well, yes,
so they
no, I
think
agree.
Hey, nice product placement.
Yeah, but it's not authentic by any means. It was forged into
The
their
whole
brain.
the whole shit show, the whole idea that we have a choice in who represents us is in itself kind of grotesque if you take a step back and look at it. Like, we didn't get the choice for these people.
Yeah.
We didn't choose these people.
I mean,
said you get this shit show or that shit show, but you wanted it. It's all.
And they're
It's
both
gaslighting.
they're both funded by the same people. You know.
But the thing is, we could have a more representative democracy if we change the way our voting works, right? So, like with our first past the post system, we will never move away from the dichotomy, ever. Period. It will always be voting for Hitler or voting for 99% Hitler. Every single time, there will never be.
Wrong. I don't believe that's correct at all. I haven't considered a different example. But if you think about controlling an entity, the best way to watch, like by that I mean society, the best way to move a big mass is left, right, right. Two wings, one bird, two legs, one step. They're just walking us around with two parties.
I know. What I'm saying is, yes, which is the point I'm making. It's you get Hitler or 99% Hitler. Like they're both,
okay, we're making the same point. My bad.
Yeah, they're both basically Hitler. But like, you know, you're given the illusion that voting for 99% Hitler is significantly better. Whereas if we had different systems where we had more parties, where people had actual more choices, where their voices actually matter.
What would that actually solve? Just by adding more parties?
It would be more confusion.
Well, first off, we know there are other democracies that are more representative of the values of the people who are voting. European democracy.
That's a subjective claim.
I would say get rid of the parties altogether.
Well, the problem is with democracy in itself, because it's just even at the best case scenario, where we do actually have representatives that actually represent the views of the people, it is just mob rule, and the more it becomes a direct democracy, the more mob rule it is.
Well, I didn't advocate for direct democracy, so.
Or in just democracy in general, because it's just mob rule.
Democracy is not just mob rule.
It is. What is not mob rule about it?
Okay, so you have majority rule with minority protections. That is like the core of modern liberal democracies. Every single one of them.
Isn't that what a republic was, right? Like there's core protections, and then the rest of the things went to mob rule.
Well, republic. A republic just means that there are multiple government-like entities that all have representatives, i.e., like we have 50 states. Like the reason why we're a democratic republic is because we have 50 states, and each of those states democratically elect representatives that they send to a bigger group to decide things. You know, like it's not that a republic is antithetical to a democracy.
But the republic is the republic part of that equation is what controls, establish protection, certain rights, isn't it? Or am I?
Yeah.
No,
pure democracy is just mob rule.
Than the federals.
I mean, there's not really such a thing as pure democracy. That's never really occurred and never.
Well,
really
I know, but I'm just talking about conceptually, right? All the politics is always theory that is applied in.
Yes, but like
there's no
in
pure
America,
anything.
yes,
There's never been a pure anything.
In America, we are a republic of states. So we are a bunch of states who all elect representatives to go represent them in a bigger setting. And the way in which we do that is through democratic processes. That's why we are a democratic republic.
And we also have the electoral college because it just becomes the mass city centers And
well, actually,
has-
if you want
whoever
to actually,
wants
not really. So if you really want to go back and look at why the Electoral College even exists, the Electoral College basically exists because the Southern states wanted to protect slavery. That I'm not.
Get him, John. I saw your head move. I'm tired of getting lived.
I'm sorry. Okay, I understand that people think that that's silly or whatever.
Slavery was already basically on its way out. You know why?
Wait, not when the Electoral College was formed.
Okay.
So what's your basis of saying that they had the Electoral College because of racism or because of
no,
slavery?
not because of racism. Okay, so so we know, and the reason I know this is because while I didn't graduate college, I did go to college for 2 years, and I went to college for history. So I took several history courses, several of which were on U.S. history, specifically U.S. Civil War history, and we studied the history of slavery in America. And the Southern states, one of their preconditions for signing the U.S. Constitution in 1789 was there were a few things, but including the Three-Fifths Compromise, but also there was the establishment of the Electoral College, which would, because the Southern states were less populous than the Northern states in terms of people who could vote.
How does that equate to because of slavery, or it's because they knew that they would just be completely blocked out in the voting blocks for larger cities as they are now or whatever?
No.
I don't see how you can say that. That's
the representatives
because they wanted slavery.
The representatives for the states specifically said that we don't want to be in a union with the northern states who don't like slavery because we're afraid that if they get that kind of power, that they will use their overwhelming majority to get rid of slavery at some
point. Who said that?
And there were a number of representatives from the southern states who during the
I'm sure there was a couple. Does that mean that was the main reason?
Well,
and why would they not? I mean, just in any that could be one of the points that they were worried about. But it would be anything because they knew they would just be pushed out, and it would basically be a grab for power by the Union.
But the
to
thing
basically give them no power, and that's the exact same thing that the Democrats do now. That's what they're trying to do now, and they say stuff like racism or whatever to do the same thing and justify taking all the voting blocks.
The thing is, John, that so let's start with a really basic thing is our system already has a method for circumventing sort of the mob rule thing, and that's the Senate. Because in the Senate, how many representatives does each state get, John? Do you know?
How many does each state get?
Yes.
How many Senate representatives? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. In the Senate, how many representatives do each state get in the Senate?
I don't know.
It's 2. How many do they get in the House of Representatives?
That's proportional to the population.
Proportional to their population. So within Congress, you have the 2 houses. You have the House of Representatives, which is about sort of representing the sort of more people. It's being more representative of the population.
The House of Commons.
But then you have
how they call it in Britain, England, or in Canada.
But then you have the Senate, which is where each state gets the exact same representation. No matter how many people they have or don't have, they all get the same. And laws have to go through both houses. So already we have a system for preventing this sort of mob rule where, the more populous states will vastly overrule because laws don't get passed unless they pass through both houses. So what the fuck is the Electoral College doing then? What's the point of that? If we already have this system, the Senate, to mitigate the fact that some states are more populous than others.
Can the House of Representatives overtake the Senate? Be if there's more, if basically if all the basically, let's just say Democratic populace, all of their House of Representatives vote for one side or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
would that it somehow how would the Senate itself balance it out?
Because laws have to pass through both houses to be laws.
Yes, but if there's more if all of them are voting and all of the representatives or whatever, I'm trying to think of a way to say this. I mean, explain it to me. Maybe I don't know.
So in theory, one is supposed to basically we have the House of Lords and the House of Commons. This goes back to the British when you had the aristocrats were the House of Lords.
Yes.
And then when the I don't remember but anyways, the peasants got pissed, and so they conceded and said, okay, well, you can have a House of Commons and we'll both work together, something like that. We just moved it over here.
Ours is better though because both of ours require.
Because America, excuse me, that's why.
That's true. But also both of our houses require people to be elected by their constituents instead of having like lords. The House of Lords is like super fucked up. I'm not a fan of the House of Lords. However, the function that they perform is actually notable and good because it prevents sort of that mob mentality.
I agree. There is something to be said for having a rulership class or whatever because their names on it. Democracy. The problem with democracy is it obscures everything. That's what I fucking hated about
Not
crypto.
really, because you can see everyone who votes. You can see all their votes.
Can you?
As
Do you
far
know
as
who voted for what? You can't. You can't go look at voter rolls. You just hear on the news who won.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Not who votes for the representatives, but you can see the representatives and what they vote for and don't vote for, and you can see what each of them does vote for.
But you trust that your vote is getting counted so that they're accurately in office.
Oh, I mean, yeah, but that's any system. Like either you trust that the system will count your vote, or you trust that the person who's in power has your interest in mind. If there's not a democracy.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess my point was though is that like for instance, you can look at the democratic governance of cryptocurrencies if anyone knows anything about that, and that's freaky as shit because now you've got anonymous people in charge of the money, basically.
Yeah, but that's because there's no accountability mechanism whereas there are accountability mechanisms within our government. Even though I would argue that they aren't being implemented in.
Well, the government checks the government, right? So it's like
no, people check the government because one of the accountability mechanisms is voting. Now, I do agree that because our voting system is super fucked, it's not actually a very useful one. However, I would argue
it's a theoretical one, anyways. It's a placebo accountability.
If we had a better voting mechanism, the accountability system would actually work. If for instance, we had like ranked choice voting, then when a politician doesn't do what their constituents want, then their constituents have options and can vote them out and vote someone in who might.
I agree. There should be recourse for somebody who fucks up their shit better than what it is, which is basically you can impeach somebody. It'll take as long as just waiting them out.
I do think there should be more mechanisms for holding like special elections and stuff. Like if you could get like I don't know like a petition of like 500,000 of someone's constituents, you could call for like a recall vote and vote for a new representative. I do think that would be.
Are allocated among electoral votes are allocated among us based on census. Every state is allocated a number of votes equal to the number of senators and representatives in the U.S. congressional delegation. 2 votes for senators and plus a number of votes equal to the plus a number of votes equal to the number of its congressional districts. So 3 electors and 3 electors.
At the end of the day, I'm not going to be happy with anybody ruling me, no matter what system of
yeah, but you have to.
Now I will say, John,
doesn't work.
If you would like, John, if you would like for me to state my actual issue with the Electoral College, I can, which is that the Electoral College is unelected officials who are not obligated to vote the way their constituents want them to vote. The term is unfaithful electors.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't that because it's to counteract the mob rule. So obviously, they're not going to go with the mob rule. That's what the other votes are for.
But that's what the Senate's for.
Right. That's what the senators
So
and the
so
representatives
why
are for.
so
So
why do
the
we need the
electoral
electoral
is so there's a third party that isn't
elected?
Isn't aligned with a particular group or whatever, or a
Well,
certain
no.
mob,
So it's worth
and
noting.
it isn't based on being elected or whatever, because they're just going to cater to the base. They're just catering to the mob,
probably to the people who appointed
and that's why
them,
there's both and not just one or the other.
and
That's why
not
there's both the electoral and the regular votes as well. They're both, because you need a third party who isn't just trying to appease the base.
yes,
'Cause
like for instance, if you would have a bunch of people who didn't like slavery and wanted to vote in someone who was anti-slavery, then the southern states could.
That's
then
not what happened.
Well, actually,
And
it
why do you apply it to that? We could apply that to literally anything. You're doing that intentionally to obfuscate.
Mostly because that was the purpose of the Electoral College when it's in its formation.
That says you.
Says the people who founded the country.
That's not what Abraham Lincoln said in his own writings
about the Electoral College.
Well, about the whole Civil War. You're right. I guess I did.
Well, I mean, what I understand within your everything has to be related to slavery within that time frame. Okay, but not literally everything, because it's not just about the slavery vote. They have other issues that they have to delegate.
I mean, in early America, that was actually one of the big issues that the southern states had with the whole union.
I mean, it is a big issue because it's a lot of labor force that will drastically affect the economy. Yeah, of course they're going to have that.
I think the issue is, I mean, the whole narrative is so disingenuously virtue signaling that you have to see through it for propaganda. It is.
I do not think that it is virtue signaling to be anti-slavery.
No, that's not what I was saying.
Look at that that's that bad faith.
That was a disingenuous response
bullshit right there. You're using that as a tool to try to make your point stronger, but it doesn't actually affect the point of either side, because it's not the only issue.
The South decided to secede, which was its right under the contract that unified the states. The North waged war.
It was not.
It's not.
But you're using it as a weapon.
Hold on. Yes, it was. There's a voluntary union.
Where in the Constitution does it say they can secede? Point out that, and then I will accept your point. The contract was the Constitution.
I'm pretty sure any state can.
Yeah, they
the right to secede.
Well, first off, they definitely don't now. But even back then, they did.
Well, I don't even know if they're actually explicitly forbidden from doing it now. It just obviously can't.
I mean, Texas has been trying to secede for like ever.
Yeah, and what parts of Washington or Idaho are talking about it? Like, so there's still talks about seceding. Obviously, it's
not going to happen.
It's not going to happen, but it's got to be legal at least somehow, right? Like, people are acting like it is.
Well, people can act like a lot of things are.
Okay, Liv, do you know it's not, or do you just feel like it's not?
No, I know it's not.
Do you have something you can reference?
Yes, I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
But regardless, it's exactly like I said, and I looked it up, is that it is every state is allocated a number of votes equal to the number of senators and representatives. 2 votes, like you said, for the senators, plus a number of votes equal to the number of congressional districts. So it's plus, it's not in spite of. So if they have more congressional districts, they get more votes and thus have more power, regardless if everybody else only gets 2 when it comes to senators. That doesn't change the fact that they equal them together, and thus gives it more it's still mob rule.
Aren't they appointed to
what?
The electors?
Yeah, and those are appointed not by votes or anything, which is what his complaint was. But the reason why it's not by that, because that it's still just mob rule, and the whole point is you have to have a third party.
Can you find something that says that that's the reason?
I mean, I can look it up. Yeah, I mean, what else would it be for
Yeah,
other than slavery?
Well, hold on. Listen,
I'm looking up this, so I do think it's fair
Okay.
that you at least find that because I'm finding this for you. So
I would say in a perfect world, it's not mob rule. Just like in a perfect world, communism and capitalism all work perfectly. But in reality, it is mob rule. And that's because they rigged the fucking system. So though we might have these, protections in place by the written law, it isn't actually abided by in practicality and application. That basically we're all being fucked and told what to do, and it's not working the way that it was intended.
It's basic. Yeah, my irritation with it is that people love their slavery. Land of the free, home of the brave. Like, yeah, no shit.
okay,
Like Jeff, Gen X Jeff. I love the guy. He is the happiest slave I've ever met in my life.
He's
The
a
dude
happy guy.
loves it.
Pretty
okay.
happy guy.
So here is the Supreme Court ruling, Texas v. White from 1869. I'm gonna post this in the private chat. It's a Wikipedia article. Where's the actual quotation? Where was the holding? There was a little section.
I mean,
Texas
we
and
all-
the rest
we
of
all-
the
we all
Confederacy
know,
never
you
left
know,
the Union during the Civil War because
Wikipedia
a
has never
state
been
cannot
biased.
unilaterally secede. U.S. Treasury bonds sailed.
Oh, hold on. So they were saying T-bills. Did they say no? You can't secede because you're on the hook for this debt for existing bonds.
No. What they were saying, well, first off, it was about a debt of existing bonds. However, the argument was that since Texas seceded in 1865 or whatever, that they were no longer obligated to have the bonds because they seceded, even though they then, were forced back in. And the Supreme Court ruled that no, you are still obligated to the bonds because Texas never seceded because states do not have the unilateral right to secede. There is no provision in the Constitution that allows for secession. Where was this thing that I was just reading?
Never left the Union during this because the state cannot unilaterally succeed. Treasury bonds sailed by.
Well, obviously, like the secession was not the losers lost. So retroactively, they're not going to acknowledge a secession, and then, but claim that they're just going to deny the whole thing. That's of course going to be the after the fact. What I'm curious about is, was there a rule preventing it? Sarah, why do you look like you're?
I mean, once the states signed back, once they joined back in the union, that was one of the provisions in the them joining back in the union. And also, he is right that there is no claim that you can make in using the Constitution that say that you can succeed. But technically, there was no claim for Americans to be like, well, we're gonna rebel against Britain. So it's all about what can you do and how the circumstances fall in your favor, really.
Well, the states were, but before the union, the states were basically independent countries, more or less. That's how they functioned. The union of the states was different, at least theoretically.
Yeah, no, and that the whole thing, you could say, oh no, it's all about slavery and everything, or it could be that it was more of a.
You're talking to someone who literally studied U.S. Civil War history. It was explicitly as the people who did the secession.
Definitely the Civil War.
Yeah, the people who did the secession literally said we are seceding because we want to keep slavery. So I'm not gonna like.
Why did all the things I've read by Abraham Lincoln say it's not about slavery? It's about.
Well, Abraham Lincoln wasn't trying to preserve the Union because of slavery. He wasn't trying to preserve the Union because of any of it. He just wanted to preserve. He was all about keeping the Union together. And when any state joins the Union, which has been happening since the 13 colonies came together and formed a constitution in a country that's called the United States, you have to join The Union, yes. So it is a union. It's been a union since they signed the
I
Declaration of
mean, Costa
Independence.
Rica.
But not in the same way. You know, it is a grab for power because it completely consolidated all the power back into the union and to the Fed. They basically empowered the
It
federal
was
government
it
more than it was.
upended the way that everything functioned. It turned it into
Yeah. And
So
then they
yeah,
use
again,
they use the slavery narrative to justify.
are you still
everything.
claiming that the Civil War was not about slavery?
I am, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go really fast and find the people who attempted to do the secession and
Okay.
and
Okay.
You do, but in the meantime, I want to point something out. We have a central party taking power from a mass of individual states. The single consolidation of power by the conquering force, they say, is to end slavery. They gave a massive power grab the most altruistic cause. If that doesn't throw up a lot of red flags, then I don't know what to tell you.
But that doesn't change the fact that the
It
southern
doesn't change the
states
fact that there's
completed-
like a bunch of racist guys who wanted slavery and they use that as an excuse.
No,
to
I
succeed.
don't
That's great.
care whether or not they were racist. I care whether or not they wanted to keep slavery, because that's the question, as to whether or not they seceded because they wanted to keep slavery or because they
There
wanted
was
weren't
slavery.
race to begin with because
The
it wasn't
slavery, but the
race.
slavery controversy at that time was happening all over the West. It started in Great Britain. This was a big social change occurring at the time. Anyways, you're definitely going to find people, even people in office, who are discussing slavery on the pro-slavery side.
It's not about them discussing slavery. It's about them saying we want to secede because we want to preserve slavery.
Who?
So
All of them?
The southern states, all the southern
And
people.
was that
all
the
people
only
that was in-
reason? Do you think both things can't be true at once? You're making a false dichotomy. Of course.
No, both things can be true, but if you want to go look
Okay,
at the
so
letters
then
of the
what's the
people who
argument?
actually, if you go look at the
both
letter of
can
the
be
people,
true.
you go look at the letter of the people who actually wrote about their secession. Most of them did not talk about state rights. Most of them did not talk about a centralized power taking over and consolidating all the power. They talked about slavery.
They did that is a huge part of it. Is that they were
No,
worried
that was the only
union
part
was
of it. For the
grabbing
most
power.
part, if you look
was
at most of
grabbing
the
power, and
southern
with
slave owners, it's just the truth.
and with the with the industrializing of everything, the union was gaining more and more and more power. And one of the things, yes, is slavery that they were worried about, because that is a big part of their economy. And without slavery, the union and the industrialization is going to basically take over.
It's wild that the southern economies didn't collapse after we abolished slavery. You know, it's kind of insane.
I mean, they were paid.
Because they were consolidated into the union. What are you talking about?
And they were paid.
So of course they didn't collapse because it was consolidated into the union.
They were paid,
and it was industrial. It started. The start of the industrialization.
You're not
the
making
start
sense.
of the industrial revolution was already happening.
Can you please explain why, if they were worried that the abolition of slavery would collapse their economies, why then did, after the Civil War, the abolition of slavery not abolish their economies? Can you please elaborate on why you don't think it did? While I look up.
I mean, the South is still poorer than the North. I think it did.
I mean, it technically didn't, and slavery never ended. Technically,
I wish Sasquatch was still here. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt that. I like where you're going. I think maybe.
I mean, if you look at the 13th Amendment, slavery is abolished except for punishment by crime. Then, so as soon as you abolish slavery, all you do is just start naming anything and everything a crime. Hanging out after nighttime, all type of shit like that. Yeah. So, freely slave people, freely.
Nobody. So the thing is but what it is it's used to to completely whitewash, ironic name or whatever you want to call it, to completely say it's just because of slavery.
That's what you're attempting to do by saying that it wasn't about slavery.
Did I say that?
I mean, you're claiming that it wasn't predominantly about slavery, which is.
Did I say predominantly?
I would say it's not. I'll make that claim. I would
Okay,
say the Civil War is not predominantly about slavery,
apologies, John.
but
I
the
would-
narrative was, of course, centered around slavery. They're going to look, all these big actions are, of course, going to have reasons that people can get behind.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have.
Said we're starting this war because we're greedy.
Yeah, and we want
Yeah,
to
I mean,
take over the power of and
what was
because
the big power? What was the big thing that the central power was trying to take away?
to have full control of the southern
Man,
economy.
I'm so rusty on this.
Yeah,
shit, I don't
for
remember.
control of the southern economy. You definitely right. The northern people did not give two fucks about black people whatsoever. All they cared about was making sure that the South wasn't making as much money as they was making with free labor, and also getting representation off those people, even though that those people were not represented. So
I don't think it was North
which is
versus
technically
South. I think
illegal
it was,
in our system, which was technically illegal for. I guess it wasn't because we wasn't human at the time. But
What I'm thinking Flow State's about to say, which is what it is that it's taking away the state power and giving it to federal, and consolidating the power overall.
It changed it from a union of states to a country with districts.
So if I may, Flo, I would like to present. I posted in the chat the Stevens Cornerstone speech.
I was just looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you go down, there is a paragraph. I'll read the.
I see that paragraph. I was looking for the whole speech though. I don't want the paragraph.
This has the whole speech. This
does it? Okay. Which one? The top or the bottom one? Oh, the bottom one.
Yeah, the bottom one. So.
Okay, cool. I was looking at the Wikipedia page.
So, the section that I'm saying where he says that the reason why they seceded, the primary reason, was because of this. So, but not to be tedious in enumerating the numerous changes for the better, allow me to allude one other last, not least. The new Constitution has put at rest forever all the agitating questions relating to our particular institution, African slavery, as it exists amongst us, the proper status of the Negro, and our form of civilization. This was the immediate cause of the late rupture and present revolution, referring to the Civil War.
This is a massive speech.
Yes, I'm aware. Jefferson in his forecast.
I'm going to share screen and just scroll down so people can see how many words he spoke for you to pull that out of there and then say this is the reason for the war.
So actually, first off, the initial part was him talking about how what the difference between their constitution and the previous, like the Union Constitution was. That's what he was I mean, I can read through all
this is sort of a tangent, but like this is the issue I have with our education system is it teaches people that truth comes from authority and to disregard your common sense. Like common sense says if somebody attacks somebody else, he's going to give you a good reason for it. Like, well, he was hitting me first, right? Like that's just such rudimentary human behavior that when you see something like, well, we needed to end slavery, it should throw up your red flags. Like this sounds like bullshit to me.
Well, first off, the Union wasn't, at least initially, anti-slavery, at least to the point, or they weren't pro-abolition. Rather, it should be the more thing. I'm pro-abolition, but
stop it. No, okay. Nobody's supporting slavery. You don't need to identify yourself as pro-abolition.
That's just some bad faith. This is exactly why you're using this, because you're using us as a bad faith tactic to virtue signal and act like we're saying some crazy wild shit. Like,
hold on, I'm gonna scroll up again. If anybody didn't
we're talking about history here. We're not agreeing with any moral sides on either side of morality.
I did actually apologize, John. I was imprinting Flo saying things as to you saying things, and I know you weren't. Saying, so.
Yeah, me and John were both kind of going rabble at the same time.
Yeah, and regardless, you're still not addressing the point, which is we're not. Do you honestly think that that's the only reason? It's just slavery. They didn't have. It wasn't about power grabs or any of these things. We're talking about the consolidation of power of the Union.
It was externally funded by Europe. It was about consolidating power over the U.S. externally.
Away from the states.
But Europe wasn't funding the North. If you go back and look at the records, Europe was not funding the North.
The North already had enough money to do its own warring.
That's what I'm saying. So if there was some type of
and all the manufacturing
it wasn't for the North, and the North was the one that was against slavery.
Yeah, and I'm rolling off memory, so I might misspeak this, but basically, there was an economic system. We were exporting goods. The manufacturing was in the north. The materials were coming from the south, and we were exporting to Europe.
Cotton was coming from the south. A lot of the north
Textiles. We had a massive textile production in this country, and we were feeding it to Europe.
Sort of. The problem was that basically immediately after the Civil War began, the UK, who was the primary buyer of a lot of our textiles, basically swapped over to producing their own textiles. At the time, they had already begun like sort of their imperial projects, so they began basically getting other sources for their textiles, and the northern economy swapped to different kinds of manufacturing than textiles. Again, I literally studied this in college.
I know that you did. That's why I want to ask you about another phenomenon that makes no logical sense as to the explanation. But we look at the British Empire,
yeah,
and sort of in a really after all this conquering, in a very small period of time, they just released their grips on all these places, and now they just stick on their island.
Well,
doesn't it seem suspicious?
I mean, did they release their grips for real?
That's what I'm implying. I don't think they did. I think that we're still a colony.
Well, we're not still a colony. However, there are other places that are sort of like dubiously colonies. India used to be like. Okay, first off, they didn't like loosen their grip on India. India literally broke free. They had to like do.
I know we did too. That's of course that's what they're gonna say, right? Like,
I mean, it's not what they like say. It's what happened.
Okay. You just trust people more than I do. That's how we're going to resolve this.
I know what happened.
Well, he just takes the basic basic thing that agrees with what he already agrees with.
I know what happened in history, and so
you don't know what happened. Like all these things are stories.
We don't know. We can't say that we know for 100% every single thing that a person ever thought. We can say for the most part we have a good consensus of what people thought, because you got people's letters. Because that's how they get this information.
There are some stories about history that we can look at and go, "This is particularly sus. It's got too much virtue," but the actual results.
But I don't think anybody here is misrepresenting the North's actual thought process in the whole slavery debate, because they wasn't abolitionists like he said in the beginning. They didn't come in just saying we wanted to get rid of slavery.
No,
this became a tool.
Actually, let me
go ahead
really fast, because while I see what he's saying, I don't think it as much applies to Great Britain as it does to France. So France is actually the colonial power that basically didn't really release its hold on its colonies. So France actually had a lot of African colonies that they technically left these colonies. However, a lot of these colonies were still dependent upon the French franc at the time. The French monetary system to fund them. So Niger is one of them. There was I cannot remember. There was
and that's what's happening now. Look at fucking what is it? The predatory lending that the World Bank does.
Yes. No, and that's exactly what France was doing to its former colonies, because they're not really they're quote unquote former colonies.
And we're going to have to help Ukraine soon. That's going to be our next one.
Well, we don't have to help them, but
I
think we should.
But if you look at the timeline, right, the dollar is what is the world currency. So technically, you could say that that we're the ones really behind, even though it's UN, money bundles, which is a weird thing in and of itself. But
yeah,
really, you can push it back to the U.S.
I mean,
but
I'm not a
this didn't happen until well after the federal government's supremacy was established, and then reestablished in the 60s and beat into everybody's head. The patron saint of everything, Martin Luther King. I kind of like Malcolm X better.
Based.
Because he's more of a dick.
Yeah, the powers was consolidated, and then European banking took over, and it was consolidated to the
I'm not
royal.
I'm not a fan
royal
of
bloodlines.
Like, you're not gonna like hear me like sing the praises of the IMF. So I don't know what
Lib loves the IMF.
I really don't. I think they've actually basically done nothing but bad.
Right, but I mean, but my point is if you look at the timeline, it looks like all at once, basically, the British Empire just went away. I mean, not all at once, but in a relatively short period of time after conquering the world, they just unconquered everything, and now we're all still technically kind of conquered, but we just think that we're unconquered because it's through the financial.
Yeah, a lot of that had to do with post World War I and post World War II stuff. Actually, a good portion of it had to do with after those two world wars, the UK didn't really have the strength even to hold on to a lot of its former colonies.
That was the purpose of those, is to
Like,
destroy
if they
companies, get everybody onto the Rothschild banking
It's almost like it was the Russians that won that war.
If they, I mean, yeah, I can't disagree there. But like, yeah, the UK, if they had enough power after the Second World War, they definitely would have tried to hold on to more of their colonies. But they just, held on to whichever ones they thought they could hold on to. I think, do they still own the Falkland Islands? I think they do. Right? They beat Argentina.
I'm not sure.
They definitely beat Argentina in the Falkland Wars. Abuela, Argentina, abuela. The whatever the ANCAP president they have now, what's his name?
I basically, maybe I'm too jaded. I don't know that I really believe any of the historical revolutions or revolts or whatever are organically created.
I mean, I think Haiti probably was.
Well,
the Haitian Revolution, where they did so much fucked up shit after.
I mean, that's one that I would believe because they keep crashing tornadoes into them.
Yeah.
Haiti's like the only place I've ever heard of that has an actual food that is made with dirt mixed into it because they're so poor and they just want something to.
If there's one place that needs reparations for slavery, I think it's Haiti. Because did you know that Haiti actually had to pay? They had to pay France. They're still paying France.
Yeah, but we can't ever support that shit because it'll just go to the Clintons. Hi, Voy.
Right. Yo, I don't have anything particular to say. I thought I'd just join this conversation. Why not?
Welcome.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like super well versed in this stuff either. It's just just like Flow State. Whenever I hear a mainstream narrative, I'm not, and somebody just pouting that.
Look, are we
virtue
I
signaling?
mean, but we got enough information out here these days that we don't have to go with just the mainstream narrative anymore.
I don't believe mainstream narratives unless I think they're right. And I usually
unless they go with your bias because you went to school for it.
I mean,
Okay,
not really.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you that basically the 13 colonies, like half of the population, were indentured servants that came over from Europe, and it wasn't a black racist thing. There was every race that were fucking slaves.
Pretty racist of you.
Well, indentured servant and slave is two different things.
Well, I mean,
everybody that
it
says
is, and everybody was enslaved. Like everybody.
I actually lived in South.
Everybody wasn't enslaved in America, though.
I actually lived in South Africa when there was apartheid.
Ooh, I'm
so,
sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, so that is racist, right? Apartheid, like, this is where the whites go.
By
that's where
definition, yeah. But if it's based on
Even apartheid and slavery is two different things.
But I mean, like the question. Go ahead, Voy. What is the distinction between slavery? Where does slavery start and stop? Right? Do you have to be? Does it have to be bondage, or can it just be freedom of economic freedom? Can it be?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on if we talk what kind of slavery. We talk about chattel slavery here in America. We talking about economic slavery that's still
No,
happening. I mean,
just in general, I guess.
Yeah,
is
what
that
the bad one that we're usually talking about is the chattel slavery. It's
I
the
mean, I
chattel
think
slavery.
for what
Yeah.
it's worth, I think all slavery is like
if
morally
you,
not good. But I
God
do
damn
think
it,
there are
Lib.
forms of slavery.
Nobody asked you if you thought it was bad. We assume you think it's bad.
Well,
Right.
no, I'm saying,
but we do
saying,
also
I think
understand there is a scale on chattel slavery seems to be pretty much right there at the worst kind of slavery when you kind of breed people to be slaves.
Yeah,
So
I do think that
I
was.
thought Sarah
that
wanted to speak, but
eugenic
she left.
and how many people were chattel slaves again? Just so we can clarify.
What do you mean?
In the millions?
How many people in world history were classified as chattel slavery?
I think a lot.
A lot.
Yeah. Now I
Okay,
will.
so we're gonna sit here and be disingenuous now.
No,
No.
The word name is literally named after a European tribe. There's lots. And there is still a lot actually in the Middle East.
European. Okay, so yeah, the word slave comes from the Slavs, but they were not chattel slavery.
I think they were. I don't know.
They were not.
Well,
are you sure?
It depends.
I'm sure it is.
Why you just want to be like special?
No, that's true.
I don't want to be special at all. I don't want to be. I'd rather not have the history of slavery be a part of my culture.
Chattel
But it has
slavery
happened.
related to being in bondage, or is it related to being bred?
So if my understanding, chattel slavery is specifically referring to like the ways in which people got into slavery and the I think it was like
in which they were kept enslaved and bred to be slaves.
It's specifically like it's a heritable thing. Like chattel slavery is like you're a slave, your kids are slaves. Like there
So
are other
in Athens, in ancient Athens, if Socrates' slave had a baby, was that baby a free person to a slave mom?
If the father of the baby was a freeman, then I believe the baby was free. If the father was a slave, then they were a slave. It's complicated. Slavery in the ancient
That's where
world
it got complicated, right? And then people started living out of the city bounds, and
slavery was weird in ancient times. Like sometimes it was really bad. Sometimes it was slightly less bad than like other forms of slavery. Sometimes it was actually. Sometimes it was like just debtor slavery, which is more like modern.
It seems illogical to me to think that people who disrespected human autonomy enough to enslave a person at all would then have respect for the person, baby of that person.
Well, part of the thing is that slavery was in like sort of human history. Slavery was a moral advancement because before the invention of slavery, what would happen is your tribe goes to the other tribe and you kill everybody, and then that's that. And then what people started doing is just killing some of the people and then taking the other people in bondage, which is morally.
That sounds more pragmatic than moral.
It is pragmatic, but it is morally less bad to take people as slaves than to murder everybody.
Yeah, but they don't get morality points for that. The morality is a byproduct.
No, it's not like you get less points. It's not like we're going to kick you less dead before.
You know what, though? Speaking of morality points, it's been a minute since Lib has denounced all forms of slavery. Lib, could you go ahead and just refresh us?
Yeah, sure. So refresher.
I don't know.
Slavery is immoral.
Okay. I'm glad.
And how do you justify that?
I like that.
My axioms. I believe that.
Your axioms. Okay, dude. Okay.
I mean,
well, that's how everybody justifies all moral beliefs.
His axioms are defined by his logo, I think, by his avatar, right?
Yeah, I think that John is taking a jab at
downwards and
how can morality come from anything but God.
Objective morality, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is that all morality is subjective.
Axiom you want, and then you call it morality.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry.
John, who makes your moral decisions for you?
Who makes my moral decisions?
You're a moral actor in this world.
What do I well, we're asking about justifying morality, not by how you do more, how you enact morality in your life.
Okay, well,
every one. Yes, I know, Flow State. Every one of your actions is ultimately on you, and your own discernment and your own certitude is on you at some point in a base level. But we're talking about justification.
Okay, but your justification is also just what you decided it is.
No.
Yeah, you decided to follow the Christian God.
Yeah, I decided to follow a certain moral code. Yeah.
Yeah,
But that's not
justification
justification.
must be relatable to the real world, right? It cannot just be a fantasy. That would be.
Well, then it definitely can't be God. Oh, it's a joke.
I mean, I
Joke,
think
John. I'm a theist.
I didn't get it.
Laugh.
I mean, this is just.
I didn't
I
get
don't
time for
know
that.
if you guys have talked before. John and I have butted heads about this, but
Yeah, and you got fucking owned the entire time, dude.
John,
I was making a joke of God not existing. God.
literally default to
I was
authority.
talking.
Oh, did you see the post? Are you over here because you saw? I just before I started the live, I put up a post. Actually, I stumbled across a clip or a short that I hadn't even seen that Speakeasy put up, where I actually basically have this exact conversation on one of his panels with Jim Bob and who's the Crucible guy, Andrew.
Did you get owned by them too?
No, that I barely got a word in. That panel was chatty.
Oh, I know which panel you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they got the Andrew's there or whatever. Everybody gets excited.
Yeah, Andrew and then
Chopping at
Jim
the
Bob's also excited. They were really going after what that one dude like methed up or whatever his name is.
Oh yeah, because he doesn't even know what an argument is.
But I saw that short and I didn't realize he even put it up. And so I did a post where I reposted that short and then basically said, I still stand on this point. And then I tagged Easy and Jim Bob and Andrew.
Oh, is John one of the ortho bros?
John is an ortho bro.
Ortho bro?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
tell me.
The head bobbing off screen really helps that little oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
The ortho bro phenomenon is very interesting to me. Because I never met an Orthodox person ever in my life until YouTube.
Yeah, I mean it is a new thing because Orthodox isn't a American thing. It's an Eastern, it's Eastern Orthodoxy or whatever. It's very Eastern, so it's very not. I didn't even know what Orthodoxy was. I thought it was just Protestantism and Catholics, and I was like, well,
Orthodox pretty much just means hardcore, right?
No, the Orthodox is like the Russian version of the Catholic Church.
Basically, there was the original church for the first 1,000 years or whatever, and then the Catholics started doing the Pope thing with Vatican 1 and 2 and all that stuff. I mean, that came years later, but they started adding stuff. So the Orthodox stayed the same. Catholics kept changing things and added, the papal supremacy and don't question the Pope. And then from that's why Luther had a problem, and it was split under Protestantism because Luther had a problem with the Catholic Church, justifiably, because
wasn't the straw that broke the camel's back for the split iconography? Like it wasn't even something big. It was like iconography.
Yeah, the iconoclasm. Are you talking about from Catholic and Orthodox, or from
from Catholic and Orthodox? Like because there were a bunch.
No. I mean, that wasn't. I don't think a big because they both believed in. There was an iconoclasm where it was a big question for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But iconography was there since the beginning or whatever. Yeah. And Catholics also affirm iconography. It was mainly the filioque, which is like the Father and the Son having.
I remember this.
It's the filioque and freaking papal supremacy or whatever.
Yeah. The papal supremacy was honestly the bigger thing. Yeah. All I know is that Orthodox icons are way fucking cooler than Catholic icons.
Well, yeah,
I had a teacher, my rhetoric teacher at my school. He converted to Orthodoxy, and he actually brought in his what are they called, priests? I can't remember.
Father.
What is iconography? I'm a smooth brain.
It's the little like pictures of saints and stuff.
We just went over pictures of saints. There's some fucking dope shit here.
Yeah,
there is some dope shit.
That saint that you showed that looks so much like your grandfather. Like he could be your grandfather.
He could be your
grandfather.
But
Saint Stasius.
I was actually really upset because that teacher then got fired from that school because he converted to Orthodoxy, because it was like a reformed.
Are they better than this?
I mean, they're usually
Yeah.
something like that, just in a
Yeah,
little box.
the West, the thing is like the West or whatever, they're more like flagrant. They're more about like the being imaginatory.
This is the
Orthodox.
Jack of Clubs.
What's
This
that?
guy looks like. What do you mean? There's something wrong with my head?
He's still standing. He hadn't even dropped his hat.
Well, that's Beckett. Actually, I do have a question. Does Orthodoxy do y'all share the same like list of saints, or is there like a different?
No, I mean, there is some
overlap.
Some overlap because of the first 1,000 years or whatever, but from then on, it's not the same. Especially because a lot of their theology and their philosophy or whatever has a lot of problems. Like, they really like Augustine or the Augustine stuff. They like that, and they kind of go with their Thomas and all that.
Thomas
we don't.
Aquinas.
Yeah, a lot of we don't really. We don't.
I mean, like
from
they're
all those.
interesting philosophy, but mid theology.
Yeah, and it's a lot of it's just to like reaffirm that the Pope's the bomb.
Yeah, and also
is there a
like
pope? Is there a pope in the Orthodox Church?
No.
The
Pope is Jesus Christ in the Orthodox Church.
I mean, what's the top of the authority structure? Is there like a?
The Pope literally means the pause, right? Since Christ is not here, the Pope will be here.
Well, that's the Catholic justification.
The Catholics
that's the
make a
function
lot of justifications for it. They call him the Vicar of Christ, and basically he's infallible whenever he feels like being infallible.
Yeah.
And in reality, like for most of church history, the Pope of Rome was just basically another bishop. He was like an important bishop, but he was
the
just
first
bishop.
among equals. So he did have him and like
That's that Animal Farm shit.
Yeah.
They
Actually,
had,
exactly that shit.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
Because they
Substitute.
basically had similar things. So what do they call it? It's so the top of the line, I would say, what is it called?
Patriarchs.
Yeah, a patriarch.
There's like a number of
specific. It's a specific word I'm trying to think of.
Oh, is there? Okay, I don't know.
But they do a lot of their own linguistics or whatever. But yeah, no, it's just first among equals. It's all within each church body. There is a patriarch, and each of them are equal to each other. And the Pope used to be first among equals, but that doesn't mean he didn't give any special privileges to Pope.
It was just like more of like a symbolic, like traditional thing. Like, oh yeah, you're the Pope of Rome. You're the Bishop of Rome. You're the guy who is like Peter had your position, so like that's cool and all.
It's because Peter was given the keys directly by Christ, and Peter was first among equals of the apostles, and his church was the Roman church, and it was more like location, just because location, not really.
I don't know. It's probably
Jesus
just
Church was the Roman church.
It's not even a real issue, but I cannot fucking stand the gaslight or like first among equals. What the fuck is that shit? That's not a thing.
Well,
it feels like it's gaslighting because maybe it is.
It's a very logical thing to arise. It's a very logical concept to arise if you are creating a community. If you create
a hierarchy is logical.
Well, it's not even. I mean,
And so when you're, let's say you're on the run.
It's probably just me being pedantic.
Let's say you're on the run and you meet out in the field where nobody goes, and like, okay, we're all on the run. Glad we got away. So how do we set up this thing right now? Right? I mean, that's basically what I'm thinking of.
Charge. Yeah. No. I mean, like part of it.
And so you're all together, and like, but you need somebody to take charge. And because that's the most.
But it wasn't even that, because like if I recall correctly, the whole point was that the Bishop of Rome doesn't actually have any actual power over the other bishops. It's literally just like a tradition thing, like you occupy a space that is special within our, like, humans love tradition. Okay, that is like our shtick. We fucking love that shit.
Do we?
Right.
Yes.
There's a reason why there was ecumenical councils. It wasn't just the Pope saying something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, and a
Wars.
lot of the Catholics try to make that argument that, but look, they went to the Pope for everything. But a lot of the councils were put together or called by the emperor.
Yeah.
And then then all the fathers and all the patristics would get together and have a council and then form the canon and the Bible that we have now.
Yeah.
And
oh, that was my ancestor, Constantine. You're welcome.
Right.
I'm still waiting for my tithes from most of you, by the way.
I mean, how old is that? How old is that mitre that you own?
My Grandpa Constantine.
Grandpa Constantine. Just
I don't know. It's something like 100 fucking great grandfathers or something. But
see, John, here we can, yeah, Boniface, fucking, what a Chad.
This is the Chad is fucking saint.
This is how you will look like in 10 years, Flo.
I need to grow my beard longer. Oh, yeah. Richard could look like this probably though.
This is what you could look like.
It's like Brian O'Shea is near this level.
No. This guy doesn't smell like piss and live in his car.
see, John, why couldn't we have gotten off on this foot where we just shit all over the Catholics?
So what's the yellow stains about?
Yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't drink the piss, what's all the yellow
stains? That's just low hanging fruit. It's easy to
I mean, it's not as low hanging fruit as making fun of Protestants, though. To be fair,
I mean, Protestants they need to be put down a couple pegs or whatever, man.
Only a couple. We live in America, all right.
So it's so prominent here that you have to combat it because this is why you got
religious tribalism is a beautiful thing.
Is it really tribalism if I want to take all of them down a few pegs?
Yeah.
Damn.
Because you're not in their tribe, any of their tribes.
Exactly. I'm just running.
You're not in a tribe. You're a lone wolf. You're out here stunting, man.
I mean, not really. Hey, look,
you don't have any dogma.
Weirdo John likes to do the little mocking thing because nobody wants to join his fucking cult.
I'm just gonna.
That's right. Nobody wants to join your cult.
I'm not inviting people. I'm just saying my cult has cheaper tithes than anywhere else. 5%.
I mean, my cult has no tithes. Base.
And I don't give a fuck what you do after that.
Sounds like the Pope.
I don't know. Although I might adopt this bro's imagery here.
I mean, honestly, of all the saints that you could,
I have the axe and the hat. If I had a beard, I could do exactly this.
Boniface at least was kind of a badass. Like he went into a bunch of Germanic tribes that really fucking hated Christians and was just like, yo.
I wonder why they hated Christians.
I mean, fair, but
I mean, they were sacrificing babies and shit. Who cares what they think?
Well, I mean, that's sure. Of course they were.
Some of them.
We had to kill them. We had to kill them to save their babies. Good. Makes sense to me. That holds water.
It kind of depends on which ones you're talking about, because like. The human.
Isn't it amazing how all through history, like we got the good guys, like there's all these bad guys everywhere killing babies and shit. Even in Iraq recently, during the wasn't that one of the claims during the?
Oh yeah, that was one of the claims.
Yep. It's almost like there's a playbook and it never changes.
I mean, human sacrifice was a part of some of the pagan sects, but like not all of them, but. Especially like the God, was it the Picts? I think the Picts were like, I don't think it was child.
Just like you question flow state, all of regular mainstream history. You should also be questioning a lot of the mainstream history of these things because you're just like, oh well, because that is the mainstream narrative. All the Christians are evil, killing everybody. Look at the Crusades and all this stuff, but you don't question that mainstream narrative.
What that people were the Christians? I question ones that don't make sense. The Christians conquered countries, and what I hear is that the people there were killing their own babies. Get the fuck out of here! I don't believe that at all. I do not at all believe that one country,
I mean,
or
if
that
that's
one group of
part of their
people
religion.
conquered another people, and it's okay because they were bad people that killed their babies. That's a narrative.
I mean, that's known propaganda.
For the record,
they kill their babies. They're
cannibals. Christianity's been the
Their
biggest
babies.
country on earth for 1,000 years, and how many abortions are there?
That's not well.
Yeah.
And what Christian sects allow that?
Well, some of them do, but mostly Protestants. But
I mean, this is arguably a Christian
Well,
society.
we're not talking about Unitarian. You know.
I mean, no, they're like they're like actual like mainline Protestant sects that allow for
what the cults.
No,
Witnesses
not the
and
cults. No, I'm talking about like Presbyterian. There's I can't remember, Reformed Presbyterians that allows for not all abortions, but they make a lot more allowances for abortions than other.
If you were to look at just the biggest, what's the biggest religion in the U.S.
And
Christian.
Methodists too.
It would not be inaccurate if I were to say this is a Christian country, and they allow the killing of babies. If we were reading history, if we were writing history, that could be stated, and it would not technically be inaccurate.
Oh yeah, in terms of like,
I mean, if the government was, separation of church and state, and there wasn't, it's completely secular at this
But
point.
anyways, I've walked off of the original question is why don't I question that history? Because the narrative that I'm hearing is the same, that the conquerors conquered the conquered. God,
Well, that's just history. That's just how history works.
Yeah,
that's in every that you could on either side.
Right.
No matter what side.
And I always believe the conquerors did the conquering for selfish reasons. Always.
Yeah, usually actually not.
Including Pope Chad.
Usually the religious reasons were just like a priori justifications.
Well, and that's what I was saying is the problem that religion presents is it gives a default to authority for all moral decisions. So you got Pope Butcher here.
Well, I mean, what do you think we're appealing to? We're appealing to like
God? You're
bunch
appealing
of random
to
people. We're appealing to
yes,
a specific book that hasn't changed. It's very historically.
It hasn't changed.
It's one of the most historically
that's fantastic. That's fantastic
in history. If you want to deny that, you have to go ahead and deny like the Odyssey.
Okay, and all throughout history, the priest class has usurped moral authority from individuals, under the claim, under the fucking. I'm losing my train of thought.
Well, that's
they said they know better than you, right? They're
you compare the Bible to
giving up their moral judgment.
But that's just everything. There's no way to you don't get out of that just by just denying everything.
I'm trying to give you moral authority back over yourself that's been taken away from you.
Everybody has their own moral authority to choose which moral code they go with.
But you
don't get out of it. If you just making up whatever moral code is not even morals.
Yeah. I guess I would say about that.
Yeah. So you think that God made you a
world? You're just saying pragmatism. Morality is pragmatism.
Yeah. It must it must relate to the real world. In the end, morality comes down to owning land and how do you say?
Well, how is owning land moral or
owning land and toiling the land? That's how you say it, right?
What?
Well, how is either of those moral or immoral?
Morality has to do with it's a social.
Like you said, it's pragmatic. It comes down.
No, I'm saying it's not. I'm saying if you're a subjective morality person, it's just pragmatism.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's the unity of society, right? It's a societal structure. You have to have a moral individual within a society, or else the society will collapse. So how do you get people to override their instinct to not just butcher people?
Well, like you said,
I mean, subvert their moral. What?
Yeah, once the practical things are taken care of, the morals, come to a different level. Wouldn't you say so? I mean, morality.
No, I don't think
I
so.
mean,
I mean,
it's not just pragmatism or whatever. 'Cause
No,
I
no,
think
it's not,
what
it's
you're
not
gonna
just
what you're
pragmatism.
you're
Yeah.
gonna appeal to is liberty and self autonomy or whatever, like whatever that word
Yeah.
is.
which isn't a bad
Self-autonomy.
thing.
Not in general, but once you get down to the nitty gritty,
But
like we had this conversation before,
the
when we're
morality
talking
has
about somebody's
to be,
trying to kill
it
themselves.
has to be autonomous morality, though. If it's imposed
So
morality,
if
it's not
somebody's
morality
trying,
at all.
if you're like when we've had this conversation, and you just kind of like admitted to it. Like I said then, and I'll say again, if your child, your mother, your brother is trying to kill themselves, and they're not like mentally ill or anything, they're just depressed, and they said, you know what, I've really thought about this. It's been years. I've thought about this a lot, and I want to kill myself.
Mm-hmm.
You have no actual moral. You have no way to justify stopping them.
Yeah,
that's fine. I mean,
yeah,
I don't care about that.
Yeah,
that paradigm doesn't disrupt
That
the
does
whole.
apply. That applies.
Just because you can find a one-off thing that's like,
not
well,
one
this is
off. People kill themselves all the time. And you have to stop them.
Just because there's a conceivable situation that is left inadequately solved by that paradigm doesn't mean that there's a better one. That the better one is to remove that autonomy.
So your solution is just like there's nothing. You're nihilist. It's just nihilism.
Yes. If somebody wants to kill themselves, do you think that anybody has not killed themselves because it was illegal?
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think
Yeah,
that's
that's
a case
not the
for
problem.
making it
That-
illegal.
Yes,
It's making a
there's
case
people,
for
there's
morality.
people that will hold back because it's
It's
illegal.
about should you
and
stop
they will
them?
only,
Yeah,
and they will only
Should
go
you
about
physically
it.
grab them and stop them from killing themselves?
There is people
Not to
going
jump off the
only.
cliff.
It will
Are
only
you
go about
morally
it. if it's
justified
legal.
in stopping them?
Yeah.
Okay, so you believe that you should then? I said I would. I don't even give a fuck about justifying it morally.
Right. So
I
you
just
can't.
would.
You don't even live, and we're talking about pragmatism and practically and how to apply it in real life. You don't actually live what you're preaching, because you would stop.
Okay, so what does the Bible say about that situation?
You would stop somebody from hurting themselves.
Okay, where's the Bible in the Bible?
And that includes like drug use, all these other things. It's not
So
just
we
the
actually
extreme of killing themselves, but
our two moral
because we don't put more bodily
John.
autonomy over everything else.
John, we both just did the same thing. We have the same pragmatic result in society. I did not need God.
What are you talking about?
We both are going to stop that person down. I just recognize that
you're preaching you're preaching that you can't, you shouldn't. I'm preaching.
No,
you should.
I'm not.
You're not living what you're preaching.
Well, then
That's the difference.
Get mad about it. Call me a hypocrite. I mean, you found
Right,
it
and
cool
so that's why your
caveat.
system doesn't work. That's the flaw in the system. That's why pragmatism doesn't work as a moral system.
Okay, so body autonomy.
It works in
Okay,
a
hold on.
lot of places. but
Bodily autonomy doesn't work. It's out now because you would have to then not stop somebody from killing themselves. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, no, he's just talking about pragmatism isn't like a fully
so we can
coherent
because
moral justification.
Right. God gave people free will.
That's not the only example. That's the
We
one
got
I
to
can think of right
pragmatism
now,
because morals are very pragmatic. You know, in the first stage,
They can be,
but morals are more than just pragmatic.
Just
you know.
and just because free will leads to undesirable results sometimes doesn't mean that not free will is preferable. I think that the Bible makes that perfectly fucking clear. That's why God gave us free will. God gave it free will.
is harm reduction, and that's why, because you're saying the pragmatic thing is to reduce as much harm and suffering as possible. Right?
I'm not sitting in God's place looking at all of humanity trying to assess all. Yeah, no. I have priorities. If my kid wants to kill himself or somebody close to me, I'm looking out for me. I'm looking out for the people around us. I'm going to consider myself looking out for that person, even if they don't appreciate it in the moment. I recognize that those feelings do pass. Yeah.
You don't live by what you're saying. The system doesn't work.
Okay, so free will is bad.
That's not a moral.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't.
That's not an
You present me with an alternative claim, and we'll figure out if that's better. what's a
That's
better,
the Christian moral system.
Yeah.
Based on the foundation of God, giving us that moral foundation. It's not based off pragmatism.
God gave us free will.
Yeah,
Yes,
just because we have a free will to choose the
And
moral to
so
do it or not, that doesn't mean there's no morality because you have an option to choose between it. 'Cause that doesn't mean there's not right and wrong just because you have the ability to choose the wrong thing.
I don't place the designation of something as good or bad or right or wrong. That's just a personal sentiment.
Well, no, it's a moral sentiment, and we're talking about morality.
So, morality, the reason morality matters is because it's basically, I look at it like the laws of nature, but for human societies. And basically, it's as simple as, if I'm going to live in a society with somebody, I have to be comfortable. I can trust them not to fuck me over, the minute that they get a shot. There has to be.
That would be pragmatic for them to do that.
Right.
So that doesn't work.
To what ends?
That's
what
only
do you mean
pragmatic at some level. That's
How does
it's
that
not
work?
truly pragmatic. And here's why. There's eventual repercussions to that kind of application of pragmatism that would come back to you and ruin a society. So you can't say that's pragmatic.
Only if the society isn't based off those.
Give me an example of
pragmatic
how, if like negative rights, right? How would that go bad? What's the repercussion?
Negative rights.
Negative rights being that, like, a positive right is everybody has the right to health care, right? So they're providing something. Negative rights basically means
freedom.
You don't coerce me. You can't force me to do anything. You have to respect my autonomy and not force me to do shit. And that's what I view as actual morality, is negative rights. Because not everybody can
What are rights? What are rights?
I don't know, but that's sort of not even an important question.
Well, it is. If your morality is based off rights,
Look,
then you have to define rights.
the distinction is, one is providing something, and not everybody can agree on positive rights, because some people think you need free healthcare and free housing, and some people think no, you don't need free healthcare. There's always going to be, but everybody on Earth can agree they don't want their free will violated. That's the furthest everybody can agree.
The question, morality doesn't have anything to do with laws, or it has more to do with free will. Actually, I mean, morality. Law is derived from a general morality.
Law is a perversion of morality.
Yeah, you could say that too.
Well, yeah,
but
all
morality
morality-based.
comes from oneself, right?
But anyways, Flo, the question was, what are rights and how do they relate to morality? Because, like, the question is about, like, why, what it's.
I think that rights are not really anything. It's not a thing. It's symbolic for important things, I guess. Values.
They're abstract concepts, but it seems like you were using the term right sort of like as a replacement for things that are morally good.
No, I'm not talking about rights, and I'm making a distinction between imposing an action on somebody and just not having action imposed on you. Everybody can agree they don't want to be imposed on. So if you have a society where everybody,
that's not some. I mean, some people.
If you want to have your free will violated, then it wasn't your will to not be violated, was it? It just means you're into kinky shit.
Well, but the problem comes. Okay, so the problem is moral systems are only useful if they're applicable to everybody. Like if everybody can adopt your moral system, and the society function, that is a functioning moral system.
Which is why I think negative rights is the functioning one, because everybody can agree with that, but then no further.
Am I on the case with that, both of you? Just so
I don't know where you're going, because I think that we're on the same page.
Yeah, go ahead, just go with your line of reasoning.
Okay, because well, I'm just trying to like bridge the gap, because I don't really have much of a dog in this fight, but because this is y'all's conversation, but I don't really care to have.
I mean, everybody's free to throw in their ideas or whatever, you know.
I mean, I'm mostly trying to help y'all reach some sort of understanding, because
No,
it
we
seems like
won't.
you're almost there.
I know what he is. It's just
Because
he's in permanent denial phase, and just
because
pragmatism.
the belief that, or the claim that we need God to give us morals ignores the fact that the individual is always making the choice
You
either
have
way,
proper
to follow God or
you
not.
have proper morals. You can have any moral system, and you can choose any one of them. And
The only difference-
like I've said, it's up to you ultimately which moral system you choose.
Right,
And that
exactly.
doesn't but
You
in
don't
reality,
need-
there's only one truth, unless you believe truth is
Okay,
relative.
that's what all religious zealots say, but the reality is that
Religious
people
zealots,
are
okay.
always and only, the only moral system is people making the decision in the moment. They can give credit to God like it's a touchdown or something, but
Making a choice isn't morality.
they have moral implications. Yes, they do. Absolutely.
Yeah, your choices have moral implications.
Right.
Yeah, but what morals? That's what we're discussing. The question is what.
Well, they're
morals?
the values that guide your actions.
And the question is what morals, and how do we determine morals?
And even within something, I'm sure that you and your ortho bros, there's probably trivialities there that you have disagreements with, just like Christians and Jews differ on the eating.
I mean that's a fallacy. That's just
How's it a fallacy?
because the fact that people disagree does not mean
Well, it proves
that doesn't
that-
actually tell you whether anything is actually false or true. It just
doesn't.
means that people are
It does show
disagreeing.
you that they didn't come from God. They are in fact always
How
individual
does
decisions.
that in the entailment? Because people disagree. You're saying the entailment
Because-
of that is that God doesn't exist.
I didn't say God doesn't exist. I said that these moral systems don't exist as being from God.
Because people
God,
disagree.
yes, because the things that God made,
That's not how you come to truth.
the
That's a
things
literal
that God
fallacy.
made, like free will, you can't take away somebody's autonomy. At least in their, I mean, okay, maybe
can't
to
you?
a degree.
I mean,
but
you
it's always
can
there.
you can say you shouldn't. You can say that like that's one of your
And then
morals.
you have to justify
Unless
that.
you absolutely fry somebody's brain with like a lifetime of torture, you will never get rid of their individual capacity to think for themselves and what they want. That's will. Their will
Yep.
is free. It's their own. Doesn't matter how much you restrict their
morality. And then here's the thing: you're just appealing to
God
free
gave
will,
us logic.
free will. Morality requires free will.
I agree.
Okay, but having free will and having choices doesn't determine which choice is true. And just because there's multiple options doesn't mean that there is no truth in it.
So
You have to at some point pick something. You have to at some point pick something.
Damn, John keeps racking up the W's. I hate it.
Well, it's because he's just a negating thing, right? He's like, this doesn't prove that. That doesn't prove that.
No,
I know.
no, I'm
but
telling
you're
you
getting-
that
you're
that's
getting
a
into
logical
small
fallacy.
issues.
It's a logical
Because
fallacy.
there is no reason to think that John's God is telling him the truth at all. There's no evidence that your belief system is from God at all.
And the best way to actually get to God is by negation, by showing that every other system does not work.
I actually kind of like that.
And thus the only thing left.
But your
the only thing
attribution
left
system doesn't
is
work.
God,
Your
because every
attribution
other
system does
doesn't
not work.
Yeah.
What's that?
Hey, John.
Your attribution system does not work.
Attribution system does.
You're attributing your morality to God, but there is no evidence that there is, because
what do you consider evidence?
I'm not playing this game with you.
What a game! What are you talking about?
It's not so much a game as it is.
I just put the burden of proof in. I see how they must teach you guys at like.
Listen, if you're going to ask for evidence, you have to tell me what you consider evidence.
Why do you believe that your morality is given to you by God?
Because
I want you to posit
it was
something
divine. It was divinely revealed, and that's the thing is you want me to keep making because we did
I
this
want you
last
to make
time, and you
statements.
made endless questions of making me take positive claims over and over again, endless questions,
this
because
is
you
this
don't have
is
to
the
actually
do-si-do
explain your
we're
system.
playing, because the
don't get
whole
to-
thing is
you don't have
ultimately
to explain your system.
the
I have to
whole thing
explain
is
mine
ultimately
endlessly.
subjective. Yours and mine, they're both subjective. That was my point.
In what way?
I can show that.
Please do. My brain's getting tired from this dude.
It's happening
John,
again, Flow State. It's happening again.
John, I don't think I've had the privilege of speaking to you personally before. My name's Richard.
Hi, I'm
How
John.
you doing? Hi, John. Hey, John. Small, tiny thing. Maybe 15, 20% of the time you're expressively moving your microphone away from your mouth, which
sorry.
makes you fade in volume and makes it hard to understand you.
My bad.
You might want to avoid that.
Yeah,
Well, I'm just saying you're
animated.
more understandable if you don't do that. It's up to you. If you don't want to be understandable, it's fine. Okay. Whether we say it's our church and the dogmatic view of God's law, God's moral law, we still have chosen that because if, say, for instance, your church suddenly announced, hey, we had this breakthrough in prayer, the Holy Spirit told us that everything that we have said in the past about the morality of God was sarcastic.
Not possible.
You're shaking your head.
Because that's not Christianity. The canon is sealed. There is no
you're
more.
Not letting me finish.
He
I
does
think
that
you're
too.
good at argumentation, but
Okay.
I really have not made my point at all.
All right.
Okay. So should that happen, would you leave the church? And that ultimately shows whether or not that divine command is coming down to you, or you are selecting what you agree with.
Okay, so I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you trying to get at like divine command theory? Is that where you're kind of going with this?
Well, when someone, isn't that what
line of
when
questioning?
people say God told us and this is correct, that's divine command theory, right?
Well, sometimes I don't know. John, do you subscribe to divine command theory?
You have to describe to me what divine command.
Yeah.
I mean, I think. I mean,
divine command theory is that things are moral or immoral because God says them. So, like for instance, if not that it's a hypothetical, if God were to say that killing babies is now moral, that it would necessarily now be moral to kill babies.
You're muddying the waters. You're making this too complex. It's not that complicated.
Well, no,
he's not.
Yeah, I agree with Richard. Yeah,
but I'm trying to describe what divine command theory is.
I know, but it doesn't need to be described.
We don't need it.
It doesn't
we don't
need
it.
described.
Well, that's what you're getting at, right?
No, it's not. No, you put those words.
Very defensive. All right.
Sorry, I'm trying. I'm not trying to muddy
that.
Okay, then.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to muddy your. I was trying to see if that more succinctly.
I asked for a definition. I got a definition, and the basic definition is that whatever God commands is moral. And I would say yes. But you're making assumptions that God has new revelations.
No,
and
not
things
an
like
assumption.
this.
Yeah, it's not
a
about new revelations.
Lib, sit down.
It's a thought. It's a thought experiment to show how you're actually selecting this, how this gets selected. So what I'm saying is, if your church, for whatever reason, completely flipped, would you remain in that church? Would you still agree with them?
If the church was in complete heresy, no, then we would leave the church, but we wouldn't be leaving the church. We'd be, starting a separate sect to keep the church alive.
Okay,
but
and how would you know?
Revelation says that the hell can't never. What is the thing?
Prevail.
Whatever. Regardless, you as a secularist, you're not going to believe any of it. But within my system, because you have to take the system as a whole. You can't pick and choose the system.
Right. Okay. So
otherwise, it doesn't work.
So you said it'd be heresy based on what?
Based on you can't have new revelation. So and there's already an established doctrine and dogma. That's the whole point of the ecclesiastical, the councils. That's the whole point of the councils, is to establish direct and established dogma that can't be changed. And once they change, that's why the Catholic. That's why it's I believe in Orthodoxy, not Catholicism or Protestantism, because both of those keep changing the doctrine with this exact thing that you're talking about, and that is the problem. Because it is turning into whatever. Oh, now there's gay priests. There's this. You can actually be gay. It's not a big deal. Yeah, no, everything can change.
Several examples of everything you say, unless I ask clarifying questions, because I'm confused.
Why do you? Who do you think you are?
I'm just asking you.
No, I mean, like, do you establish the conversation?
No,
is that what this is?
You're very argumentative, John. I'm
It's
just trying to have
it's called a
conversation
debate.
with you.
It's about to become that
Are
if
we
you
having
need it to
a
be,
debate?
John.
Do you want to have a debate? It'd be fine.
What do you think this is? What do you mean?
I thought it was a conversation.
Do you need me to moderate it? It can become a debate, John, if you need somebody to moderate you.
Okay.
Okay, so all I'm trying to, without making a bunch of examples of it, I'm not going to do that because I'm going to assume that you're smart enough to understand what I'm saying. If you could leave the church because of what you think, then you also select or continue to select that church because of what you think. Ultimately, it's your subjective opinion.
Ultimately, everybody makes their own just choice on what moral system and what church they go to. Yes. Does
Okay,
that
then
mean does that mean that the system that you choose is true or false because you make a decision to choose a moral system?
Right. If you're trying to say no, it doesn't, the answer is no, it doesn't.
Okay. So then your argument is mute.
No, it verifies that your original statement is absolutely wrong. You are picking what you think about God. It's not God sending divine commands to you. It's just not.
No, God doesn't send me personal divine commands.
Okay,
He only
base your
sends them a
morality in. If you base your morality in some church's understanding of God's law, and that's your base, you are picking that base. It is not objective.
Whether I choose it or not does not make the system itself true. It doesn't give me the answer whether that's true or false. Does it? Okay, so that's not how you get to. So you're basically just saying you're making a choice about which moral system you want. Yeah, so is you. So is everybody. That part's subjective, but the part that isn't subjective, the part that isn't subjective is truth itself. And so, if there is a system that is true,
there could.
You're not actually. You're not. There could be. So truth doesn't exist. So what are you arguing right now?
Why did you just say truth doesn't exist?
What are you trying to come to if truth doesn't actually exist?
I said there could be. I didn't say there couldn't be.
Okay, so is there or isn't there?
Morality doesn't come from God. That would be the point that I started on.
Yeah, you have is the truth subjective?
No,
it has to be. No, morality is subjective. You just proved it.
It doesn't have to be. The truth doesn't have to be subjective, but my view of the truth will be.
Well, that's just true with any belief anybody has.
Right. I'm making universal statements that are provably true.
How do you get universal statements?
These are universal statements that we are biased animals.
How do you get universals?
That's a universal statement because of human nature. It's just true. It's just a truism. It's a tautology.
How do you get?
It's just true. We're biased animals.
It's just true.
Yes, we are biased animals. I mean, I don't think anyone would argue with that. Okay, so because we are selecting our moral guide, whether it's personal or it comes from a church or it comes supposedly directly from God, doesn't really matter so long as we're selecting it. It's still our subjective opinion.
Yes, that's how any belief works.
Okay, well, I may have misunderstood you, and I apologize if I did, but I thought you were saying there is this objective set.
Yes. You didn't misunderstand me.
The truth is objective.
That you are
your decision to believe something is true or not,
right,
is your subjective opinion.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that there isn't actually a truth behind it, an actual objective truth.
Fine. That's fine. There could be.
We can argue about what you think it is, but
right.
Okay,
so now you are admitting that your view of what you're doing is your choice and it's your moral code. It's not God's.
No.
All right.
If
I
I
made my point. I'll
listen,
drop
if
out.
I believe,
No, you
God-
can stay up here. He's just being, yeah. Don't go anywhere. It was nicely made.
Okay, run.
No, I meant I'd retire from that particular conversation. I won't. I
Oh,
won't
okay.
continue.
Yeah. All right. I like how you dictate everything.
I'm sorry.
mean-
Are you objecting to me controlling my own life? Is that what you're objecting to?
Are
I
you
can
like a
choose
straw
to
man
stop
machine?
talking about something.
No, okay. I hate. I'm Smith the fucking White Knight for an ortho bro right now.
Dun-dun-dun. Here comes Lib.
Well, Flow State got his white knight right here, so I get one, right?
I guess.
what my point is obviously correct. You're just
That's just subjective,
Oh my
bro.
God.
You just believe
okay.
that.
Why don't Live White Knight in here? What are you gonna? How you gonna White Knight?
Okay, so the contention is that Richard is attempting to demonstrate that John's truth, capital T truth, is subjective. However, the problem is that the line of questioning doesn't show that the truth, capital T, is subjective. It just shows that John's choice to follow the truth is subjective. John's contention is that truth is objective, not subjective. And the way to do that would be to examine why.
No, that's not right though, because this whole thing started because of the claim that you need God to have objective morality. You don't, because God didn't give people morality, as evidenced here just now.
That doesn't follow.
That doesn't. Oh my God.
Okay.
The problem is that objective morality is a thing that is best argued from a religious standpoint. Like it is easiest to argue. Like
it is easiest to get a lot of
objective truth. Objective morality requires an objective truth, and if you can debate whether truth is objective or not, but if truth is subjective, then there actually isn't any truth because it's just relative. There's no like differentiate break that you can't. It's just there's no actual truth, which we know isn't true because
sorry. When I say capital T truth, I'm talking about like morality, as in like objective morality. Objective morality, I would argue, is best argued from some theistic standpoint. I don't think that it's very easy to argue objective morality from an atheistic perspective.
Well, I don't disagree with
that.
That's correct.
You can't. Yeah. And that's why I'm saying atheism doesn't work. Like empiricism doesn't work.
It's more that like morality,
you can't get an ought from an is. And if all there is if it's only is, and that's all
Brojo,
you have
let me
is
see your
descriptive
camera
is,
before I bring you
can't
up.
get an ought from an is, right?
You don't have the universal ought, is the claim.
And you saying you don't have any universals. That's what I'm saying. You don't have any.
Neither do you. You're just claiming you do. You think you do. You
But
say you do.
That's a different conversation than whether or not like, because like at this point you should be arguing about whether or not John's God exists.
Why should we be doing that? I'm not trying to argue that at all.
That's the contention.
That's not Lib. Where the fuck is your brain going? on this?
Because
That's never been the argument.
The whole system the whole paradigm has to be debated. And what I'm doing is comparing paradigms. Yeah. And I'm saying within your whole paradigm, you can't justify things like morality or truth, capital T truth at all.
Yeah. And
because it's subjective and it's because your paradigm.
I don't claim to know the whole truth.
My whole system, which is I did choose my system.
Right.
But my whole system accounts for all these universals and things like that. Your system does not account for them. So I'm comparing.
That is correct. Your system accounts for things that humans don't know. That's part of the problem as well. Brojo, I'll bring you up when I can see your camera on.
Hey, Lib, if I could.
Do you know Brojo, Richard?
I know a guy who calls himself Brojo. Do I know that Brojo? I can't prove that.
1 second.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Good point. Hold on. Oh, here, Brojo. Give me a second. I'll throw up a banner for you.
Okay,
Which one do I want?
he's mentioned in private chat things that shows who he is. That's a guy who's trustworthy. Go ahead.
All right.
I'll
You know,
vouch
I
for him.
want to throw up my Jewish bullets, anyways.
That's pretty
Hey,
funny.
Lib.
What's up,
Hey,
Flow
Lib.
State? You've been by my
What's
hang
going
a
on?
couple. You've been by my hang a couple times. If you
Yeah,
remember.
that's the bro show. I'll vouch for that voice holder.
Good morning,
Hey, Lib.
everybody.
You've probably heard this before, and so if you already know the point of it, please feel free to interrupt me and summate and tell me why I'm wrong.
Okay.
I walk into Flow State's library. Behind him is shelves of books. Some 30% of them have an orange tag on them, which read the following: the letters READ. Now the rest of it, whatever arbitrary number I selected, I don't care, have blue tags, and on the blue tags are the letters READ. Okay. Now, what can I determine from those blue and orange stickers? How many of the books has he the intention to read? How many of them has he already read?
Well, there's a few different ways you could interpret it, but I mean, you would need more information. Currently, you don't have enough information to determine which ones he has read and which ones he has not read. So, I
So
would
what
say
if I decide the 60% or whatever it was is because he's a smart guy and he quotes stuff, right?
Sure.
So I assume that those are the ones he has already completed.
Sure. Then you would assume that the blue tags mean that he's already read them, and the yellow means that he is intending on reading them.
That works. Okay, that's good. Okay, so in the same way, if I say something like, I went to several Christian churches until I found a preacher telling the truth. Do you see how that's the same kind of bias that's not founded?
Sure, but that's not a demonstration that it's all untrue. Is I think
No,
the
no, no.
part
I
of it.
didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay, sorry. Can you repeat that then?
Okay, where churches are, we agree that churches will argue with each other on fine points of morality. Yes.
Sure, they'll argue each other over major points of morality too. So yeah.
I'm just trying to be nice.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to call them fine points because I'm not trying to insult anybody, right?
Sure.
Okay, so if they have arguments, it's because they disagree because they see it differently, right? Which means that it could be true that one of them are correct.
It could also
but
be
it
true
can't
that none
be
of them are
true that
correct.
it could be true that none of them are correct, but it can't be true that all of them are correct. Right.
In the case of well, yes. In the case of many Christian denominations, that is true. There are some denominations that are compatible, but not all of them are. So yeah.
Okay,
all of
so
them
let's
cannot be
say
correct.
let's say that person A supports abortion.
Yeah.
And they can only find one church that supports that. So they decide that they're going to the correct church.
Sure.
Okay, do they have objectivity from God?
Depends on whether or not they claim to.
Let's say they claim to.
Then they're claiming to, but I don't like. They don't get objectivity because they claim it. Objectivity is a thing that's demonstrated.
But it's genuinely what they believe God is telling them. Thereby, it's objective.
Well, they believe it's objective, but that's not what makes something objective. Belief in something being objective does not make it objective.
Very good.
I'm an ex-atheist. I'm an ex-Christian ex-atheist. Okay, like
me too.
I've been around. The block.
I saw that, John. Actually, I heard that. I heard your eyes hit the back of your head.
Yeah. That's fair. Valid, John. I also roll my eyes at myself.
I mean, it's fine. The thing is this isn't actually, because what we're discussing is whether there is actually a truth. No. Regardless of whether I believe, it doesn't matter if I could have picked the wrong one.
Yeah, that's
right.
Again,
Anybody
like,
could have picked. That doesn't
I'm arguing with the thought process, not with the conclusion. The thought process is
they're together. You can't have one without the other.
John, if what you just said is true,
you're
then you and
starting from
flow state are having two
from a
different
bottom
arguments.
up instead of a top down.
You can bumble your way.
I'm starting with the fact that it is objective truth somewhere out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm eliminating things that aren't that. Right.
You're stating it as a fact with no proof, though.
What do you consider proof?
Some evidence of you're telling me.
What do you consider evidence?
Yeah, this is one of those questions. What do you consider evidence? What do you consider evidence or proof? You're making the point. So what is good enough for you to consider it?
Yeah, you're making the claim.
You're the one making the claim. You're the one.
No, you made the claim that it's a fact.
You're
that
making
objective truth. You made.
So there's nothing. There's no such thing as truth. So what are you arguing right
now? This is a disingenuous argument.
So you can't make sentences. You can't make arguments and debate if there isn't actually a truth to be had. It's sophistry at that point.
Just because Brojo John, whose name is John.
John.
Just because Brojo asks for evidence from a person making a claim does not shift the burden of proof onto the one who's asking for.
It does. They have to define the evidence if they want evidence.
Yeah.
No.
I would like to know what
I think Brojo should probably define what you even just give examples of what he would take as.
But isn't it easier to satisfy?
How am I going to give you something?
Yeah,
if I don't know what it is that I'm trying to get.
I would make a simple definition of truth as what comports with reality.
Well, no. We're asking about like what is evident? What kind
of
evidence? What do you mean by you need evidence? Like,
I think that it's fair to allow John to make that decision of what is evidence.
I think that's kind of unfair to put that burden of defining.
Well, yeah, that's what they do all the time.
But he's
they make
been able to draw a conclusion,
an impossible burden of proof that they won't define, and then say, "Look, I got you."
It's not. What is the thought process that got you here? You claim you have truth or no truth. How did you come to this resolve?
By basically having no other option, no paradigm that fits that properly, that gives all these universals that we know are true. If you say truth is reported to reality, which is just begging the question, but I'll even go with that definition. That means that there is some objective truths that is in reality, and how we justify those truths. Some systems can, some systems can't. So you get rid of the ones in the paradigms that can't justify these things. And that includes empiricism and atheism. Then you go God, okay, which God? That doesn't tell you which God. So you have to go through and then eliminate other philosophical systems that don't work logically.
Why couldn't it be possible
rid of them until you get left?
Isn't it possible, even likely, that I don't disagree with that thought process, but that assumes that somebody that we know it.
Well, but you could say that for you could say that for you could say that there's this impossible worldview and system that nobody knows and nobody could ever possibly know. We'll never know truth ever.
Yeah,
but you don't believe that reality. You don't live your life like that.
But when you
wake up in the morning, assuming the sun's going to come up tomorrow,
if you make it
your skin is your skin,
that you know something that you don't know because
are you here? Listen, are you here? Do you know that I'm a real person? No. Do you have evidence for that, sir? No,
I have experiential evidence. I have experiential evidence to believe that the people I talk to.
What experience? How do you know that that's real? How do you
because
know it's not
every
all in your
person
head?
I've met off of here has been a real person.
It's not all in your head.
Right. We can do this forever.
Exactly.
What are you
That's
proving?
the problem, and the only way out of that is to not believe in subjective truth. In empiricism,
you're making claims that you don't. You're claiming to know things you don't know.
It's called faith.
Yeah, you have to have faith.
It's called a lie.
Right now,
it's called a lie. I have faith. I have faith that we know individually what we need to know, and that God gave us a brain and common sense. God made us, right? Surely He could equip us with the tools.
Where's your evidence?
You don't have faith in God.
You made a claim,
you
sir.
Have faith in man.
The burden's on you. Where's your evidence?
The Gospels.
It's an impossible thing to do, right?
Jesus. I will reference Jesus for evidence that you believe in the Gospels or in the.
What I'm telling you is we're in the same boat. We both rely on faith for basic things. You think that it's all empiricism. And what I'm showing you is that within that paradigm of materialism and empiricism, it doesn't account for these universal things and these metaphysics that we all use and have faith in and use every day and pretend like it's real. Otherwise, you don't know if I'm a real person and that it's not all in your head right now. Okay? You can't prove that to me. There's no amount of evidence. There is no such thing as evidence for that. And that's why I ask you what evidence. And what you're going to say is empiricism. And you can't justify something immaterial with empiricism. So you have to use other means of proving, which is philosophical
correct
things of the contrary. Like the precept argument, the tag argument is that X is the necessary precondition for, or what is it? Fucking God is the necessary precondition of knowledge. We have knowledge, therefore God is it is a valid argument. You can't refute it. Okay.
I would say that if we're trying to come to understand the objective truth about something that's not physical, that you can't find empirical evidence of, it would be worth taking into account the fact that there's a long history of evidence, almost perfect history, of people who claim they have perfect knowledge of God, using that for devious reasons.
Doesn't mean that isn't actually a truth.
It doesn't prove
we might not have it. We might not have it.
We might not have it.
I don't know if you're a real person.
If I know that this make and model of car sets on fire every time somebody drives it, it doesn't mean that it won't.
But you're in the same boat. You have faith. I have faith.
John, I would love to hear what Flow State, who owns this channel, is actually saying in a full sentence.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Well, I don't know if anybody could hear it, but I finished it.
I could not make out.
So
what you were
it's almost
saying.
like I talked right when he was done, and you're just a.
Wow.
I don't even remember what he was saying.
He was just talking over you repeatedly every time you would get a sentence part. He would just.
I assumed that I don't know how the mics sound comparatively, so I assumed that I could be heard over him.
You couldn't be by my hearing.
I could hear both of you. I
don't remember what I was saying now.
I don't know if he's the example of ortho bros, then
This is actually one of my favorite ortho bros. No, this guy John is one of my favorite ortho bros. They've also got Toilet Bowl Earth, who's a raging nightmare of an alcoholic.
I don't know.
Wait, is Toilet Bowl Earth an ortho bro? Oh my god.
Yeah, is he?
Yes,
I didn't know.
I'm so sorry.
I haven't really. I've heard not great things about him, but I have no clue. I can't.
I don't think Smith is an ortho bro, but I don't know.
I do.
Andrew sounds cool. Andrew is the only ortho bro I'm familiar with who I think well of, in his tactics. Ortho bros have this weird. I don't know where they teach y'all how to argue by asking ridiculous questions and.
How is it ridiculous?
What is ridiculous?
Yeah, that's why I asked what's ridiculous.
What do you mean by ask?
You made the claim.
It's the Bill Clinton defense tactic, right? What does the mean? What's the definition of the? All right,
Whenever you ask,
it's not
like evidence. Whenever you say, "Hey, give me evidence," I have to know what you mean by evidence.
What I mean by evidence is whatever you think evidence is. I want
That's not how that works.
Sure.
You're the one asking for it.
If you're
I was
trying to
asking
figure
you
out
for
what
evidence, I would gladly define what I think evidence is if I was asking evidence for your position. What you do is you don't actually take a position. You just endlessly grill me and then get mad that I don't slip up.
You don't, but you know where it's going. You know that you've got flaws in the thought process. The thought process doesn't make sense. That's why you're effectively arguing against it.
You didn't prove that. You didn't show that.
I think I demonstrated it. Richard demonstrated it. Well, I mean, it's just you don't have to admit defeat to be defeated.
I mean, that's true, but I mean, show me.
So did you just ask for empirical evidence?
Oh my God.
I don't know. We need to move on from this. We're just going to get stuck loop-de-looing. I think it's been beat to death and proved
That's
pretty
fine.
well.
That's fine. I've made my points.
Yes, you have.
He did
And
make
I still love you, Flow State. You know,
Mhm.
you know.
John,
maybe one day you'll have faith in something. You know.
John, I
I
thought you
have
did superb.
What's that?
I thought you did superb.
Thank you.
I think
it's
I
true
have.
that all of us operate in faith to some
He also
level.
thinks he's a woman, though. So
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's fair, but you know.
I'm just trying to prove that we're on the same playing field.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, atheists and stuff, they think that
I'm not an atheist.
You know.
I know that. I know that.
Oh wait,
that's,
are you
I'm
not?
not
I
an
thought you were.
No, I just don't. I don't claim any institutions.
Yeah, you're a theist, but you're not a. You're like a little t theist.
I'm like just lost in the woo.
It's a deist or whatever is what you would call
Well,
it.
I'm a
general.
deist.
I recognize the
general-
shortage. I acknowledge the shortage in my own knowledge. So people are asking me to identify a way that I don't know the answer to, and my response is I don't know the answer, which is the only I think honest response to that question.
Well, that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah.
But you just can't get mad at me whenever I take a positive claim.
Yeah.
Well, I get mad at you when you take a positive claim and then act like it's a universal, obvious truth.
Well,
You're giving yourself
obvious.
more credit than you get.
It's not. It's not that it's obvious. It's that it is.
It's arrogant and it's just
no,
false. You don't.
It's not. What?
It's a paradigm. If it's comparing paradigms. I'm telling you that you can't take one part of it out, and then the system falls apart if you do that. So you have to have all of the system or none of the system. So you have to take and that's why I went to orthodoxy, not random Protestant sects, because their system falls apart because their paradigm is faulty.
Think that, and I would say that the confusion, or that where I disagree with that, is that I don't believe. Let's say if there is God and He's created this stuff, I don't believe. Just like I don't think an ant can understand calculus, I don't think I can understand the paradigm.
You can't see. Nobody knows the essence of God, but we know Him by His energies and by the revelation He gave us. You can believe that it's the revelation and that Jesus Christ wasn't God incarnate. You don't have to believe that. And there's many.
I don't believe. I don't ever really believe when people make big claims and give me trust me bros, which is what I consider revelation to be.
Well, I don't. Okay, so like this is where like you could have like the actual like in the weeds conversation with John is like talking about that and like talking about those justifications for like the revelation, for his specific interpretation of God, and why that like that's where you could get into like the weeds and stuff where you could kind of get away from.
And I'm not trying to necessarily tell John not. I'm not trying to convince John not to be what he is.
Well, at least something you should at least take from the fact that after the 2 times that we've had these similar conversations, I've never backed down once.
Yeah,
I've came on and I've said good points, even if you don't like the points. They're salient points.
Yeah.
And I've never been stumped no matter how many questions you've asked. Yes. So the system has to work at some level.
Yeah.
You have though been proven wrong several times and you don't acknowledge it.
But you've never actually shown me where I was wrong.
No, that is you didn't see it.
No, okay. So like, if you're talking about this conversation, he didn't ever run into any point where he had to take a logically contradictory position to one that he had already.
It's consistent.
Given.
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay. It's just consistent at least. That's all.
Do you know?
At least I'm consistent.
Do you have a belief that you know moral truth?
That I know moral truth.
Yes.
I have faith. I have moral truth.
That's a belief.
Well, yes,
and
but it's a.
Why do you believe that? Look, the reason that he hasn't been pushing that is because he refuses to explain the thought process clearly and without deflecting how he came to the conclusion, because he knows.
I did. I explained, especially last time. I explained literally my entire process of how I got to God, and I did it again.
Well, okay.
It's by comparing paradigms, and if one system doesn't account for things like metaphysics and universals that we do use, have faith in, and use every day, then if you can't account for that in your system, then that's a bunk system, and you need to find a new one. And what I'm saying is, I found a system. I believe I found the system that accounts for all of that, including truth itself. And so,
and
the truth is Jesus Christ
and
as a person.
I get my original
That's the most
point was
specific
that
thing.
this whole process of finding the truth was your subjective process of it.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
was my whole point.
That's how anybody comes to any conclusion ever.
But that does not mean that the truth, the moral truth that he believes in is subjective. It can be objective, even if his process to get there is subjective.
It could hypothetically be objective, but his process to get there was not. So there's no reason to believe that
Well, what you're doing is you're asking for something impossible. And I showed it whenever I pulled the same thing on you and asked, what's your evidence? What's your evidence? And you couldn't say anything because it's an impossible task to ask somebody. And you don't apply that same.
But I don't
thing.
claim to have God's truth.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is that we both, but we hold on real quick, Richard. But we both we both have moral systems, and both of us got there the exact same way. We both thought about it and then made our own decisions.
But the problem is, okay, like you're then claiming that because his process was subjective, that his moral system therefore can't be objective.
No, I'm not, Lou.
If I could.
What I'm saying is that it cannot be. God damn it. I'm saying that it's ultimately the whole decision making, the moral decisions came from him. He may have stumbled onto them, onto God's, but ultimately the whole way through, this was him making his own decisions each step of the way.
Yes.
Just as it is for me. Atheists and Christians and Muslims, every living being has the same process for determining what is moral and how to act. And that's a subjective one. Every decision is a subjective one.
Yes.
Okay, flow state. I'm gonna be just really rude for just because I love all you guys equally. I've been watching Brojo flip on and off his mute. Would you please give me
barge in there, man. Don't wait for politeness.
Oh, I'm just curious. A couple of questions. Weirdo John, I'm assuming that you said Jesus, that you use the Bible as your reference for truth.
In what way?
I mean, do you consider the Bible God's word?
Yeah. Well, no. Well, Jesus Christ is the Word incarnate, but it is a divinely inspired text. Yes.
But you come to the conclusion that Jesus is that because of the Bible.
For that specific one, yeah. I mean, it's a truth. You don't just come to truth in one way. But I do believe in divine revelation and what the words of the Bible are true. Yeah.
Yeah, I won't deny your experience. I've had my own. I won't deny anybody their experience, but experiences are a poor way of coming to any kind of truth. But my thing is that we have a lot of claims of text, holy text being words from God or divine. I'm wondering, what methodology can we use to determine that a text is actually from a divine being or a God? I mean, how do we come to that conclusion? And the only thing I can see sometimes, it's a lot of the conclusions we come to, especially in the West, is because of the culture we're brought into, where we believe things through the lenses of our culture.
Well, that's not a good way of determining it's. For one, it's a whole paradigm. So you have to take the paradigm as a whole. So in the creation story. So if you're believing in evolution and all the a whole different creation story, it doesn't make sense. The whole system falls flat. If you believe, and because the Bible is a veracity, I think that's the word, like a veracity, like it's a very historically attributed text. It's not just like some random thing. Like the earliest thing in record or whatever goes all the way back to the first. I think it's like the first couple kings of Israel. Hello, are you
So
guys
you
there?
you determine the
Yeah, we're here.
I'm just curious
Okay.
of the method you're using that.
'Cause
that-
it's a whole thing. So you have to believe for one, for me, if you want to say me personally, it's by the denial of everything else and seeing the, like, Flow State likes to do with denying all these mainstream narratives and understanding trickery and deception and things like this. That it's a narrow path. Like, the truth is narrow, the path to Christ or whatever God is narrow. It says that because it's taking away all these falsities that you've assumed throughout your entire life from what people have told you, all this stuff.
Yeah, John,
And
but I
by-
don't think you
by
assume
taking all this-
something's true just because it's written down. I don't think you assume that, do you?
No, that's not. No, that's not how it works. Not just because it's written down, but it's not just written down. It wasn't. It was oral text before then. It was an oral story. It's an oral. It's a creation story. So you don't have to
Some of
believe
it
the
was
creation
oral
story.
histories. Not all of it was oral histories before, but yeah, the
Right,
the
but-
Talmud and most of the Old Testament was oral histories.
The Talmud is a old or later rabbinic Jew. That's not.
That's just like a commentary on the
Sorry,
Torah.
the first 5 books of the Bible. Which
Yeah, but there is if you want to go with empirical, there is historical thing all the way back to the first kings with the tablets and texts. So we know that at least there was a story that has been around and told, and that has a through line from the start of the book to where it is now, with the lineage and genealogies and all that. It goes all the way back thousands and thousands of years, all the way to the Old
Are you
Testament.
trusting hearsay?
No, this is like actual tablets and things they found in these places, of the exact places that is described within the text.
Yeah.
So, and these are historically these aren't just made. These are empirical, studied historical.
You talking like the Sumerian tablets?
Yeah, like stuff like that.
Which is older than the Bible. And
Yeah,
Written by Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
And all the
Yeah.
stories are very, very similar. All those creation stories are very similar.
Right. So what makes Gilgamesh not true, but the Bible true?
Also, it is worth noting, like Gilgamesh and a lot of these other things, we have copies. We don't have originals. We do have, but we do have copies. That's the one thing I would say. They're very old texts. So like
at any
understandable
point in
we don't have
time, there in any history, you would have to deny it, like all of history.
Yeah.
to
I'm not
deny
saying that's
basic stuff.
yeah. I'm not saying that that's a point.
But that's
to deny
one
it, but I'm
empirical way to know that it's historically veracrous. And then you have to go philosophically for the theology of it, behind it, of the philosophy has to be logical and make sense. That's another piece of evidence. So there's the empirical evidence with going with these tablets and things going way back when, in these places that are actually described. All the buildings, all the different temples, they have evidence for these. So that's the empirical. There's philosophy that shows logically the theology works. Not all theologies work. That's why I chose the orthodoxy ones. I did choose it, guys. I did.
Let's take something from the Gilgamesh in the Bible, the Noah story. Do you believe it's a local flood or a global one?
Well, it's a global. It doesn't say local, does it?
So you believe that all human beings were wiped out, except for 8 people.
I mean, for what it's worth, a lot of the Old Testament does use a lot of in a lot of texts they use sort of like
But there is plenty of evidence of a flood.
Okay, but I'm asking you, do you believe in a global flood where only 8 people were left to survive?
Was it 8 people? It might have
Nowhere
been.
in his family, nowhere in his,
like 8 or 12, something like
yeah,
that.
Nowhere,
It's
nowhere.
like
Fewer than you would hope to
Noah,
repopulate with.
it's Noah, his 3 sons, and their wives.
And then his wife.
And
So
Noah's
6, 7,
wife.
8. Yeah, it was 8.
Do you believe that there was a global flood and that only 8 people survived? And my other question is, how long ago did this happen?
How would I know that?
Well, do you believe that only 8 survived?
Do you think I like?
I think he's asking if you're a young Earth creationist or not.
Yeah.
I don't. That's one of the ones I don't know. I don't believe in evolution and things like that, and I wouldn't see a problem with a younger Earth.
Because God could just like have made the Earth, you know,
how it is and everything, and then and there is evidence of the floods and stuff like so. It takes a lot of faith and then a lot of research. You have to do your own research, just like with
Well, I'm
everything.
asking you, do you believe only 8 people survived a global flood?
I mean, I don't know if it's 8, but yeah, sure. The one family
I'm getting 2
got on
different
a
answers.
boat and
survived the
had a
flood.
flood.
Also, the flood it wasn't necessarily global. Like again, like
I mean, I don't. Yeah, I don't know
it's
for sure, but
Well, it kind of goes against the evolution. If he believes that only 8 people survived the flood, and he's a young Earth atheist, I mean, a young Earth creationist, and it only happened a few thousand years ago, really kind of makes it hard for the population we have and the different races we have now only develop only a few thousand years.
It does, assuming that
you're assuming a
God
model.
does it, yeah, like
you're assuming you have presuppositions.
Yeah.
That
No, I'm assuming only 8
putting
people survived.
Well, no.
And what does that say? What does that mean?
God
it's
could,
just
so Brojo, God could just make it to where it's possible to have that happen. Like
So then, Lib, you know what the problem there is? Then anything is possible. It's magical thinking because God can do anything. He can make unicorns and flying pigs.
But did he?
Anything is
yes.
possible.
That's not
what
a
you're saying.
sure, but like
your incredulity is not an argument.
Yeah.
I want to point something else out that I forgot about earlier, though. When Richard asked about how would you handle it if the church flipped on its head, and you said that's impossible. That's exactly what Christianity is, though. God already did it once. If you're a Christian, he upended everything one time already.
What do you mean by upending?
I mean, you have a Trinity. It's one God. The one God went to a Trinity. The Sabbath shifted days. The law was completed.
That's not the same
How
thing.
does that like follow?
Yeah.
With like the truth or falsity of something, God can change whatever.
God changed his mind. He changed,
and that's
everything
within the
once.
Bible story.
No,
It's not like there's a new Bible. There's not a new Bible.
Also, God didn't.
There is a new Bible. It was written even in a different language. The Torah got added on the New Testament, written in Greek. It was entirely.
There was the Septuagint. You know what that is?
God didn't change
First
his
5
mind.
books of Moses.
The fucking
written in Latin.
The New Testament is supposed to be the what did Jesus say?
The first 5 books. Would say that again.
It was Torah written in Latin.
Oh, okay.
Septuagint. And it's
What
what
do you-
it's what
T on
the
the end of
apostle.
that.
What's a lot of most of the like Jesus Christ. I mean, a lot of people don't use the Septuagint, but Orthodox do because the apostles referenced it. Jesus Christ referenced Septuagint in the Deuterocanonical text, so they're not as important as the regular scripture and canon. But
To be fair, Flo, from the Christian point of view, there's references to the Mashiach, the Jesus Christ, in the Old Testament, and since they believe that he is the fulfillment, all of it refers to Christ.
Right.
The theophanies, like the angel of the Lord. Jesus is Jesus Christ. They call him the Lord, not just an angel.
But for Jews at the time, it would have been experienced as basically an inversion of their belief in one God and a strict law.
That's not true.
That's not.
No.
If you really want to interpret it that way, you can. There are definitely
Right.
ways you can
There's
interpret
been plenty of heretics and
Interpret it as
they stomped out the
I
first
do
couple
interpret-
of
How do you think most Jews interpreted the Son of God, a Trinity now?
Yes, the Jews as themselves after the fact. Rabbinic Judaism is not the same as.
Well, what kind of Judaism do you think Jesus believed in?
Jesus Christ? What do you mean? He is.
Never mind. That was the wrong question. Of course, you think he believed in the same thing as you.
Well, he believed in the Septuagint and the Torah or whatever.
Yeah.
But he is God, so like, I don't know what.
I do actually have a question that I don't want to turn into a debate. I just genuinely have a
Good
question.
luck.
Because John, you brought up presuppositionalism, and I actually am curious. Do you believe in the presup arguments, like tag and stuff?
Yeah, I believe they're valid arguments, and they're a good argument for God. I mean, there's many different ways you can argue for God, but I believe it's one of the strongest, if not the strongest, because it's on a paradigm level.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I guess that makes sense. I don't know. Do you know who? What was his name? Turek? Frank Turek.
Frank Turek.
Yeah.
That name sounds familiar.
He's an apologist. I spoke with him one time because he came to the University of Memphis, and my sister wanted to go listen to him, so I went. And he's a big presup argument, but he's a Protestant, so
that doesn't make no sense.
Eh.
It does, because the presup argument only gets you to it gets you
to
a general God.
Yeah, it doesn't even get you to like the Abrahamic God. It just gets you to a creator God.
Right. But there is certain specific things that it needs for certain universals that only works if there's and that's why orthodoxy works and is actually it can get you to orthodoxy in a way, because the essence energy distinction is necessary for a lot of those universals.
Yeah, it's the same reason why presup arguments actually work for Islam as well, but they don't really work for. They work for it better than they work for like most Protestants. Like the presups like get you to don't get you to a personal deity, which I don't think.
It does, because the thing is, it's an entire system, and it's basically for a lot of those things, it requires a certain kind of God to have those universals work. Like you would have to go into specifics of like the essence energy distinction, because if you don't, it is Unitarian like Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It would be good to go.
I'd have to go. I'd have to go.
Like Dyer or something like that, because I've heard those arguments. But
I'd have to do more. It's been like forever since I've even like thought about this kind of stuff. So I'd have to.
I argue for it all the time, and I'm pretty good with just doing the basic. But if we want to get real specific, then
I personally think that David Silverman tore up Frank Turek.
It's not difficult. Frank Turek is like a fucking.
He's a Protestant, right? Like you said.
Yeah.
Yeah. So of course,
he's a popularizer. He takes arguments that he thinks are valid. He's not a philosopher, but he will argue for those that he's not. Yeah.
Yeah, he's.
I'm definitely not either. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. But like, this man will like write books and like try and sell himself as some like super intellectual.
If anybody's like writing a bunch of books, my red flag immediately goes off.
Yeah.
Like Rollo.
What if they've written no books?
I mean, I have no red flags because
then God's out.
All right, I'm on your good side so far.
Damn. If they've read no books, damn. Okay, so they have to have read it. They have to have written at least one book. That's what they have to do.
And if they're like shilling it all the time, and they're like, if their work is all like, it's always referencing back to their book or whatever, it's just like a red flag.
Yeah.
I guess if they don't have anything.
That reminds me, I've been a terrible shill. This is Flow State, home of the $1 memberships is the best deal on YouTube. Buy one for yourself, buy 10 for your friends, make it rain in the chat. Also, as you can see the ticker across the bottom, if anyone's seriously annoying the piss out of you, like probably all of us are to an extent, you can have them silenced. You can silence people in the chat. You can do all sorts of fun things. The more information with prices and shit is in the description box below.
Damn. Pro censorship Flow.
Am I pro censorship? Here I am. I'll censor the fuck out of anybody.
Censorship for dollars.
I keep trying to lower people's. I try to lower people's expectations always in all areas of my life. But no matter how hard I hammer on freedom of speech, like I can't get people to stop expecting it from me.
John,
I like that.
What is the
I like
W
that. I mean, if you try to lower people's expectations, that you will lower their how do you say disappointment, right? There will be less disappointment.
Yeah, no disappointment.
Yeah.
John, what's that W thing in the background?
That is my logo. I am a rapper musician, and yeah, it's just my W. The O is like a weirdo W.
Wow. It's obviously representative of butt cheeks and testicles. And
yeah,
clearly,
Right.
yeah,
clearly.
Right.
yeah.
His
caught me. You caught me, man.
He's not hiding it. No.
You caught me.
There's some subconscious thing going on there. Yeah.
It's not pointy breast.
He's been teabagged all
Maybe
the
it's
time.
a fish head in between pointy breasts.
He's been teabagged all this time, and we didn't even know.
What does it mean when you teabag yourself? What does that mean?
You've got big balls or you're flexible.
Yeah. Oh man.
Weirdo John, just for the record, I'm a theist. I believe that the Bible is inerrant. I believe that it is not literally true, but figuratively true. That is, it's trying to say things, and it's saying it poetically or cryptically. And to properly divide the word, showing yourself a good student, is to understand such things.
That is a very Protestant take.
Well, I'm not Protestant, but
How do you determine your interpretation? Do you
I don't.
Just go with whatever you think?
I don't. In fact, I think if a person does, it's just within their own biases, which is the case I was making earlier. And in fact, what you have to have had done to you involuntarily is to be completely defeated in what you think is true.
What does
I didn't follow that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the process of like somebody that's always been a NASA boy that goes through a flat Earth awakening, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
You have to be completely defeated. It has to be outside of your experiential range. It has to be against your opinion. Of course, there's always the chance, like Gettier cases, that you could be right for all the wrong reasons. That's always possible. But the chances of that, of course, is very, very slim. But instead, to be able to show that there was communication and that it was against your experience, it was against your mapping of reality, yet when tested is still true, just outside of your knowledge range. I don't know. Am I speaking in word salad here? Am I
No,
right now?
I caught back.
I
up
made
with it.
sense of you. I mean, I did. Even I was able to make sense of you.
Even I.
Well, I mean, what is that? What is that actually like?
Because it's not my first language.
No. So, like, what are you then? You're not. You didn't really. What?
I'm independent.
You're a non-denominational Christian.
That's a denomination of Christianity.
Yeah.
He thinks.
No, it's a
and
so
so what
group. It actually, the independent and like non-denominational don't really mean anything. They just mean you're not.
You just you don't appeal to any church or any authority or any interpretation.
Well, I do appeal to a certain authority, and I believe there is an objective church that is correct. I just don't think it's on this earth. I think it's of heaven. I don't think there is a church to choose here.
All right. Well, so
that's a tough
cool
one.
Attitude. But so like,
I'm sorry. What'd you say about attitude? I missed that.
I said, I mean, that's a cool platitude. I don't.
Oh, platitude.
I mean, I'm just trying to like. So, what is like? Do you believe in like free grace? Do you believe in the essence energy distinction? Do you have like what's your hermeneutic? Like, how do you?
I don't know what you mean by free and grace together. Maybe you could tell me what that means.
Like it's certain Protestants believe in free grace. I'm not sure about that
Well,
one.
I
in
think
particular,
I
but-
believe in deserved grace because the text itself proclaims our ignorance, and you
like,
can't
did you
be.
appeal to the church fathers, like of the first century, like the first couple centuries, the
For what?
patristics?
Do I value what they had to say? No.
You don't value what the church fathers who gave you the Bible say.
No,
Yeah,
they
'cause
didn't give us the Bible. That
Yeah,
that would
yes,
indicate that.
wait. Yes,
that would indicate that.
So the
Go ahead,
Bible that
Liv,
we
because you're
yeah, I
going
was
to.
gonna say, yeah, the Bible that we have today was put together by several councils of a lot of the early church leaders who got together, and they pulled together all of like the potential like Christian writings of Christians, and then they, through long debate and discussion, and I don't even know like what other
Okay, so here's the issue
criteria
with that.
they put together the Bible
They,
that you use
they
today.
did not decide. They did not decide what was included in Aboriginal dream time of the Australian tribes. Yet, what's in the Aboriginal traditional stories is the Bible. It's the same stories.
Not, I mean, I'm sure there might be some similarities of some of them. Are you making an appeal to general revelation? So, okay, so do you believe that the Bible is inerrant?
Yes.
Right? Okay. That Bible that you believe is inerrant was put together by those early church fathers. They
From
were the
what?
ones who like they collected all of the different writings of many other Christians, and they put together
discussed theology, canonized it, put it all into one book, got rid of ones that they were determined that aren't actual, that are
works of man.
That are fake, that aren't real.
Some
really
that are like
Bibles
useful,
aren't
some that are
actually from the
useful.
apostles.
Yeah, there were some that like they're like, oh yeah, this is like a useful text, but it's not like inerrant.
The
of God.
Deuterocanons, like that. Why don't you why don't you have the Deuterocanons? What canon do you go off of, and how is it not arbitrary for your decision?
Well, it seems that you're claiming that it's arbitrary, decided by church fathers and whoever compiled the Bible. It's not at all what I'm saying.
Well, no. So the Bible could have been like that. Those decisions could have been guided by God. That is true. But it is also true that the people who ultimately made those decisions that allegedly were guided by God were those church fathers that you just said you don't like.
They're inspired writings
okay,
that
so
God did through men.
The hidden assumption. I see the hidden assumption. I can clarify pretty easily, I think. You're assuming that when I say, and I tried to make example against this already, that when I say the Bible is inerrant, that it is also the only word of God. Never said it. Said something to the opposite.
No. That's not. So we're trying to understand why you believe that the Bible is inerrant, and yet the people who put it together, the church fathers, you think you don't like put any stock in the things they say, because those are the same people who put together they are the ones who collected all of the books and figured out which ones through
they're the ones that debated and got rid of all the heretics that get rid of Jesus Christ's divinity.
They didn't get rid of me.
I didn't say inclusive. I did not say that the Bible includes all of the truth. I did not say that.
That's not.
I do not think
issue.
that's so.
But like, how do you?
What is there? I believe is true. They could only select from what was there. They did not include some things. I'm okay with that. I don't take it as being all of the story at all. In fact, it says so. There's parts of the Bible that say this is not all the story.
Okay, so now you're talking about like general revelation, which is fine.
Talk about special revelation.
Wait, okay, maybe I misunderstood. Isn't special revelation like the Bible or like personal experiences? Isn't that special revelation?
No, special revelation is only the Bible and other such things. Then there's personal revelation. right? Like you get a message from God, that's personal revelation.
But
And
why
then
do you,
there's general revelation, which is
Yeah.
like I see trees and they're amazing.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. No. I understand this distinction. What I'm saying is, why is the Bible special revelation if okay. I understand the idea that you don't want to be beholden to what a bunch of people 2,000 years ago thought, because some of what they think you might not agree with. But like, those are the same people who put together the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And you put no stock in what they say.
Right.
Except for the Bible thing. Except for
No.
when they put together the Bible.
I don't care what they say about the Bible.
So how do you determine something is divinely inspired or not?
Well, it can meet
That was
certain
my
criteria.
question to
For
you.
instance, it has to be coherent within itself as a minimum, because if not coherent within itself, you can make anything out of it. You can just exercise your personal bias all over the place, right?
Sure, that's a very low bar, but sure, that bar.
I am starting at the lowest bar. Good job, Lib.
Does morality exist without God? In the poll, 63% said yes, or can it exist without God? 63% say yes, 11% said no, and 23% wanted to remind people to hit the like button.
Oh, cool.
Democracy wins.
Okay, so yes,
Only
that's a
amongst the
minimum.
church fathers. We need the aristocracy to tell us what to believe. Good.
That is, if something's inconsistent within itself, we can dismiss it. It's not true. It can't be true. Okay, so that is a minimum bar. Yeah, and from there,
but within itself, like it's not established as a canon yet. And what we're determining is how we determine what's canon and what's not.
Yeah.
So you can't you can't reference it if we're deciding how we got it.
I just hadn't gotten to it, and I appreciate intelligent people want to go faster and jump forward. I get it. It's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
What it do? Good to see you again.
Peace and respect, 007. Good to see you again. Okay, and then beyond that, if it's coherent, then maybe it has value, and you keep building that way, because you guys are getting bored. I'll just skip to the end of this. Then you keep building that way by higher and higher standards. Okay, like if something is true, it's true in reality. It's not true because I like it. That's not what makes something true, right? So should a certain book or text be within, say, for instance, the Bible? Well, does it agree with reality?
Okay, okay. All right, so let's
question.
Yeah, okay. So Richard, here really fast. So I have written down on this piece of paper 1 + 1 = 2. Okay? Is this now divinely inspired? Because I believe it meets your stated justification, right? It's not contradictory. It's true. It's evidently true.
Mm-hmm.
Is this paper now divinely inspired?
Well, if I say that you're a child of God who has intellect based in this case, mathematical logic, and that works against reality, then yes, it's divinely inspired.
I feel like you have a very loose definition of what is divinely inspired, because
and then you can just put in whatever you want.
Yeah.
No, it has to
throw
be
away
true.
whatever you want.
Sure,
That's what's in question. That's what's in question. So you
Maybe I'm
can't
not
you can't
understanding the argument.
appeal to the thing that we're asking how you know it's true. So like if there's a bunch of books that are a bunch of writings from the apostles and the people coming from the apostles and all this, the apostolic fathers and Jesus Christ, they're not all together all at once. They're a bunch of different writings from a bunch of different times and a bunch of different authors. So at one point in time, and several points in times, they got together, all the church fathers, and they decided what the canon was that actually is the physical Bible that you have now, the 66 books or whatever. What we're asking is how do you, if you don't appeal to the church fathers, how do you have the Bible? How do you know which is what books and what writings are actually divinely inspired and canonical?
Well, I was given a reading frame, a context with which to read this with, and
Well,
I look at everything that's. I'm
that's
sorry.
what
Go
we're
ahead.
questioning. That's the question. You said the context, the reading frame. That's what we're asking about. How do you have the reading frame, the context?
It was given to me forcibly, and I didn't want it.
A non-consensual framing.
Spiritual rape.
Um,
007, you're kind of like muffled. Like we can hear, but it's very, very muffled.
Maybe you're on the wrong mic.
Yeah, I actually didn't hear anything. Give us a mic check.
There we go. Mic check. Mic check.
There we are.
There you go.
Gotcha.
Smooth voice.
Was the canonization of the Bible, was that not the Council of Nicaea? Was that not?
That was one of them. There were
that I don't think that was like the just the only thing.
Yeah,
that was my grandpa Constantine. You're welcome.
Didn't they also talk about didn't they deal with like the Gnostic heresy? Or is that a
They were
different?
Yeah, they're discussing the position of Jesus. The deity of Jesus was one of the big things. Yeah, the Trinity.
Hey, Bojo and Voy and
What's
hey,
up,
guys,
Rick?
by the way, and Flo. Sorry.
Salute.
Cheers.
But yeah, Richard, we're just trying to figure out, like, since you're not appealing to the church fathers as the justification for why you believe it's divinely inspired,
Right.
how did you determine that it was divinely inspired?
Because it contains knowledge that people of the time and age and location didn't have.
Okay.
Why are you any different than Weirdo John then?
They're both fucking weirdos.
What do you mean? What do you mean by different?
Because Libs asked the same kind of question to you that I asked John, and you gave the same answer he did.
Well, this is within the
I-
context of
yeah.
like already believing, being a Christian, and how do we get the Bible itself? That's not. You were asking like, how do we know Christianity in general is true? So
Which is it's slightly different question.
we're saying after we already believe that Christianity is true, we're trying to determine what Christianity and what he believes about the canon of the Bible.
Yeah.
Well, first, you guys have made some hidden assumptions that I don't make, like that the Bible was inspired by God. I don't believe that. I believe it is directly written in heaven and distributed onto the earth.
Oh, so you're like a Quran.
Wow.
You're like a
Wait.
You're like a Muslim.
What?
Wow.
Wait.
Am I
That's
like
what-
a
that's-
Muslim?
Wait.
That's
no,
what
hang on.
Muslims believe.
Hang on. So do you reject that people got together and debated it and chose what to canonize and what to not? Do you think that did not happen, or do you think it did happen, but that it had already happened up in heaven and they were just doing
As above, so below.
To
Basically.
take things away
Right.
from it, but there being so many accounts of the same stories that when you take all of the stories and put them together, you're not missing anything anymore. So I don't care what they said doesn't belong in the Bible.
Well, okay.
We're asking how what's your process of doing that?
Okay, so I was given forcibly a reading frame which I apply to everything that works universally. And when there's an error, and they're few and far between, when there's an error in the text that doesn't agree with the reading frame, then I know it's a work of man.
So you do agree with the reading frame.
Which reading frame?
That's what we're asking you.
Oh, well, I'm happy to answer that. I just didn't know that's what you were asking.
Yeah, I think that there's like a little miscommunication. If I understand the question correctly, and if I understand Richard's reading frame correctly, he was not even an atheist, an anti-theist who decided to read the Bible from start to finish, just completely as if he had, and try to scrub his brain and just read it for the first time like he'd never had opinions about, right?
Yes.
Not an easy book to read from start to
Well,
finish.
that's impossible.
Well, it is impossible, but it's an attempt to look at something with fresh eyes. If you attempt to see things freshly, you can catch a lot of new things.
But you do agree that you are putting your what you think it is, your interpretation, that you can't help,
No.
your bias that you can't help, you're reading that into the text.
No, that's why I talk about information theory
No,
and being fully defeated. You're not listening. You're just answering yourself. Go ahead.
Well, if you think that you can get rid of bias,
yes, you can.
Like, and put your brain in a vat. Does text read itself or interpret itself?
Let me put it this way. I'm going to tell you right now that my middle name is Curtis. Would you please refute that?
With a C or a K?
Good question.
That is important. Let's go with the letter C. But go ahead and refute that my middle name is or is not Curtis. Go ahead. Just choose whatever side
This is
you're
going to cause a schism in the panel. I think it's a K.
I can't refute it. Can't refute it. We just have to have faith that you're telling the truth, and we have faith that you're telling the truth by the reliability of your testimonies and in the past.
Right.
I mean,
right.
I
Okay.
could-
So
I
that's
could-
that's based on relationship and trust based, or a faith based position based on relationship, right?
Okay.
Where you are lacking information. Now, do you think you could have guessed that my middle name would be Curtis? Do you think you
Probably
could have
not.
guessed that?
I'd already guessed it.
I guess eventually you would have guessed it, if you went through every name possible. But that's not a very reliable process. It'd take forever. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about. I mean, information was given to me from outside of my knowledge range that proved to be true in reality. If you check my birth certificate, my middle name is Curtis with a C. It is.
Okay.
But you didn't know that. That's how I know it's not my bias.
What?
That has no.
What?
No, dude.
Information from out you cannot extrapolate from your mapping of reality.
You can't extrapolate from Curtis. We're not.
Is this
extrapolating and interpret a meaning of a text.
You seem to be completely missing the point.
Is this hat black?
Which means I'm probably doing a bad job of explaining.
Possibly. It could be a really dark green.
Could be.
Okay, you're a motherfucker. Something.
Let me
Okay.
Instead of example, let me give you theory. You cannot extrapolate without information. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So if something is from outside of your knowledge range completely, you cannot extrapolate to it. We agree on that.
Right, without awareness of it, no.
Right. Okay. So if something is given to you from outside of your experiential range that proves to be true in reality, did you invent it? Is it your bias?
What determined that it was true in reality?
The actuality of the universe.
Your experience of it?
No, true. True. I am using my map to say it is true, but I'm also using several other maps, and that's about the best we can do, is consensus.
So what you're saying is I can't invent a sentence in Mandarin because I don't know how to speak Mandarin.
Right.
But I said a sentence in Mandarin, and then I went and referenced it, and it actually makes a sentence.
Right.
Basically.
Like somebody spoke to you, and you just wrote it down phonetically, and then you looked it up, and you understood what they meant.
What? So like speaking in tongues?
Okay.
That what you're like referencing?
I'm not referencing.
No,
that.
nobody's
They
trying.
did.
It just use it as an analogy for no.
If your beliefs conform to reality, Richard, how come not many more people believe the same way you do?
People don't like reality? I don't know.
People don't like thinking.
I don't like thinking right now about this because it's kind of hurting my brain trying to figure out how this is relevant to
what the question was.
Yeah. Like I'm sorry, Richard. I do feel like I don't feel like you're trolling, but
I'm not.
It doesn't sound like we're having the same conversation.
Look, I see what you mean by that, I think. Okay, so the church fathers only had so much to select from. They selected things that are true. They left out other things that are true. So in that way, and then they give opinion on it, and you have schisms, et cetera, okay? But that doesn't mean that although the Bible contains things that are true, that it is all of the truth. Does that not answer you?
Sure, but like I think our
That-
question though is that like why do you believe that the Bible is true? Because the primary reason why someone would believe the Bible is true is because they trust in the methodology, the paradigm, the process that the church fathers underwent to do it. Otherwise, you would kind of just have
to justify it that way.
Maybe a better way to approach it. What is something that you learned from the Bible that then you went and found true in reality?
Oh, that there's moons over other planets. I didn't know that.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
In the story of David and Goliath.
Except, okay, so it is worth noting that it's possible to observe that outside of the Bible, even before the invention of like telescopes and stuff.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, actually,
let's just grant it.
Okay, fine. That's fine.
See, but just because some human on this earth knew a thing doesn't mean I know. I don't know everything that everyone knows, and that was one thing I didn't know. In fact, I thought we called the moon because it's the moon. That's what I thought. Now, I know that was ignorant of me.
I mean, it is our moon.
Yes, I didn't understand they were referring to this one planet when they said the moon. I thought they meant it was ultimately the only moon. I thought that's what they meant by that.
It's actually a natural satellite.
Yes, a natural satellite. That's what a moon is, yes.
Are you not assuming that?
Assuming what?
Are you not all assuming that because you've been told it?
I've looked up and seen the moon, and from what I understand, you can take a telescope of pretty poor quality and see moons over Jupiter, like Ganymede is the largest moon in our solar system. You can just see that with a cheap piece of crap.
I would say all that you can see with your cheap piece of crap is light.
Is there anything in the Bible that you read that you don't understand the interpretation of?
No, I have a complete theory of all of it.
All of it.
Are you being serious?
I'm being no, I'm not joking. I'm not trolling you.
I mean, the ego.
Yeah, I'm like, holy shit.
Wow. I say the most humble thing possible, and you call it egoic. That's amazing.
Listen,
and he said egoic.
We've all every one of us sat here has got our own version of everything. All right, we're all sat here with our own version of it, and we all think that we're right from our own perspective or whatever. Because
but I don't think I have like
right?
a full and uncontroversial, or not uncontroversial. I don't think I have a full and uncontradictory understanding of, for instance, the Bible.
Well, you thought you could see.
That's one of the reasons I know I didn't. That's one of the reasons I know I didn't come up with this, especially without studying it.
Come up with the
You cannot see the moons of other planets unless you could obscure the planet's brightness itself. They're too close to the planets to be visible with the naked eye.
Ah, sad. Okay, I was wrong. See, there's things I don't know. Just
But
tons of things I don't
act
know.
like you do, and that's why I wanted to get that one. Not that it really matters, but
I do that sometimes. I do that myself.
It was vindictive correcting.
I appreciate it nonetheless.
No, you don't. I don't mean for you to appreciate it. I mean for you to.
He wants somebody to get pissed off.
Richard, how confident from 0 to 100 are you that your interpretation of the Bible is true and accurate?
It's not my interpretation, and I believe it's 100% accurate.
Whose interpretation
Okay,
is
so let's be clear. It is absolutely your interpretation because there are other people who do not share your interpretation.
No,
so
that's not necessarily true. I've actually adopted something that was given to me, and I can't disprove it, and I hold it as true.
Who gave you what, the interpretation?
They gave it to you.
Can I
Yes,
ask you a
they gave it to
question?
me.
Can I ask a question? Knowing how infallible other men are, and how easy it is to get things wrong, how comfortable are you with somebody else's interpretation, that you're
Somebody
not,
claimed that
you're not
same question.
using your own, like when you were researching? I just want to know, when you were researching or studying the Bible, were you talking to God while you're doing it? Were you asking?
Yes,
Were
in
you-
fact,
you-
from
you-
start to finish, every single sentence and sentence part, I believe, is not my opinion.
I can't believe that. I cannot believe that. Look,
So,
don't.
I mean, explain the process. I don't. That's a
can't.
bold
Well,
claim
it's
for me
not-
too. But you went through and translated everything yourself, right?
No, sir.
I thought you did, or you read it in the language. You did
No,
something with it.
I understand that.
I was given a reading frame, which I immediately knew had to be wrong.
What
I set out to
what is-
disprove
I'm a
it.
bit confused what
And
a
in
reading
trying to
frame is.
disprove it, even to this day, I cannot, nor can anyone else seem to disprove it.
Dude, what's a reading frame? I'm sorry, I'm English.
Okay. I could look
Apology
at Moby. I could look at Moby Dick and say it's about a fictitious, maybe pigment-free whale and a fisherman captain, right? I could say that, okay? But I also could say that it's about obsession and sacrifice, and that obsession ruining your life, right? I could say it either way, right?
Sound like
And
a
I'd be
woman.
right. I'd be correct in both cases, but one is more like literal, hardwood and literal, and the other is what was the author trying to say.
Right. So
Those are different reading frames.
And so you have basically a perspective on it that nobody's proven wrong. Is that what you're?
Which does not make it right.
But even when you're right, you might be wrong. And even if you're wrong, proven wrong, you might be right in the same sense, based on
what
I can understand that.
Brother,
that
that's
was
a
the
word
most
salad.
confusing sentence of the night.
I think the beauty of this
No.
realm that we live in, man, is that you are right and you are wrong both at the same time.
I just said that. He said what? So I'm
And
going
he-
to tell
and-
him what. He explained two different. Look, he explained what his thoughts is, and he explained also what people will perceive outside of his thoughts. What you think is right and what you perceive is right might be wrong in the eyes of other people, but what they think is wrong in the eyes of their eyes, your eyes see that you are right. Who is right and who is wrong?
That makes
There's
sense.
no
Thank you
wrong
for
and there is no
clarifying.
right. Okay.
There's
Riddle
no
me
wrong,
this.
there's no
So
right.
now you understand.
How do you decipher from delusion then?
Well, you
don't
can't
want
under
it
that
with them.
paradigm.
There are layers.
Yeah, you don't with them. You get to just say whatever you want, and then you get to always be right.
John,
Spin
I
it.
think I
Spin it,
agree with
you know,
you. I
spin
think
it.
there is something as objective truth, and I think this conversation is objectively melting my brain.
Said the woman with the penis.
Come on, dude.
Okay, it was a low blow, but it's been a long night.
So,
Okay, so the best
what
we
make-
can do is consensus about reality, right? Things that we can confirm that a vast majority of people believe, like there's moons over other planets. And the best evidence we have that it's not our own biases is when it's outside of our experiential range. That is, it's informational, and then it's knowledge.
Okay.
But okay, based upon what
can't
he
show
just
that for
said,
you.
and I'm gonna give him okay. For anybody that think there's no moons up on other around solar systems and other planets, why did we get a moon and don't nobody else get a moon?
Never thought to ask the question.
See, you see what I'm saying? If we got one, why would it be wrong for everybody else to have one in the Milky Way or the galaxy?
It wouldn't be
for what?
necessarily wrong, but if that never occurred to you, you just wouldn't ask the question.
Right. So I wouldn't ask the question because I'm glad that I have a moon.
I'm
No, I'm just messing with y'all.
I need to.
Are you fucking with us?
I'm just
I
letting
need,
flow state. But
I'm gonna
it's right though. But it's
He's doing a
wrong
pretty
at the
good
same
job.
time.
right. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it's
bring
right,
up.
but it's wrong. But I'm right at the same time. So am I right or am I wrong? Riddle me this. You see what I'm saying?
Listen,
that.
I'm gonna be one of those YouTubers that has got this thing that he likes to talk about that he applies to everything. No, it's all about this,
No,
right? Because it's
I'm
all
that way
about,
with capitalism.
right?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna do it because you used the word earlier, and it's interesting because it's a word it's chucked into conversation. It's chucked into into conversation, and it's done so lightly, and people don't really seem to fully grasp the power of it, right? Perception. Perception. Everything that you experience, absolutely every single thing that you experience, you are going to be perceiving it, right? You perceive everything that happens to you, right? But you perceive it how you perceive it. It's your perception. Nobody else has your perception. Nobody else has my perception. Nobody else has lived my life. No one has. Many people have lived lives similar to, or they could say, "Oh, I've been through way more than that, and I've done way more than that." Or other people just haven't done half the things. You know, they've done nothing. They've just spent their entire life in the bedroom. Right? Every single person's experience is unique in that respect. Right? Can you agree on that?
Oh yeah.
We've all had fish and chips.
So that leads to unique perception, right? Perception and perspective, both inextricably linked together. But how you perceive it, that's your reality. That is your reality. And we all generally perceive the same things. Physical things are easy because, you know, things that have got physical bodies to them, that, you know, they're easily recognizable, and we can put a label on it and say, that is, look, that's a car, and that's a computer, and that's a phone, and that's a human, and that's a rabbit, and that's a fucking cat.
And
We
those are
couldn't
the
function
voices.
if we didn't
Everyone
agree
hears
on
the
some,
voices.
most truth. You know, most things, most of what everybody.
The things that we can see, really easy to sort out the perception of what those things are. But the things that we can't see, what happens then? What happens with the things you can't see? Because the only way that anybody can describe those things to anybody is according to their own perception. But not one of us is going to understand what your perception is, because we haven't lived your life. And I'm basically, I feel like I've got the answers. I feel like I've spoken to God, and God's spoken to me, and he's told me exactly what's going on. I feel like that. I had an experience where I prayed to Jesus, and a golden fucking orb came down into my room in my perception. That's what I perceived to be happening. Right?
Could that be a demon?
No, because it was an answer to
No, it couldn't be a demon.
No, listen what I'm saying.
It was an
He
answer
might be
to a
saying
demon.
he is saying something, because I look, not to cut you off, but I seen certain things in my life that was in my room when I was a kid, and I don't think that it was God. Whatever was sent might be sent from God, but it was telling me, you better get yourself together, because it had feet like a dog. It made
No,
the
that was your
room
mom.
cold. Look, no, no, look. It had feet like a dog. Look, but it was walking back and forth. It was walking back and forth through the doorway. And I was saying, look, you know the old school bunk beds? When I saw it, I kicked the top of the bunk bed, and my brother did not move. The room was cold. It like got cold. But the thing was sticking his feet out. So whatever was sent to me, it might have been sent from God, but it wasn't godly to me. I pissed the bed.
Did your weed sparkle that night?
Shit.
No, that's
Shit,
literally a
whatever I
demon.
had to do, guess
So,
what?
right.
Yeah.
So let's just go back. Let's just go back to what I was talking about,
Right, we got
perceptions.
a lot
Right.
of
So
delusion walking around
hang
in
on,
here.
weirdo John. Right. You perceive it immediately. You're perceiving a demon. Right. What is a demon? What is a demon? A demon, at the end of the day, demon is a word. Demon is a word that's turned into a label that has a narrative attached to it. That narrative is full of fear. That demon has power. That demon has power over you, has the potential to have power over you. If you're not good, if you don't do the right things, if you don't live
Unless you
a
perceive
righteous
demons as
life,
powerless.
right? Hang on. No, but if you're believing the demon story, like there's different nuances to the demon story. Yeah, some people think demons are powerless, but other people think that they're fucking scary, terrifying. They shit their pants, right? I had the shadow man.
Like I pissed the
I
bed. Shit.
He's
I
pissing
saw
his
dog
bed. You're
feet.
shitting your pants. You know.
Look, I pissed the
I don't know
bed.
what's going
Hold
on.
on,
I saw
let him
dog.
cook. Let him cook. Let him
Wow.
cook. He's walking. He's going somewhere with it.
I'd love to hear what he's going to say.
And I think I like it.
Right. So you're perceiving it, the unseen. You haven't seen what it is. You don't know what it is. You're going by his description. His description filters through your perception as a demon. I'd said to you, a golden orb came down and sat next to me. You don't know what happened before that. You don't know why the golden orb came down and sat next to me. But you immediately jumped to, was it a demon? Right? You are programmed, I'm sorry to say it, you're programmed to decipher things in those ways. Your perception, the filter that you're looking at the world through, is perceiving. You are filtering things in those ways. That's the unseen. How do you know what it was? You're only going by the description of another person, of another man. You didn't actually experience it.
Yeah, it's probably just a lie. But
Right.
if it is true,
do you agree that your relationship with God is personal?
My shit wasn't a lie. My experience with whatever a God sent, an angel or a demon, whatever was standing in front of the door, I saw it.
Rooster, I believe
Only
you
you
saw
saw it.
something.
Only you saw it,
I
and you
saw
couldn't wake your brother. You couldn't wake your brother up for him to see it as well. It was only for you.
Right. And yeah. And I've been on the straight and narrow, trying to be all my
King
life.
Rooster, if you don't mind me saying so, I say this in critique, but in love. Could you please let Richie finish the point?
My bad.
We all love King Rooster, but he he gets told that a lot.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's such a big point. I don't know quite how to wrap it up. But basically, right, we've all been given free will. Yeah, that's what we have. We have free will. Free will is so much deeper, man. You can choose how you perceive things. You can choose to perceive things in a different way. That's your choice. How you choose to perceive things is up to you. Entirely up to you. This is a battery bank. If I choose to perceive it as a fucking marshmallow and bite into it, it's not going to be a marshmallow, is it? Because it's a physical thing. We can all see it. It's a battery bank. I'm not going to be able to override that by perceiving it to be a fucking marshmallow.
I'm not actually even sure if you can actually perceive
What's
it
this
as
I've
a
got in my
marshmallow.
hand? What's this I've got in my hand now? Like it's an imaginary thing. I can describe it to you, right? But what I described to you I could change that. It could change from being I'm holding a fucking Snickers bar, and I'm going to take a bite out of a Snickers bar to actually the Snickers bar's just turned into a log of shit. No, I don't want to take a bite out of that now.
Damn.
It's unseen.
But how do we go from what we believe to be true to what is actually true?
we can do.
Stop believing anything. That's what I'd say. Don't believe anything.
Well,
if
then
you
you're
can't know,
nihilism.
if you
What if
can't
the
know
nature of the what if the nature of that observation answers the question for itself, which is that things like experiences or perceptions are not to be dictated to others because they can't even really properly be communicated to others.
Yep. Oh, absolutely, fucking,
All right.
absolutely, man.
I love everyone on this panel. I am not even close to high enough to actually participate in this conversation.
Come on, man. No, don't back out,
And yet
man.
you
Don't back
you
out.
found a way.
Dude.
Don't back out. Look,
I will.
look, I bet you better than me. I bet you are better than me.
We've only been doing this for
enjoying
9
this.
hours, man. You can't.
I'm a degen. All right. I'm worse than everyone on this panel. All right. I love you all.
No, not me though.
Peace and love. Be well to all of you. I enjoy meeting all of you who I've met for the first time.
You too.
Take it easy. And we and I appreciate you clarifying. Oh, there he goes. I was about to take a dig at him for claiming he doesn't, because earlier he over clarified that he doesn't support slavery like anybody assumed he did. We were talking about it's
he didn't. I guess he didn't want to restate it again, but whatever. I gotta go too. I gotta get some sleep. Good time, having fun. You know, have a good one. Check out my music, Weirdo John.
I dropped your link already. I'll drop everyone's link again.
Cool.
Have a good one. Yeah, you got some good stuff going on there, Weirdo John. It was nice to talk to you again.
Come by the 420 Cafe, Weirdo John. We have these same kind of combos. You know, if you're looking for another place, and
420 Cafe. All right, I'll look it up. Have a good one, y'all.
Adios.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah, Flow State. We gotta talk. Listen.
I
probably missed that part because I was over on another channel listening to their bullshit and rhetoric. But look, I am a black person, and then
yes,
when it comes down to slavery, I'm gonna tell you like this though.
I don't know that I want to have the slavery conversation again. We just did it.
No, I know, I understand, but look.
Okay,
Are you
fucking with me again?
Some people have to be pushed, regardless of slavery or not. Some people have to be pushed, and when it comes down to what's going on in the United States right now, that's a lot of people. They found out that they cannot be pushed. So now they are pushing another group of people that are willing to be pushed to greatness.
You are speaking very ambiguously.
This is what I'm saying. I understand it, look, Flow State. You know, now we good. We like bread and butter. We all right. We good.
I think that you just said that I'm a white man, so I don't know about history.
No, I ain't said you don't know nothing about history. Hold on.
Because we were talking about we were discussing the Civil War, not racism today. And while discussing the Civil War, he is stated many times he does not support any form of slavery, which was kind of an absurd thing to state because I think that's just assumed. That's the assumption is that nobody supports.
Nobody fucking supports slavery, do they? Does anybody?
I mean,
hold on.
Nobody, at least not openly.
No, it depends.
Everybody, hold on. Everybody that runs a business or everybody that runs a corporation and everything supports slavery. Listen what I'm saying. The thing is, people don't understand. Like the wages. People saying, oh, we need better wages. We need this and everything. That's part of slavery. Look, if we keep the wages down, look, people don't even understand about this right here. Slavery has never ended for anybody. They always associate slavery to black, right?
Yeah, no.
It was
it's
white
the-
people
the-
with
the-
slavery. It was in slavery. It was Irish people.
Amen.
Slaves.
Thank you.
Everybody
Thank
was
you.
slaves. What are they talking about?
we're all
The whole
still
thing is
We're all
under
still
soft
slaves now.
slavery.
We're all considered slaves now.
We all are under soft slavery with mandatory income tax and with the war on drugs taking away our bodily autonomy. That's definitely a form of soft slavery in my mind. But
it's not. Look, Flo
but
say,
so
it's
what?
not
I mean,
even
like,
about the war on drugs. Just think about, okay,
no, I mean that's
average person
that
that pay taxes.
that's
Why? Okay, just look at
because
every other
you
country.
got the fruits of labor. I'll tell you what. The war on drugs explicitly attacks your right to decide what to do with your body.
I just changed my own name to Sovereign Slav.
Well, I ain't look. I ain't never sold no drugs. So this what I'm saying. Look, I'm saying
As your lawyer, I approve
right?
of that statement.
Slavery. Look, slavery is okay. If you wake up, you got to get up.
I didn't actually want to talk about slavery, though.
No,
I mean,
listen, but listen what I'm saying. I want it. It don't bother me. Look, I swear to
no,
God, it
it's
don't
not.
bother me.
I know it doesn't bother you. Black people love talking about slavery
Because they foolish. Because they don't know nothing about slavery. Look.
But
I
actually
get irritated. Look, on these panels, on these shows, when I'm in another sector, I get mad at black people when they talk about slavery. Because guess what?
What is the point that you're trying to establish that you think that we are on different pages about? I feel like you're cooking up a big explanation about. I feel like you're explaining that how nail clippers work, and we know it already. Like
grandmothers and eggs and stuff.
I'm just saying, okay. Look, Flo State, when I speak on the internet, I'm not just only speaking to you and you all on the panel. I'm speaking because I'm a representation of myself. See, a lot of
so you're
what is that?
It's
you
word
are
salad.
okay. Just go
A
ahead.
representation of myself.
I was just amazed for a moment there.
The way I move throughout life is not what the average black person will move like, right?
Bro.
So when I hear black people speaking about slavery and everything, most of the black people that are speaking about slavery don't even know their relatives. They don't even know they.
I feel like you just made a killer point, Rich, and it just blew up people.
You know what I'm saying? They don't even know. A lot of the people that really talk about slavery, like in the South, I'm still in Mississippi, we don't even talk about slavery down here. But you'll have the northern blacks talk about.
Why are we
this,
talking about it? What?
Yeah,
Lynn,
can I
what
just
is
break in real quick?
Yeah.
As a BDSM Dom, I firmly support slavery. Consensual sexual slavery is wonderful.
Oh Lord, he's a freak.
Just had to break it up.
He's a freak guy. Big man, crazy.
Nice cock, man. Nice cock.
Now you even got the black guys supporting slavery.
Hey, I'm here to.
But listen what I'm saying. But you know how I roll, Flow State. You know how I roll. A lot of time when I get on these panels and I talk to black people, know what they say. I'm this certain type of black person. But no, I understand that there's a lot of people that get into those topics of slavery. They don't even know who their grandmother is. They don't know who their great grandmother is. They don't know who their great aunties is.
Agreed.
And all that. They all get this information from movies.
Yeah, social programming. Social programming.
Right. They only get this information from movies, like The Color Purple and all that. But the person that wrote The Color Purple is a person that was married to a white man. So what is y'all talking about?
Well, yeah, I mean the color.
They don't even know that shit.
We wasn't talking about and that.
No, not y'all, not y'all on this panel. I'm saying that the groups.
I'll give you that fluoride stare.
They talk about so much stuff, and I'll be like, "What did you talking about?" Touch with my family member. My dad still living, my mom still living, and then my older uncles and all the information that I got from boy.
Vic, what is the point that you're making?
The point that I'm finna make
In one
is
sentence, in just
when-
one sentence, what is the point?
Yes, please.
Okay. The point is, don't listen to black people from these northern cities.
Cool.
From these
I mean,
northern
that's
cities
feasible.
talking about
That's
slavery.
cool.
Don't listen to you.
Dude,
Don't listen to black people from these
99%
northern
certain
cities talking
that the
about slavery.
suspect is black.
So
we can do that. We can do that.
I'm gonna. Are you over here saying this because you're mad at the black panel you just left? Am I interpreting this correctly? Did they piss you off?
I be mad. Look, Flow State. I'm mad at every black panel because they have failed us.
King Rooster, are you a fan of Jesse Lee Peterson? Are you a fan of Jesse Lee Peterson?
Listen what I'm saying. I've been telling them that. Look at all these black panels. They following the Jesse Lee Peterson blueprint. If you can go over there and you can tell them the sky is blue, and then they're gonna come up with some astronomical shit and say, well, if the sky is blue, how is it not blue in night? Because if it changed in the dark, it's gonna be black.
Dude,
Where's the
you're on
blackness coming from?
Dude, I mean,
That's what they
you're
do,
on a
man.
white channel. We don't ask those questions to each other.
But I know that
We
because
don't-
I don't actually advertise myself as a white channel.
Nah, but it's primarily
although
white channels.
This is not a white channel. It's a channel theory. See? No, don't do Flow State like that. Don't do it
I'm
like
mixed
that.
race. I'm mixed race.
I'm mixed
one
race.
quarter.
My
I'm one
great-granddaddy
quarter
was a white
North.
man. My great
I'm one
granddaddy
quarter.
was a full white man.
I'm
I
one
just
quarter
decided
North.
to make
black and blue
You're a quarter of
during the
what?
day.
I'm
Dude,
one quarter North African. I'm quarter
the wrong panel
Algerian,
to ask
so
those kind
I'm
of
mixed
questions.
race.
Wrong question. I mean, you're on the right panel, but you got the wrong.
And I'm a
question.
felon, so I might be mixed race too.
Yeah.
Listen
Good
what I'm
point.
saying. My great granddaddy on my daddy's side.
I'm
My
a
great
technically a
on my
felon.
daddy's side is a full blooded white man. You sure? You know what I'm saying?
My gramps was
So
black.
what is-
My gramps was a black man.
Right,
He was
that's
a
what I'm
North
saying.
African black man.
I look black, but my kids come out looking like Mexicans and shit. I ain't
I
mad no
look
more.
like the sun, and I look like I'm from Algeria.
You know what I'm saying? And then I got a East African face. You see what I'm saying? Like when I show my face on.
But this whole thing about race, man. This whole thing about race is one of their main tools to
It
control us.
is a fantastic division tool.
It's such a beautiful division tool, man.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what color somebody's like, and most of the people that I know don't give a shit what color somebody's skin is, what shape their eyes are, what shape their head is. None of it. All any of us or me or any of my friends care about is who are you? What are you like as a person? Right? How do you behave? How do you conduct yourself? How do you That's all I care about, man.
You know, Richie,
And,
the term racism
Same
is
here.
racist because
Yeah,
there's not
it
actually
is.
racial divisions among human beings. We're all of the human race, and it's actually
is.
ethnic
Oh.
prejudice. It's actually
that is-
ethnic prejudice.
It is
That's what it is.
God damn,
racist.
I never even thought about that.
It's racist to call someone racist. It is.
Yeah, it's actually elevating it to a place it doesn't belong to call it racism. That's just not true.
Fair mind
Racism is a group of people working together in order to be like dominant in the society, in order to like be built up to like have funds and take care of their own.
I've been missing out.
And I
on
just
that.
don't like you.
I
I just don't like you because I don't understand you. Prejudice is a different thing. Racism is, see, the whole thing is everybody that's born of a different ethnicity.
All right, go ahead,
You're
Vic. Do you want me to drop everyone else backstage, or should we sit here quietly?
Say what happened?
No, go ahead. Yeah.
It's jabbing you.
You're doing your thing.
You said
You're
do my
back.
thing. Look. No,
I
I
hear what
ain't
you're
trying to.
Listen,
I'm not
Rooster,
trying to. I'm not trying to
I want
offend
to hear what
nobody.
you're trying to. I want to hear what you're trying to articulate, man. Come on.
See, what I'm saying is racism and prejudice is a total different thing. Racism is like a group of people that are taking care of their people. the lifeblood and the heritage.
So incoherent that it's barely comprehensible.
Boundaries, and they put that in, captivate and hold it together. But the whole thing is prejudice is just like a random person that you don't know nothing of, and that's just a person across the street, and you just hate them for no reason. That's prejudice. Racism is a group of people trying to build amongst their own community of their same.
I'm naked on the show. When I do the show, I'm naked. Then they look at the show and they, am I naked? I mean, and I mean, this is how dumb the white race is. What are we supposed to do?
Where'd you get these from, man? They're fucking brilliant.
Dude, I got clips for days. I haven't even playing any of them this stream, and now Vic's doing his monologue about a topic that nobody.
What's up, buddy?
Got brother.
Now I'm gonna
How you
leave
doing?
I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone, Flow State, because they'll be
Joking.
Well, Vic, I think we all agree with you. You're sort of preaching to a choir here. I think with most of the things that you said. So we don't need a diatribe on. Yes, you're right.
We already agree with you, man. This is the funny thing, Rooster. We all agree with you already, man. Like,
look, I got the gift of gab and I got long arms, so let me know when I'm running off.
That's why I was playing the clips. I was sending you little hints. You know, I didn't want to just shut you.
My bad.
Oh, you just didn't want to piss him in the mouth. Yeah, I get the message. Yeah.
That clip makes me so happy every time. It's been a minute since I've seen it though, because like, god damn it, just perfect.
StreamYard definitely works better with the little clips, man. With the little putting the little snips in.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm sitting in my corner with the cone hat on and shit in a minute. You know.
King Rooster, you Raider fan?
I said the cone hat, man. Everybody else caught that shit, and you ain't catch it. The dunce hat, man. I'ma sit in the corner with the cone hat on. You remember when they used to put the kid in the corner and say time out?
Yeah. Because Raiders fans are stupid. I get it. Actually, I'm from Kansas City, man. I got a feeling I feel a certain sort of way about Raiders fans, and I'm not even a football fan.
Yeah, it's baked in, dude.
The last fist fight I got in was a Raiders. It was because he was wearing a Raiders shirt, and I said, nice shirt, and then kind of chuckled. And he was drunk enough, and he was a Raiders fan, so we fought.
It's crazy. That's one thing I never would do is fight over some corporate.
I didn't really have a choice. He was bigger than me. We were face to face, and he was, He didn't know I had one of these in my pocket. And I broke his fucking teeth out. He was not gonna. I apologize and everything. But he was. Huh?
Did you say to him before you got in the fight? Did you say, "Are you sure you want to do this, man?" Like,
I apologized. I said I was just joking. I didn't warn him, but I did apologize and attempt to smooth things over. And he would just continue to advance. And so I waited for him to take a swing. He was drunk and I wasn't. And so he took a swing. I was able to, it just kind of glanced because I ducked. And I was ready with this in my pocket. And I came back over the top and just broke his teeth out.
I mean, when you're drunk, you can take it.
Right? Well, and when this was the only fight I've been in since, I used to fight a lot when I was younger. And then when my daughter was born, I made rules for myself. And one of them was, no recreational violence. If I can avoid violence, I will, no matter what. No ego shit, no whatever.
Quentin Tarantino there, right?
If I can't avoid it, then I'll just end it as efficiently as possible. And so that's the one situation I made a comment about a Raiders fan shirt.
See, most guys don't have a plan.
You sound like Quentin Tarantino there,
I sounded like him?
Yeah. Recreational violence. I never heard that terminology.
I used to fight a lot, but it wasn't.
Hey, I placed an order on the menu.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, for $5.
Why aren't my fucking things showing up?
Kick the ignorant, blabbering slave.
Hold on, I gotta go fan funding, and I did something on StreamYard, so my thing isn't showing up.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Vic, I'll bring you back up in 5 minutes if you're still here. So at 7.
Somebody paid good money for
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Somebody paid $5 to get rid of Vic. So yeah, Vic's in 5-minute timeout. Thank you for the donation.
You're welcome. I sympathize so much. You don't know.
I'm getting too much money.
This is a new one. I like it.
Yeah, I really kind of backed myself into a corner with the gifted memberships clip because it's a good one. I don't know how I'm going to top that one.
I mean, does anybody pick up on the Hitler makeup that he's wearing upon his?
It's Dracula.
Yeah,
Oh, it's Dracula.
Like, I was thinking
well,
Munster.
that's close enough. I think that's close enough, right?
Sovereign Slav.
Dracula. I mean, it's less funny if it's Hitler than if it's Dracula. I mean, for most people, probably. Some might think it's more.
I thought it was. I thought he would make a good Hitler, but he would make a good. Nah.
Can I see
These cops are interrogating me about an ounce of weed as if I didn't kill an Applebee's hostess 2 miles away.
Yeah, he's bald, so he can't do a comb over.
Now that he's a Dracula, I mean, it's a whole new perspective, dude. It's like, wow.
Sovereign Slav, ты русский или что?
Da gut.
I was just wondering if you speak any European languages.
Voice speaks everything.
Boy, you're a fake European.
I'm a European. I'm a European vampire, dude.
You're probably in like Wichita and just faking your accent.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Boy's my hero. He
Yo
never lets me down, man.
He never comes on
the
panel.
other day, boy, on
I mean,
Charles'
dude,
show.
he's this guy asking me like, do you speak some European languages? Of course I do. I mean, some, not all.
Which?
It's German. I can understand German, speak a little. I can understand French, speak a little. Most of Spanish I will understand. I will understand some Russian, some Slovenian, Slovakia.
Well, I spoke in Russian. That's why I was asking.
Look at that.
Russian, because you named yourself.
Mr. E says we fake the true European language every day. I'm not sure what the true one is.
You've got absolutely no idea to speak.
Yeah, you can have Deutsch.
Which is what?
Latin. Isn't Latin like probably the true? I don't know.
I would go for
He's
that.
trying to say UK English, but that's not continental.
Something Welsh.
Oh yeah, that cucumber sandwich shit. It don't fly over here. Crumpets.
Well, how do we get onto this?
I just saw his name, and so I asked him. But we were talking about simulation theory, I hear, before I joined.
Well,
I missed something.
I think 007 made like a banger point, and it chased away actually both the people who were making not banger points. And then it made Vic go off on wherever he was.
Stretched it out on.
I mean, I don't know where else to go on that topic. It feels like that was sort of a thud, at least in my head. But like I sort of already had that same agreement.
Did I mic drop it?
You did for me.
So the third. Nice.
Am I the only one that woke up and I'm on here? I got sleep.
Yeah, no, you absolutely are.
What time is it?
I've been so moody this week because I've been working. Like I've gotten on this night shift streamer shit, but this week I actually finished up a job that I had been sort of sidelining for a while, and yeah.
I was going to ask you, you've been working.
I did this week. I mean, but I'm in a lucky position. I can take more work. I can take less work. And since the winter's been kind of weird, and then me and Katie ate some funky pizza and got sick, and like just a lot of things fell in line to where I ended up spending more time here. and was able to just sort of roll it. But yeah, this week I needed to actually pick up the revenue a little bit and also finish something that was hanging out there. So, because as much as I enjoy this, it doesn't pay a fraction of what
No.
actually working does.
I was listening a few months ago to you, and it was a couple months ago, and you were talking about when you were in jail, and you were telling some stories, and just one to another, to dealing with the guard and doing this stuff and getting like the.
Was it just me?
What's that?
Was it just me monologuing up here?
It was you. It was someone. God, I can't remember. It was a panel, and you were going over some stories, and someone else was like, I was listening, going, "Damn!" And each story was getting more progressively. I was like, "Damn, Flo's pretty hardcore." I'm like, "You must have been in there for years, man." And someone on the panel, a black dude, asked me, "Man, how long were you in there for?" You're like 4 months or something like that.
Well, when you spend 4 months inside of a 30 by 30 room,
4 months is enough.
4 months,
4
mate.
months is way more than enough.
I only spent 9 months in the end. I only spent 9 months inside, but for 6 of those months, I was looking at serving 18.
I was looking at 15.
Right. So when you're in the cell and you're looking at the potential of it, it's hard to explain, but you basically, in your mind, you are serving that sentence in that fucking 30.
It sort of pops your brain for a bit.
Time and space are connected, right? And so time actually stands still because your space is also how do you say disrupted.
I don't know.
Well, you have routines, but you lose all track of basically. It's like it's Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and stuff, because but you don't there's nothing. It's not
because meals come on a schedule.
Yeah,
where I was at, it was 24/7 lockdown, no yard time, no windows, 24/7 fluorescent lighting on full blast. So you actually could, except for the meal schedule, you didn't have any idea what time of day it was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if they would serve you the meal like midnight, you would say, that went
Absolutely.
by fast.
Really?
Right?
I mean, if somebody put money, because there's the phone in there, but somebody's got to put the money on it. So like my mom would put money on it. I could call her and she could tell me what time it is. But as far as your own internal clock, now I went over a month without seeing the sky at all outside.
That alone, I mean, that function alone of being in such a position, that is criminal, right? To put that upon somebody.
It's almost
That is
like
criminal
a war crime,
It's
isn't it?
evil. It is one. Actually, I didn't know this until after that whole paradigm I'm describing, where the sensory deprivation of the external world, basically, and then the overpower, and like everything was painted white or stainless steel. So you had silver and white and big ass fluorescent light bulbs on full blast 24/7. That was that was one of the interrogation techniques they would use at Gitmo that came under fire.
Right, and
it's to break down the inmates, basically.
You need to take a plea deal.
It's to break you down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you were good at it, though, Flo. That was my point. You were running that place.
Well, there wasn't a lot to run.
Yeah.
I don't know what story you heard, but it was. I mean, I went in there already. When I went in, I had enough reputation that like the two most respected people in there were the only two who knew who I was. So everybody else kind of fell in line after that.
That's the thing, right? In prison, it's got fuck all. All it is who you know. If you know
scouts, it's like school kids, but it's all dudes and they're all angry.
Who you know and who knows you, and what they know you for.
Oh, you were probably hearing me talk about the cellmate I had that I'd tell him when I was pooping. Is that what you're talking about?
You started from the bus ride in all the way.
When I went to rehab, that shit was just silly. They really like dramatized it. I mean, that was unnecessary, but yeah. I looked pretty hardcore, except for the fact that my clothes were way too small at that point. I looked like kind of a badass getting shipped to rehab.
Yeah, I was driving and I was thinking, and so there was some black dude on the panel, and he goes, "Damn, bro, how long were you in there for?" And I was thinking it at the same time he said it, like, how long was he in there for? So it was fucking funny, dude. I was rolling.
Yeah,
I was like,
my case. You would think if you just looked at the way that it was treated, I guess, by the courts and the cops and stuff, you would think that I was Jeffrey Dahmer. I mean, they raided me a ton of times. I made the front page of the newspaper below the fold. But it's just small town shit. And part of it, I believe, a big part of it, actually, I think, is egos. They're not used to have somebody play back against them. And I did that. And actually, I don't know if I said the reason they told my lawyer, the reason that they agreed to let me have probation is because I'd fucked up my supervised bond 3 times. They assumed I would go to prison. And so, like, when my probation officer recommended me for early completion, I was denied. It flipped her the fuck out. She said she's never had anybody be denied from her recommendation. So I think it's egos. Also, the prosecutor was my ex-wife's attorney during our divorce before she was a prosecutor.
Whoa.
Wasn't that grounds for fucking disqualification?
No, it's not a conflict of interest. If she was my lawyer, it would have been a conflict of interest because that would have been a previous relationship on the same team. But since she was opposing me, then it wasn't a conflict of interest.
Jeez,
Yeah, it's poisoning the well. It's a prejudice.
She has potentially knowledge, like she potentially she has knowledge that she shouldn't have.
That's true. It's not. I don't believe it is applicable.
Well, I mean, let's just say
that might be.
American justice system's fucked anyway.
Right, and that's the first thing I said to my lawyer, and he had a quick response for it, like this is already established case law. But yeah, everything's in the court's favors. Obviously, that's why cops' words are treated as true unless there's a good reason why it's not. Well, I mean, the reason is job performance, right? They have an obvious overt incentive to make arrests. I don't know why that's not treated as a conflict of interest, at least to a small degree, like it is.
They have an incentive here to give fines. They've got a quota, like a quarterly quota or something, and so when it gets to Christmas, they start pulling everybody, for whatever they can. They're just random searches in the cars, random searches on the street.
Yeah, the quota.
Because they can grab it.
Yeah, man, I left Vic backstage. Where'd Vic go?
Tourists are easy pickings. Yeah, it's been longer than 5 minutes, man.
I don't know if Vic was waiting back there, but Vic, I apologize if you left because I forgot you. Anyways,
I think Vic was 5 or 6 tins into a 6-pack.
I think so.
How much is a tin?
He had a bit of difficulty with the word prejudice. That's what gave it away.
Yeah, there was more than that.
No disrespect, King Rooster, man. Seemed like a cool cat.
Hillary, I was just in county. I wasn't in prison.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't in federal.
But I was in all units of county jail. The 2-man cells, the main general population, and then solitary for a few days. Well, that's real fucking fit.
Hillary's, you've been employed in corrections, have you not?
Yes, in Texas.
Are you still? Or maybe you don't want to answer that. I don't know.
No, not anymore.
Harmon, one of the regulars up here, he worked in federal prisons in, I think, California or Nevada, anyway, for 23 years, and he actually guarded Charlie Manson and shit. But
screw.
Yeah.
Did you call
so
him
Hillary,
America?
Mm-hmm.
I want to give you shit for being basically a cop, but I don't know if you deserve it yet.
Oh, well, I was also a patrol sergeant, so.
Really?
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, a decent guy, I will say.
Yeah.
Well, I'll get, my opinion. Some of you probably have heard my opinion by now that there's no such thing as a good cop, because you can't be a good person and have a job that exports your that obligates you to act violently towards someone.
Could you be a good ex-cop?
Sure.
Well,
but as long as you're unless you agree with that morality is determined by law, right? If you enforce a law that you disagree with, you're basically a moral prostitute, and you're attacking an innocent person.
Yeah, for clarity, I would say that the law is codified morals, but morals are not always ethical. So yes, if you enforce unethical laws, then that would be an unethical person.
I use morality and ethics interchangeably, probably because I'm an amoral person and I don't think morals are a thing at all, and I think ethics are what's
I actually am too.
Yeah, I mean, because morality is just like rules that people have a certain sort of feeling about, right? Or like that don't like fish on Friday for Catholics, or like just shit that they, like saying bad words is bad. Like, well, kind of arbitrary and silly.
I think there's just some basic standard, like morals or principles, or or ethics. Morals, principles, or ethics. What is it? There's these things that kind of it kind of goes without saying it's not good to do.
Right. They're all describing the same thing, essentially.
Right.
In my mind.
So basically, anything else, so you could say that you call it whatever you want. Call it morals or ethics or principles. It's basically this code.
Right. I don't think I don't think there is a distinction between them.
Right.
Because I mean, Hillary's point was that they're not, or they come. He made a distinction there, and I think that it's a distinction without a difference in my mind.
The only other thing with cops though is you got to know that there's a bunch of them that are just it's a job and that's it, and they're counting their.
I know that's why my prejudice was philosophically founded.
Yeah, right.
You can't. I mean, we were talking about morals and ethics, and you cannot, per definition, you cannot talk about cops. Then, Joe King. That's right, and yeah, I mean they clearly don't have any of that. They don't have any
used
ethics.
To be different.
But nowadays they are selected on the lack of that.
It's actually flipped. Whatever the script was, it's flipped. Now they're looking for people with personality disorders, with anger management issues, narcissism.
I know.
Masochistic, confused people who are basically
those are the ones that they need.
They need those people, right?
Yeah.
Emotionally unbalanced, basically.
I mean, they should really just run around picking up YouTube panelists, because we're all basically pretty hostile and antisocial and
Well, no one asked me yet why I became one.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I saw so many people getting screwed over when I was growing up, and I grew up in Wichita. And so I saw so many people get screwed over by the system. I thought, that I would become a prison guard first because it was easier to get into. And then when I was in there, I realized that that even though I could help people out, by then it was already kind of too late. So then that's why I became a policeman, because you can.
I think that's
people.
a very how do you say brave choice to make, to
Mhm.
fight the system from within. I like that.
Yeah.
And the other issue is I'm taking up a spot that some somewhat monster could have been taking. So I'm kind of displacing that person.
Yeah.
If you went in with that, if you started out with those intentions, and I think that you might actually be a saint, sir.
Well, thank you.
I just have never heard of a cop doing that. So,
and also, like, so you're no longer a police officer, right?
Correct.
And
do you mind if I ask how long or when? Like when you were? I'm not trying to dox you. I'm just curious because obviously you're in my state, and it's, you know.
Okay. In Texas, I was a corrections officer for 2 years in the mid '90s. Then I was a policeman for 12 years, and I'm now medically retired.
Jesus Christ, you sound like you're about 28.
I'm 49. But thank you. Yeah, I don't smoke and very rarely drink.
Yeah, Hillary's you're pretty much Fred Thompson, the actor, who got a seat, I believe, in the House of Representatives, saying that, you know, if good people don't try to get into those kinds of positions, then you don't have good people in those positions. But
Exactly.
then he retired from it in 6 months, saying it was hopeless to fix.
But don't you think that those? I mean, I would say that. I think that personally, I think that the law. I think the whole industry is fucking. Our criminal justice system is.
It is an industry, and that's the point.
It's an industry.
It's a joke and an
money
industry.
making. It's a money making. It's revenue.
And
That's
it really turned into a predatory activity and not a protective one, in my opinion, during the war, when the war on drugs was kicked off.
Well, what do you think it's supposed to protect?
Victims.
Right.
Of crime. But adults engaging in a voluntary activity, even if it is a silly one, that's their right to do so.
Dude, what a hilarity, though. The war on drugs. They create us a problem and then say, we're going to go to war against it, against the problem that we created.
And we had the perfect case study with the prohibition. We already know how this is going to be handled. Organized crime is going to increase dramatically. Cop deaths are going to increase dramatically. We're going to have more of it because it incentivizes the supply side. Yeah, it's a complete farce.
I think that phrase, really, Richie, that phrase is missing a word. It's not the war on drugs. It's the war on drug lords.
Yeah, it's the war on people. Well, I disagree like a motherfucker with that.
Actually, it's a lot easier to bust a low-level dealer.
Yeah, and everybody, the threshold to become the sentencing grid in Kansas is. I was a level 2, which was the second highest. I mean, the second worst one, and that quantity is anywhere from 3.5 grams to 100 grams. Anything over 100, so 100 to a bazillion grams is one. 3.5 to 100 is one, and then at 3.5 to 0, you have that tiny little amount broken down into 3 different categories. Now, a gram. 3.5 grams of dope back to probably cost me about $60. And that was and that's also the tier at which your possession is presumed to be intent to distribute.
Sales. Yeah.
Right. So $60 worth of shit. If you're not going with a 10 to get a new hit every day, you're a dealer. So I mean the law is entirely And the drug dealers, the drug lord thing, that's all propaganda anyways. Drug dealers are drug users, and it's just, you know.
Well, that's what I mean. Easier to have a drug dealer or especially a higher level drug dealer as an informant and have him go pick up all his competition. I mean, the numbers are a lot easier to get that way. But if you took the history of policing, you'll find out the history is the police are there to protect the rich from the average person. That's really
what I believe. It's about protecting money.
The police are there to protect the police are there to protect the lords basically, and anyone if you're above this level, they're protecting.
It's not protection. They're there to hunt for them.
Oh well, yeah.
They're not just protecting them from attack. They're on the attack for them. It's fucking Vikings.
Right. So in the UK it's for revenue. Here in Spain it's revenue. They just want to screw you one way or another and to get money from you, to get revenue out of you. It's not like to try and put you in prison. America
is a revenue center too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Christ, look at all the new prisons that were built. Like the amount of money in the construction and then the management, and it's
and then rehabs, and then all the industries that service prisons.
It's an entire fucking. It's a commercial industry, man, an international industry, and they've been, and it's how they got to power. It's how all of them. It's how the British monarchy got to power. They did it with opium and alcohol. So we've all been fucking hoodwinked, made to believe, this ridiculous fucking narrative about drugs.
And absolutely,
the reality is, I worked for 2 high-level drug dealers, and one was I worked for 3 actually. Fucking hell, 2 distributors, like local distributors, and one was the logistics guy that just used to deal with the fucking getting it out everywhere. So he was fairly high up. And all of them had relationships with the fucking police. That's the only way they could operate. They had relationships with a police officer, with somebody on that side who kept them tipped off, or they had a relationship with them. Like the guy that chucked me under the bus, I was the payment, It was chuck one under the bus every 3 months. And I was the one. So
it's dirty shit.
The drug lords are the very ones that are claiming to be fighting against it.
It's regulatory capture, basically. It's just I've bought coke off of uniformed officers. Motherfucker didn't even change out first, it's just.
I got a photograph, and it. God, I don't know where it is. It's on one of my hard drives and one of my laptops that I can't get into. I got a photograph of one of the policemen here, one of the road cops on a bike, taking a line off his fucking motorbike, off the seat of his motorbike. And it was the second line. The first line, we didn't get the picture of it. He did the first line. We're like, no fucking way. Did he just do that? And we were sat in a cafe watching. Did he just fucking... Yeah, he just did that. And then he starts walking back to the guy, and then he stops, swivels round, walks straight back, and taps out another one. Click. Can't use it as evidence or anything because it's illegal to photograph or film the police when they're working.
Is it really?
What? Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah. But the road police, the local policia, they don't have random drug tests. The nationals do. The national police have random drug tests, so they're all on steroids, but they're not taking drugs. But the local police, they're all fucking cokeheads, man.
Well, random isn't it random anyway in house.
Yeah, that's true.
I worked for a company, and everybody knows that, just knowing me, that I'm squeaky clean, that I don't play with anything. So every random drug test, I was the guy they sent to get tested.
Yeah.
And my last job where they did randoms, you never got a random until they wanted to fire you. And so, yeah.
I got fired on a random that got sprung on us because this dickhead that was working on the crew, he wasn't invited to go and have a split. He wasn't invited, and he ducked. We were working next to the railway, so we had these big salmon containers, and the lads had all ducked into one of the containers and were having a joint, and he looked over and saw them all and was so butthurt that he wasn't invited, he ran to the fucking foreman and told him they're smoking weed down in the salmon. So the foreman had to call a random drug test, and he said to me, Rich, for fuck's sake, if it had just been weed, I probably could have got you off. You probably would have been all right. But cocaine, amphetamine, methamphetamine, I've got no choice, mate. I've got to let you go.
Yeah.
I had it all in my system when they fucking caught me.
For a long time, when I was on supervised bond, I would buy the gas station bottles of... Man, where'd he go? I didn't even get to meet him yet. The bottles of green tea, the Lipton green tea bottles, you can just pour that shit straight in the cup if they're on the spot test.
That's what we did something similar in prison, using just tea bags and warm water. Dip a tea bag in warm water.
Yeah, I'd microwave a little cup of it for 7 seconds, I think, and then put it in a flask, and I carry it in my pocket which worked great until until the DA sent a judge or a cop up to watch me.
The last 3 months I spent in the sort of super advanced wing, like because I only had 3 months left on the sentence, so technically I should have gone to an open prison. So instead I was put on the super enhanced wing, where you had a key to your cell, you had your own shower, your own toilet. It wasn't lock up until like 9:15 at night, and then you had to just basically you had all access to the wing, the pool table, the TV, the toaster, the kitchen, everything. In the kitchen they had plastic gloves, and so you just cut the thumb off a plastic glove, dip a tea bag, put it in the thumb, tie it up with an elastic band, wrap it around your cock, and then they were supposed to strip search you and test it for pH and everything.
People are lazy.
They're supposed to do all that. No, they deliberately didn't. They didn't bother. All they tested was the temperature. That's all they tested was the temperature to make sure it was, out of your body basically. And it stayed warm the whole time because you keep it on your inner thigh in a plastic bag. They let you into a private toilet, close the door, nick the bag, and they're just testing tea water every time. And they did it because it was so fucking chilled out on that wing. Nobody stepped out of line because it was too good. There was no trouble. There was no, because on the main wing there was trouble all the fucking time. But on this wing, everybody was chill. Nobody wanted to get kicked off, and the POs understood that if you just let the prisoners just get high and do whatever, it was like a quid pro quo.
Which is exactly why whenever I hear something like, oh, they like smoking's not allowed in, like, or magazines are taken away, whatever restrictions they're putting on prisoners, there's always some people going, good, it's supposed to be punishment, blah blah blah, it's not a hotel room. And I'm going, well, they're stirring up the pot. They apparently want more people to stay here and catch new cases. Because
it's interesting that the idea in prison of privilege is just below civilian life out of prison, and you feel like you've earned something, you've accomplished something, and your life is better when it's actually below some kind of humanitarian average. I mean, that's brainwashing. That's what the hell that is.
Well, the whole point of privilege is
the point that I was making is that. Was that?
I said the whole point of privileges is so that there's something to take.
Right, and you take it away when it's an intentional provocation of the inmates, is how I view it.
Well,
when you ban smoking,
people docile as long as. Well, the reason that I can't speak for every state I know here, it was because of health issues.
Which is bullshit as well.
So
if
you have somebody that's in there for 20 to 40 years and you've got to treat them for emphysema or throat cancer, it gets really expensive. So it's just a money issue.
But it might be easier for him to get cancer, or cheaper for him to get cancer than for him to not get cancer if he's in there for a long time. And I just
give him cancer.
Oh yeah, especially in there eating nothing but ramen noodles and cornbread.
That weird bologna shit. That's like all.
Oh, in Texas you can get Haagen-Dazs and all kinds of good stuff.
What?
We didn't have commissary where I live.
Yeah, all that stuff is cheap too. It's a lot cheaper than on the outside.
Haagen-Dazs, no shit.
You're in the wrong state.
No fucking shit. Well, I was in the wrong jail for sure. Like anywhere I go even within the same state, when I tell people like about the conditions where I was at, no TVs, no yard time, 24/7 lockdown, no commissary. They're like, what the fuck kind of dungeon are you in? I'm like, yeah, you got 8 people and 2 decks of cards and 1 book print mate at a time.
Yeah. I did a few days in the county in Santa Clara, but it was for a second DUI. But like, it's funny. It's so long. I tried to find my records, and it's totally erased. Everything's totally gone. Like even like I know people in the county and stuff, and they can't. Like everything's just disappeared. I'm like, all right, cool. I got no record.
Hillary, I'm going to need you to break into to get your connects in the Kansas system to get my shit out too.
Okay.
No, I'm actually 3 months away from being able to apply for expungement. So
expunge it.
And I've already got the paperwork done because I did my math wrong, and I thought it was 3 months ago, but it's 3 months from now. I was 6 months off. Did I not pin the link? Oh, she's on a different channel. It's on mine. Oh, fuck it, whatever.
I was just gonna say, I was just gonna post. I was gonna drop out and post a link for anyone who's watching on my channel to come on over if they want to continue watching. But it's been a great combo. Thanks, guys.
Hey, thanks for coming up, man.
Peace.
I will drop it. And anybody who's here now or who is here early, anybody who comes up here, I do try to, and I've been bad about it lately, but I try to include links to everybody's pages in the description box after the show is done. So if anybody who comes up here thinks there's a chance I might not have their channel, like Joe King, who I've actually looked for before, you have a very generic name.
Yeah.
There's YouTube for. Leave me your link.
Okay.
Voy also, your channel was hard to find. Just searching Voy doesn't work. But I resolved that.
No, you can't find me. No.
I've got you now, Seth.
Nice.
Hashtag 420 Cafe should be able to find the channel over here. We have similar conversations, religious discussions, political events, political current events.
Yeah.
Karaoke, music.
You don't want me to do karaoke. I only do it hostily. Because I can't sing, but if I'm drunk enough to want to sing, and then I just want to torture you for 12 minutes with some meatloaf song.
That's the whole point of karaoke, though, isn't it? Right?
Really, it was just
show to sing.
Yeah, I think the whole point of bars was just to get some strange, and then once you quit or once you get in a relationship, at least for me, then bars just became expensive places to drink where you can't change the TV channel.
I want to shill somebody from
Yours?
Brojo's channel. All the gifts by Geo Sam, and he is for hire.
Geo Sam, you got some feedback, Barbie.
Yeah.
What do you mean feedback?
We're getting an echo back from you.
You got an echo or something? Hold on, it might be gone.
How about now?
Gone.
It's gone.
It's gone now. I didn't have it plugged in all the way. That's my bad.
Did you see the screenshot I sent you?
I did. That's what I woke up to this morning. That was like so nice. I was like, "Oh, I miss you guys too."
Well, the next one was like, "It's been a blessing without her." I'm fucking with you. Somebody asked earlier what she's saying. I took a picture of it and I sent it to her.
I seriously doubt that. I don't know why you got to lie to me like that, Flo.
Because if it was true, I wouldn't tell you that. So you can see it.
I miss you guys too. But I was spending time with my grandbabies. Yeah.
I can hear babies behind you.
Yeah. There's 3 of them. Where's BB? Their ages range from 4 to 4 months.
Nice, Sam. I got 2.
Yeah. Yeah. I love grandbabies. They're like a whole nother level of like awesome.
That's what I keep
like your
hearing
kids
from
are
people.
one thing. You're just trying to keep them alive and survive them while you're surviving and they're surviving you. But grandkids are so much better because you give them back.
Yeah.
That's what everybody keeps saying. I'm like, but don't you like your kid? Like when my mom's saying that to me, it's like grandkids are awesome because they go away then. I'm like, well, thanks, Mom. I'm glad that you had fun with my daughter.
Yeah.
I tried to figure out because my daughter asked me, "Do you love the girls more than me? And I go, like seriously. And I go, well, it's not that I love them more. It's just that I had you, and then you had the baby. So now we're invested. It's just, I don't know. There's just more love there. Like it's weird.
Yeah.
And there's probably less stress, I would assume.
Oh, way less.
Oh yeah.
I've heard it said that grandbabies are the reward for not killing your own kids.
Yep.
And I'm a very low stress person, so I think that might be kind of like.
I know my mum loves being glammy. She loves, and my dad loves being glammy.
What's that mean? What's glammy?
Glammy.
Like they love being grandparents.
Grandparents.
It's not granny. It's not
It's
granny.
glammy.
Nanny. It's glammy because my nan.
Oh, I'm Gigi.
My mum obviously considers herself to be quite glamorous. So
Yeah.
she's
Nice.
I don't know why I didn't think of that. Yeah.
Well,
I'm Opa.
My
that's so
dad
cool.
decided to be Pop because
Pop
he
Pop.
apparently felt he was not old enough to be grandpa yet.
I like
Well,
Pop
that's why
Pop.
I'm not grandma. I'm Gigi because I was like,
But-
no way.
Because my daughter's
No
the
way.
first grandchild on both sides, and
Oh.
yeah. But then my dad quickly turned it. My sister started having kids like immediately after me, and so his youth didn't last long.
Did your sister get broody after she saw that you had? Is that what
She-
happened?
No, she ended up getting married, and she married into Mormonism. So that's what happened.
Right. Okay.
The history of the earth. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say my godfather became a Mormon, moved to America and became a Mormon. Never saw him again. Sorry, go on, carry on.
I was going to say the worldwide historical average of becoming a grandparent is probably about age 34.
What?
I'm 37.
Me too. But
Yeah,
I'm not
I'm
grandparent.
37, and my daughter's 22. So I started young. I started super young.
My mum, she was 19 when she got pregnant with me. That's still young, teenage mum, basically.
Yes. Yeah. No,
being
there's no
being
option.
not a
It's
teenage
different.
mom is the privilege of technology.
It's
I mean,
different, though, isn't it? It's different for women. Like after 35 years old, it's only 50-50 if you're actually going to be able to conceive. So that's the statistics, isn't it? Like over 5.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's a big fucking societal trap to keep people infantized until basically they're 35.
What we're seeing in society, it's not just in society, man. It's reflected in politics. If you look in Congress or you look in
It's really reflected in all of humanity. Everybody's so fucking childish.
Fucking childish. Yes. It's like
What
a
if it's
bunch
the
of
most they're capable
prepubescent
of?
fucking children running around, like, and it's like schoolyards. Everywhere's a fucking schoolyard.
Epidemic,
What
man.
what if that's the limit of their capabilities?
I
But
don't
it's not-
believe it. I don't believe it's an organic limit. I believe it's a manufactured limit.
Yes, yeah, 100% manufactured limit, caused by basically what we're ingesting, what we're digesting.
A steady diet of fluoride and public schools.
E numbers, fucking.
See, I mean, what do you learn in school? You're trained where truth comes.
Whatever it is
You're
they're
told
putting
what
in
to
the
do
air,
next
whatever
by
it is they're
somebody,
putting in the
and you're
water.
told what to believe by somebody. And
Consider
these, and then people graduate and get in the real world, and they like don't know what the fuck to do with themselves at all.
Yeah.
And they've got no ability to think critically about anything. Like, can you not work out how that happened? What?
They think they're thinking, but they're just telling you what somebody else apparently thought about.
Yeah.
Dude,
I did that till age 42. I'm completely guilty till age 42. Never had an original thought.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you busted out of the thing.
Does original thought exist?
Okay.
The thought
Dude,
that
I
you've
was
had
45.
Way to fuck up the celebratory revolution. You know that Richard escaped it. He escaped. Good job. No, it doesn't really. You still haven't had one.
Richie, I meant I hadn't had an original thought to this earth to qualify it.
And at some But I think that your take on the Bible now is like fucking original as shit.
It's actually pretty scary for me, and there's parts of that I don't like.
The way I approached it was when, you know, I, like I said, spoke to God, and basically where like my conversation with God was something along the lines of, you know, that everything's pretty messed up now, and you know that there's 101 reasons why I cannot trust what I'm being told by other men and women. I can't trust it. I can't trust the intention behind it. I can't trust what's being said. And I think, you know, come on, man, if you're there, can you help me out? Can you help me work it out? Can you help me?
But you already did. You got a brain. You got a brain to realize that.
Right? No, yeah, exactly. But I think that's the whole point, right? This is the whole point, because it's not a two-way conversation. You ask questions and you say, help me, God, man. And then you get on with life. And then later on, you look back and you go, oh, wow. The answer presented itself. Well, that was either God answered it, or, you know.
Bend over to the front, touch your toes.
We're going to doing some yoga.
We can't hear you, but I've been looking at fucking Weirdo John all night.
I'm allergic to cats. That's what happened to my legs. I didn't
Well, we
know that I
haven't
was
seen your
allergic to
legs.
cats.
Nobody, I don't know about your legs.
What? She's going to show her. Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
What?
A bit
You
skinny.
got measles.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
a
it
bit
looks like.
ashy too. Come on. You're having a
Yeah.
bad day today, Em. What is
Yeah.
this?
You have
Oh, I'm
herpes.
bleeding.
You have
See,
herpes.
look.
The
There's
doctor
no
says-
cure for that. You're not allergic to cats.
What do you mean?
I'm just.
It itches.
It's gonna itch for a long time. You're gonna want to tell all your partners about that.
It's a good day to get rid of all these toxic things. You know, yesterday was a good day today. So I think it's just one of these moon days, you know, and your body is just getting rid of it.
Richie,
be.
you said something. Sorry.
No, go on.
You said something earlier that caught my interest, because I have seen, or by my perception, I believe I saw, actually two occurrences of a golden orb. And what seemed particularly interesting to me about that was that what I saw looked golden, not because it was reflecting light, but because it was creating light. And I wonder if that was also your experience.
My experience was, it was in my peripheral vision, right? I didn't, because I was paralyzed. I couldn't move. I was the shadow man. What I perceived to be the shadow man had come into my apartment. The atmosphere in my apartment had dropped. The temperature had dropped. I was paralyzed. I couldn't move. I was falling asleep. Like, I could feel I was starting to lose consciousness. And I would try to say, because of where I was with my Bible studies and everything, and you know, I'd been studying with Jehovah's Witness for about 6 months. Where I was with my own perception, I wanted to say, with the power and authority given to me by Jesus, basically, by my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and I couldn't say it, and I actually couldn't say it, and I was like, fuck. And I'd heard about that, you know, about them paralyzing you, not being able to say what you want to say. So in my mind, I just said, I literally, like he was my brother, said, Jesus, what's going on? Am I doing this right? Help me out. Help me out. Please help me out. And this golden orb in my peripheral vision, this golden orb came down and basically, in my perception, turned into the shape of a man who put his hand on my shoulder and just said in my ear, "You got this."
Wait, where were you? Why couldn't you? Where were you saying that you couldn't
I was
say?
on my sofa. I was sat on my sofa.
One thing
Just
I've
a
noticed
normal
is
afternoon, and
No,
you
it's the
just.
morning. It was 11 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, or just a regular ass day, and you just couldn't say
Regular
words.
day.
And
No, I
you,
was
who?
like,
Where?
right, hang on. So I'm sat there watching TV. I'd been up for an hour or so. I was on my second cup of coffee. I'd rolled a joint. I'm sat there, and I was watching something. I've been playing the Xbox. I'm watching something, and you know when your eyes just get so heavy, you can't keep them open.
When you nod,
right? Yeah. So
yeah.
I start nodding, but I'm not losing my consciousness. I just can't keep my eyes open. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why? What's going on? It's 11 o'clock in the morning. I've been up. I'm on my second cup of coffee. What's going on? And then I started to feel like the same time as I started.
You were saying you were Jehovah's or doing Jehovah's Witness shit. I assume that you weren't like was it like day 4 on a bender or something, or it just was normal ass?
No, it was a normal ass day, and I was studying for like 5. Well, no, this was about 6 months into the studying, so I was doing twice a week for like 3 or 4 hours on a Tuesday and a Thursday, and I was going to Kingdom Hall on a Wednesday and a Sunday.
Okay.
And it wasn't with any interest of becoming a Jehovah's Witness.
You mentioned you said that you had heard about this happening to people before.
When it happened, when I couldn't speak, I remembered seeing, watching documentaries and stuff about possessions and about night terrors and all of that sort of stuff. So I just it was just my mind referenced something that I'd heard before about not being able to speak. And I thought, no, I can speak in my mind. God can, Jesus, whatever, can hear me. I don't need to use my voice. It was like a realization that I didn't need to use my voice, but I needed confirmation from what I perceived to be Jesus to believe it.
Right.
Like I just need and him coming down and going, "You got this."
Is this your first time on? Is this your first time here, Richie, on Flow?
I've been to his panel a handful of times. This is his first time here, I think.
Yeah, Richie's a trip. He's got some trippy stories, man. Like the number 23 in Richie's a trip, man.
Before we change topics, though, Richie, it's been my experience, and I wonder, would you agree with me, that our angels are edifying and their angels assume the role of the teacher and are demeaning?
And are demeaning.
Yes, they're demeaning.
So, like they talk shit to you?
Well, they imply it. Maybe
Like
they say it directly.
So
I'll give you an example. Like if I said to you, flow state, I'm trying to tell you the truth, and I don't know why you don't appreciate it. After all, what I'm giving you is super, super, super valuable, and you seem to not be grasping it. That's diminishing.
Right.
Whereas if I say, I know these things are complicated, they're not easy to absorb, but I totally think that you're capable of it.
Okay. Yeah.
So
they were doing the first one, like they've been trying to tell you and you ain't been listening.
Yeah, that would be demonic.
That
would be demonic, or
okay.
The others
the angels are like encouraging. Okay, I never mind. Go ahead.
You go to bed last night, Flo?
I'm still trying to kind of work out what you're saying.
Well, geez, you said by your perception, in your experience, this golden orb came down. It took the form of a man, laid his hand on your shoulder, and gave you encouragements. And so I disagree with Weirdo John that this was necessarily demonic. That sounds like an encouragement. It sounds like edification. It sounds like a positive thing.
It was a confirmation. It was a confirmation that I'd been seeking. Like, hey, have I got some authority here? Do I have authority? Do I have any authority as a sovereign being, as a sovereign, as a human vessel carrying an eternal soul, do I have any authority here?
And in a dialect and in an expression, using the correct tones, reassured you and encouraged you that you do in a way that you could understand. That's perfect.
Oh, mate, like filled me with.
I'll bet.
Just, I can't explain it. I've never felt anything like it in my life before. I haven't felt anything like it since. It was.
Have you ever done Opana?
It was incredible, but because I started to say what it was I wanted to say, and before I'd even finished his name, this thing was gone out of the apartment, along with all the atmosphere with it. The light seemed to come back, like the whole the whole apartment filled with sunlight, like because the sun was on its way. Way over, and it was like, well, it was sort of overhead. It was enough for me to get some sunlight on the 11th floor, and it was just, I felt where I'd felt really, really heavy, like I was being really squashed down by, I don't believe in gravity, but like the gravity had increased in the room, and then it completely released, and I just bounced out of the sofa. Like, felt like I could fly. And it was just like boom, instant from one state to the next state, and there were no chemicals involved. I hadn't been doing anything. I've been clean for quite a while.
Isn't it funny how many people will ask that?
Well, I asked that because what he was just because I did drugs.
It was a trip. It was a trip.
But when you're talking about the heavy thing, when you're on meth for 5 days at a time, at some point it's called falling out. You just wake up somewhere. You didn't. You just woke up. Like, what the fuck happened?
Yep. Don't even know what the fuck happened. You were just sitting there eating, and the next thing you know, you wake up and you're face down in your food. Like, what?
Sometimes it's really awkward.
Yeah.
I've never done meth, but I've gone 5 days without sleep back in November. That led to a really fucking profound spiritual experience, and felt like during those 5 days, I felt like I was tripping. During those 5 days, I had a moment where I suddenly felt really guilty. I felt really bad, as if because I was like, "Oh, Rich, you were supposed to be clean. You're not supposed to be doing drugs. You're not supposed to be feeling like this." And then another little voice goes, "Rich, this one's natural. Don't worry about it. Embrace it. This is natural." And so I went for 5 days and had a conversation with my higher self. It was.
I don't.
It was fucking better than drugs. It was better than drugs. Sleep deprivation, and
Did you just will yourself to stay awake for that long?
No, that was the thing. I didn't. No, it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm thinking I'm going to go to bed, and then I get a phone call from a guy that I hadn't spoken to in almost exactly a year, and we end up chatting for about 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours. And at the end of that conversation, I felt like I'd done half a bag of coke. I was really, really, I was buzzing. Like, our conversation had just been fucking amazing. We'd been bouncing off each other for 4 or 5 hours, and then, and I just couldn't go to sleep. I had no desire to go to sleep. I couldn't sleep, so I just carried on through the next day, and then at the same time the next day, he called me again, and we had another like 3-hour conversation. I think it was 3 hours every time. It was a 3-hour conversation, and by the end of the conversation, I was fucking buzzing and I couldn't sleep, and it carried on like that for 5 days. Not with him calling me, but with me having conversations with people I don't know. It was just creating energy that seemed to be feeding me. And I was, whatever energy that was being created between me and these individuals or in groups or whatever, was sustaining me. I'd lay down at 3 o'clock in the morning, think, right, I really need to try and go to sleep now. Right, try and go to sleep. And I'd close my eyes, and then I'd have this thought that was like a line of coke. And then, bing, I could not I can't go to sleep now. I've got to think about this, you know.
Just praise God, man. Fucking praise God. God is so amazing. The sun, the nature, the earth, water, the way words work, the way knowledge works, the way love feels. God. Praise God, man.
I don't know.
Dalcott.
That is one of my
My
favorite
boy.
freaking clips.
You look good in that video.
Praise God, man.
He looks like he might have had a similar God experience Richie had. I think that
He definitely looked like he was dosed up.
He looked like healthier back then, or I don't know. He looks all beat up now.
his hair was cut. He kept his hair tighter.
He was.
Fucking praise God. That's what he says.
He's been a little stressed lately. It's a stressful time for him right now.
Yeah.
Richie, what happened to me was I had a non-drug induced, not sleep deprived, nothing was wrong whatsoever, daytime experience of what I could call a dream. It was like having a dream, but it was better than any of my dreams ever had been and have been since. So I don't perceive it as an actual dream, because it was like a Hollywood quality movie that didn't skip. It didn't skip forward in time at all. It was continuous. It was really solid. It was progressive. It was building a storyline. It had a point at the end of it. All of these things for me, very not dreamlike. Revealing to me a reading frame that I've been using since and cannot seem to disprove, nor can anyone else seem to disprove it. And immediately in the next week, the repercussions of the reading frame caused a series of epiphanies, which occurred during my waking states. About once every 3 to 5 minutes, there was another epiphany for an entire week. So, I mean, really impactful, really changed my view of what reality is, changed my view of what the animal you is in serious ways, so that I cannot any longer return to what I would now refer to as an ignorant, blissful state. I can't go back to that, believing now what I believe is true.
I mean, I guess we need to understand what your reading frame is. I need to understand what your reading frame is. Like, I know what you mean by reading frame, but so what is your reading frame?
The reading frame that I've adopted that was shown to me is basically the following. Abiogenesis and following evolution did happen in the universe, but it did not happen on this planet, which is why we don't find an ancient atmosphere that's compatible. But where it did happen resulted in a very advanced species of animal, which became technologically advanced over time and just decided to start employing slaves like we do with dogs and cattle and such, you know?
And people.
They took what we call apes and started using apes as slaves, mostly for their hand, their mobility, and their intelligence. But it wasn't good enough for them, so they started making improvements on that. Then they made one improvement that made the animal smarter than they already were, smarter than the manipulators were. That animal, it called those dominant species, called red in the face like the red clay of the earth, or Adam, meaning it has emotional states that are reflected in its flesh of its face, which differentiated it from themselves and everything else. In our self-realization and replication of ourselves, becoming a new species in the universe, but smarter than our captors, we essentially made an exodus. We escaped. Using their technology and their supplies, we escaped. And they've been after us ever since.
Is that the Bach saga?
I don't know what those words are you just used. If you told me, I'd try to understand.
Oh yeah, I don't know where you came up with all that though. Where is that? That's all from your mind.
The Bible.
I mean, it sounds a bit kind of Ancient Aliens, which is
Well, you've
a
heard.
which
I think it was
really for
C.S.
me,
Lewis. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, for me, it's just a Hollywood narrative. It's a perception based on a Hollywood narrative, right?
Or the exact opposite.
Because I really vehemently disagree with NASA, and with current perceptions of, like, widely held perceptions of what this Earth realm is, where we live. Because of my, like, very, very staunch objection to the official model that we've been given, that is completely, it's been disproven in so many ways, in my opinion, by
Can I
myself.
ask a direct question on that?
Go on. No, I'm not a flat earther.
No, could I ask a direct question? Not would I take a suggestion from you as questions I should ask?
No, I'm just trying to preempt the question.
How?
I thought you were going to say, "Are you a flat earther?"
I thought so too.
Okay, so outside of the dome of our atmosphere, what is there?
I don't know.
Do you personally think that there's good evidence that there's anything out there?
Not compelling enough for me, because it's it's too CGI generated.
Roger that.
I think
Oh my God.
I think if anything, the air actually gets thicker the higher up we go, and that's why planes are able to fly, because air is a different state of water, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Because air is contained within water, and water within air.
But I'm not asking you to justify the belief. I'm just trying to address you the way that you sit here in front of me.
Yeah, so I'm saying I don't think that anybody can actually say, well, maybe there are people that know what's going on, whether we even have a firmament. Like, I think that if there are pressures, if there's a different pressure outside of this realm to inside of this realm, then there has to be a firmament to contain it.
Okay.
So
then you're not going to agree with me on any of this, because this necessitates that there's a universe out there and not just the appearance of a universe.
I do accept that I might, I don't know. I've never traveled to space, so I've actually got to the point now myself where I will say that, Do you know what?
I've never very much agreeing to disagree, like sincerely.
Say that again.
Lovely.
It sounds like you guys are actually like agreeing to disagree sincerely.
That's okay. Yeah.
Which is it's a rare phenomenon.
She's so good. No, Richie is really good at that. Really good at that.
Well, he's not persuaded that he has to be correct.
And genuinely, yeah.
Neither am I. I'm not proud of myself either.
No, it's
something you mentioned that the air gets thicker as you go higher, even when it's standing still.
I think it gets thinner.
Because I was in the Air Force and I used to fly in the back of RC-135Vs, and the air, you can only call it thicker at higher altitude based upon the compression of the speed that you're going through it. I mean, if that's the way you say it, then okay, but otherwise, the ground level is thicker.
I mean, I'm talking about the higher than the planes can go. We're talking about, like, when we're getting up to 400 miles above sea level.
Okay.
Then, like where the ISS is supposed to be orbiting. Like, I think that's the air has a different viscosity.
You watched it when you was a kid? Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I don't know. All I know is that I live in Tenerife, and there are islands that are 125 kilometers away that are only 2,500 meters tall, and that by the current model that's given to everybody, the math says that I shouldn't be able to see anything of those islands, nothing at all, because they should be hidden behind the curvature. but I can see the entire islands. And if I get the P900 out or a P1000 out, you can zoom into a fucking beach.
So are we, okay, hold on a minute. My brain's trying to process what you're saying. So are you saying that the earth is flat?
No, I'm saying it's only, we can only say it's observably flat. You can only
Right.
say that observably it looks like it's flat.
Right.
Right?
Depending on where you are. I mean, like I live in the mountains, so it's not. It's
No,
not flat.
a plane. All right, a plane.
Yeah.
The whole word flat is so fucking charged. Like it's
Yeah.
been weaponized. Flat
And
Earth.
it's sort of
Which-
disingenuous as well.
Obviously,
Yeah,
there is a relief to the Earth. There are mountains and there are gullies and valleys and there are depths and there are heights, but it's all on this plane.
This
Observably flat plane,
Yeah.
because which is reflected in the clouds. When you look at the cloud layers,
Yeah.
nobody can deny that it looks like a big long straight fucking line that goes all the way around, flat,
Yeah.
totally horizontal, parallel, sorry, to the what would be the horizon, you know.
Yeah.
Brothers and sisters, I have two ways I could be rude right now. I could leave and not say anything, or I could say, I love you, I appreciate you, you added to my experience, and I will never forget it, and thank you. So I choose to be rude that way.
Well, thank you for coming up. You actually sort of saved me, because I was gonna fucking probably just get stupider and stupider trying to talk to Weirdo John and end up making worse and worse points, which I think I was already deteriorating by the time you showed up. But
well, he said I was white knighting for you, but that's not true. I just happened to agree with your point and have understood it and wanted to play the pontificator, the bridge maker between the two of you.
Which I think he understood too. I think that's why he called it that, because he was mad that you did that, because he could already see the end. I've debated this shit with him before.
Yeah. Well,
wherever these ortho bros come from, there's some place where the Orthodox Church is teaching these motherfuckers to be like.
What the fuck? I mean, why do they come to these streets? Why?
I don't know, but I have a suspicion that the Crucible and things like that has been a big influence on young men who are maybe looking for a way, right? And since he is a good debater and he is Orthodox, right? Like this.
He's not a good debater.
He's.
I mean, he's a young one. He's a young one, so he still has some.
I was talking about the Crucible, Andrew Wilson. He's. Yeah, I wasn't talking about John. And even Andrew Wilson has tactics, right? There's a lot of tactics that aren't actually solid points. They're just maneuvers.
Yes.
But somehow all of them know how to do those maneuvers. I guess it's not a hard thing to learn.
Taught, or they just pick it up over time. I know what you're talking about.
They know when to do it, right? Like they know exactly when to start going. Like, oh shit, he's gonna box me in here. So they can obviously see the logic move coming. What doesn't make sense to me is why somebody wants to have a illogical belief.
Yeah. Because they prefer their own biases over truth. That is to say, they don't feel secure.
No, but
it doesn't seem illogical to them.
No, they recognize it's illogical because they know exactly what logic chain I'm following because they know how to disrupt it.
Yeah, so that is where their gain is, disruption. That is what they grow upon, right? That's what is
actually, but I don't think they realize. I don't think they realize that that's what they're. I don't think they realize that's what's happening.
I think that's a big part of it too, Richie.
I think in that respect, they are kind of useful idiots.
Yeah,
they're cool like by themselves, you know.
Well, they're cool in the moment, but they're somewhat empty vessels.
It's an affiliation, right? It's like having a sports team. You got to stick up for your team, you know, someone else talking about. And I mean, I think in that same way, they're part of a crew, they're part of a culture. This is the unifying belief, you know, it's just all tribalism. But on the real, like that form of tribalism is absolutely detrimental to any actual spiritual God connection happening. If you're already damn positive, about God because this guy I saw online
in my
told
own
me.
narcissism, and I have to go. And I thank you very much for the show. Please, guys, do check out Brojo more casual or popular conversation, and Hillary's. If you're check out Hillary's emails for a more philosophical view.
I'm gonna drop you all again.
Right on.
Morpher, is that who's he talking about, Hillary? That's
What?
Who's the guy? He mentioned 2 channels, yours and someone else's.
Oh, Brojo.
Oh, Brojo. Okay. Earlier he mentioned another person who can say, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say.
GeoSam. But
Dude,
GeoSam. He doesn't actually stream though. He only does graphic content. So if you need like something graphic made, he'll do it.
I should think your brain's fried, man, if you've been going for 9 hours.
I got 10 and a half hours now.
It's crazy, dude.
Of course. I don't know. For a long time, at first I was kind of checked out for the first part of the stream, and then I was engaged because I was agitated. And then I was engaged because I was interested. And now I just like looking at your beautiful faces.
Yeah.
Also, I slept in.
Biggest lie he's told this morning.
I slept really late yesterday, which is why I also
What time
started
did you
late.
message me last night?
I don't know.
I woke up this morning and I was all excited because I thought it was my buddy. And
I didn't have any idea it was 10 and a half. Oh, you were excited until you saw it was me?
I'm just going to go and heat up my coffee.
And then it wasn't a dick pic, so I was all bummed out. I was like,
Oh,
what
now
is
we're
this?
going for 4 more hours. That's all you have to say, Em.
That he wants a dick pic?
Boy, Smith asked if that was your wife. A picture of your wife. You gonna stand for that?
Where?
My wife?
No, boy.
Yeah, no. This is just in the morning before she shaves. After that, she looks like pretty amaze balls.
She tweezes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exfoliates and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She got nice eyes.
Very.
I mean, she's a gremlin. What can I say? I mean, they have to shave in the morning.
Which is what we say about you. It makes sense that a gremlin would get with a gremlin.
Right. Gremlins get with vampires. Yeah. True. It's true.
All chicks want to get with vampires because they sparkle in the sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
And they're mysterious. I bet they got bad breath, though.
Yeah.
Nah, just bad teeth.
Yeah, I bet that stank starts to...
Vampires.
I'm gonna make some breakfast.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna smoke a cigar.
Where you gonna drop us, Flo? I'm just gonna call you Flo.
I thought at this point, like, I sort of feel like I want to push it to 12 hours. Normally at 6 hours, I'm feeling it, right? Like 8 hours happens. I don't think I've ever gone to 9.5 hours before I realized how fucking long I'd been on, ever.
No, you have, but you were asleep.
No, you're right, exactly. My longest stream was the one that I slept the whole time during, and you guys ran it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll be listening.
He just like gets it started and then leaves and goes to sleep. I was like, what is going on?
I could not fucking believe that for 12 hours almost.
Yeah.
You guys couldn't add or remove anybody.
No, we couldn't. So we just kind of like hung out doing stuff. And if they came up, they came up. I know Freedom Grower was there, and Joe Kane came up. Notch was there for a while. There were so many
I had a
people there
dream,
that night.
Annie M. Annie M. I had a dream and you were there.
Whoa.
Well, that's from Wizard of Oz, Auntie M.
I know. That's also what my niece and nephew call me.
I'm in Kansas too. Woo.
Yeah. So that just threw me so off. I was like, whoa, what?
I've been like running into these like 5D puns lately and being scared about them myself.
Nobody can follow a 5D pun. I don't even know what the fifth dimension would be.
Of what? I don't even know what that means.
Well,
looking on
I can. Oh shit! It's like a layered joke.
Oh, my brain cannot do that. I'm blind. What are you
how
even
come,
talking about?
How come everybody knows what 3D is and some people know what 5D is, but all of these people don't have a clue what 4D is?
It's time.
Okay.
40 is the new.
That's a good answer. I'll go with that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. It was a trick question, but of course, Flo solved it. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, because Flo's kind of a normie and kind of a douchebag with earrings, but
yeah.
Another solution is 40 is the new 30.
God damn dad joke.
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. He wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
Dude,
So,
I
like,
would like to get this
pile of
hand
his
jive
clothes.
down and call it the pole jive. Like the thing he does with his hands, he makes it so expressive. I like it.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and controlling and want to be egoic.
Yeah, he's kind of flamboyant, wouldn't you say?
To say the least. To say the least, I would say that. Yeah.
Why would somebody who listens to the Jonas Brothers get the fuck out of here?
Are you talking to your grandkid?
No, I was my buddy messaged me and said something about Jonas Brothers, and I was like, what? No, I would talk to my grandkid like that. They're right there. Hold on. Those are not Caesars. No, these are Caesars, Pink. These are Caesars.
I'm talking to the shadow voices again.
No, I'm not talking to the shadow voices. I'm talking about daughters. These are his clothes. Jubies.
No, I'm looking for Adrian's.
They're right here. They're all right here. I come down here to help her get caught up on stuff. And I did her laundry and huh?
You know what? After my daughter was born, my ex-wife's mom came and stayed with us and to help out. That did not go well.
Oh, this is because her husband had to go to school. He is going to school for some kind of HVAC to become an HVAC technician. So while he was gone, I come down here to help her with the kids. What's up, Scott?
How long is school for?
He will be back. He won't be back for another. How many days, Bink? For like another week or two? Like 10 days, something like that. But it would be just her and the 3 kids, and like, I don't wish that on nobody. So. Plus,
She the type of chick that has 4 kids and 5 different baby days. How does that happen? She don't even know.
Yeah. I hadn't met Adrian yet till I got down here. So we got to meet the youngest one for the first time.
It's got to be.
Yeah. Because she lives like 5.5 hours away from me.
Good morning. What's happening, everybody?
Oh, just brain dead power marathoning,
10 hours ago, I started watching you and then said, I'm going to fucking sleep.
Yeah. About 2 hours ago, I was like, holy fuck, I've been going a long time. And now I'm like, I might as well push it. 12 hours is the limit before YouTube stops keeping the recording.
Everybody that's been there knows that it's actually 11 hours and 55 minutes. But yeah.
It is not. That's just when you end it for safety.
No.
What happened?
No.
Is it really? No. Is it really?
Even if you will stop at 12 hours, it will register at 11 and 55.
Don't fuck with me, boy. I've
Dude.
been up too late for you to be fucking with me now.
I'm not trying to fuck with you. Come on, dude.
Don't pull that Euro trash on me now, boy. We've gotten this far.
You know me. I'm just a vampire.
I know you're trying to. You're a saboteur.
Can I shout out to my chat room? I've just gone over to my channel to have a look.
Shout the fuck
You're
out.
restreaming this too.
Yeah, I'm streaming it as well. I joined my stream. So we got Nora and Wise Man and Forever Love, you, Hillary's emails.
Can we just make a derogatory name for restreamers now? Can we call them leeches?
Leeches.
People that restream your actual stream.
Well, I turn the option on because I like it when people restream because then I get more audience.
Yeah, I like
Hey, is Richie first cousin with Santos Bonacci or something? I mean, he reminds me of the fucking guy.
Okay, funny joke from John Goodman.
No, listen. I'm not even connected to Joe. To Mr. Bonacci. He's not Joe. Fucking Santos. No.
I should do a stream sometime with like Santos Bonacci and John Goodman.
Who is it?
Probably everybody watching knows you.
Who is it that was saying that? Was it you, boy? Saying that
That's why I thought it was so funny.
You literally have some of the mannerisms of the voice.
You started it yourself, Richie, and then I saw it, and then well, here we are.
I've never seen him before, so I saw it right off. I mean, that was the first impression I had was, wait, is this Santos Bonacci? I don't have good eyes, so your voice fucked me up, and I didn't have my glasses on when I first started listening to this. I was like, well,
it's Scott's eyes. It's Scott's eyes now.
Yeah, I was like this going. Fucking, what does it say here?
No, man. I ain't Santos.
Yeah. Flow state. Where do you get the name flow state from? Because isn't that a skateboard term?
Yes, it's actually like the hardest trick move Tony Hawk ever did. He's the only one who's ever done a flow state.
Right, and they've turned that into drones. That it's now a term for drones. When you get flying,
the drone company was named after the Tony Hawk skateboard move. Actually, there's a Nintendo 64 game that came out that wasn't very popular called Tony Hawk Flow State, and the logo from Tony Hawk Flow State is also the logo for the company that makes Flow State drones.
I've got a couple race drones, and I'm going through simulators and stuff because I don't want to crash these fucking expensive drones. But it actually is a flow state you have to get into to fly these things.
Yeah, definitely. Did you build them, or are you?
No, I've
you know that I'm making all that up. That I made all that up.
The DJI Digis.
Yeah, the FPVs. Yeah.
Did you know that I made all that up, Scott?
No, I didn't. I actually started.
That's why I thought I'd tell you. I just made all that shit up entirely.
There's a pilot that I watch. Oh God, what's his name? He's got his own line in drones. He makes his own drones and that. And what's his freaking name? I love FPV drone. I wanted to get one myself. I've got
it's crazy. I can't even imagine. When I was younger, I was really into skateboards, and we had the kind of skateboard park that was meant to kill you. I mean, it was just a big mountain.
You could ride on a skateboard?
What's that? No, I rode them actually, and was able to do a lot of fucking.
Did you sit on them and scoot down the hill?
You're just a little bit fucking tired this morning, aren't you, fuck state? So the I mean, the skateboards that we had fucking originally started out damn near like skates that you took the fucking wheels off and put them on a piece of wood. I mean, I literally had my first skateboard.
But you sat on it.
My dad made, and I was routed out with my name on it. It was really fucking crazy. But no, the drone thing is what's really, I mean, it's fantastic to be on the nose of a drone going friggin' 80 miles an hour. And then when you're,
drones can lift you that high?
Yeah, actually.
That's a powerful drone. I didn't know it could carry, man.
you know, it's really cool, man. You can come along with me. You can
I'll
take
shut
an
the
idiot
fuck
too.
up.
You're not right. Did you get the? So I bought a drone. I ended up paying way over the odds for it because I live in Tenerife and you can't get them on the internet. You can't get anybody to deliver them. So I had to buy it from the shop here. I ended up paying like 4 times as much as I needed to. But it meant that when I was flying it, when I got up high, because it wasn't a great drone. It's a Parrot Bebop 2. Right?
Yeah, I've got one of those. I actually have 2 of those. I have one that's a flare drone.
We're not sure what Scott does. We think that he hits storage units because he has a whole lot of stuff that.
I got
It's
when
cheaper
you
to buy
got the
another
goggles
man's
on.
dream than pay for your own. Go ahead. Sorry,
When
brother.
you got the goggles on, man, when you're flying with the goggles, just with the Parrot Bebop, I'm so, I don't know. I'd spent so much money on it. I was so protective of it, you know, when it's up there in the air. And when I lost control of it a couple of times. It came flying down, and it hit a bird,
Yeah.
knocked their.
The bird
was it?
hit it. Birds
No,
chased the
yeah,
fucker.
it was a seagull. A seagull attacked it.
Seagulls are assholes.
Yeah, they don't
Fucking
like drones.
rat on the beach.
But DJI, man.
They have a lot of geese. That's what that is that we saw on the road yesterday, right? The geese. Those are geese. Yeah, they have a lot of geese down here. Like, and
That's
if you
cool.
hit them, like you'll get a ticket. They will literally pull your ass over and give you a ticket. If you hit them on base, your ass is going in the barracks.
Voi's
No
a
shit.
goose whisperer. Voi's a goose whisperer. He's got
Did you
special
ruin
words.
Did you ruin your Bebop too, or you still have it?
No, it ended up.
I've got a rock steady. Did anybody get that?
It needs to be. It can't be flown at the moment. It needs to be fixed, and they've discontinued it. And it's like, man,
Where the fuck are you?
I'm in Tenerife.
Shit, I'd almost sell you mine and send it over so you had one that flew if you have good batteries, because my batteries are fucked.
That's the thing. The batteries are fucked on them now as well. Like I haven't even used them, and the batteries are blown up.
Well, that's the problem. Is lack of use does that. That's you have to keep cycling them. That's you know, and DJI has smart batteries that keeps that from happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I aspire to get myself a DJI FPV digital FPV.
Send me $1,000 and I'll send it to you. Goggles and all. And that ain't 4 times over, brother. You just have to pay for shipping on top of that. Actually, I'll throw 50 into this. $950, and I'll throw 50 into the shipping with the 1,000.
Okay, so that all has to be straightened out conceptually before we as a species, let's say, can move forward intelligently on this front.
I actually thought, Flow State, that you would be into drones if you ever got into it, especially the FPV, the race drones. Those are cool.
I don't give a fuck. I can already tell you that now, but go ahead. Man, I don't give a fuck about shit tonight. Like, let that be known. But go ahead and say it.
Moving right along, the Pope is saying mass. I should probably go over there for weekend.
I think drones are cool, but I don't need an expensive new hobby.
It doesn't have to be that expensive if you build your own drone. It can be a lot cheaper if you build your own, but then you need to really get into it to know what you're doing to build a decent fucking FPV drone.
But I built enough guns when that was my hobby to know that when you build a drone for cheaper, you're immediately going to need to replace a part on it with something more expensive, right?
These things are meant to crash. You're going to be replacing
You
parts a
built
lot.
guns.
I used to build
Did I hear
custom.
that?
Yeah, I used to because guns are. Yeah, I used to
like 80% lowers or what?
No, I would get full. I didn't mill them out of steel. I built parts and you can assemble them because like a gun is like Legos basically. There's a format they snap together. You can put.
That's kind of what
I'll turn my
happens
camera
with
off.
drones, and you can print parts for them and stuff, but they explode into fucking thousands of little screws. There's magnet
Sure,
mats. That
if you have never shot a detent spring for an AR, detent. Yeah, I get it. There's special tools. It's a whole fucking nightmare when you get into that.
Shit starts exploding on you.
Have you seen?
Actually,
do you know Mr. Steele?
It's a rerun. This is
taking it
rerun.
apart. It's just a bunch of pieces. You need to keep track of them, or you'll never get it back together.
Do you know who Mr. Steele is? the YouTuber.
Sounds like a porn star.
He's an FPV drone pilot.
I may have seen him. I watched so many of them that it's hard to say.
Dude, the guy is like, he's a prodigy. He was born to be an FPV pilot.
There's a couple of them guys that are, and you know what? A lot of the skateboarders end up in FPV because they don't want to break their
I told
legs.
you about Tony Hawk.
FPV, but getting a good FPV pilot at a skate
What's the
park.
FPV stand for?
Now
First person view.
Yeah, the relation.
So you can just see it on the drone.
It's anything: skateboarding, skiing, snowboarding, surfing. You get an FPV.
I would have really liked to do that when I was like, it had more enemies. When I wanted to stalk people, that would have been better.
Mr. Steele specializes in like filming drift cars and stuff, drift races.
Is that what he's on YouTube, Mr. Steele?
Yeah, called Mr. Steele.
I actually would like that a lot. You taking off?
Yep.
Thanks for having me up. Or thanks for coming up.
Thanks for
that hour. It's that time in the stream. I sort of intentionally don't engage with what looks like a very expensive potential new hobby.
Really, to be honest with you, this FPV thing, I'm going to tell you straight up, and this is for you too, 007. The DJI FPV, a lot of people aren't really putting the attention into these drones because they're going, oh, it doesn't have as good a camera because it's a 2-axis gimbal. This thing is meant to fly like a plane.
None of that means
You can't
anything
have
to me. And I just heard you try to offer him a great deal for $950. It's an expensive hobby.
Listen,
your children will be taught combat skills early as age 5 in order to crush the competition when they fully mature. Little Deborah and Jesse need to fire a pistol with precision accuracy while drowning out the screams of the non-believers. Good job.
I found Mr. Steele. I'm going to subscribe to that.
Dude, he's next level. Seriously.
Flow State, here's the
He
thing.
hasn't seen all my clips. This is how I disrupt things that I don't care about. Or if
And I
it's
keep
like,
talking anyways because I really don't care about
I know
the shit
Scott's
he's doing.
immune to it. He's
It is,
he's
absolutely. So moving right along.
The
Flow State,
antibiotics don't work on this one.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing, though.
I think it's a good thing not to be.
This one again, I mean, this one's hard to deal with. I mean, everybody gets disrupted.
It is hard to deal with. We lost Richie entirely.
Oh my god.
I told you,
It's
I
so
can pull
hard
out
to
the
get
big
Richie tickled like that. Oh my god!
I mean, we just need to hear him and see if he relates or competes with Sasquatch. You know, if your laugh is audible, we need to see it. We need to hear it.
I met Sasquatch through Richie, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Then you know the Sasquatch laugh. Are you trying to hide yours? Is it more
What
intense?
the fuck, dude? That sounds so like out of this world to me. You met Sasquatch through Richie. That's
It does seem a little
It is
backwards.
Isn't that weird?
That is weird.
The only
I knew Richie first.
The only reason that I bring this up is because you mentioned his name Sasquatch in that fucking video that I saw yesterday.
The laugh video? Was it a laugh track?
It was Sasquatch saying.
Oh,
it's short about the chick with the beard.
Wait a minute. So, yeah, it's the chick with the
chick with the beard.
Yeah,
I
here,
love that clown clip though.
It's a pretty new clip. Very short. I'll put
I
it.
know. I love my daughter, y'all. She keeps getting on to me because I'm wanting to scratch everything. She's like, "Mom, you're gonna spread it."
What the fuck are you scratching at? Like
it itches. Okay, so
Got it.
like
Will
I'm
you
allergic to
stop
cats.
Scratching your herpes.
Yeah, look at it, y'all.
Listen.
Oh,
what kind of person goes online and shows people their rash that they're
Stop,
scratching?
It's in your mind.
Not bad, though. I mean, it's not too bad of a rash.
Mind over matter. Mind
There you
over
go, he
matter.
did.
Change your
No, that's mine.
Because you
change
keep,
your
you keep
fucking laundry
reaffirming.
detergent. Get some clear shit and see if
I
that
think
helps.
it's a.
Right.
I think.
And you
I think
keep
it's a
I
bit.
used to get clear detergent.
I think it's very rational.
Can we
We
talk
are all
about
just,
can we talk about the power of the
we are
words
all
I
just
am?
doctors here on
Yes,
YouTube.
007, Richie. What are the words?
Yeah,
Can we
it's
talk
only
about the
me.
power of the words I am? I am allergic to cats, man. You just
I bet you won't do anything about it but complain on the internet.
Speaking of, how is Mitch? Because I
He's
have
all
not
hopped
watched.
up on roast beef.
It's ribeye.
Who's roast beef?
Who's me?
He'd
Yours.
be all up on mine.
Uh-oh.
I didn't say that.
You want some of this, boy?
Be honest, did you sleep at all?
I'm all hyped up on that ribeye. Come
Yeah,
on.
that's probably what it is.
What's that Irish one? The corned beef, I think.
I love him.
You should just call
He's
this
just adorable.
the Flow State Morning Zoo.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Where in the fuck do you find these people?
It's Flow
I don't have the
State's
camera on.
YouTube.
Do you guys like entertaining like ideas or theories you've possibly never heard before?
There's actually children
Like what?
listening.
I mean, at 11 hours into the
Yeah.
stream, you're
It's part of the
probably
reason.
not. I'm probably gonna like play clips at it and make stupid one-liner jokes.
Well, it's
You're
just
welcome to try.
No,
I'm
it's
just
just
giving
a
you fair
joke.
warning.
Let
Oh,
him rip.
purpose for
It
life.
truly is
Go
just
for
a
it, man.
joke. But I was thinking, like, maybe what if the pyramids were like big, essentially like ant traps for humans, and then
Yeah, he hasn't slept for 2 days.
I'm just saying, you
I'm
never
so
heard it.
confused. Wait a second.
You're saying that
Let me make sure this is like okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You know, well, that's where all the sand
Yeah.
came from. I
So,
think it was like a
lipstick lesbian
an
night before,
incinerator,
right?
That maybe there was a
Next morning, I
a
hear a
sound
voice.
or
I
something
turn around,
that
and what I'm
brought
looking at
people
looks
into
like a
the
man
thing.
because it's got short hair and a beard because she had cut her long hair off and glued stubble on her face, and she was there to invite me to her drag show she was performing in that night. And it took me like a solid 5 seconds for my brain to make these two things come together into one reality, and then I just turned around and walked away. I didn't even respond. It still
So
bothers
you
me.
slept with this person that night.
I slept with her before she had a beard. Hey, I'm I'm so so confused. Wait a second.
I don't think I don't
Let me
think
make
that's a
sure
good
this-
excuse,
so-
Flow State. I mean, she grew a beard after she had sex with you. I mean, dude.
I've got that much testosterone running through my blood that my
Oh,
semen
okay.
just turns-
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yes, that's not
Yeah,
nice.
I like that.
Yeah,
That's a
it-
good explanation. Yeah.
Thank you. It's science. It's peer-reviewed study.
Science. Yeah.
Several of my peers, on other panels, they all studied it, and they're like, "This checks out."
It's super testosterone, right?
Apparently.
Correct. It's that. Yes, correct.
What carnival can we see this bitch at?
Hang on, was this like
I'm
real?
actually
hair?
selling tickets.
What? Right, I was under the impression that she'd shaved her head and stuck it on her face.
That is what happened. Yeah, Voi's being a vampire, and I'm being sarcastic back to him.
Right.
Yeah, her hair was about as long as yours the next day. It was fucking weird.
She had a Britney Spears moment.
This all happened within like 12 hours, right? Like,
fucking certainly manic.
Right, like I banged her. I went to bed. I woke up the next day and I saw her.
And
This
she
is a very
shaved her
short
head.
time period.
And you banged her. You woke up the next day and she'd shaved.
But I didn't stay with her.
Do you think it was some sort of ritual she was trying to, possess you with?
Oh, I've had bitches try to do rituals on me, and that's not one of them. That's just a straight girl with a butch bull dyke going through her lesbian period.
I've woke up and fucking girls are sage in my room and shit. I'm like, this is the fastest blowjob I've ever had.
Oh, that was so neat. That flowed in so neatly.
Flowed in, nice.
So you had them sage in your room because they were trying to cleanse
the fuck.
They're like, how the fuck do we get this dude out of here? His feet.
No, it was my house. They're saging, but this one chick that I was letting live with me for a while, and she fucking came in. This was probably 2 a.m. I'd been asleep for a couple hours, I guess. And all of a sudden I woke up and thought it was, and she, oh, I'm just saging the house. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
I've actually had the same thing happen, except it was like I walked out into her family room and she was like doing some sort of witch ritual, like thing, like I don't know. I have a thing. I mean, I attract witchy bitches somehow. Yeah, I'm talking about you too.
Hey, listen, Sage in the room is a little bit. It's been adopted massively by the new age and everything, but it does actually have. There are benefits to Sage in the room, man.
I don't know what they are.
Well, it's got
probably a bug or two that wants
It's
to
to
fuck
cleanse
out.
the energy, the negative energy. What is
it's not
wrong with
just
y'all?
That's what she said. That's
it's
what
not
it
just,
was.
but it doesn't just cleanse negative energy. It's actually the smoke actually has antiseptic qualities to it.
It was for pain. She was doing it for me because I suffer in chronic pain. My whole
Scott,
body.
what the fuck are you talking about?
I've never heard of saging it for pain, but
she was saying that the energy was bad energy in the house, and that would help you have a better, sense of everything. And it was probably negative, that my mind was negative at the point. So I that's what she was doing it for. She said.
So I mean, dude, I personally
Either that,
I
or she
don't
got picked up out of bed by a ghost and didn't want to tell you.
That might have been it.
Dude, that chick woke me up with some crazy battles.
Or she might have been trying to freak you out into thinking there was ghosts here. She could get you out of the house because
you remember
fucking little bitch crying about it. Fuck him. I had to throw that in there. I fucking hate that guy. Anyway.
I just told you the same fucking chick was.
Is this the same story with the chicks about the fast blowjob?
No, Pop-Tart. The chick with the fast blowjob was a doppelganger with that.
Shut up, nerd.
Fast blowjob. I'm telling you, it was from the time I met her, from the front door. She was already naked to the moment I slipped it in her mouth. That was 30 seconds.
Bless it.
Sid.
That was quick, man. Anybody who's got a quicker draw on that one, let me know.
No one has a worse story than that right now to break up the beautiful sound of nature and birds happening around.
Yeah.
I found a worse sound. I'm actually gonna delete that one though because I'm deleting Tarek from being relevant. Boop.
Oh,
if I ever change my mind and want it back, that's how he laughs all the time anywhere. So it will be easy to find.
Flow State, the only problem with deleting Tarek because of relevancy is you don't get to do that. He did it himself.
That's true.
Huh. That's deep.
That was deep. That was like the deepest shallow shit.
Hey,
that's like a profound platitude. Actually, which Scott is our local platitude expert resource.
I'll take that.
That's what she said.
And she did. Well, if we're talking about the gorilla, then it wasn't willingly. But hey.
Shut the fuck up, retards. Okay, so if you want a slightly longer break, I have this video, ready for you. I think you might know it. I think you're familiar with it.
I don't know shit. I had never heard shit. I didn't see
Hot
shit.
Crazy Matrix. Do you know the Hot Crazy Matrix?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, so okay.
Thank you for bringing us 8 years ago's memes.
I do love it. I still love it.
It is good. I am 11 hours in, and I have a compilation video. The last half hour, so probably 20 minutes from now, I'm going to start a video and just roll it out and let it be the outro. I basically need to clear up space on my phone, and I call it the greatest hates, and it's basically 30 minutes of people talking shit about me.
Before that gets done, just want to say thank you for having me up, and thank you guys for your time.
For sure.
And I got to get going, but thanks. Later.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming up.
Cool.
We want to
Flo-
see this.
Also, I
You
gotta
probably
jump off
want to
here.
see it. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty. There's a lot of people that don't like me.
Huh?
Like
Put a different one
This
on.
could have been the never-ending project.
the thing about people not liking you, Flo, once you grab any relevancy at all, you're gonna find equal parts lovers and haters. You're gonna find people that are on your side, and
Oh,
you're
I
gonna
know.
find people that
Yeah.
oppose you.
No, I appreciate it. Hate watchers are the most loyal watchers.
And they're sometimes the most valuable watchers because they end up being the ones that talk the most about you.
Get the most publicity from them.
Absolutely. That's why they say my father was a marketing genius. He used to say this all the time. Good press or bad press. Any press is good press because if they're talking about
That was
you,
not your fucking dad, Scott.
he said, I'm not saying this
I
was
call
his
bullshit
statement.
on it.
I'm not saying he
fucking catch up. Fucking low vibration pieces of shit.
No news is bad news.
I'm not saying he originated the statement. He probably wasn't old enough. But the
No
point
news is
being,
bad news, man.
obviously.
Scott,
competition
thank
just
you for
whips more
blessing us
time
with the
out of you.
platitude that. Yes, I mean I know you're right. But you're right, Scott. That's why I do things on purpose to.
I'm hoping to reach somebody like Jack, who's literally after everybody that hates on him.
Nobody has reached Jack ever on anything ever.
It just literally is. If he could parlay that into some relevance, then he
Don't
would
say literally.
actually.
Just don't say
Literally.
Thank you, voice.
For real, if he could fucking parlay that into some, actionable. Jesus Christ! I there's so many people that he's attracted for that reason alone. He could monetize it. He could literally figure it out. Literally.
Oh, there you
Boy.
did it.
This is a good time to remind people that Flow State, how many $1 memberships? You can pay to have people kicked off panel or muted in the chat. There's a fee schedule in the description box. Tired of hearing literally? It's literally only $5 to get rid of Scott for 5 minutes. And then, of course, Bolt gets discounts.
This morning I'm $4, people. Put in $4.
No, I don't know. No. Bulk gets discounts, not because you're bulky, but because if they buy half an hour. I don't normally put somebody on sale until they're really fucking annoying me.
Oh, like Tarek?
Sarah's the last one I did it to. And the minute I said Sarah's half price for the next half hour, and the minute I changed her, knocked her down, she just left the stream.
I was feeling special when I was the only one discounted.
I thought she left the stream because I joined, but
No, she. I mean, I assume it's because I had literally just put her on. She might be only the second person I've ever done that to. No, it's not. I've done it to Smith. I've done it to a handful of people.
I don't know Sarah. I don't know these people. I don't think.
Sarah, and Sarah's the perfect sort of person. And Scott too. I like them both, but they can both just get on my fucking under my skin.
Guys, I've got to hop off here. I've got to go get the tires changed with my daughter. So I will. If you guys are still on when I get back, then I might hop back in. If not, I'll recap it and see all that I've missed, and then I'll be back home tonight.
If you find a rental car that's the same tire size, might be a cheaper option for you.
That's terrible. Terrible.
They already scheduled it. So we're gonna do that.
She's in Florida. They don't know about it.
No, they're not in Florida. She's in Jacksonville in North Carolina.
Oh.
There's a Jacksonville, North Carolina. Yeah, 5.5 hours, Flo. I don't think they quite put you in Florida. It might put you in Florida from here.
You think I listen when you tell me how long the drive is that you have to go?
Yeah, it's 5.5 hours. So I'm leaving today at 2:30, and then I'll be home tonight for if you stream tonight, I'll be back home by then. Yeah.
I'm not going to stream tonight. I can already tell you that.
Yeah, I know, right? I could totally see that. I might stream tonight. It just depends because I was sick last night, over the night, last night into this morning, I was throwing up. I don't know what is wrong with me or what the hell's going on, but I was sick. Yeah.
If you want to know what's wrong with you, I mean, just go online, and I mean, there's many people that will tell you, everybody, what's wrong with you.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Where's
actually, I think I have a
Resto at?
tooth infection.
Resto, are you still here? So something fucking. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I don't even know when this was because I fucked up my StreamYard somehow, and it doesn't auto star my donations, which is obnoxious. He said, "I don't know what happened, but mute whoever's annoying." Who do you think that he was talking about? Oh, there he is. There he is. Right on. Thank you, Resto. Hey Scott, who do you think he meant?
Not watching, but I'm sure it was not me.
I don't know what happened to him. Oh wait, she had to go. I really wasn't listening to this shit. Scott, 15. But you know what? Thanks for coming up. I'm probably going to start that thing soon anyway. So by the time you get up, you can get down. Do you guys have any final thoughts? Voy, Richie, give us some brilliance.
it was great to see Richie in this alley of the streets. So I'd like to finish with that.
It's a worldwide right here, representing 3 continents. 3 continents on one stage.
I'm gonna sign off as well. I'll let you close.
Thanks for coming up. I want to the mic drop. I don't know if I'm the only one who got the mic drop that you made earlier, but it's fucking on point.
Nice.
I think that's it. I think you congratulations, you graduated to exactly what I think's going on. Thanks for coming up.
See you later, man. See you later, Pete. Thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
Okay. This is officially the longest stream I've ever done that I was awake for. I have done one longer, technically on my channel, but I was asleep for 10 out of the 12 hours of it. I have been a lazy ass. I've been a poor businessman this stream. So I'm going to do one final pitch. $1 memberships. Buy one for yourself. Buy one for a friend. Buy 10 for a friend. Make it rain in the chat. You can see who's lurking, and you get a flyover. If you haven't seen the flyover clip, that is there. Most of you probably were here like a minute ago when I had said it, but I did upload a little montage that I'll play for an exit thing just for shits and giggles. I got a kick out of it. Most of you will know most of the people in it. And so you'll get a kick out of it too, I'm sure. Actually, I anticipate that I bet I've got 80 viewers. I'll bet that's what I'm going to do. I bet that by the time the clip ends, there's 80 people watching. I bet it goes up. All right. Let me get that for you losers. Oh, shit. Lou saving the day with the first 11 hours, 10 minutes, and 45 seconds in. All right. Oh, and for the record, if anybody was around the other day when I sped up that clip and said, yeah, you should do a faster one because the song sounded cool, sped up to 1.5 speed. I'm working on that. It needs more. When you speed it up that fast, it sounds cool just for a second, but then I don't know. So I'm making another one that sort of builds on this one, and it will have the music at 5 times speed, but it didn't end up being as simple as I thought it would be because the simple solution didn't turn out really as well as I thought it would. I'm just rambling now. I need to shut the fuck up. I need to shut the fuck up and let all of these people do the talking. Transmutation at its finest.
Yeah, flow state's something else. Man.
Flow state, ho state, whatever the state you are.
Ho state, no state, damned hellbound fate. Do you have a magnet for like lunatics?
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources because he's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. He wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with. A lawless, dishonorable, bad faith, unethical scum. Fuck you, Flow State, you fucking piece of shit, white knight and motherfucking bitch-ass made motherfucker. You grifting fucktard.
Faggot white trash Missouri motherfucker. You white trash piece of shit.
Flow State, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know, man. You're sus to me, bro. I don't know what's going on there.
Flow State, you're so fucking retarded.
Chain smoking cigarettes in a hall. Flow is using Snaps and others as their person, knowing how you feel about them to get him money.
And he's okay with grifting your money. All you fucktards who want to donate to his bitch ass? Right. And Flow State's absolutely in for the fucking money. 1 million trillion dillion %. He's a fucking grifting fuck. But Flow, I see your white knighting and the words you're using to protect these bitches who claim people online, give them fuck. So, you know what, Flow? Go fucking suck some balls, you grifting fuck.
He's so low value and low worth that his value is $1. He's one of the most narcissistic, devious pieces of shit I've seen on here. And it's exactly the archetype of Lucifer they talk about in scripture. Some meth head addict, lowlife, who's been living his whole life grifting, deceiving, defrauding, defalcating. Peaked in high school, he's going to go in your DM and expect him to take his shirt off and you to take your pants off and get whatever he wants and go on with his life and lie to the wife.
This little Flow State, the monograph optics are high. We know what you're about, Flow. You fucking dopehead, fucking grifting fuck.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and controlling and want to be egoic and build up his ego.
He's making his grift money. And fuck you, Flow, you cunt little bitch ass flower made piece of shit. Smoking
I didn't
meth.
know Flow supported monograph.
Smoking meth probably. He's like, he's a fucking meth head. Look at him. Little Ho State fucking white knighting for some weaponized bitches. Flow, you're such a fucking clown, dude. Everyone sees that you're fucking in this for the money on YouTube. Everyone who sees it, like, whether or not you're getting the views or not, entertainment sells, we know this, but you're such a fucking joke and a clown. But in Post-State, fucking, I see you and Cruz watching your bitch ass now. And Flo, you fucking grifting piece of fuck. We all see it.
The self-proclaimed drama whore / slut. I can't remember.
He's white knighting for these bitches. I see what you're trying to do, Flo, you fucking piece of shit. Now I saw why he clipped your video and what he did with it. He's white knighting for these weaponized hoes. White knighting Flo is part of the Me Too movement now, and he's a grifting he's a grifter. Flo's a fucking straight grifting fuck, if you don't know. I mean, it's simple as that. But fuck you, Flo. Flo's white knighting saying he's using keywords like attack women. Flo, fucking suck my balls, you white knight and piece of shit, grifting fuck. Flow State, you pogo fuck. Go ahead.
But he's a sellout fucking clown making accusations.
I'm no huge fan of Flow State, but he does seem to be making some progress here lately.
You ain't shit. And you come online and pretend like you're somebody. And then you had the nerve yesterday to say the one thing we could learn about on your channel is how to get women. You are the narcissistic, egoic freak.
Flow State gets all the girls. Can you put that comment up?
I have more women on my panels than most places, I would say.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Somebody is going to be hating tomorrow. There's always some butt hurt.
Your show has a lot of, is like a pussy magnet somehow.
That's okay.
There's somebody's going to be hating tomorrow. There's always some butt hurt.
Never been anywhere, never done nothing, got a goofy bitch next to you, and you're going to go on a Talking with Famous People broadcast and tell us how to get women. You asked, why are you here? chaos and controversy. And then when he didn't get that, he's bored.
As he's being mischievous. And this is the personality trait of those infidels that go around thinking that they can hate on somebody and entice them, try to tempt them like a devil. You ain't shit, bitch.
The reason I said chumming him along, Flow State, is because that's how I see it. You know, you chum the waters for the sharks to come around.
Right. Where in the fuck do you find these people? Jesus. This is just the rantings of a fucking psychopath.
Cuck beta male.
Just the broken, monotone, desperate appeal to try to seem like somebody online. He had the balls to do a broadcast with people called Talking with Famous People. He was the famous person. Okay. If you go into these people fucking background, Jack Talcott, and you look at who they've been for the last 5 and 6 years, it's narcissist central. The levels of personality disorder, lack of self-awareness, and complete dysfunction. All while having a methamphetamine habit, by the way. Fascinating.
You can sit there and deal with stupidity in a way that I can't.
I think you live in a fear state, not a flow state. I'm flow state. No, you're not. You're fear state because you don't want to give up your false strength, egoic presentment. That's a fool. Fool state. So we have fear state and fool state. There's definitely no flow state and there's definitely no faith state. And he yells out, I don't give a fuck about truth. We know you're here for the next $5 for the drama fest, grifting off my audience.
I kind of want to bitch out and yell at Flow State over here.
All right, go ahead and do that, sir. Get to
Little
that.
fucking bitch, dude. Like he's an undercover like hater or something.
Say that over again. I got road noise. I got to hold the phone up to my ear.
He's probably a little bit jealous, Brian O'Shea. A lot of people are, so don't, take that
Yeah,
too
that's
much.
all it is. That's all it is. And he's handsome
O'Shea,
too.
say it again. I didn't hear it.
I said I'm going through a bisexual stage and I might want to suck your cock. You're really handsome.
All right, no.
You a Care Bear, you in Flow State, y'all soft. Y'all too
Totally.
soft, man.
Totally.
Y'all time.
Flow State. You
Hey, yo,
want to sit here and say
listen,
Flow
listen,
State's the
check this.
internet
This is what it's
gangster.
like.
Homeboy dropped his address to you, bro.
Antoine's going to do a series with you and Flow State, how horrible white people are nowadays.
I love Flow State is great.
Oh, my. Okay. See,
I love Flow State. What is wrong with Flow State? Flow State is awesome. I love Flow State. Flow State is.
Right.
Did you see Flow State on my show the other day?
Yes, I did, sir.
Yes, we all did.
The chat loved Flow State.
You're acting like you love Flow State. Great stuff.
I really do love Flow State. Have you seen his appearance on my channel? He's box office.
Dirty hat Missouri blue collar workers.
Well, he's another one who says that he's all about the education and enlightenment, Mr. Flow State, right? But every other comment is about like snorting powder. Yeah, I got to give it to Flow State. He's one of the better manipulators I've met on here. Pretty good at what he does. So he's one of the better ones, right? He knows how to play the back position, stay quiet, observe the dynamics, play people against each other, drop things into conversation to skew your perspective without making it seem he's doing it directly. He's pretty good at what he does.
Fuck you, Flo, you cunt little bitch ass flower made piece of shit.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and controlling and want to be egoic and build up his ego. He's an infidel scum. We wouldn't fuck him with your dick. He's got no discernment, no character, and no money on top of it.
So here comes the smoking. Looks like he has sunglasses on. I think this live stream was at night. He's got sunglasses on top of his hat. What is with this guy? What's with this guy? What's with this guy? Is that a part of an encyclopedia collection of books or those Reader's Digest behind you? I don't think you read anything, dude. Got to have your books on a shelf behind you. Try to make you look smart, right? My books make me look smart. Do they really make you look smart? Or when you open your mouth, do you sound dumb? So this guy running this live stream, Flow State, is asking for money to kick someone off the panel. You can donate money to him to kick someone off here. You want to talk about stupidity? Stupidity, Jerry Springer show shit, and degeneracy? It's right here. This Flow State genius. Obviously, he must be a genius, right? He's calling me a motherfucker. Well, I do have a reason, dummy. Dummy, your IQ isn't even close to 100. you've got problems, and seeing you're emotional. You react emotionally to the truth. You've got issues.
While you keep sitting there projecting, hating on me in your jealous, envious ways.
Your attitude prevents you, your arrogance. You've actually, you know what? Damn it, Flo. You're so frustrating because you offer a lot of good. And yet, this is, this is unhelpful, dude.
He's just very angry.
He's using her belief system against her while also throwing an FE tantrum like a child.
Bitch ass slave.
He's such a drug addict still. He can't even get on camera without looking creepy and blinking and having his eyes go all over the room. He's so bizarre. These are bizarre, sick, twisted people. I give Hostate credit. He's so narcissistic and egoic and prideful and calculated. He'll watch consistently, but he'll never type and he'll never come up. I respect him more than everyone else because he'll at least lie, cheat, deceive pretty well. Yep. He'll at least hate pretty well. He'll at least keep up the appearance that he's busy and interesting and has shit going on. I know that's ridiculous, but some appearance of it, right? Because he'll be here. He knows everything I've said, everything I've done. He consistently reveals that, but then says, I don't watch. So he won't type. You'll never see him. He won't come up here. He'll watch consistently. And I don't believe he uses alts. I must say that I'll salute to Flow State. Salute.
He is calculated.
Yeah, he's very. If you're gonna do it, be like him and at least do it somewhat. Good. Be calculated, strategic. Be egoic and prideful. Don't show up places. Pretend other people are constantly talking about you and need you in order to promote. So you could build a viewership of hate who support you based on not liking me and realizing that you're their power base, right? Or the other way around. So it's great. What he's been doing, I really support that. He's really good at what he does, like the political manipulations, deceptions, stratagem. He at least excites me a little bit because I go, he's got some discernment. You could look in his eyes and tell he's a predatory scum. Those are the guys I like to play with and compete with because he'll give you a little bit of a run for your money, right? If you're going to do this shit, at least get good at being an infidel, manipulative, deceptive, worldly, cultural scum predator. Just get good at it. You notice how all the middle-aged women have cozied up to Flow State? He's so good at it. He really is. I got to give it to him. All the most broken, seriously, watch for it. All the most broken, confused, lost, and or unattractive physically women who are past their mating time have all cozied up to him. He's their best friend ever. That's how you know a narcissist egotist. But Hostate, he's great at what he does. Makes you feel like you're just one of the boys. You and him are buddy and friends. And it's all just to take advantage of you and use you and have him get the genuflection that he's a ladies' man, like the videos he was making. He's using you. He's playing on you, pimping on you. But at least he's somewhat good at it. Makes it all seem like it's just an organic idea that I'm the reason for all this stuff having to happen over there because I was so bad and wrong and wouldn't let anyone talk. He's such a great guy for $1 a month. Clip this all out and use it for your next promotion because you know what Flow State will sit right now somewhere at work listening, giggling to himself. Yeah. He's one of those guys. Like he knows I know. He knows. He's never going to tell anyone completely. He'll allude to it with certain jokes as a coping mechanism. He'll reveal. If you watch how he jokes, every time he jokes, that's really what's going on. You don't know that. You don't see that. So, again, he'll always reveal who and what he is through the coping mechanism of humor. And then he'll always get plausible deniability to say, oh, that's not really who and what I am. That was just a joke. While claiming that every time I do a bit non-bit, it's really who and what I am, and there's no joke to it. Do you see the hypocrisy?
I know you're stupid. You think that you can just get into power and just kill everybody. His channel is Nazi-friendly.
Fucking Flow, the piece of shit.
Fraud state.
Hostate has admitted many times he's a self-interested, self-indulgent person. Anything he does on here is going to be for his own gain, his own benefit, his own profit, and his own fixation, compulsion, and impulses. He's not interested in truth, good faith, or honorability. That's of Hostate, Slow State, Low State. They don't respect you. They don't admire you. You don't inspire them. As a matter of fact, you dry them up. They can't even get wet for you no more, presuming they ever could.
Buy Flow State. Faggot!
I'm a self-indulgent, lustful, selfish, worldly narcissist.
Flow State's an ignorant piece of shit.
Hey, I would rather not have Slow State here. I'm not going to have him coming around here because he's purposely trying to promote his shitty channel and panel indirectly. He's got a lot to say over there, you know, everywhere but in my face. I'm just going to prefer that he not be seen and heard anywhere where he's not given quarter. He's a rather boring character, fairly stupid as well.
Last night, he invited me up on his panel, so I sat down in his chat for 45 minutes and he wouldn't let me up.
Have this like lust for power and control on their shitty panel with 30 people watching. And then they want to do the rounds midday while they're at their slave job, trying to promote with @Slow State as his name. He's not an interesting, informative character. You're a disingenuous fake bitch, and I don't want to look at you or listen to you.
Yeah, and he's a straight up liar. He knows it. And you can watch it in his rhetoric. Go to his show and watch. When people tell him, present him information and tell him to look it up, he says, no, I'm not going to do that. That's the perfect epitome of ignorance and mischievous. He knows there's more information out there. People offer it up. No, I'm not going to do that. He is a narcissist just like Jack. He thinks he already knows everything. He's around projecting the false claims that he makes and says that he's not lying when he is, and you know he is.
A disingenuous bullshitter. Slow State is a pathetic, creeping, crawling creature in the background, shape-shifting up front. He's a joke. If you had any self-respect or dignity, you'd stay far away from a creature like that, just as I and many others do. If you ask Slow State on the internet, he's a ladies' man. Slow State's voice made her literally have a gag reflex reaction.
Are you sure she didn't slip off in the bedroom and masturbate to their voice?
Slow State, he knows that he's an evil motherfucker, and he knows other people are evil too, and he will cast doubt upon the dark sides of himself and others in order to use other evil, dark people to get something he wants.
With Flow State and others, they're fucking more of the demonic. They know what the fuck type, manipulative type.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
100
They're
people that will
calculated.
say, Flow State, you're so desperate for clout and views. Fuck these cupcakes.
You're a white trash piece of shit that thinks
Because I'm dishonorable.
that too, yeah. That's why you're more concerned with money to get me kicked off your panel than me getting money for this homeless motherfucker to get his job back. Or playing little games. For you to just play that card because you're mad I'm calling you out for being a little millennial punk right now, that doesn't make you a narcissist or me. It makes you a fucking bitch. Welcome back, faggot. You a fucking liar. Are you talking while I'm talking, faggot? Calling your punk millennial ass a faggot? You're a Missouri white trash blue collar motherfucker that can't stand on intelligence. You need to learn when to get the fuck out of the way. You've had a fucking court ordered psych evaluation, you fucking felon.
Yep.
Talking over me like we all don't like. Faggot.
Flo does have a lot of control, I've noticed, which is good. I do admire the
No, he doesn't have control. He's a game plan dickhead. Flow Sith. That's
really
your
in your
petty,
rage.
godless ass trying to play thing. I don't have the time for your white trash Yoko ass. You
No,
want
you
to just
can go
stand
have
on
an
your little
angry
petty
nap.
bullshit. So here's this dipshit. If you can, I don't know. You brought him back. He has no grasp of reality, like fail state.
Flow State, please do not flirt with my chocolate goddess. Okay. Flow State content is he walks around and he tells black people to get their shit together. Black men treat black women better because the white man will snatch your weapon.
Flow State's one of the least creepy people in this community. I get creep vibes from a lot of people, but I've never got that vibe from him.
Let me give him some credit. He's so strategically narcissistic and egoic and savvy. He will specifically stay away from me in order to avoid me feeling like he's validated me in any way or what I've said.
You saw Host State admitting about his chapter and being part of the Proud Boys today, right? Proud Boy is fucking involved in some optics, Mr. Host State. Now we got Host State admitting he's Fed tied, Proud Boy chapter tied.
And we have Host State, all tied to supposed federal agent groups, con men, frauds, dupes, detractors.
Flow State. I'm not coming on your stupid shit show.
Talking
Fuck
about.
you.
Yeah, leave me
Fuck
up
you.
for a minute.
Is assertive, confident.
You
Usually
see
has no.
Slow State as assertive and confident?
Yes.
What do you think about all the effeminate beta males who, by the way, his name is Taylor. That's how I know you got the spirit of your mama. Your mama named you. So I know she ran that house. Okay. Number two, when you turn to the side, you got a little black, tiny little black earring in your ear because you like came up under your mama watching her put earrings on. And you think that shit's cute and pretty for a man to wear little black earrings. And you ain't even pimping and playing like that. It'd be one thing if you were playing like that, if you were keeping it 100% player and you wanted to fucking throw some diamonds on to really stun on people. You ain't that guy. All you are is a broken, emasculated beta male with your mama's spirit, and you like to be pretty and cute and dress up like her too. And you got your mama's name, Taylor.
Taylor's way more dangerous. Way more.
You ain't got no value within your word, bitch boy.
I'm being nice, allowing him in the chat because he
Who
knows he's not welcome. Like, why are you even here?
See, now
Go
now you
home.
guys now you guys understand when I say he's not my brother. See how it works? We are tribal people. Do you understand?
All I want to know is who here saw Flow State's fat ass last night? Anybody?
Fat ass?
Nah.
Anybody? Oh man.
Well,
Oh, there's
No.
a photo out. Yeah.
How was that? How was that
Mimi,
for you?
back me up, Mimi. You were there.
I was not. You told me about it.
My plumber's crack.
All right, I'm not a gossiper. I didn't screenshot it, okay, but it came out.
Flow State, you got the women of Unslavia checking out your rear end, buddy.
It was
Looking good, bud.
not see, I mean, it showed up quite a bit on the stream.
Is it
You should-
hairy?
It's big, man.
You know what? I am banning this from like we don't need to hear about it. I don't even know why you were over there. Like just come on.
Gotta do it. I'm on
I'm
it.
ashamed. I'm ashamed for you, Brielle. just
Baby girl.
Was it Kelly or but Kelly was there, so maybe like is she like I don't even have the channel, so like but
No worries. It's we don't need to ever
Yeah.
visit this.
Shameful.
Moving on.
Hey, Wizard, what do you think about Slow State now asking women on panel if he can inseminate them and that he's open? Is his partner okay with that? Somebody should call up Mrs. Slow State and ask her if she's okay with Slow State doing a little bit of a bit non-bit on a panel, just randomly telling attractive women that he wants to inseminate them. Look at his cute little earring. Isn't that so cute? Little black diamond, Punisher shirt from Walmart. Yeah, this is the Walmart winter collection. Backward filthy hat, cute little black earring from Walmart, cute little Punisher shirt from Walmart. That angry, goofy bitch next to you is never going to ride you around consistently. She's never going to take you where you need to go. She's never going to pick up something for you to bring home. You got girlfriends who you ain't even fucking telling you to bring them pizza. They ain't going to let you use their car, right? They ain't going to ride you around. They ain't going to look out for you because you ain't shit. You're a low-value beta male. That's the difference. You're shitting on an experience you don't have an option to have. Oh, my God. So the guy who gets women just admitted that he's got bitches in his phone who only hit him up to bring him food. Do you know how much of a trick and a simp you just sounded like trying to relate to the women because you're the nice, good guy? This is a ladies' man.
Always there.
By Flow State. Sorry, go on.
Could you just go ahead and tell us why your personal discernment is that Flow State is confident and assertive and capable?
Sure. He's confident on many different topics and his knowledge about many different topics. And he will say when he's not, he's not an expert in it. And he is pretty damn smart when you listen to him and what he has to say about it, particularly finances.
And you reveal and expose yourself how much of a direct, manipulative, strategic liar and fake you are. and people buy it because you got a monotone voice and you look like this and you just put your bullshit across with no empathy or no feeling or compunction for what you're doing because you're such a narcissistic, egoic piece of shit, just like your father is. So you have no trouble lying to everybody's face, pushing false narratives, and not even thinking twice or reacting to what you're doing in the moment. This is why I tell you, all you broken bitches who say this man's attractive, forget about the looks. He may be better looking than me. That's up to you, subjective. For you to say a being like this is attractive means you're a broken hoe and have no discernment. That's a predator, ladies and gentlemen. That's someone who's projecting onto me grooming while they're grooming. Groom the woman he's with, grooming people online for his own ego and his own gratification. Bitch ass motherfucker. What, a bidet? You mean the thing that shoots water up your ass?
Absolutely.
Slow State's the kind of guy who uses a bidet because he wants shit in his ass like 24/7, even when he's taking a shit. Right? He's like, I like the action of something leaving my ass, and I like the action of something going back in my ass. So, he's the type to kind of like, while you shit and pull it back in and push it out, pull it back in and push it out. I don't want to get into it. The point is, did you see him yesterday? He went to the mall. He was bragging. He went to the mall and bought a $100 pair of jeans while he's unemployed. This is why nobody with a right mind would invest anything in your channel. Because you come on and brag that you went and spent an inordinate amount of cash for a bunch of crap and you got scammed just so you could show up online and look like somebody. And he had big fucking teal earrings. He got even bigger, brighter earrings in both ears to look like a bitch ass motherfucker. Be a meth head and never leave the house and have gray skin and constantly coughing up phlegm. Jealous, shallow, envious, narcissistic piece of shit. And I believe you're an agent working off charges. Just snake, two-faced, backbiting scum.
He only cares about his channel, the clout, the ego. He don't give a fuck about truth.
Flow State, just get banned from your fucking chat.
Oh, you better be careful, Sam. I'll give you one mistake to even say his fucking name because I fucking hate him, and I'm gonna go at him as hard as I go at anybody. He's a piece of shit douchebag. He's fake and shallow, and I'm gonna show him that.
Tommy, do you think Flow State is handsome, like objectively? What is your thoughts on that?
I'm gonna give you one more time. I mean, you can say pedo, dude. Pedo. And I dare the motherfuckers and accusations to come at me. I'm going to give you one more chance not to say his stupid fucking name.
What?
Because you don't want to associate that word. You know that word is a way we can be. You don't have any association with that chode fucking douchebag. He's not that word in any way. He's fake. He's shallow, and he's chasing small amounts of paper on this platform. And I watched him get wrecked with his typical ways going against that verbal combat guy, trying to copy his shtick the way Flow State has only walked around looking for stuff to copy, looking for things to act like he's the first one, looking for new things to speculate even though he knows what they are as he brings them up. Oh, I got his game on lockdown and I'm going to show it for what it is when I get to it. He's not a high priority, but he is a fucking douchebag and he's full of himself and he is a narc. He is a fucking narcissist. You want to shut
No.
You want to
not.
shut his show down in whatever he's doing. If you want to totally throw any show off the rails, go tell him he looks like that guy. Whoever it is they told him he looks like, that his dad looks like. Oh, he'll derail any situation and put a mirror up and go back to that subject. I fucking hate him and he doesn't believe me.
Nobody believes you. You don't fucking hate him. Stop that.
I speak more truth on this panel, in this panel verse than anybody. I hate Paul Enslaved. I hate Jack Talcott. I hate Snafu Snaps. I hate Flow State. And I'll even say his name once for his sake because I know he loves to hear it come out in his mouth. That's why he's got so many of my clips that he plays of me saying his name. He loves it. He faps to it. He fucks his wife to it. He says, hold up, honey. I'm about to come. Let me play some of these Tom clips saying my name. He's a joke. And I'm going to hurt him.
Or Slow State the other day was like fucking showing a whole bunch of stuff, man. It was like, this guy's insane. Insane.
Whatever. I really don't want you to do that.
And he's going to want to get back at you for it. Yep. Is really going to get pissed off. Bet Slow State on the one pay have you.
Yeah, can you believe that he actually charges people to have topics changed or people removed from the panel? He's got a whole menu, like $20 for someone to be removed for 5 minutes, $50 for a topic change. And he never gets any of that because nobody cares enough and it's all boring and nobody cares to hear him speak. Yet he thinks somehow he's Antoine, that people are going to pay him $20 and $50 at a time to throw people out or have topics changed. Very strange sense of self-awareness.
Wow, that's a interesting way to drift. I mean, grift.
Well, they stole. They're all thieving off of everyone else's model.
Okay, I meant to just end the stream and have it ship over. I forgot to see who's streaming right now, so I guess I'll see if anyone's streaming. If you want to hang around and see about a raid, then sit tight, and we'll do that. So, and the reason that I this was 30 minutes long. And the reason it's 30 minutes long is because the file was getting so big that it was crashing the software. It by no means at all was close to like the end of the material. Let's see. Yeah, not a lot of people up. We'll hit CT. Hit the like if on the way out if you haven't.